Chapter 81 Entering the Secret Realm of Disaster. What an ungrateful fellow. The old and hoarse voice gradually became clearer. And at the same time, the footsteps gradually became clearer. Ancestor Ross has already set off. Jack showed an ecstatic expression on his face. He knew that this time the ancestor would definitely come out. And that kid named Chuyun will also die without a burial place. That's right. That Chuyun dared to beat your great-grandson and repeatedly violated the dignity of the Ross family. He is really courting death. Jack shouted enthusiastically. At the entrance of the canyon, an old man wearing simple robes bent his back and looked old and frail came out. Although his steps were extremely slow, his eyebrows revealed the confidence and arrogance of a diamond-level strongman. Jack saluted the old man immediately. Welcome, old man. Old man Ross laughed. Jack, just tell me, where is Chuyun now? I will kill him directly. Replying to the old man, he is now in the disaster secret realm near the ancient city of Dewey. The descendants of the dragon Fafnir occupy the disaster secret realm? After hearing this, old man Ross muttered, what does this kid want to do? Near the ancient city of Dewey, outside the disaster secret realm, Chuyun has gathered all the descendants of the dragon Fafnir the sufficient conditions for a diamond-level dragon. The badge of truth, the ring of etiquette, the crown of wisdom, the lucky cloak, the prophecy card, and the holy sword Nasir that finally killed the dragon. The disaster secret realm was a dangerous secret realm surrounded by ferocious beasts before, and many explorers went there to take risks. But in the past 100 years, no explorer has gone there to take risks, because there is a diamond-level dragon lurking inside. The descendant of Fafnir. It is too dangerous. And the original ferocious beasts were eaten up by the descendants of Fafnir, leading only corruption and poison everywhere. Which is shocking. But Chuyun stepped into the secret realm that made countless explorers tremble. The descendants of Fafnir who made the entire ancient city of Dewey shrink their heads. It will be Chuyun who will go to conquer them. Chuyun stepped into the disaster secret realm. Not long after, an old figure appeared outside the disaster secret realm. It was the ancestor of the Ross family. The ancestor Ross narrowed his eyes and observed the entrance to the disaster secret realm. That kid actually stepped into the secret realm. There are descendants of Fafnir there. Aren't you afraid of death? Well, I can protect myself when facing the descendants of Fafnir. Let's see how that kid is crushed by the dragon. If he dares to escape, let me kill him with my own hands. Then, the ancestor Ross also flew into the disaster secret realm. The disaster secret realm is a desolate and barren secret realm, with potholes everywhere, extremely dry, and cracks spreading across the earth. Here, let alone animals, there are no plants, and not even a single weed can grow. There were only eerie white bones piled on the ground for who knows how many years. Shocking. The sky was gray. Even without clouds, it was still gray and ugly. And the wind in the air was full of corruption. Chuyun hadn't stayed in the secret realm of disaster for long before he fell into negative effects. Falling into corruption. All attributes reduced by 10%. And fell into serious injury. Emptiness, tiredness, and blindness. At the moment of falling into corruption, a lot of negative effects were injected into Chuyun's body like a tide. Falling into serious injury. Life recovery effect reduced by 70%. And gradually increased to 95% over time. Falling into emptiness. Mana recovery effect reduced by 70%. Mana consumption increased by 70%. And gradually increased to 95% over time. Falling into a trance. Defense reduced by 20%. Damage increased by 20%. Movement speed reduced by 20%. And gradually increased to 50% over time. Falling into a blinding eye. Vision reduced by 10%. Upper limit of life reduced by 10%. And gradually increased to 50% over time. Suddenly, Chuyun had 5 negative effects on him. He was simply suffering from all kinds of diseases. Chuyun felt his skin dry up. And it became extremely difficult to use skills and restore life. Whether it was action, vision or anything else. His ability was greatly reduced. What a comprehensive negative effect. Oh my god. I've been hit by so many negative effects just after entering the secret realm of disaster. If I really go to war with Fafnir's descendants, I might have to take more buffs. No wonder the descendants of Fafnir are so tricky. Chuyun drank a pod just after entering the secret realm. But these daunting negative effects are nothing to Chuyun. In fact, to a certain extent, Chuyun hopes that the negative effects imposed on him are as strong as possible. Because he can reverse it. Reverse corruption. Corruption anti-rule begins. Ding. Congratulations to the hosts, corruption has reversed the rules. Please check it yourself. Corruption, all attributes increase by 10% and fall into severe injury, emptiness, fatigue, and blindness. Then, the other 4 negative effects were all reversed. Reverse severe injury. Severe injury reversal starts. Ding. Congratulations to the host, severe injury has reversed the rules. Please check it yourself. Severe injury life recovery effect increased by 70% and gradually increased to 95% over time. Suddenly, Chu Yun's skin became lively. Chu Yun felt that if he released a healing spell on himself at this time, the effect would definitely be maximized. It could even be nearly doubled. Reverse emptiness. Reversal of emptiness starts. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reversing the rules of exhaustion. Please check it yourself. Exhaustion magic recovery effect increased by 70%. Magic reduction increased by 70% and gradually increased to 95% over time. Soon, Chu Yun felt that his hands, which were weighed down by 1,000 gold scales, became much more relaxed. The spell release, which was originally extremely sluggish, also became much smoother. In this way, when I fight with the descendants of Fafnir, I won't be afraid of lack of magic. Reverse the dilemma. The dilemma reversal begins. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reversing the rules of exhaustion. Please check it yourself. Exhaustion defense increased by 20%. Damage reduced by 20%. Movement speed increased by 20%. And gradually increased to 50% over time. Chu Yun felt his body become lighter and stronger. And it was getting smoother and smoother. The powerful combat buff was enough to make a bunch of rare professional assistants ashamed. Reverse blind eye. Blind eye reverses the rules. Ding. Congratulations. Blind eye's dilemma has reversed the rules. Please check it yourself. Blind eye vision increased by 10%. HP increased by 10%. And gradually increased to 50% over time. Chu Yun found that the gray sky had also become clear. And his physique had also become stronger. 5 buffs were stacked on his body. The effect was full. Descendant of Fafnir. Here I come. Chapter 82 Sneak Attack? Chu Yun was covered with buffs. He walked towards the depths of the disaster secret realm, like a leisurely stroll. Chu Yun was probably the only one who could easily ignore the various negative effects of the disaster secret realm. Outside, Ancestor Ross, who had stepped into the disaster secret realm, was in a panic. Why are there so many negative effects? I didn't have this much last time. It seems that the power of Fafnir's descendants has mutated again. Ancestor Ross used several magic scrolls and drank several bottles of magic potions to barely stop the various negative effects surrounding him. Hee. Even I am like this. I can imagine the pain of that kid named Chu Yun being surrounded by various negative effects now. Old Master Ross couldn't help but burst into laughter. In his eyes, Chu Yun was just a fool. And he never thought that Chu Yun actually completely ignored these negative effects. And even directly transformed the negative effects into positive effects. In front of Old Master Ross, deep in the secret realm of disaster, Chu Yun's brows suddenly frowned. The wind direction is not right. Is there someone coming from behind? Chu Yun has already superimposed 3 layers of rational praise on himself. Plus the blinding vision and perception after the reversal, which makes Chu Yun's perception clearer. In the back, it seems that someone is gradually approaching. But Chu Yun thought about it for a while, and didn't care. If someone really comes, I will meet him sooner or later. There is no need for me to go back and look for him. Acceleration aura. After thinking it through, Chu Yun flew towards the depths of the disaster secret realm. Although Chu Yun was only at the gold level, he had the invincible value of the Moradin domain, the acceleration effect of the acceleration aura, and the negative effect of the positive effect after various reversals, which made Chu Yun's speed extremely fast. Although the old man Ross behind him had the strength of a diamond, he was entangled by various negative effects, and his speed was not fast. He was left behind by Chu Yun. Chu Yun hurried on, and finally came to the center of the disaster secret realm. That is, an ancient castle that was so dilapidated that it was unbearable to look at. The castle is tall, old, and devastated. Just looking at these broken walls, one can imagine the former glory and majesty of the castle. But that was only in the past. The castle is now in a state of decay. And on the top floor of this dilapidated castle, A giant dragon with a pitch-black body is entrenched there, constantly making terrifying roars around. And in between the roars, a dark green breath spewed out of its mouth, which was the air of corruption. The corruption effect of the entire secret realm of disaster is all caused by this dragon. Suddenly, it twisted its head and saw Chu Yun. And Chu Yun also saw its value at this time. Fafnir 4. Level 48. HP 975-5000. Dragonborn Majesty Dragonkin are naturally arrogant. As a descendant of the Dragonkin, the damage caused to all non-Dragonkin units will cause an additional 100% real damage. Passive skill. Disaster spread spray out the smell of corruption in all directions, causing all targets to fall into a corrupt state. And the corrupt state will derive other negative states. Disaster detonation immediately detonate all nearby units with corruption effects, causing poison element damage based on 30% of HP. For each negative state the target has, it will receive an additional 10% poison element damage. And 10% of the original detonation damage will be converted into real damage. This simple, crude, and extremely terrifying damage increase, or its real damage. As if responding to Chu Yun's gaze, Fafnir's descendant immediately revealed another skill. Diamond level beasts seem to have 4 skills. Disaster is itself when in the range of the corrupt breath. It will continue to absorb the disaster breath to protect itself. When in the range of the corrupt breath, the health value will not be less than 5%. And it is immune to all lethal damage. Immune to death. If there is no Nasir Holy Sword, I am afraid that no matter how strong the person is, it will be difficult to kill this descendant of Fafnir. Suddenly, Chu Yun found that although Fafnir's descendant looked at him, he also looked behind him. Is there something behind me? Chu Yun suddenly remembered that someone seemed to be following him at that time. It's time to get the vision of Fafnir's descendants. Blind sight reversed. Chu Yun used the reverse blind sight on Fafnir's descendants. Suddenly, the vision of Fafnir's descendants appeared in the sky. And in the dragon's vision, an old man was approaching this side at a rapid speed. There was a badge embroidered on the clothes of this old man. The badge of the Ross family. The Ross family is really persistent. Chu Yun sighed. And the strength of this old man, you can see at a glance, is diamond level. Name, Duval Ross. Profession, Storm Knight. Level, LV41 5th turn. HP, 2620000. Storm Knight. It seems that this old man is from the Ross family. There is no escape. Chu Yun gritted his teeth. They actually chased me here. If I am attacked by 2 diamond levels at the same time, it will be very uncomfortable. Moreover, this diamond level descendant of Fafnir is the peak of diamond level, not comparable to ordinary diamond levels. It is even a dragon. If the descendant of Fafnir fights with the ancestor Ross one-on-one, it will be a crushing force. Suddenly, Chu Yun lowered his head and looked at his storage ring. There are still many things inside that I haven't used yet. Various magic scrolls, including diamond level magic scrolls. And in the storage ring, there is a heavyweight treasure. Heaven's Lock. Heaven's Lock. Immediately entangle a target, causing the target to be imprisoned and silent for 1 hour. Or entangle 2 targets, making the 2 targets entangle together, imprisoned and silent for 1 hour. This effect cannot be offset. Imprisonment, unable to move. Silence, unable to use skills. Simple and crude effect. Simple and crude powerful. Imprisoned for a whole hour. Plus silence restricts the use of skills. Even diamond level will be at the mercy of others. Can the Heaven's Chain be used to select 2 targets? Chu Yun rolled his eyes a few times and thought of a brilliant idea. That is, pretend to be weak. Pretend to be just an ordinary doctor. Use the scroll to attack the descendants of Fafnir. And let the old man Ross attack him. In this way, the Heaven's Chain will have a chance to trap both of them. Suddenly, Chu Yun showed a righteous look. Descendant of Fafnir, you spray poison gas here every day, causing this land to not even grow grass. And even the poisonous fog will spread out. I will punish you with the magic scroll. Chapter 83. Take it down. Roar. The descendant of Fafnir roared in confusion, because it didn't understand what Chu Yun was talking about at all. But seeing Chu Yun's arrogant look, it was immediately furious and pounced on Chu Yun. A pair of huge black wings spread out, covering the sky. And these wings were also spreading corruption and death. Take my diamond level magic scroll. Chu Yun roared, took out a diamond level scroll from the storage ring, and suddenly unfolded it. Blizzard diamond level magic scroll Ice Mage, with itself as the center. release a large-scale blizzard, reducing the movement speed of all units within the range by 80%, the field of vision by 60%, and causing 200,000 points of ice element damage per second, lasting 60 seconds. After the duration ends, it will leave a 60-second residual coldness at the original location, reducing the movement speed of all units within the range by 30%, vision by 20%, and causing 50,000 ice damage per second. The blizzard spreads the moment the scroll is unfolded. The extreme coldness rolls up the wind and snow, sweeping towards the descendants of Fafnir. But the dragon just vibrates its wings and flies high to avoid the range surrounded by the blizzard. The range covered by the blizzard is very wide, but the area where the descendants of Fafnir fly is obviously wider. Roar! The descendants of Fafnir circled around, and suddenly pounced on Chu Yun. Chu Yun frowned slightly, deliberately not moving, exposing a flaw. The sharp dragon claw with corruption immediately hit Chu Yun. The high damage hit Chu Yun. This was a powerful blow from a diamond-level beast. Even though Chu Yun's attributes were now against the sky, his health bar was reduced by more than half. Ahem. Chu Yun couldn't help but spit out a small mouthful of blood. But a gold level, resisting 2 big levels, was hit by a full-strength attack, but did not die. If Chu Yun's record was spread out, it would be enough to shock the whole world. Falling into deep corruption. The corruption effect on Chu Yun became stronger because of this claw attack, but because the corruption on Chu Yun's body has been reversed and turned into a positive gain, it makes Chu Yun stronger, and his recovery speed has also become faster. Chu Yun activated the seed magic weapon, healing magic. The green light was injected into his body, and Chu Yun's empty blood bar was filled and restored to full blood. At the same time, the old man Ross, who was peeping from the back, was already shocked. That was a blow from the descendants of Fafnir. Chu Yun actually took such a blow and is not dead yet. However, he smiled grimly again, using healing magic on yourself. Humph. It turns out that you are just a doctor with no fighting power. It seems that he injured my great-grandson by relying on the magic scroll. This is easy, as long as I take advantage of his inattention and sneak attack. Old man Ross hid his body deeper. He was looking for a perfect opportunity. But Chu Yun was also looking for an opportunity. Chu Yun was also luring Ancestor Ross to attack him. After circling in the air for a long time, the descendant of Fafnir swooped down on Chu Yun again. It felt that its attack just now had an effect. It only needed a few attacks to kill Chu Yun. Chu Yun pulled out another diamond-level scroll and shouted, "The sky is moving!" Meteorite dropped diamond-level magic scroll Earth Mage. Causes a huge meteorite to fall from the sky, increasing the gravity within the range by 30%. And the closer to the center, the higher the gravity. The gravity at the center increases by 100% for 5 seconds. After 5 seconds, the meteorite falls completely, causing 100,000 physical damage and 500,000 earth element damage to the target, and causing decreasing damage to the surrounding area, decreasing to 30% at the outermost edge. Then it explodes into fragments, which will cause random earth element damage. Instantly, Chu Yun felt that the gravity under his feet and in the surrounding area was strengthened. The descendants of Fafnir flying in the air also slowed down. The already gray sky became even grayer because there was a huge stone slowly falling. The meteorite summoned by Chu Yun with a magic scroll. The descendants of Fafnir immediately flew backwards. Boom! The meteorite hit the ground, making a devastating sound. Then, countless fragments of the meteorite flew out after it exploded. Chu Yun deliberately took some of the meteorite's attacks, reducing his blood volume, and then took several steps back, panting. In the back, Patriarch Ross's eyes widened. This kid hurt himself with a diamond-level scroll. Ha ha! Now is the chance. Instantly, Patriarch Ross rushed out, holding a long sword, surrounded by raging winds, and attacked Chu Yun. On the other side, Fafnir's descendants also felt that Chu Yun was not in a good state, roared, and flew over. At this moment, Chu Yun smiled slightly. This is a smile of success. When the old man Ross and the descendants of Fafnir saw Chu Yun smile, they immediately felt something was wrong. But they were already close to Chu Yun and had no time to retreat. And the luxurious box in Chu Yun's hand had also been opened. An exquisite small lock appeared in the air, with chains connected to both sides of the small lock. And the tail of the chain was looming, as if entangled in nothingness. Imitation of the heavens lock. Use your power. Chu Yun roared. Lock up this dragon and human. Almost instantly, the heavens lock flew up, with a chain extending from one end to tightly bind the old man Ross, and an almost infinite chain extending from the other end to tightly entangle the extremely large descendants of Fafnir. Then, the chain contracted. It tightly entangled Old Man Ross and the descendants of Fafnir. Old Man Ross's eyes were about to burst. Boy, you dare to trick me. But Chu Yun was too lazy to talk nonsense with this old man, and immediately raised the seed magic weapon. Holy light healing reversed. The dazzling holy light fell down, causing not healing, but damage. Real damage. Old Man Ross wanted to resist, but was tightly bound by the heavenly chain. This is a replica of the artifact. How can it be so easy to break free? Old Man Ross took the full amount of reversed holy light treatment and died on the spot. Although the descendants of Fafnir wailed continuously, they were completely fine, because its skill is disaster is itself. It is immune to fatal damage. If you want to kill it, you must use one thing. Swoosh. Chu Yun took out the Nasir holy sword. The badge of reason is tied to the chest. The crown of wisdom is worn on the head. The ring of etiquette is worn on the finger. The cloak of luck is draped behind the back. And the Nasir holy sword in the hand has shed layers of damage and rust, revealing infinite light. Nasir holy sword complete form. Kill the filth. Right now. You can ignore the skills of Fafnir's descendants and cause fatal true damage. Chapter 84. A Rich Harvest. Chu Yun raised the holy sword Nasir. The dazzling light almost illuminated the entire disaster secret realm. The descendant of Fafnir raised his huge head in fear. It was not afraid of anything. It had been dominating for hundreds of years. But now it felt the fear of death. This sword can dissolve its corruption. That is, it can take its life. The descendant of Fafnir struggled to death, and the dark green poisonous power poured out, trying to detonate the negative effects on Chu Yun. Then, it found that Chu Yun did not have any negative effects. This made its dragon eyes widen. Take my sword, Chu Yun shouted. He thrust the Nasir holy sword into the heart of Fafnir's descendant. Instantly, the corrupt breath that sustained Fafnir's descendant began to dissolve and collapse. It was a fallen immortal. At this time, it would also be killed by the light of the Nasir holy sword. Roar! Fafnir's descendant roared unwillingly. And finally, the huge head fell down. Chu Yun crossed 2 major levels and killed Fafnir's descendant, who was also the top diamond level and had an immortal effect. Boom boom! Various corrupt gases spewed out from the corpse of Fafnir's descendant, trying to rush towards Chu Yun. But the endless and vast light of the Nasir holy sword wiped out these corrupt breaths completely. The entire disaster secret realm became much brighter. Sunlight began to appear in the gray sky. Even the cracked soil under Chu Yun's feet gradually became moist, and a young sprout quickly grew out. The light of the holy sword of Nasir was still shining. Oh! From now on, the disaster secret realm will probably become the sunshine secret realm, Chu Yun complained, until the entire disaster secret realm was restored to its state before being polluted by Fafnir's descendants. The light of the holy sword of Nasir gradually faded. Then, it turned into a rusty tetanus sword. The holy sword of Nasir is really powerful in its complete form, but it's a pity that it can't be transformed into its complete form normally. Chu Yun thought for a while, put away the truth badges and other items on his body, and put the Nasir holy sword back into the storage ring. But this is also a special attack artifact against filth. It will definitely be useful in the future. Then, Chu Yun looked at the items that Fafnir's descendants exploded. It was a staff with a black dragon carved on the top. Majestic and strange. Dragon speaker staff. Category, staff. Level requirement, 30. Professional requirement, profession with magic value higher than strength value. Effect, magic value plus 750,000. Magic value plus 50%. Durability, 10,000/10,000. Dragon Pride increases damage to targets other than dragons by 25%, and damage to non-flying units by an additional 25%. And the wearer can understand dragon language and gain the breath of dragons. This equipment is good. Chu Yun immediately replaced the gold-level seed artifact in his hand with this dragon speaker staff. And the moment he held the dragon speaker staff, Chu Yun felt that one of his skills had evolved. The dragon speaker staff detected the skill water dragon bullet, and now it starts to upgrade. Get a new skill. The Dragon Clan's command spell. The Dragon Clan's command spell immediately generates 30 dragon roar bullets. Each dragon roar bullet causes a large amount of water, and wind elemental damage to the target and its adjacent units, and reduces the target's current mana by 30%, and causes true damage equal to the lost mana. If the same target is damaged by 5 or more Dragon Roar bullets, it will fall into fear for 3 seconds. Wow! The Water Dragon bullet has been upgraded, Chuyun exclaimed in admiration. So, the Dragon Speaker staff gave him 2 skills. However, the reversal of the Water Dragon bullet is no longer valid. Let's try reversing this. Reverse the Dragon Clan's command spell. The Dragon Clan's command spell's reversal of rules begins. Ding! Congratulations to the host's Dragon Clan's command spell, which has reversed the rules. Please check it yourself. The Dragon Clan's command spell immediately generates 30 Dragon Roar bullets. Each Dragon Roar bullet restores a large amount of health to the target and its adjacent units, increases the target's current mana by 30%, and restores health equal to the increased mana. If the same target is damaged by 5 or more Dragon Roar bullets, it will fall into a state of clarity for 3 seconds. As expected, the reverse skill can also be used on oneself, and it can also restore health and mana. The domain of Moradin greatly increases Chuyun's physical value, and this Dragon Speaker staff multiplies Chuyun's damage and recovery several times. Does this dragon drop anything else? Huh? Chuyun found that there was an egg hidden under the body of Fafnir's descendant. The egg shines with golden light, which is incompatible with the dark and corrupt body of Fafnir's descendant. This is not its egg. Chuyun muttered and approached the egg. Dragon egg. An egg that breeds an unknown dragon. At this moment, Chuyun suddenly remembered the last 5-star task he had done. Historical rumors. After completing this task, you will get a formula. The potion prepared by this formula can make the beast recognize its master. But the conditions are harsh. First, the potion must be used from the egg to take effect. And second, the egg must be strong. Otherwise the potion will kill the creature in the egg. Chuyun thought it was useless at first, but now he thinks that it is just right to use it on this dragon egg. Get a dragon pet. This is something that no one has. Chuyun happily put away the golden dragon egg. The 2 things that Fafnir's descendants exploded are extremely precious. Then Chuyun looked at Ancestor Ross. Ancestor Ross's appearance is much worse than Fafnir's descendants, but Chuyun upholds the spirit of never wasting and also searched. Old Master Ross has several platinum level equipment without equipment skills, and a diamond level longsword with equipment skills. Sword of the Wind. Category, Longsword. Level requirement, 40. Professional requirement, Swordsman. Effect, Strength plus 400,000. Wind element damage increased by 30%. Durability, 2450/7000. Wind/immediately swing 5 times. Slash out a hurricane. Each hurricane causes wind element damage based on the target's lost health, and gradually increases the hurricane's defense breaking effect. And each hurricane adds an additional 10% wind element damage penetration. This equipment must be very valuable. Chuyun could already imagine Xiexing's shocked expression. Then, there was an admission ticket. Why is this admission ticket called the Secret Realm? Does the name of this secret realm need to be secret? No. The name of this secret realm is actually called Secret. Chuyun smacked his lips. He had never heard of this name. Forget it. Let's take this back and ask the knowledgeable President Dingpei. The most urgent task now is to return to the Job Transfer Temple and hand over the job transfer task. Chapter 85 Large-Scale Serious Injury Skills. Job Transfer Temple. This place has been so lively from beginning to end. But in addition to those who need to transfer jobs, there are many people who gather nearby to join in the fun. Since the last time the Golden Light appeared, they have surrounded here. The Golden Light at that time was the 5th time, which means that it must be a task to accept, not a task to hand over. We are squatting here. Maybe we can see who has completed the 5-star job transfer task. Hee hee. All kinds of anti-flash devices are ready, just waiting for the hope of mankind to come. But when will the recipient of the 5-star job transfer task come? Various voices overlap together, and most of these people were also gathered on the side of rare professions, with no intention of approaching the window for ordinary profession transfers. In their opinion, the winner of the 5-star transfer task would never appear in a profession as common as a physician or a warrior. This gave Chuyun the convenience of hiding his identity. Walking to the physician transfer window, Chuyun did not recognize the staff member in charge of the transfer today. But this is also good, saving a lot of trouble. Hello. I'm here to hand over the transfer task. Chuyun spoke. The staff pushed out the crystal ball, and Chu Yun covered it with his hand. The staff member was about to raise his head and say something, when he suddenly found a strong light bursting out from under Chu Yun's palm. Golden light. Instantly, the light illuminated the entire job transfer temple. Oh my god! The 5-star job transfer task has been handed over. Who is who? Quickly activate those devices to see who it is. What? What's going on? There is no breath of 5-star job transfer tasks in the range of these rare professions. How is it possible? Amidst the noisy movement, Chu Yun quietly walked out of the job transfer temple. Standing outside the sunny job transfer temple, Chu Yun looked at the new skills he had obtained from the job transfer. Transfer from a wounded elite to a life-saving warrior gold platinum. Get a new skill. The light of life-saving. The field of life-saving. The word life-saving. It looks very powerful at first glance. The light of life-saving. Use 30% of your own health and mana to the designated target. If you do this, you can restore the health and mana you gave up within 10 seconds. Cooldown 10 seconds. A skill that can help teammates. And after healing teammates, you can also restore the health and mana lost after using this skill within 10 seconds. It's a pretty good skill. After the reversal, it should be able to absorb the enemy's health. Right? Reverse the light of life and death. The light of life and death reversal begins. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The light of life and death has reversed the rules. Please check it yourself. Light of life and death give 30% of the target's health and mana to yourself. If you do this, you can restore the target's health and mana within 10 seconds. Cool down for 10 seconds. Sure enough, after the reversal, it becomes to absorb the enemy's health, even mana. And after absorbing, Chu Yun cannot restore the target's health and mana, which is a real effective absorption skill. Chu Yun was secretly happy. Immediately looked at another newly acquired skill. Death Rescue Field. Increases the upper limit of life of all selected targets within the range by 30%. Removes all negative effects of serious injuries. And then restores 30% of lost health. Then increases the target's strongest attribute by 30%. Within the field, it is immune to one lethal effect. The field lasts for 30 minutes and cools down for 1 hour. Immune to lethal effects. Undoubtedly a magical skill. The sole skill of the physician. A scoundrel comparable to the descendants of Fafnir. I wonder what effect this magical skill will have after it is reversed. Reverse the Death Rescue Field. The Death Rescue Field starts to reverse the rules. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The Death Rescue Field has reversed the rules. Please check it yourself. Death Rescue Field reduces the upper limit of life of all selected targets in the range by 30%. And gains all negative effects of serious injuries. And then receives 30% of the lost life value as true damage. And then reduces the target's strongest attribute by 30%. In the field, it is immune to anti-lethal effects once. And the field lasts for 30 minutes and cools down for 1 hour. Good skills. Large-scale serious injuries. Chu Yun was happy in his heart. For other doctors, they get 2 skills after changing jobs. But for Chu Yun, it is 4 skills. However, other doctors get ordinary skills by doing 1-star and 2-star job change tasks. And these 2 skills can only be obtained by doing 5-star job change tasks. Even without counting the skills after the reversal, the skills Chu Yun obtained are much stronger than other doctors. Return with a full load. Return with a full load. Chu Yun took a step and returned home. It's time to have a good sleep. I feel like I've been working for a long time. I'm so tired. At this time, Chu Yun's mobile phone rang. It was President Ding Pei who sent a message. Chu Yun, come to Xuancheng Professional Association. I found your professional information. Chu Yun was speechless. What else can I check? My profession is a doctor. He knows his own situation best. His profession is really just a doctor. The reason why his skills are so strong is that he has received 5-star job transfer tasks. Could it be that Ding Pei misunderstood something? However, it doesn't hurt to go over and take a look. Chu Yun moved and headed for Xuancheng Professional Association. Xuancheng Professional Association. President's office. In the office, a pile of ancient books were placed everywhere, making a mess. And Ding Pei sat on the office chair, holding a pile of materials, laughing. Chu Yun, I found it. What did you find? Chu Yun approached carelessly and found a chair to sit down. I am a mutant profession? No. 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 Ding Pei shook his head. Chu Yun smiled slightly. Yes. I am a doctor. No. Ding Pei excitedly pushed a large manuscript over. Chu Yun picked up these manuscripts speechlessly. Although what Ding Pei was sure of was definitely wrong. Chu Yun was still very interested in the content that Ding Pei had spent a lot of time digging out. On these manuscripts, there is a word that Chu Yun has never heard of before. Chaotic profession. Chaotic profession? Yes. Ding Pei was very excited. You may be the first generation of chaotic profession. The so-called chaotic profession means that you have an external professional performance, which is now a doctor. But your inner self is like the multiple personalities of a schizophrenic. There are many other professions that have been developed or have not yet been developed. Chaotic professionals are more peculiar than dual professionals and triple professionals. There are only a dozen or so such people in the entire history of the human race. And Chu Yun, you are one of them. You may even be the only one in this era. Chapter 86 Chaos Professional? Chu Yun was stunned. But Ding Pei was still full of passion. However, this situation actually has both advantages and disadvantages. Chaos professionals have many skills, so they are extremely powerful. But also because of their combat power beyond the scope. They can fight across levels. After Chaos professionals in history reach Diamond, all job transfer tasks will be 5-star tasks. Chu Yun was stunned. All 5-star job transfer tasks. Is it also a disadvantage? Isn't this a good thing? Most people want this opportunity, but they don't have it yet. Ding Pei glanced at Chu Yun. What job transfer did you just complete? Gold job transfer to platinum. Chu Yun answered casually. But what level is the final boss of the job transfer task challenge? Diamond. Looking at Ding Pei's serious expression, Chu Yun realized that something was wrong. Even if he could fight against a higher level, this was too much. This time, Chu Yun was already gold against diamond. There was a platinum in between. People in the chaos profession definitely don't have such a strong ability to go against the rules as Chu Yun. And it is very likely that they will not be able to complete the job transfer task. Ding Pei continued slowly. No one in the chaos profession can be promoted to the god level, because they either die on the way to the task, or they repeatedly fail to complete the job transfer task and die of old age. However, as long as they can grow into the holy throne, they can fight against the god throne. This is the power of chaos professionals. Chu Yun shrugged. But they must be able to complete the job transfer task. That's right. Ding Pei just nodded. And seeing Chu Yun's relaxed look, he suddenly became anxious. Chu Yun, that's a chaos professional. You have to be mentally prepared. Chu Yun didn't know what to say, because he was indeed just a doctor. How could Ding Pei misunderstand him as a chaos professional? But being mistaken for a chaos professional is not bad, because this can cover up Chu Yun's ability to reverse skills. Okay, President. I listened to you. Although Chu Yun didn't feel anything in his heart, he still showed a serious expression on his face. From now on, Chu Yun will call himself a chaos professional. I will definitely pay attention. Also, you should also be careful not to reveal that you are a chaos professional at any time. Ding Pei said again. Chu Yun was stunned. Why? Ding Pei sighed. It seems that there are some dark sides of the world that need to be explained to Chu Yun. The chaos profession is coveted by all major forces. After all, the resources consumed to cultivate a holy throne are far less than those of a divine throne. But because of their own reasons, the combat power of chaos professionals as holy thrones is not inferior to that of divine thrones at all. Therefore, the existence of chaos professionals, that is, you, Chu Yun, is particularly sought after by many major forces, and especially some evil forces. Chu Yun frowned. Evil forces? Are there still evil forces under the rule of the 4 empires now? Of course there are. Ding Pei searched for various materials. There are many evil forces, hiding under the light, ready to move. For example, the Eye of God who thinks he is orthodox and plunders abilities everywhere. The group of walkers walking in the dark. The Dark Mage Association that discovers various forbidden spells. The God's Blood Research Institute that specializes in studying various bloodlines. The Son of the Mother Tree that absorbs and gathers power, etc. Chu Yun had heard of these organizations, and they were evil organizations that could make people frown just by hearing about them. Some evil forces are waiting for their prey, while some evil forces will even take the initiative to attack and look for chaos professionals. So Chu Yun, you can't be so dazzling in the future. You must hide your strength. At least, This conference cannot attract the attention of other forces. Chu-yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then I can't call myself a chaos professional. So what should I call myself? Doctor? Ding Pei spoke firmly. Chu-yun was also happy. Now you've come back to where you started after all the twists and turns? Of course it's different. You have to know that you're a chaos professional. Ding Pei shook his head and sighed. But Chu-yun is a doctor. Chu-yun scratched his head. But I want to go to a good university. If I call myself a doctor and hide myself, how can I go to a good university? At least better than someone. Chu-yun's eyes flashed with the image of Ji-kun. Hearing this, Ding Pei laughed. Chu-yun, you don't know. In fact, our professional association also has a university called Slime College, which is very powerful. You can go there for further study. Slime College? A group of gelatinous spherical creatures appeared in Chu-yun's mind. This is a fake university. I have heard of Qinsheng and Baitian since I was a child. Besides, there is no powerful college that would be named after a weak creature like slime. Then, Chu-yun thought of a novel from his previous life. Why not call it Shrek Academy? Shrek sounds like it produces monsters. But slime sounds like it produces garbage. Right? Ah? Shrek? What is that? Ding Pei was stunned. Nothing. Chu-yun shook his head. There is no Shrek in this world. It would be troublesome to explain. Hee hee. Chu-yun, don't underestimate this Slime Academy. Ding Pei said slowly. Slime Academy never recruits students from outside. Even if a student submits an application, it will be rejected. Only those recommended by the president like us can enter their selection. Because every student in it is a genius and prodigy that the association finds from all over the country every year. Slime Academy will spend a lot of resources to cultivate each student. Slime Academy may not be prominent in front of the world, but in the eyes of the empire's high-ranking officials and nobles, it is no worse than the old academies of Qinsheng and Baitian. The reason why it is not publicized is, first, to keep it secret, and second, it is useless. After all, the students are all recommended by us. After hearing these descriptions, Chu-yun became interested. This is somewhat similar to the Shrek Academy in the previous life. From the sound of it, it is simply a hidden academy? That's right. Chu-yun hesitated for a moment. Although the Slime Academy sounded good, he still didn't give up Qinsheng and Baitian completely. Finally, Chu-yun spoke. I'll consider it after the competition is over. If I can go to Qinsheng and Baitian, then I'll go. If not, going to the Slime Academy is also a way out. Then, Chu-yun left Ding Pei's president's office. In the office, Ding Pei sat quietly on the chair for dozens of seconds. After confirming that Chu-yun was far away, he made a phone call and jumped up excitedly. Brother, I have found a good seedling for the Slime Academy. He can definitely become the first in the academy. You don't believe it? He is a chaos professional. Chapter 87 Dragon Egg and Golden Egg? What? The other end of the phone took a breath of cold air. Old Ding. This chaos professional must be accepted by the Slime Academy. Hey, why are you in such a hurry? In the end, it still depends on the intention of the person involved. After Ding Pei finished speaking, he looked at the admission ticket in his hand. Chu-yun gave it to him to help check. By the way, have you heard of the secret realm? Help me check this. After leaving the president's office, Chu-yun rushed home without stopping for a moment. After experiencing so many things and killing the dragon with his own hands, Chu-yun's spirit was extremely exhausted and he just wanted to have a good rest. But before having a good rest, there is one more thing to do. After returning home, Chu-yun locked the door and immediately took out a dragon egg. The dragon egg exploded by the descendants of Fafnir. Although the ability of the descendants of Fafnir is corruption, this dragon egg is golden and emits a strong light. The dragon egg that breeds an unknown dragon. But at least, the dragon bred in this dragon egg must be good. Chu-yun immediately prepared the potion. The blood of the phantom moth, the soul-bewitching butterfly, the ice cicada, and some herbs were mixed according to the proportion. In the end, a bottle of potion with colorful light was prepared. The colors in the potion kept flowing in the test tube. Just looking at it seemed to be given a hallucinogenic effect. Success? Chu-yun nodded slightly. Very satisfied. Linking potion. After using the potion on the target, there is a 30% chance that the target will recognize you as the master. As the age of the target decreases, the success rate will gradually increase. If the target is just born, the probability is 100%. Then, feed this bottle of potion to the dragon egg. Chuyun suddenly found something wrong. This dragon egg doesn't have a mouth. How can I feed it to the dragon egg? Chuyun was at a loss. Forget it. Give it a try. Anyway, there are still materials left for making this potion. If it fails, I can just make another one. Chuyun poured the colorful liquid in the test tube onto the dragon egg. Then, apply the liquid on the dragon egg and spread it evenly. Is this really effective? Just when Chuyun was doubting his life, the dragon egg shook slightly. Then, a warm light burst out. Oh my god! But the light faded in the blink of an eye, leaving only a warm breath gushing out of the dragon egg. Chuyun sat next to the dragon egg and felt very warm. It feels like a stove. So warm. No. I'm too sleepy. Chuyun rubbed his head. After going through so many things and killing the dragon with his own hands, Chuyun's spirit was extremely exhausted, and he just wanted to have a good rest. He just forced himself to make the connection potion. And now he is extremely sleepy. This dragon egg shouldn't react for a while. Chuyun laid down on the bed with a whoosh. Let me have a good sleep first. Chuyun fell asleep instantly after covering himself with the quilt and closing his eyes. Chuyun had been running around too much during this period. Time passed, and it was already night. Chuyun was still sleeping, but the dragon egg that was emitting heat had cracked a crack. A pair of small eyes appeared from the crack. Blinking and looking outside, dawn broke. Chuyun, who gradually regained consciousness, felt something licking him. What's going on? When Chuyun opened his sleepy eyes, he found that there was a golden little dragon flapping its wings and flying in front of him. Seeing Chuyun wake up, the little dragon immediately showed a lovely smile. It stretched out its wet tongue and licked Chuyun's face. Chuyun was stunned for a moment, and suddenly turned his head to look at the place where the dragon egg was placed. There were only fragments of the dragon egg there. The dragon egg shell seemed to be eaten by the little dragon, and the potion applied on the dragon egg shell was also eaten by the little dragon, which means that it has recognized Chuyun as its master. Okay. Chuyun couldn't help laughing, holding the little dragon and holding it high. From now on, you are my dragon. The little dragon also shouted excitedly, and the golden wings on its body fluttered slightly. Chuyun narrowed his eyes. It's time to give you a name. But I'm a complete name-giving idiot. How about Xiao Jin? Xiao Long's face fell immediately. Indeed, this name is a bit too crude. Then call you Xiao Long? Xiao Long shook his head. Indeed, this name is too common. As if all dragon cubs can be called Xiao Long. Suddenly, Chuyun had an idea. Why not call you Jin Dan? Xiao Long was shocked and shook his head vigorously. But Chuyun was very satisfied with the name he chose. What's wrong with calling you Jin Dan? This name is so good. Look at you now. You are round and plump, like a golden egg. Let's call you Jin Dan. The little dragon shrugged his head. Chuyun laughed and held the golden egg high. Golden Holy Dragon. Name, Golden Egg. Level, LV21. Position, God of Fire. God of Loss of Control. Golden level just after birth? Chuyun was a little surprised, but also satisfied, as expected of the legendary dragon clan. Let me see what skills you have. Chuyun narrowed his eyes and observed the golden egg. The golden egg is now gold level. The golden egg has all the skills from bronze level to gold level and can be used at any time. Bronze level skills. Golden Dragon Roar range indiscriminate sound wave attack. Silencing all targets for 0.01 seconds. Interrupting all skills being guided, if successfully interrupted, causing 5 seconds of dizziness. Cooling time 30 seconds. Furious Domain. Immediately enter the frenzy state and expand the domain. When in a frenzy state, strength, defense, and speed increase by 100%. At the same time, friendly forces within the domain will receive a bonus from the Golden Dragon King's bloodline, and their attack power and defense power increase by 30% of their own amplification effect, which lasts for 5 minutes. Cooldown time is 5 minutes. Wow! Chuyun was shocked. A large-scale short-term silence interruption skill, with an additional stun after interruption. This is simply a natural counter to his Nova Burn. The auxiliary effect of the Frenzy domain is unquestionable. Silver level skill, Dragon Fire Roar accumulates power in the mouth, condenses flames, and sprays a flamingo to dive at the target, causing a large amount of fire elemental damage to the hit. and generates a flaming trail where the flamingo passes, continuously burning the target. The burning damage is 20% of the dive damage, and causes 20% deceleration, and the flaming trail lasts for 40 seconds. Cooldown time 60 seconds. Eyes of God's wrath. A golden red sun appears in the sky, like the eyes of an angry dragon, and immediately shoots a straight red flame straight down towards the target, causing huge fire element damage, which has 75% fire element penetration. If this damage hits the shield, the damage to the shield is increased by 100%. Cooldown time 1 minute. This is really strong. Jin Dan tilted his head, as if he didn't understand why Chu Yun was so excited. Chapter 88. The day of the big test has arrived. You are indeed a dragon clan. So strong. Chu Yun couldn't stop smiling. Your 2 silver level skills are enough to make a large number of gold level main combat professional mages ashamed. But the surprises are not over yet, because the golden egg also has gold level skills. Gold level skills: Sky Flame and Earth Fire. Panic Sky Flames, Scorching Earth Fire, burning the sky and boiling the earth. Doomsday Cage. Countless fire rain meteors are generated in the sky and fall down. Each meteor will cause a large amount of earth element damage and fire element damage. Lava fire pillars erupt from the earth, causing a large amount of water element damage and fire element damage. The air is filled with a hot and violent breath, causing a large amount of wind element damage and fire element damage. Cooling time 6 hours. 9 turn flame dragon cover. Immediately unfold a fiery red light cover, with 9 dragons circling inside the light cover. Each circling can resist a total of 200% of its own health value. It circles once every 15 seconds, and a total of 9 times. Cooling time 10 minutes. Super hidden skills, as well as the skills to protect people. With the golden egg, Chu Yun's combat ability has doubled. Chu Yun held the golden egg with a bright smile. Although the golden egg didn't know why its owner was so happy, it also flapped its wings happily. Just then, Chu Yun's phone rang. It was Xiaoshenshi. Chu Yun answered the phone casually. Hello, Fatty. Why are you calling me? I have good news for you. What good news? The competition is about to start. Why haven't you come to the examination room yet? On the other end of the phone, Xiaoshenshi was anxious. Chu Yun looked confused. What? Isn't the competition tomorrow? It's today. Did you pass out? Hurry to the exam room, or you'll be late. Beep. A busy tone sounded, and Xiaoshenshi hung up the phone. Chu Yun hurriedly checked the time, and it was indeed the day of the competition. After Chu Yun fell asleep, he actually slept for a whole day and night, spanning a whole day in between. I should have set an alarm earlier. Chu Yun realized that he was so hungry that he grabbed some food and called Xiaolong. Golden Egg. It's time for us to go out. Golden Egg still didn't like his name, but he was also very excited to go out. This was the first time he opened his eyes to see the world. The scene of the competition. The admissions officers of various colleges all came to the competition site, and they all asked about Xuanqing's 5-star mission. This matter caused a big stir, not only in Xuanqing, but also in nearby cities, and the whole of Suzhou paid attention to it. Xuanqing actually had 3 5-star job transfer missions in a short period of time, and all of them were completed. Who completed it? No one at the scene knew. When a 5-star job transfer mission was obtained and handed over, a strong golden light would burst out, and people nearby could not see the person who obtained and handed over the 5-star job transfer mission. And almost the only people who knew about it were the staff who served it. But many people also went to ask about the job transfer temple, and the temple master Deng Pei said that this would not be made public. These admissions officers scanned the geniuses in the audience, wanting to see who had obtained and completed the 5-star job transfer task. From time to time, they turned their heads to look at the entrance. The anxious fighter Xiaoshenshi Yunmu, who was calm and had no expression at all, and various geniuses. Supervising female teacher Ning Shui smiled flatteringly and kept recommending those admissions officers. The person who obtained and completed the 5-star job transfer task is likely to be Ji Kun. Ning Shui pointed to a certain place. Ji Kun, covered in starlight, stood there with his head held high and his chest puffed out, with a strong aura. Ji Kun is a very rare and special profession. The Star Priest. Even the principal in Xuanzhong is very optimistic about him. Ning Shui smiled and pointed to the girl next to Ji Kun. The girl's face was as cold as ice, and she was extremely cold all over. The girl next to Ji Kun is an ice mage, a very powerful main combat profession. It's also good. Looking at the two people with strong talent in the past 2 days. Many admissions officers nodded. Special profession? Star Priest. It's rare. Not bad. The one who can complete the 5-star job transfer task here is Ji-kun, who has the greatest possibility. Hearing that many admissions officers were satisfied with him, Ji-kun had an irrepressible smile on his face. It seems that entering an excellent university is a foregone conclusion. Humph, that Chu-yun. Just wait and see. Xia-ing, who was standing by, quickly hugged Ji-kun's arm. Brother Ji-kun, if you get into a good university, don't abandon me. Don't worry. Sister Xia-ing, you are an ice mage. If you want to get into the same university as me, as long as you work hard, it's not a problem. Ji-kun is carefree. Although he said so, Ji-kun already had an idea in his mind. It would be best if Xia-ing could go to the same university with him. But if Xia-ing couldn't, he didn't have the idea of waiting for Xia-ing. One's own future is the most important. There are 5 minutes left before the start of the final exam. A calm voice was broadcast. Anyone who is late will be deemed to have given up the qualification for the final exam. The students present were talking about it. Hey, Chu-yun hasn't come yet. Yes. There are only 5 minutes left. It feels too late. Hearing the discussion of these classmates, Ji-kun couldn't help but mock loudly. Chu-yun is too late to come? Ha ha ha. In my opinion, he doesn't dare to come. Xiao Zhenshur was furious. Ji-kun, what are you talking about? Because of their good family backgrounds and the rich second-generation circle, Xiao Zhenshur and Ji-kun knew each other. Ji-kun's ridicule became more and more intense. Am I wrong? Chu-yun is just a doctor. I'm afraid he has no face. At this moment, Chu-yun's crisp voice appeared on the scene. In the sight of everyone, a blue light circle appeared here. It was the teleportation array. Sorry. I'm late. Chu-yun laughed. Am I not late? Instantly, the whole audience was shocked. Not only these ordinary students, but even the heads of major colleges were shocked. An ordinary student actually has such a thing. The teleportation array scroll is not something that everyone can have. At this time, the light circle of the teleportation array flashed again. A golden little dragon appeared in front of everyone. There is 1 minute left before the exam starts. A cold commentator's voice sounded. Chu-yun laughed and hugged the little dragon. Ha ha ha. Jin-dan. We caught up. Roar. Although Jin-dan didn't know what happened, he still roared happily. The college leaders, who had recovered from the shock, could no longer sit still. There was actually a student who brought a dragon to participate in the competition. Who on earth is this Chu-yun? Chapter 89 Competing for Level? Who is this person? His name seems to be Chu-yun? Why does this person have a teleportation scroll and a dragon cub as a companion? Where is his identity information? What's going on? Why don't I have any information about this person at all? Instantly, the admissions officers of various universities were surprised that they didn't have Chu-yun's information. They have collected information about many geniuses. Could it be that Chu-yun hid himself so well that he didn't reveal anything at all? Ning Shui spoke quickly. This Chu-yun is just a mediocre doctor. There is nothing special about him. Naturally, there is no information about his genius. Don't make a mistake. What? Doctor? Isn't that the most mediocre among the auxiliary professions? Alas, what a pity. The admissions officers expressed their pity one after another. In the corner, the admissions officer of Slime Academy smiled slightly. This is a tall and handsome young man named Lung Yin. His expression when looking at Chu-yun is completely different from that of other admissions officers. The reason is simple. Because Lung Yin has long learned about Chu-yun's various legends from Ding Pei. Through 3 5-star job transfer tasks, Chaos Profession, and now has a golden holy dragon cub. Lung Yin muttered in a low voice, smiled slightly, and crossed his legs. Chu-yun, you must come to Slime Academy. On the side, a few admissions officers found some information about Chu-yun. But these news, the information is very limited. This Chu-yun once showed his brilliance in the virtual secret realm of the R&D department. Because of the confidentiality agreement, we don't know how he fights. At least, this person's actual combat ability is very strong. At that time, he didn't have this dragon cub. And at this time, the last minute is over. The radio sounded again. The big test officially started. And at the moment the big test started, the system suddenly popped up a pop-up window. New task appears. Special task get first place in the competition. Reward, 100,000 lottery points. A special reward. Chu Yun was immediately happy. The president just told me not to get attention. But the system wants me to get first place in the competition. Isn't this cheating? However, 100 draws are too tempting. More importantly, the special reward that was not clearly stated really made Chu Yun unable to refuse. This special reward, this time, must be taken. I am afraid that there is something that the world cannot give. Only the system can give. But it is a bit difficult to not be attention-grabbing and get first place. Chu Yun rubbed his chin. Suddenly, Chu Yun looked at the flying golden egg beside him. The golden egg turned his head to look at Chu Yun, with curiosity in his cute eyes. But if the golden egg is the main force and I use offensive skills, well, I can win. The strength of the golden egg's skills is enough to play as a genius with main combat skills. It is not a problem to let the golden egg be the main output. And I am just a doctor. I only use some auxiliary skills to heal and support. Isn't it too much? Chu Yun smiled. The announcement on the radio continued. This exam is divided into 3 levels. With a point system, the one with the highest total points in the 3 levels will be the champion. The first level and potential test. The first students to arrive will go on stage first, and then go forward to take the test in turn. A huge stone tablet was placed on the platform, and the students were asked to go up one by one to take the test. Soon, a large number of people walked up. Since Chu Yun was the last one to arrive, he was also the last one to take the test. So there was no rush at all. At this time, Xiao Xincher slipped over. He leaned on Chu Yun's shoulder with a laugh. I was wondering why you seemed to have overslept. But I didn't expect you to get a dragon cub directly. Suddenly, Xiao Xincher lowered his voice again. Yunzi, how are you now? Chu Yun understood what Xiao Xincher said. Chu Yun showed a strong fighting power in the virtual secret realm. But Chu Yun didn't seem to want to show it publicly. In response, Chu Yun patted the golden egg beside him. This young dragon is called Golden Egg, and it is my pet. I will rely on it for this competition. Xiao Xincher understood. I know. Also, the name Golden Egg is really outrageous. Did you choose it? Fatty. You know I don't have good taste. Ha ha ha. Chu Yun and Xiao Xincher started to play around. Not far away, Yunmu looked at Chu Yun's figure, and a trace of admiration flashed in his eyes. He wanted to get closer, but he didn't know how to start, so he could only stay where he was. The stone tablet on the platform kept reciting the recorder's level. Zhang Fu. Flame Knight. Level 18. Zhuzhua. Wind Mage. Level 16. Gui Buohong. Tough Warrior. Level 17. Dongman. Priest. Level 14. Most of the students on the field were in silver and gold level villages, which were extremely rare. Finally, it was Xia Ying's turn. She showed a proud expression and walked onto the platform, pressing her palm on the stone tablet. The breath surged. Xia Ying. Ice Mage. Level 23. There was an uproar. This level and the profession of Ice Mage made Xia Ying the focus of everyone's attention. And Xia Ying proudly enjoyed all these looks, and then looked at Chu Yun provocatively. Chu Yun was too lazy to pay attention to her. Then, it was Ji Kun's turn to go on stage. Ji Kun stood in front of the stone tablet, and the star power erupted from his body. Ji Kun. Special Professional Star Priest. Level 25. It was even higher. Now Ji Kun was the only one at level 25 in the audience. Countless students surrounded Ji Kun with envious, jealous, and awe eyes. Even many admissions officers nodded frequently. He's a genius. I'm willing to accept him into our school. Haha. Have you asked my school? This genius. My school wants him. Instantly, there was a lot of discussion. And Ji Kun also enjoyed all kinds of praise and walked off the stage. At some point, it was Yunmu's turn. When Chu Yun heard that it was Yunmu's turn, he also looked at the stone tablet. Yunmu. Half-orc. Level 24. A top-notch genius. Everyone cast envious eyes at Yunmu. But Yunmu didn't look excited, because her expression was expressionless. Yunmu walked off the stage. Yunzi. What are you looking at? That Yunmu is very strong. Chu Yun pondered for a moment. Forget it. It feels like a lot of trouble to let her join the team. Soon, it was Xiao Xincher's turn to play. Go. Fatty. Xiao Zhencher ran up to the stone tablet and punched. Xiao Zhencher. Special professional fighter. Level 24. Another top genius. Soon, a few more gold-level geniuses appeared sparsely. But compared to the total number of people in the exam, there were still too few people. In the end, only Chu Yun was left. And he hadn't tried yet. Chapter 90 Controversial. At this time, everyone's eyes were on Chu Yun. Not only because Chu Yun was the last one, but also because of the dragon cup flying beside Chu Yun. This golden little dragon attracted everyone's attention. Even the knowledgeable Qi Sheng, the admissions officer of Baitian, was no exception. Go ahead. Yunzi! Xiao Zhencher smiled. Chu Yun also smiled slightly, and walked up to the stone tablet on the high platform with the golden egg. He walked like a dragon and a tiger. Very confident. Ji Kun sneered. Pretend? Keep pretending. You're just a doctor. Seeing Ji Kun's attitude, several admissions officers couldn't help but frown slightly. This Ji Kun is really aggressive. Although it is true that universities need top talents, they don't want to recruit people with bad character, so as not to pollute the entire university environment. Morality is also one of their indicators for selecting talents. But they just won't say it clearly. For a while, Ji Kun's priority in their hearts dropped again and again. And Ji Kun still looked complacent. And he didn't expect that he was no longer the best choice in the minds of many admissions officers. Soon, Chu Yun stood in front of the stone tablet. Just when Chu Yun wanted to reach out and touch the stone tablet, the golden egg suddenly flew up excitedly and touched the stone tablet. Golden Holy Dragon. As soon as the stone tablet read the race name of the golden egg, it could no longer suppress the surging dragon power of the Golden Holy Dragon and exploded on the spot. Chu Yun had a look of astonishment. In fact, this situation was completely designed by Chu Yun. Chu Yun did not want to expose his platinum-level strength now. If he was tested by this stone tablet, he would be in big trouble. Just now, Chu Yun had asked Xiao Zhencher off the court and knew that this kind of stone tablet could only simply test below platinum. If the Golden Holy Dragon went to test it, the stone tablet would definitely explode on the spot. So, there is this situation now. Looking at the cracked stone tablet, an admissions officer said in a lost voice, "Impossible. This stone tablet can test anything below diamond level clearly. Could it be that this Chu Yun is diamond level? No. It was the little dragon that tested the stone tablet just now. How do you judge Chu Yun's strength in this way?" For a moment, there was a lot of discussion. The admissions officers looked at Chu Yun's expression, which changed in various ways. At this time, Ji Kun started to yell again. Very noisy. Cheating. This is cheating. Testing with the dragon cub is not his strength. Ji Kun, request to cancel Chu Yun's qualification for the exam. And Ning Shui continued to add fuel to the fire. That's right. He is just a mediocre doctor. Nothing. After hearing what these two people said, many admissions officers shook their heads slightly, thinking that Chu Yun was not sincere. In the corner, Lung Yin, the admissions officer of Slime Academy, breathed a sigh of relief. This Chu Yun has some tricks. He actually managed to deliberately avoid the test. If it is revealed that he is a chaotic professional, it will be a big trouble. Lung Yin could never have thought that Chu Yun was actually a doctor. However, seeing other admissions officers talking about it, Lung Yin could not sit still and slowly stood up. No matter what, the situation cannot be allowed to evolve to the point where Chu Yun loses the qualification for the big exam. Everyone, listen to me. Lung Yin smiled and said. Although Chu Yun used the Golden Holy Dragon Cub for the test, the Golden Holy Dragon Cub itself is Chu Yun's pet, and is part of Chu Yun's combat power. Therefore, I don't think there is anything wrong. Ji Kun was at a loss. What is this? How dare the admissions officer of the unpopular Slime Academy speak in front of the admissions officers of hundreds of large colleges? And many admissions officers frowned. In their eyes, Slime Academy is just an unpopular and low-end academy. The admissions officer of this academy has no right to speak here. But at this time, Baitian's admissions officer suddenly spoke. The admissions officer of Slime Academy makes sense. Since the Golden Holy Dragon Cub is Chu Yun's pet, it is not a problem to count it as part of Chu Yun's combat power. The final word. Baitian's admissions officer has already spoken. So the admissions officers of other universities have nothing to say. Except Qing Sheng, who can keep pace with Baitian. Qing Sheng's admissions officer also nodded. Well, What Baitian's admissions officer said is true. And that's how it should be. Then, Qingxing's admissions officer changed the subject. But, this stone tablet tests the strength of the body. So Chu Yun will not be given extra points in this test. I agree. Lung Yin happily crossed his legs. As long as Chu Yun's qualification for the big exam can be preserved, he can make up for the lost points later. He was also very curious about what Chu Yun could do to get extra points later. The admissions officer of Baitian had no objection to this. In the end, it was decided that Chu Yun would retain the qualification for the exam. But without a score. Faced with this situation, Chu Yun showed a slightly helpless expression. Well, let it be. In fact, Chu Yun was extremely excited. Because everything was in Chu Yun's plan. He walked off the stage and clapped and laughed with Xiao Shenshi. On the side, Ji Kun was so angry that his teeth itched. This time he didn't get rid of Chu Yun again. Humph. Chu Yun, this is your last good luck. In the next exam, I will completely trample you under my feet and make you never turn over. Ji Kun gritted his teeth tightly. His voice was low and terrifying. After 5 minutes of rest, the introduction of the second level came from the broadcasting station. Each team can form a team with no more than 5 people, and choose to enter the Wind and Thunder volcano to find and collect an item called Wind and Thunder Crystal. Wind and Thunder Crystals are scattered everywhere, and the deeper you go, the denser the Wind and Thunder Crystals are. In the depths of the volcano, there are many fierce beasts guarding it, and if you can defeat them, you can get a large amount of Wind and Thunder Crystals. One Wind and Thunder Crystal is worth 100 points. Prepare for 15 minutes, then enter the teleportation array and set off. The broadcast was turned off, and the whole square was quiet for a few seconds, and then a warm exchange broke out. Countless people began to look for their companions and started to form teams. Chu Yun, of course, stood with Xiao Shenshi. Chu Yun laughed. Fatty, let's form a team of 2. Plus Jean Dan. That's 3 people. Is that enough? How can Jean Dan be considered a person? Jean Dan is your pet. It's part of your combat power. Xiao Shenshi pondered. The 2 of us are still a little weak. It's better to get another person over. I'm a fighter. Good at high-frequency output and continuous control. Large-scale damage control is left to Jean Dan. And Yunzi, you can do the treatment and assistance even if you don't want to show your strength. Then next, we're missing a front row. Chapter 91. Yunmu joins the team. Xiao Shenshi turned his head involuntarily and looked at Yunmu in the distance. Yunmu was frowning slightly at this time, looking at Ji Kun and Xiao Eng who were inviting her. Yunmu, have you already chosen a team? Ji Kun eagerly invited Yunmu to join the team. There are only 15 minutes, so he can't relax. Not yet. Yunmu opened his mouth slightly and answered lightly. Ji Kun was immediately puzzled. Since you haven't chosen a team yet, why don't you come to my team? As long as we join forces, it won't be a problem to win the first place in the second level. There are only 10 minutes left now. If you refuse me, where can you find an excellent team? Team up with those silver level guys? Xiao Eng was also talking on the side. Yes, this is brother Ji Kun who invited you. Don't be ungrateful. The 2 men were aggressive, making Yunmu frown. At this time, a tall and strong young man came over. It was Xiao Shenshi. Yunmu, my name is Xiao Shenshi, and now I am a team with Chu Yun. Do you want to team up with us? Seeing Xiao Shenshi coming, Ji Kun couldn't help but sneer. You guys from number 2 middle school, don't pretend to be familiar with our number 1 middle school. Besides, there is also Chu Yun, the doctor, who is a burden. Yeah. To Ji Kun's surprise, Yunmu actually nodded. Yunmu also smiled. Xiao Shenshi, I will join your team. Why? Ji Kun was shocked. He couldn't understand why Yunmu, such a great talent, would choose to join forces with a loser like Chu Yun, and the fighter from number 2 middle school. Why did he choose Chu Yun? That loser. Instantly, Ji Kun was furious. Yunmu did not answer Ji Kun's doubts, but looked at Ji Kun for the last time with a little silence. Turned around and left with Xiao Shenshi, and met Chu Yun. Xiao Eng quickly comforted him. Brother Ji Kun, it's okay. That Yunmu doesn't know what's good for us. Let's not argue with her. TSK. Ji Kun gritted his teeth. If we can't pull Yunmu, it's really hard for the 2 of us to form a team. As a star priest, he focuses on damage, and Xiao Eng being mage plays control. So at least there must be a front row. At this time, Ji-kun's phone rang. It was a text message from Ning Shui. Ji-kun, I have found foreign aid for you. I am fully prepared to help you get first place. Seeing the content, Ji-kun immediately showed a happy expression. Teacher Ning Shui is really awesome. And on the side, Xia Ying's face was a little gloomy. Soon, Ning Shui sent another message. The foreign aide is called Shi Yin, a genius from the next city. And his profession is a fiery boxer. He will be the front row of your team. His characteristic is fiery red hair. He should be coming towards you. Soon, a red-haired young man strode over. The breath of fire kept jumping on this person. Ji-kun stretched out his hand and held it tightly with him. Shi Yin, level 25. Fiery fist. Ji-kun, level 26. Star priest. Aside, Xia Ying couldn't help but ask. I've never seen you before. Well, I'm not from Xuanqing. I just transferred to Xuanqing No. 1 middle school a week ago. Shi Yin said lightly. Because the competitive pressure in the city where I live is relatively high. If I come to this city and team up with you who is level 26, I will definitely win the first place. Maybe I can be noticed by Qingxing Baiqian. And my future will be guaranteed. Haha. If we can go to the same university, we will be classmates in the future. Ji-kun laughed loudly. Well, let's focus on the exam first. Shi Yin is a calm person. My attack can cause the effect of draining life. So I can resist the damage in the front row. And you can focus on the back row. The front and back rows are controlled. Ji-kun's three-person team is formed. On the other side, Chu Yun looked at Xiao Jinshi and Yun Mu who were walking over in astonishment. Yun Zi, I plan to pull Yun Mu into our team. What do you think? Yun Mu you. To be honest, Chu Yun originally thought about pulling Yun Mu into the team. But he was worried about exposing his true strength. So I decided to give up. Yun Mu, I'm just an ordinary doctor. A burden in this team. You coming here will only be a burden to you. I won't be a burden. Don't you have a golden holy dragon cub? Suddenly, Yun Mu approached and lowered his voice very low. Brother Yun, you don't want others to know your true strength. Right? Chu Yun was stunned. What does this Yun Mu know? Yun Mu laughed. When you went to the dungeon with us, I picked up those few red flame wolves you killed casually. And... Stop. Stop. No need to say more. Chu Yun was helpless. Then Yun Mu. If you want to come in, then go ahead. In fact, Chu Yun also likes Yun Mu's personality. Chu Yun's three-person team has assembled. Then, they informed each other of their combat effectiveness and how to cooperate. Chu Yun coughed a few times. Due to some special reasons, I cannot show my offensive strength. I can only provide you with treatment and some buffs as a doctor. But even if I am just a doctor, my doctor skills are better than others. Xiao Jinshi and Yun Mu understood instantly. Because Chu Yun's job transfer tasks are all 5-star. The skills obtained after completing the job transfer are completely incomparable to those completed by 1-star and 2-star job transfer tasks. Secondly, it's the golden egg. Chu Yun patted the golden egg beside him. Isn't it already a dragon? Although it's just a cub. Yun Mu pointed at the golden egg in confusion. Xiao Jinshi on the side couldn't help laughing. This golden holy dragon cub is named Golden Egg. Chu Yunchi. Suddenly, Yun Mu couldn't help laughing. Don't laugh. My taste is very elegant. Chu Yun was speechless. Then, Chu Yun introduced the various skills of the golden egg. The golden egg has a total of 6 skills. In terms of output, it is definitely not inferior to any main combat profession. So, with the golden egg, it is equivalent to our team already having a super strong main combat profession. Xiao Jinshi and Yun Mu both nodded slightly. Then, it was Yun Mu's introduction. My profession is a half-orc. With a swish, Yun Mu took out 3 or 4 test tubes from the storage ring. As long as I drink the blood of the beast, I can get the same skills and values as the beast. The values of beasts of the same level are generally higher than humans. So when I transform into a beast, my health and defense will increase. So I can fight in the front row. Moreover, as long as the beast is blood, I can transform. So theoretically, I am still very flexible when fighting. Chapter 92, the second level. It means that after getting the blood of a fierce beast in battle, you can also transform by drinking it? Chu Yun's eyes lit up. That's right. Yun Mu nodded. But it must be enough for a test tube. The blood in the test tube in my hand is enough for me to transform once after drinking it. A transformation can last up to 30 minutes. Wow. Not bad. Xiaoshencher smiled. Then how many test tubes do you have? There are 40 test tubes with fierce beast blood. 10 for each of the 4 fierce beasts. You can't store too much blood. Otherwise it will go bad if you keep it for a long time. Then, there are more than 200 blank test tubes in the storage ring. Ready to take blood at any time. Yunmu said. Save more. Just in case. Chu Yun and Xiaoshencher looked at each other. Then can your transformation into a beast be superimposed? No. If you drink the blood of other beasts, when you transform into a beast, you will transform into the new beast form you drank, replacing the previous form. If you drink the same blood, the duration will be refreshed. I see. Yunmu's specific skills and situation were also discussed clearly. Next is Xiaoshencher. My profession is a fighter, and I am best at close combat. Xiaoshencher punched a few times in the air, full of vigor. Many of my skills have short-term control, and my skills have a very short cooldown time, so I can achieve long-term control and continuous output. I am absolutely confident in physical damage. Moreover, my parry is also first-rate. I can resist or even rebound a lot of damage and even negative effects, both offensive and defensive. In terms of speed, fighters are also good. It is very easy to move short distances to avoid key skills. Fighters have almost no shortcomings except short arms and no elemental damage. This profession is a true hexagonal warrior. However, short arms and no elemental damage are the shortcomings of fighters. The three of them had another in-depth discussion about battle formations and cooperation. The final decision was that Yunmu would be at the front to resist injuries. Xiaoshencher would be behind Yunmu and attack a few steps slower, acting as an output player and an OB player. Chu Yun would stand at the end and be at ease as a doctor to provide various treatments. And the golden egg would be at the end, like an auxiliary main battle mage, protecting the golden egg and letting it play key explosive output. After deciding on the teams, the time has come. A large number of teachers came over, recording each team and equipping them with tracking rings. This ring can broadcast your information to the outside world at the same frequency, so that everyone can know your heroic battle situation. At the same time, when you encounter fatal danger, the ring will also help you teleport back. The teacher reminded one by one. Soon, Chu Yun and others also put on the rings. Then they set off. Qin Sheng and Beitian's admissions officers stood up and opened a super large teleportation array together. Countless teams were teleported over by the teleportation array. As soon as they landed, many students exclaimed in amazement. In front of them was a huge active volcano, with its peak close to the clouds and towering. It was the Fonlay volcano. On the mountainside and below the Fonlay volcano were dense forests and gray land, with ferocious beasts lurking in them, making it extremely dangerous. The broadcast sounded. There are only 3 rules. 1. You cannot kill other students. 2. You cannot use off-site forces. And 3. Different teams cannot transfer Fonlay crystals. Go. Get Fonlay crystals at all costs and win higher scores. Yunmu was a little stunned when he heard the 3rd rule. Different teams cannot transfer Fonlay crystals. What does that mean? In the past, there were only the first 2 rules. In the past few years, many rich kids spent a lot of money to get a few people to participate in the competition. And then all the Fonlay crystals obtained by these people in the competition were given to the rich kid. So his score crushed the whole field. Now, in order to avoid this situation, there is a 3rd rule. Xiaoshencher was full of emotion. He was also a rich kid. If there was no new rule, he would have thought about doing this. Let's not talk too much. It's time to charge. Chu Yun laughed. Charge. Xiaoshencher and Yunmu both shouted. At the same time, countless teams near the teleportation point also charged. Their expressions were full of hope. They wanted to prove themselves in this big test. Outside the venue, the live broadcast space was also in full swing. Welcome all audience friends to watch the 2nd level of this Xuanqing big test. A man in formal clothes sat in front of the big screen, smiling and explaining. The countless images that appeared on the big screen were the students who participated in the Xuanqing exam. And what they had to challenge was the extremely dangerous wind and thunder volcano, and get as many wind and thunder crystals as possible. On this day, most people in Xuanqing were watching the live broadcast in front of the TV or with their mobile phones. Among these students, there is Ji Kun, a star priest with a special profession and a promising future. And Xiaoshenshi, a famous fighter with a special profession. The host talked about a lot of geniuses. And among the students here, there is even one who is carrying a dragon cub. While speaking, the big screen gave a close-up of Chu Yun and the golden egg. Chu Yun's calm expression and Ji Nan's cute and ignorant look were deeply engraved in the hearts of many citizens and viewers. Let's see what sparks will be created in this second level. The view comes to the big screen, the big exam site. At this moment, the forest below Fonlay volcano was shaken by the sound of the earth. A large group of huge wild boars rushed towards the students. The running posture of these wild boars can make the earth tremble. 10,000, 20,000, 50,000. Xiaoshenshi muttered. 50,000. Enough to watch all the students here. 50,000 wild boars charging. Audience friends. The first to charge the students were a large number of silver-level beasts. Thundering boars. On the field. Chu Yun also squinted his eyes and observed. These boars, with lightning flashing in their eyes, stepped on thunder with 4 feet, and moved very fast. Thundering boar. Level, 16. HP, 32,000. Thundering earthquake. The thundering boar runs rapidly, shaking the earth, making its 4 feet electrified, increasing its speed by 20%, and increasing it to 100% within 5 seconds, lasting for 10 minutes. When the speed increases to 100%, the next attack will cause an additional 30% physical damage and 70% thunder element damage. Fear of running by nature. When the thundering boar encounters danger, its defense will be reduced by 20, and its movement speed will be increased by an additional 20. When the ground shakes, its defense will be reduced by 20%, and its movement speed will be increased by an additional 20. For every 1% increase in movement speed, its attack power will increase by 0.5%. Passive skill. Chapter 93 Charge. Thunder Boars. This group of silver-level thunder boars charge forward. Although they are only silver-level, they are already extremely difficult beasts for some silver-level students. What's more, there are so many of them. Some students with weak strength have gradually turned pale, as if they saw the end of their elimination. And the fact is so. Many silver-level teams were in a panic and launched attacks. Some soldiers barely killed a thunder boar. And just when they were about to be happy, they were pushed away by several other wild boars. The teleportation ring they were wearing was activated instantly, teleporting him to the enrollment square. Even the assistants in the back didn't have time to heal them. There are too many wild boars. Many students shouted and were dispersed, and then teleported back to the enrollment square. About half of the teams were eliminated at the beginning, and there are still teams being eliminated one after another. The strength of the group charge of the thundering wild boars exceeded many people's imagination. The first danger of the second level is the surging wild boars. The host was shocked when he saw the endless thundering wild boars. The charge of these wild boars directly eliminated almost half of the students. In this case, why not let our special guest come to answer? Soon, the side door of the live broadcast space opened, and 2 people came in. Deng Pei, president of Xuanqing Professional Association, and Xie Xing, manager of Xuanqing Exchange. The 2 sat down in the guest seats. Deng Pei got straight to the point. This is the normal difficulty of the second level of the big exam. This situation at the beginning is enough to screen out some students who have no competitive strength, and the bright and powerful ones will be highlighted at the first time. In the big examination room, I don't know how many teams were rushed by the wild boars and teleported back. Silver level teams with an average of less than 17 levels per person have almost been eliminated. Only teams with truly strong strength cannot be dispersed by the charge of the thundering wild boars, and can even move forward against the charge. Ji Kun, Xiao Ying and Shi Yan, who were in the distance, had already taken steps. Shi Yan was at the forefront with his flames fully on, while Ji Kun and Xiao Ying were behind him dealing damage. For a moment, Ji Kun's team was at the forefront. In the live broadcast room, the host immediately paid attention to the outstanding performance of Ji Kun's team. 2 guests. What do you think of this breakthrough of the thundering wild boar? Ji Kun's team seems to be far ahead. Ji Kun's team has the main damage star priest Ji Kun, the control ice mage Xiao Ying, and Shi Yan in the front row. It looks like they are invincible. Deng Pei looked at Ji Kun and the other 2 and nodded slightly. This Ji Kun team of 3 is indeed strong and is leading the way. Although Deng Pei was talking about Ji Kun, he was actually observing Chu Yun. He told Chu Yun not to be too prominent. He didn't know how Chu Yun would respond. On the side, Xie Xing was also observing Chu Yun, and said nothing. On the field, Ji Kun, who was leading the way, turned his head and looked back, showing a provocative expression to Chu Yun and the others. This Ji Kun is really arrogant. Even Xiao Shenshi, who was always generous, couldn't help frowning. And Chu Yun smiled slightly. We are behind him, and some of us will give him a slap in the face. The Chu Yun team was behind many student teams. When the team in front was almost dispersed by the thundering wild boar, it was time for the Chu Yun team to attack. Yunmu took out a tube of blood from a fierce beast, raised his head and drank it. Instantly, Yunmu's whole body was glowing with red light. Powerful power surged from Yunmu's whole body. At this moment, Yunmu was much stronger than usual. Orc, start to transform into a beast. Transformation completed. Transformation target, rock brown bear. Achieve skills, rock physique, condense rocks on the body. Increase defense by 50%. And gain a shield equivalent to 80% of the upper limit of health. Lasting 60 seconds. When the shield is damaged by earth elements, the damage is halved. Cooling time 5 minutes. Rock vibration, vibrate the rock. Stun the enemy. Reduce the attack power of all enemies by 20%. Reduce the speed by 10%. And reduce the casting speed by 10%. Lasting 15 seconds. Cooling time 5 minutes. At the moment of transformation into a rock brown bear, Yunmu used rock physique. Instantly, Yunmu blocked 7 or 8 charging thunder boars. But there were too many thunder boars, and 2 of them passed through Yunmu's blockade and attacked from the gap. It's my turn. Xiao Shenshi flew out. Ha hey. His huge physique became extremely flexible here, and all kinds of punches were varied. In just 1 second, he punched more than a dozen punches at the 2 thunder boars. And among these dozen punches, 7 or 8 punches were attached with skills. This is a special case for fighters. All skills are attached to fists. The effect is short, but the cooling is extremely short, so as to launch continuous attacks. In the blink of an eye, the 2 thundering wild boars were killed by Xiao Shenshi. Bang! With a slight sound, the 2 thundering wild boars exploded with 2 wind and thunder crystals. The score of Chu Yun's team increased by 200. But Chu Yun's team did not spend time on killing these thundering wild boars, because they all knew that a sufficient amount of wind and thunder crystals were in the depths of the wind and thunder volcano. Don't waste time here. Golden egg. Chu Yun stretched out his hand and pointed at the thundering wild boars. Use dragon fire roar. The golden egg responded happily, and the surging flames condensed in its mouth. Then, a flame like a flaming phoenix was sprayed out by the golden egg. Boom! Where the fiery phoenix swept, all the thunder boars fell and died. The thunder boars, who were irritable but timid by nature, retreated and did not dare to surround the Chu Yun team that could kill them. The students nearby were all stunned. The admissions officers were also talking about it. That dragon cub was just born. But it's so strong. After all, it's the cub of the golden holy dragon. And once it recognizes its master, it will never change. It is bound to Chu Yun. Well, this Chu Yun is a bit interesting. Live broadcast room. Wow. Did the audience see it? That dragon cub showed its power. And its owner is just an ordinary doctor. The host smacked his lips. I wonder if the owner of this little dragon can get a place in this exam with countless geniuses. 2 guests. Tell us what you think. Ding Pei crossed his legs and intertwined his fingers. This dragon cub. The species name is Golden Holy Dragon. Even though it is just a cub, it is stronger than most of the students here. This Chu Yun, of course, has a place. The host was curious. Most of the time? Do you mean that there are still a few students who are stronger than the Golden Holy Dragon Cub? Chapter 94 Silver Moon Wolf Den. That's right. Ding Pei didn't comment. After the words fell, many viewers watching the live broadcast burst into countless discussions. And the discussion on the internet was endless. Is there a student who is stronger than the Golden Holy Dragon Cub? I heard that the Golden Holy Dragon is one of the strongest dragons. Even if it is a cub, it must not be underestimated. There are too many geniuses present. Which one can compare with the Golden Holy Dragon Cub? In the live broadcast room, the host watched the discussion rise and smiled. President Ding. Are you talking about the Star Priest? Ji Kun? Hearing this, Ding Pei also smiled. As for who I am talking about, it is not the time to make it public yet. Please guess. In fact, he was referring to Chu Yun. The audience clearly knew that the one who could be stronger than the golden egg of the golden holy dragon cub was the seemingly ordinary owner of the golden egg, Chu Yun. On the side, Xiexing also knew who Dang Pei was referring to, and smiled for a moment. In the big examination room, Ji Kun's team looked at the rapidly advancing Chu Yun team, and their eyes were about to bulge out. How? How is it possible? How could Chu Yun be so much faster than us? Shi Yin was not only fighting against injuries, but also keeping an eye on the battle situation around him. Suddenly, he spoke calmly. The golden holy dragon cub of Chu Yun spewed out fire, burning a large group of thunder wild boars to death, and also made other thunder wild boars flee in all directions, not daring to approach golden holy dragon. Beside Ji Kun, Xia Ying gritted her teeth tightly. I didn't expect that Chu Yun, that waste, could actually find a divine pet of this level to be a pet. Xia Ying was jealous and resentful. However, Ji Kun and Shi Yin were only slightly cautious, and had no fear. It's just a juvenile golden holy dragon. What big deal can it do? Ji Kun grinned. As long as we use all our strength, it will be easy to beat Chu Yun's team. Half an hour later, the Thunder Boar tide finally came to an end. Only about 40% of the team survived the charge of the Thunder Boars, and were not eliminated. And these teams rushed to the depths of the wind and thunder volcano with all their strength. Soon, some teams found a wolf den hidden in the forest. Inside this wolf den, there are countless wind and thunder crystals. Some teams can no longer move. No one is willing to give up such tempting resources, but the Silver Moon Wolf blocking the entrance of the den has made many teams dare not move forward. Silver Moon Wolf. Level 23. HP 430,000. Moonlight blessing in a dark environment. The movement speed increases by 20%, and all other attributes increase by 10%. If there is moonlight, the speed is increased by an additional 50%, and when causing damage, an additional 10% real damage is caused. Passive skill. Silver Moon Summon immediately summons a silver moon that simulates the moon, which lasts for 1 minute. When the silver moon lasts for a minute, it causes random elemental damage to all enemies. Gold level beast. And there is not just one Silver Moon Wolf, but a large group. There are about 100 of them. After breaking through the Thundering Boar, the first batch of beasts encountered by the students turned out to be gold level Silver Moon Wolves. I wonder if the students will attack the Silver Moon Wolves and seize the wind and thunder crystals. In the live broadcast room, the host was very excited. And in the examination room, Ji Kun and the other two also arrived in front of the Silver Moon Wolf's den. These Silver Moon Wolves stared at the hesitant students. As long as anyone dares to come forward, they will hold on to one team. Shi Yin made a brief analysis. The Silver Moon Wolf has a strange temper and is very stubborn. If we attack rashly, we will be besieged and targeted. Although we can win, it is hard to say whether the other students will take advantage of us. That's easy. Ji Kun laughed coldly. So, we just need to encourage others to go first. Suddenly, Ji Kun shouted loudly. Everyone, listen to me. Many students nearby were attracted by Ji Kun shouting. Ji Kun is a special professional star priest, and he is also the highest level 26 tested in the stone tablet. Someone is watching him all the time. What's wrong? What are you going to say? Seeing many students approaching, Ji Kun put on a righteous look. Everyone, there are so many Silver Moon Wolves. It is impossible for a small team to win alone. We must gather our strength. And after the Silver Moon Wolves are wiped out, how many wind and thunder crystals in the wolf den can be obtained? First come first served, each based on their ability. How about it? Hearing this, many students are eager to move. What Ji Kun said is true. So many Silver Moon Wolves. It is impossible for a small team to wipe out or take them down alone. And if there is a strong team like Ji Kun to help, they will have a chance to get a share of the pie instead of having no chance. Many teams agreed. This proposal feels good. Just listen to Ji Kun. Then, a group of students picked up their weapons and charged at the Silver Moon Wolf. Although the Silver Moon Wolf is a gold level beast, as long as the team cooperates properly, it can resist and even fight back. And these Silver Moon Wolves are far less than the Thunder Boars. Only about 100. And there are 500 or 600 students nearby. A group of students bravely charged towards the Silver Moon Wolf under Ji Kun's call. In the live broadcast room, the host exclaimed, Deng Pei sighed and shook his head. The students in these teams are only silver level. But they are so rash to attack the Silver Moon Wolf. I'm afraid they will be eliminated. Silver Moon Wolves like to chase the target that first attacked them, and attack them continuously. These students were used as guns by Ji Kun. The host was shocked and immediately understood. As expected, a President Deng of Xuanqing Professional Association. His observation and judgment are really amazing. Sure enough, the first few silver teams that attacked were eliminated by the Silver Moon Wolves and forcibly teleported away. However, many teams launched attacks and tried to get ahead of them. And many teams behind, including Ji Kun's team, are still waiting to reap the benefits. The admissions officers also saw Ji Kun's operation. Ji Kun's method. Should I say he's clever? But in fact, if this method is used on one's own people, it's really, let's wait and see. Ji Kun's evaluation kept changing among the admissions officers. In the distance, surrounded by a group of teams, Chu Yun's team also arrived here. Xiao Xincher stretched his neck and looked inside the Silver Moon Wolf's den. Inside, it was full of wind and thunder crystals. Should we go get it? Yunmu didn't say anything, and looked directly at Chu Yun. In fact, she was also a little eager to move. But Chu Yun shook his head. Chu Yun didn't even look at the Silver Moon Wolf's den. Just stared ahead. No. Let's go! Chapter 95. The goal is the platinum level. Xiao Xincher also nodded slightly. Yes. There are so many teams here who want to take it. If we want to fight for it, we will have to spend a lot of effort. No. No. Chu Yun smiled. Our goal is not here. Even if there is no team fighting for the Silver Moon Wolf den, and only the Silver Moon Wolf is here, we don't need to take it. Our goal is the area of platinum level beasts. Platinum level. Yuan Mu was slightly stunned. When Chu Yun said the platinum level, it was calm and relaxed. Could it be that Chu Yun has killed many platinum level beasts? Yuan Mu would never have thought that Chu Yun had even killed diamond level beasts. Moreover, that was when Chu Yun was at the gold level. Chu Yun is now at the platinum level. Of course, Chu Yun doesn't know Chu Yun's true strength now. Challenge the platinum level? Xiao Xincher laughed. Yun Zi, do you want to show your true strength? No need. Chu Yun patted the golden egg beside him. With the golden egg, it's easy to defeat the platinum. In the live broadcast room, the big screen kept flashing. And now, 10 teams have been eliminated on the big screen. This Silver Moon Wolf is really powerful. And it has eliminated many teams. The host spoke very quickly. But those teams with gold level strongmen are still watching. And Ji Kun's team is also indifferent. Everyone just wants to reap the benefits of the fishermen. Deng Pei on the side made a sharp comment. The host laughed. President Deng's words were sharp and to the point. The team that was eliminated before also made effective efforts. Up to now, half of the Silver Moon Wolves have been eliminated. And only more than 40 are left. Huh? Suddenly, the host moved the camera on the big screen. Most of the teams gathered near the Silver Moon Wolf's den, wanting to obtain the wind and thunder crystals in the Silver Moon Wolf's den. But there was a team that ignored the Silver Moon Wolf's den and rushed to the depths of the wind and thunder volcano. Dear audience friends, there was a team that did not stay near the Silver Moon Wolf's den, but rushed straight to the depths. What is going on? Many viewers watching the live broadcast were confused. Did this team give up? The Job Transfer Temple. Today is a rare day for the Job Transfer Temple to take a collective vacation. And all kinds of staff are watching the live broadcast. The lady in charge of the physician job transfer window looked at the Chu Yun team on the big screen in the live broadcast room and covered her mouth in surprise. It's him. It's Chu Yun, the one who obtained and completed 3 5-star job transfer tasks. She firmly believed that as long as Chu Yun did this, he must have his reasons. Many people in charge of admissions also expressed doubts. Not fighting for the Silver Moon Wolf's den? There are a lot of wind and thunder crystals here. In my opinion, not fighting is also a good strategy. We can get there first. That's true. The Silver Moon Wolf den is a mess now. The admissions officers commented. Ning Shui couldn't stand Chu Yun being praised. Her face was so gloomy that it seemed like water was dripping out. She turned her head to look at the admissions officers and smiled exaggeratedly. Hey, it's just that Chu Yun is too useless and doesn't dare to fight Ji Kun's team head-on. What can a doctor do? But the admissions officers didn't take Ning Shui's words to heart at all. They were still discussing among themselves. Among the admissions officers, only Qin Sheng Baitian and the heads of the 3 slime families did not speak. Lung Yin, the head of the Slime Academy, narrowed his eyes and observed Chu Yun's expression on the screen. This kid. It's not that there are too many people here and he doesn't want to compete, but he completely despises the wind and thunder crystals of the gold level den. Lung Yin muttered to himself. It's rare to see someone as arrogant as Chu Yun. He is worthy of being a chaos professional. It's a wise move to not wade into this muddy water. In the live broadcast room, Deng Pei continued to make sharp comments. I think this Chu Yun team is 100 times smarter than the team that was eliminated here because of greed. After a long while, Chu Yun's team had walked a long way. In the Silver Moon Wolf's den, another dozen teams were eliminated, and all the Silver Moon Wolves were wiped out. At the moment when the last Silver Moon Wolf was killed, Ji Kun used star movement and teleported to the front of the Silver Moon Wolf's den. Ha ha! Wind and thunder crystals. First come, first served. In an instant, a large number of wind and thunder crystals were collected by Ji Kun. The nearby team shouted angrily. Ji Kun, you? Facing the questions of these teams, Ji Kun showed sarcasm. First come, first served. The capable get more. What does it have to do with me if you can't get it? At this time, the points ranking list appeared in the sky. This is a ranking list that can record the current points of all teams. That is, the ranking list of the number of wind and thunder crystals collected. Only the teams that have not been eliminated can exist on this ranking list. Ji Kun's team ranked first with the number of gaps far ahead, and Chu Yun's team ranked last among all the teams that were not eliminated. When Ji Kun saw this result, he couldn't help but raised his head and laughed. Ha ha ha! Chu Yun, who is as useless as I expected, is at the bottom. Xiao Ying approached Ji Kun, speaking in a coquettish voice. That's right. How can that Chu Yun compare with brother Ji Kun? Sure Yin seemed not to want to see Ji Kun's expression, and turned his head to look elsewhere. And Ji Kun's arrogant expression was also seen in the live broadcast room, so that all the audience could see it. Many people frowned when they saw Ji Kun's expression, and they were all typing barrages in the live broadcast room. Isn't Ji Kun too arrogant? Host, can you reduce the number of Ji Kun scenes? This guy is really polluting the eyes. Even the host, who always wants to be fair, agreed with these barrages. Then let's switch the camera. Who should we look at? Deng Pei laughed at the side. Why not look at Chu Yun? Let's follow the idea of guest President Deng and give the camera to the Chu Yun team. At this time, Chu Yun, the 3 people, and the dragon have reached the depths of the Fonlei volcano forest and will soon reach the foot of the mountain. Some seemingly dead vines are entangled in the forest, and underneath them are covered with a large number of wind and thunder crystals. Chu Yun glanced at the wind and thunder crystals, and then at the dead vines. Gray-black dead vine. Level, 27. HP, 725,000. Play dead. The gray-black dead vine enters the play dead state, disguised as a vine that seems to be completely dead, and then suddenly moves and attacks, increasing the movement speed and attack speed by 500%, lasting 0.5 seconds. Soul draining. The gray-black dead vine will entangle the enemy and absorb the enemy's HP. Chapter 96. Team Chu Yun is advancing at high speed. Gold level beasts. These wind and thunder crystals are not enough as expected. Chu Yun raised his eyebrows. Xiao Zhencher and Yun Mu on the side both felt that these wind and thunder crystals should not be missed. Hey, Yunzi, are we going up? No. Our goal is still deeper. These gold level beasts will be left for the students who are eating the tail gas behind to fight for. On the side, Yun Mu tightly grasped a test tube and looked at the gray-black dead vines nervously. Although the 3 of them did not attack, the gray-black dead vines wanted to attack them. For a moment, the countless vines entangled in the wood seemed to come alive and began to form an encirclement. Ji Nan's cute expression also became nervous, looking at the approaching vines, which continued to emit hostility from the golden holy dragon. Chu Yun, Xiao Zhencher, these vines are coming to attack. Xiao Zhencher was stunned and rolled up his sleeves. These ungrateful vines. I will let you taste my power. Fatty! Yun Mu. Let's charge. Chu Yun smiled and ran. Yun Mu did not hesitate and immediately followed Chu Yun, and Xiao Zhencher followed. But Yunzi, these vines are about to double team us. And if we don't fight back, we will be passive. It's okay. We will always be the ones taking the initiative. Chu Yun called out to Jin Dan beside him. Dan, use the Golden Dragon roar on the vines behind you. Golden Egg received the order and immediately raised his head and issued a dragon roar that could condense substantial sound waves. Suddenly, the vines that were entangled were shocked and dared not approach the three people. The three people and the dragon were no longer blocked and easily passed through the woods surrounded by gray and black dead vines. While running, Xiaoshencher was puzzled. Yunzi, why didn't you use the dragon fire roar that was used to deal with a thunder boar just now? The fire damage attack on the vines should be very effective. I did it on purpose. Fatty. Chu Yun chuckled. I know that the dragon fire roar may be able to clear these vines completely. But my goal is to leave these vines behind to stop the teams behind. As long as we can get out of this. That's all. Yuanmu looked at the golden holy dragon and kept exclaiming. It's worthy of being a golden holy dragon. Even if it's just a cub. It's so powerful. When we were trapped by the vines just now, I thought we had a hard fight. But I didn't expect the golden holy dragon to shock all the vines with one move. At this time, the golden holy dragon cub, the golden egg, flew beside Chu Yun and kept showing affection to Chu Yun. The dragon clan that can subdue the golden holy dragon is even more powerful. Chu Yun's three-man team took the lead and left all the teams behind. In the live broadcast room, the host sighed again and again. But why didn't Chu Yun's three-man team attack those golden-level beasts guarding the wind and thunder crystals? It's so strange. If the reason for not participating in the fight for the wind and thunder crystal of the Silver Moon Wolf Den was to avoid getting involved, then what was the purpose of not attacking the gray-black dead vines this time? Obviously, the golden holy dragon easily suppressed these gray-black dead vines with one move. The host looked at the two guests in the live broadcast room. President Ding. Manager Xie. What do you think? Xie Xing did not speak as usual, but Ding Pei was talkative. What do I think? In my opinion, Chu Yun's three-man team will not only not attack this gray-black dead vine, but will not even plan to attack any gold-level beasts they encounter on the road. There is such a saying? The host was a little shocked. The comments in the live broadcast room were also overwhelming. Extremely hot. They all doubted what Ding Pei said. And Ding Pei just shrugged. It doesn't matter. Let's wait and see. Just as Ding Pei said, Chu Yun's three-man team passed through the guarding range of the blood-faced poisonous mushrooms. Drill iron rats, cold blade hummingbirds, and other gold-level beasts guarding the wind and thunder crystals in the woods, and let Dan use the golden dragon roar to suppress them without wasting any time on them. Many people expressed great doubts about this. On the admissions officer side, many admissions officers have already taken a fancy to Chu Yun. The golden holy dragon is really powerful. Even if it is just a cub, it performs so well. Yes, it's easy to understand how great its potential is in the future. As long as Chu Yun is recruited. Isn't it equivalent to recruiting the golden holy dragon? The admissions officers were talking about it. In their eyes, as long as Chu Yun can bring a dragon into the academy, recruiting Chu Yun is actually quite profitable. They can accept that the owner of the golden holy dragon is a mediocre doctor. As long as the golden holy dragon can come in. Even the admissions officers of Qin Sheng and Baitian, who are arrogant, looked at Chu Yun a few more times. This golden holy dragon is really too fragrant. Oh my god. Isn't Chu Yun supposed to be out of the limelight? In the corner, Leng Nian, the admissions officer of Slime Academy, couldn't help but complain. But Chu Yun did nothing wrong. He himself did not stand out. It was the young golden dragon beside him who stood out. In the live broadcast room, Chu Yun's three-man team advanced 30 miles in just 1 hour. The host was extremely excited. This speed broke the record of 10 years and left this record far behind. The agile Xiaoshencher, the calm Yunmu, and the owner of the golden dragon, Chu Yun, with the three of them working together. The strength of this team is extremely strong. The barrage of the citizens and the audience was full. It's a pity that such a strong team obtained so few wind and thunder crystals, resulting in a very low ranking. Why don't they go get the wind and thunder crystal? Don't they want to? Didn't you hear what President Ding Pei said before? They really don't want to. That's weird. Ji Kun's team eliminated the gray and black dead vines again and obtained a large number of wind and thunder crystals. They still dominate the first place in the points ranking list. The host couldn't help but speak. Chu Yun's team still hasn't received any points. If this continues, the gap will be widened. They are so strong. But I'm afraid they have no hope of being the first. The barrage of comments agreed with the host's words. Yes. Why didn't Chu Yun's team get the Wind and Thunder Crystal? The gap is getting bigger and bigger now. There are obviously 2 gold-level masters and a golden holy dragon. What are they doing? Did they open a bet somewhere and deliberately lose? All kinds of speculations came one after another. At this time, Xie, who had been silent in the live broadcast room, suddenly spoke. The Chu Yun team of 3 will definitely get the first place in points. And, on behalf of Xuanqing Exchange, I am willing to give each member of this year's champion team a suitable and valuable suit as a gift. Chapter 97 Xuanqing Exchange. Generous. The comments in the live broadcast room burst out again. Manager Xie is so generous. Damn. How many Tianfeng national currency does this cost? At least 10 million. Right? Absolutely. Is this sponsored by Xuanqing Exchange? I feel that this suit will be won by Ji Kuen's team. However, after saying this, Xie returned to his silent appearance again. Ignore all the comments. He only needs to express the attitude of the Xuanqing Exchange, and other words will be wrong. Xuanqing Exchange needs to balance many parties, but it is not as free as Xuanqing Professional Association. Therefore, Xie cannot speak freely like Ding Pei. However, the assistance given to Chu Yun must be in place. Although this suit is for the first place, in Xie heart, Chu Yun's first place is a foregone conclusion. So this suit is right to say that it supports Chu Yun. Chu Yun and the other 2 in the examination room did not know how lively the live broadcast room was. They just kept moving forward. And their forward postures were also shown on the big screen for everyone watching the live broadcast in Xuanqing to see. In the Job Transfer Temple. Although the Job Transfer Temple is on holiday today, and the staff does not support job transfers, there are still many professionals who forgot about this and came to the Job Transfer Temple. But since they are here, they just sit here and watch the big screen TV of the Job Transfer Temple and watch the live broadcast. Why did Team Chu Yun keep moving forward? They didn't want to deal with so many gold-level beast dens, but just walk past those Wind and Thunder crystals. Well, Team Chu Yun's target is most likely the lava cave near the Fenglai volcano in the central area of the Fenglai volcano. What? It's actually there? After hearing the analysis of that professional, many professionals nearby expressed surprise. The central area of the Fenglai volcano. That is, the lava cave near the Fenglai volcano. The danger there is not comparable to the periphery. It's easy to encounter platinum-level dangers there. There are indeed many Wind and Thunder crystals there. But Team Chu Yun is so reckless. Even if Chu Yun's team is a gold-level team, it would be a death wish for such a team to go. That's right. In previous years, a group of people worked together to clean up the periphery. Even if there are cubs of the Golden Holy Dragon, the probability of their success is very small. As they spoke, they seemed to have already thought that Chu Yun's team was about to be eliminated. And they also sent out barrages in the live broadcast room to express their opinions. Many staff members also thought so. Only the lady in charge of the doctor's job transfer window, who had transferred Chu Yun, firmly believed that Chu Yun would not fail. He has completed 3 5-star job transfer tasks. The young lady muttered this in her heart, and raised her head to continue looking at the big screen. He must have his own intentions for doing this. The first place on the Xuanqing network is the Xuanqing exam live broadcast room. And the second place is the news that Xie said that he would prepare a high-prize suit for the first-place team. And many barrages gave their ideas. Host, can you broadcast Manager Xie's ideas to the students in the exam? Yes. Just think of it as an incentive for them. In this way, the situation will definitely become more heated. And the host also thinks this idea is very good. However, it depends on the opinions of the parties involved. Manager Xie, would you like to use the radio to announce your promise to the students in the examination hall? Sure. Xie answered succinctly. Ding Pei laughed loudly. Xie, you either keep silent or speak like thunder. Those students in the hall will probably go crazy after hearing this. Soon, Xie words were broadcast to the examination hall. The teams were fighting monsters slowly and cautiously. And everyone went crazy, pushing forward with their skills. Xie words were too tempting. Chu Yun smiled slightly when he heard the radio. Thank you, Manager. Humph. Now I owe Xuanqing Exchange another favor. Yunzi, is this suit important? Xiao Shincher was puzzled. He, a pure-blooded rich second generation, really wants to buy equipment. Once he tells his father Xiao Wentian He can pick any equipment he wants. Xiao Wingtian will only give Xiao Zhenshi a hard time when it comes to pocket money. And Chu Yun now has the ability to reverse. Making money is a piece of cake. And he doesn't think much of this equipment. The only one who needs it is Yun Mu. After hearing this broadcast, she bit her lips tightly, her eyes burning. Although it's not important to me at all. Chu Yun shrugged. He was wearing the domain of Moradin, which was related to the god of forging. This was a treasure that was definitely not available in Xuanqing Exchange. But there is one person in our team who really needs it. That was Yun Mu. Although Chu Yun and Xiao Zhenshi could also buy her a set of equipment. It turned out that this kind of equipment that she had fought for would be more suitable for her. Yun Mu was stunned. Her lips slightly parted. And she was stunned for a long time. Then, she smiled brightly. Thank you. What are you thanking me for? Then the first place? That's inevitable. Chu Yun patted the golden egg beside him. And this little guy. If he wears a set of equipment, he might be quite handsome. The three of them smiled. And then quickly advanced into the depths. The other teams became much crazier because of Xiexing's promise. Some teams were eliminated because they were too reckless. While some teams were approaching Chu Yun's team quickly because they were strong or lucky. Chu Yun and others were about to see several teams not far away from them. These guys, relying on the control of the golden egg, suddenly attacked those beasts and collected a large number of wind and thunder crystals. Xiao Zhenshi was angry. But Chu Yun didn't care. From beginning to end, his eyes were on the magma cave near the Fenglai volcano in the central area of the Fenglai volcano. The wind and thunder crystals there are huge. It's totally incomparable to the outside. It's okay, fatty. The gains and losses of hundreds of thousands of wind and thunder crystals outside are not worth mentioning in the fight for tens of thousands of wind and thunder crystals behind. Chu Yun's team of three advanced at full speed and finally arrived at the magma cave area. At this time, a circle of fire suddenly appeared a few hundred meters behind Chu Yun and the other two. Ji Kun walked out of the circle of fire with a provocative look. Shi Yin appeared behind and took back the circle of fire. And then wiped the blood from his mouth. It seems that Shi Yin used a secret method to teleport the two here. And using this teleportation also made Shi Yin pay a considerable price. Humph. Chu Yun. What's the use of running faster? My team has already scored tens of thousands of points. And you only have a few hundred? Chapter 98 Parting Ways. Chu Yun laughed. It's none of my business. Then, Chu Yun looked behind Ji Kun and felt strange. Why is there only Shi Yin? Shi Yin behind Ji Kun saw Chu Yun and the other two. Smiled and nodded slightly. This Shi Yin is much more polite than Ji Kun. Chu Yun and the other two also smiled back at Shi Yin. Ji Kun stood in front of Shi Yin and couldn't see Shi Yin's expression. He thought Chu Yun and the other two were laughing at him. And he was immediately angry. Laugh. 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 What are you laughing at? Also, Chu Yun, I know what you are looking for. Isn't it Xiaoying? I asked Xiaoying to pick up wind and thunder crystals. Now her points are not only tens of thousands, but also gradually increasing. Chu Yun stopped smiling and looked at Ji Kun expressionlessly. It's none of my business. You? Ji Kun was furious and took a few deep breaths. Then said viciously, I won't argue with you. Anyway, the final points will tell the difference. Shi Yin came from behind and stood beside Ji Kun. No matter what, Shi Yin is still teaming up with Ji Kun. The two teams separated by a certain distance and headed towards the magma cave area. After entering the cave, there are 3 roads leading to the crater full of wind and thunder crystals. And one of them is an obvious shortcut. Both teams seem to be heading there. At this time, Chu Yun suddenly stopped. He held out his hand to stop Xiao Zhenshi and Yun Mu. Don't worry. Take a look first. What else do you need to see? Ha ha. You're so stupid. Ji Kun laughed sharply and took the shortest way with Shi Yin. Xiao Zhenshi was very surprised. Yunzi. You? Let's take this way. Suddenly, Chu Yun held out his hand and pointed to a cave. This is the deepest of the 3 caves. This. Even the brave Xiao Zhenshi was a little discouraged when he saw this cave. Yun Mu was also puzzled. Chu Yun held out his hand and asked the two and Yilong to come closer. Fatty. Yun Mu. Listen to me. Although the crater is full of wind and thunder crystals, there are also powerful beasts guarding it. I don't want to be a meat shield for Ji Kun and his team. So I let Ji Kun and his team go first and attract firepower in advance. Xiao Zhenshi was puzzled. But why do we have to take this longest road? There must be a lot of beasts guarding here. There is a high probability that there are platinum-level beasts. If there are platinum-level beasts guarding, it means there are a lot of wind and thunder crystals. Right? That's right. But if you don't have to hide your strength, it's a bit difficult to take down the platinum-level beasts. It will delay the time. But this cave can block the signal. Chu Yun laughed and pointed out the most critical place. After hearing this, Xiao Xinshi and Yun Mu's eyes lit up. If Yunzi's actions are not projected to the live broadcast room, it means, yes, in the cave, I can use my hidden strength. Chu Yun laughed. Let's go! The three of them walked towards the deepest cave. The big screen in the live broadcast room projected the figures of Chu Yun and the other two walking into the deepest cave. Oh my god! Is this team crazy? Take the long way instead of the short way? What's the idea? Based on the fact that Chu Yun's team did not attack the gold-level beast's den, it is not ruled out that they are acting. The live broadcast room was already in an uproar. The host expressed regret. Although we all want to know what the Chu Yun team will do after entering the cave. It is a pity that the volcanic ash that permeates the cave will block the view and invade the equipment. So we cannot know their situation. We can only see what will happen after they come out. Soon, the figures of Chu Yun and the other two disappeared in the cave. There is only one road leading to the end of the deep cave. And there are ferocious beasts entrenched on the road. They must be killed before they can move forward. Not long after entering the cave, Chu Yun and the other two encountered the first ferocious beast that blocked the way. This is a huge ape with a black body. Thick black hair covering its body. But its eyes still emit a red fierce light. Its fists hit the ground, directly punching a hole in the cave floor. Black-skinned evil ape. Level 31. HP 2770000. Tough body defense increased by 20%. After entering combat state, defense increased by an additional 20%. When receiving true damage, all current defense increases will be lost and attack power will be increased instead. Passive skill. Rage Eyes Pursuit lock a unit with a fierce gaze and chase it continuously. Up to 20 times. Each time you chase. Attack power, attack speed, and movement speed increase by 5%. After chasing 20 times, all attributes are reduced by 30% for 15 seconds. The platinum level beast has appeared. Although only this one platinum level beast has appeared, it is enough to make Xiao Xinshi and Yun Mu feel like they are facing a formidable enemy. Xiao Xinshi immediately entered a state of preparation for battle. And Yun Mu also took out a test tube and drank the blood of the beast in it. The blood in this test tube is gray and extremely thick. Orc. Start beast transformation. Beast transformation completed. Beast transformation target, Earth Turtle. Achieve skills. Turtle shell protection manifest the turtle shell on the body. Reduce movement speed by 40%. Increase defense by 100%. And obtain a shield equivalent to 100% of the upper limit of health. When the shield is hit by physical damage, the damage is halved, with no time limit until it is automatically closed. After closing, the cooldown time is 10 minutes. Turtle King's Taunt gain 25% damage reduction. Gain 50% toughness. Immediately taunt nearby enemies, forcing them to attack themselves for 60 seconds. When attacked, movement speed is reduced by 1%. Defense is increased by 10%. And up to 10 layers are stacked. Instantly, the giant tortoise seemed to appear on Yun Mu's body. A reassuring and heavy defensive aura appeared. Turtle Shell protects the body. Turtle King's Taunt. Yun Mu used 2 silky combos and immediately taunted the black-skinned evil ape. Just as Xiao Xinshi was rubbing his hands and preparing to attack, Chu Yun in the back had already raised the scepter in his hand high. Dragon Speaker Staff. Holy Light Healing reversed. The healing Holy Light suddenly appeared. Yun Mu was still stunned. She and Xiao Xinshi were not injured yet. How could Chu Yun use the healing skill? However, Yun Mu discovered that this skill did not heal her. Instead, it was directed at the black-skinned evil ape. Roar! The black-skinned evil ape wailed in pain and received a lot of real damage. Then, Chu Yun used another smooth combo. Healing reversed. The black-skinned evil ape cried out in pain and fell down. Combo kill. Chapter 99 Chu Yun's True Strength? When the black-skinned evil ape fell, Xiao Xinshi and Yun Mu were stunned. They couldn't understand why this platinum-level beast fell instantly. The battle has just begun. They are also prepared to fight for at least 15 minutes to test it out. Although Chu Yun said that he had hidden strength and could definitely take down the platinum level beast. They still didn't expect that Chu Yun's hidden strength was so strong. Gold level kills platinum level in seconds. Xiao Zhenche looked at the fallen body of the black-skinned evil ape and was so shocked that he stuttered. Yunzi, you are too powerful. Yunmu also looked at Chu Yun with admiration in his eyes that could not be concealed. What gold level kills platinum level in seconds? Chu Yun was happy and showed his level. I have been platinum level for a long time. And this battle is a platinum level kill a platinum level. The two were shocked and could not speak for a long time. This news is even more heavyweight. When all the students in the audience are still gold level, Chu Yun has reached the platinum level. And Ji Kun, who has the highest gold level in the audience, is only 26. And it is a long way to 30, let alone reaching platinum. As expected of Yunzi, this hidden strength is really well hidden. It scared me. Xiao Zhenche burst into laughter. There must be no obstacles in this deep cave. Chu Yun can kill a platinum level player in seconds, which is also amazing, even outrageous. Yunmu admired. As expected of someone who has completed 3 5-star job transfer tasks. Yunzi, are you really a doctor? Chu Yun rubbed his chin. I can't say that I can reverse skills. And the first layer of packaging is a chaos professional. But this layer of packaging can't be said casually. But Xiao Zhenche is a close friend. And Yunmu is already a teammate. So let's talk about the chaos professional. In addition, Chu Yun himself feels that the abilities and phenomena he has shown at the moment are indeed very similar to those of a chaos professional. So it's no wonder why Ding Pei and the others made a mistake. Actually, I am a chaos professional. Chaos professional? Xiao Zhenche and Yunmu had never heard of this term. This is normal. Even Chu Yun, who ranked first in the class, had never heard of this term before. Just like some people with schizophrenia have multiple personalities, the profession of chaos professionals is split. It is one profession on the outside, but several professions are mixed inside. So, I can now use the skills of other professions in the guise of physician skills. Chu Yun's perfect speech directly covered up the curiosity of people about the reversal skills in the future. All reversal skills are actually the skills of other professions. It's just released in the form of a physician's skill. After hearing this word and explanation, Xiao Zhenche and Yunmu were obviously even more shocked. Yunzi, doesn't that mean that you can use the skills of several professions with one profession? That's about it. Chu Yun, you can be as good as several people. You are a one-man army. Yunmu spoke. Only now did Xiao Zhenche and Yunmu have a clear understanding of Chu Yun's hidden strength. Too strong. Yunzi, it's a pity that you can't use this hidden ability to the outside world. Xiao Zhenche sighed. Otherwise, it would be a sure thing to win the first place. What does it matter? We have the golden egg. So it's safe to take first place. The golden egg knew Chu Yun was talking about it. And it raised its neck and roared happily. The golden holy dragon can understand the human language. But it has not spoken for a few days, and cannot read the language. Whether it is the dragon language or the human language, it will be confused if it is a little complicated. The experience ball on the black-skinned evil ape was separated and flew to Chu Yun. Successfully killed the black-skinned evil ape. Experience value plus 50,000. Leveled up to 31. Chu Yun smiled. It seems that after the big test, I can still level up a few more times. Afterwards, Chu Yun and the other two immediately harvested the wind and thunder crystals dropped by the black-skinned evil ape. Chu Yun's team's ranking instantly rose. Everyone, look! The Chu Yun team, which was at the bottom, suddenly obtained a large amount of wind and thunder crystals. And its points soared. Now it has reached the middle of the ranking list. The host has been paying attention to Chu Yun's team. 2 guests. What do you think? Obviously, Chu Yun's team defeated the beast in the deep cave and obtained a large amount of wind and thunder crystals. Ding Pei bowed. Entering the deep cave has advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that there is an opportunity to obtain a large amount of wind and thunder crystals. And the disadvantage is that you have to face the platinum level beast. Oh! So, Chu Yun's team successfully defeated the platinum level beast? The host's tone was exaggerated. Suddenly, Deng Pei smiled slightly. With the golden holy dragon cub here, what is impossible? While talking in the live broadcast room, the ranking of Chu Yun's team rose again instantly. At this time, the Chu Yun team's points have reached the upper middle of the ranking list. Dear audience, Chu Yun's team has once again obtained a large number of wind and thunder crystals. But the other team seemed to be not as lucky as Chu Yun's team. And the speed of obtaining wind and thunder crystals is very slow. Wait! Chu Yun's team's ranking has risen again. Chu Yun's team once again obtained a large number of wind and thunder crystals. And now the ranking has reached the 9th place in the ranking list. From the bottom of the rankings to the 9th place. The time Chu Yun team spent was less than 10 minutes. What an amazing speed! Well, according to my estimation, Chu Yun and his team should have come out of the deep cave. Deng Pei smiled. It's time to change the perspective. Okay. The host nodded. Then let's take a look at the performance of Ji Kun's team, which is currently ranked first. The first thing that caught my eye was Xia Ying, a member of Ji Kun's team. She is now diligently collecting wind and thunder crystals in the outer forest. Why isn't she with the other 2 team members? In the forest outside the Fenglai volcano. Xia Ying stood in a wind and thunder crystal storage area, digging for wind and thunder crystals with great difficulty. Thanks to her, Ji Kun's team always maintains the first place in the ranking. And the points are also steadily increasing. While collecting, Xia Ying lowered her head and muttered something, as if she was cursing something. But the voice was too soft to hear clearly. In the live broadcast room, the barrage exploded. The host coughed a few times in a slightly awkward manner, but was secretly happy in his heart. This aspect of the program effect is full. Ahem. Then let's change the perspective and look at the other 2 people in Ji Kun's team. The crater is called the one full of wind and thunder crystals. Chapter 100: The Crater Full of Wind and Thunder Crystals. In the crater, Ji Kun and Shi Yan stood here. There were more than a dozen teams nearby, confronting the fierce beast in front. Under the feet and behind the fierce beast, there was a blood-red floor. Those floors were nothing but floors made of wind and thunder crystals. The name of wind and thunder crystals everywhere was indeed true. But the fierce beast entrenched here guarded these wind and thunder crystals and prevented them from approaching. This was an extremely large spotted wolf, more than 4 meters tall on all fours. A slight movement could crush a piece of wind and thunder crystal into wind and thunder crystal powder. It looked down at the teams, and its powerful strength made these teams dare not take action at all. And it is also ready to attack at any time. Ferocious Wolf Leader. Level 36. HP 6750000. Brutal Ferocious Wolf is eager to fight. After entering the combat state, all attributes will increase by 1% every 1 second. Up to 60 layers. When 60 layers are stacked, all attributes will be increased by an additional 40%. When actively entering the battle, 30 layers are obtained. Passive skill. Brutal Strike. Immediately exert violent power to strike once. This attack gains 50% defense penetration and causes random bleeding effects, causing the target to fall into a seriously injured state with a 75% reduction in healing for 30 seconds. War Loving. After every 5 damages, 5% of the lost HP will be restored, and the next attack will have a charge effect and a 25% blood-sucking effect. Passive skill. A powerful platinum level beast. And it is a powerful beast that can command many platinum level beasts. Behind this fierce wolf leader, there are dozens of gold level fierce wolves walking around, waiting for an opportunity. What they have to do is not to fight for the leader and die, but to launch a fatal attack when these humans are at their weakest. But their attack is not effective. In front of the human team, there are more than a dozen corpses of gold level fierce wolves. Ha! Damn beast. Take my thunder spell. A student drained all the magic power in his body and guided the thunder spell on the head of the fierce wolf leader. But it was completely in vain. The leader of the ferocious spotted wolf took one look at the thunder mage and immediately pounced on him. The front row and warriors of the same team hurriedly tried to respond, but they could not stop the platinum level beast. For a moment, the team was completely overwhelmed, eliminated and teleported away. The dozen teams present suddenly reduced one. Wow! Audience friends, you can see that this crater is very dangerous. This platinum level beast is completely beating the students, and they have no power to fight back. The host's tone was exaggerated. Ji Kun held a precious magic book in his hand. This was a magic book for star priests that he spent a lot of money to buy from the next city. It can exert his power to the fullest. Shi Yan, hold on. Of course I know that. Shi Yan's whole body was burning with flames, and the red hair on his head seemed to be integrated with the flames. He put his hands together, and the flames covered his entire body, forming a wall. Flame barrier. This wall of flames burned fiercely, and was extremely solid. But this extremely solid was only for the gold level. The ferocious wolf leader rushed over and smashed Shi Yan's flame barrier with one claw, beating him to vomit blood. Damn! Shi Yan took several steps back and wiped the blood from his lips. Even with my defense, it would be too hard to withstand it. In fact, Shi Yan already had the capital to be proud of, because among the students present, except for him, no one in the front row could stand after being hit by the ferocious wolf leader. Jikun shouted loudly, "Shi Yan, hold on." TSK. Shi Yan took a breath and used another defensive skill again, and began to stalemate. At the deepest cave entrance, Chu Yun's team of 3 finally arrived at the crater. As soon as they came in, Chu Yun and the other 2 were amazed by the wind and thunder crystals everywhere. So many wind and thunder crystals. There are more wind and thunder crystals in any place here than what we have seen before. Chu Yun and the other 2 commented. Jikun turned his head and looked back angrily. These people entered the deepest cave, but they came out so quickly. Damn it! But he changed his mind and sneered again. However, wait until Chu Yun and the others make a move, and then I will reap the benefits. Then, to Jikun's surprise, Chu Yun's team did not make any moves. Just standing there, Chu Yun's team appeared. There was a big boom in the live broadcast room. The Chu Yun team, which can kill platinum-level beasts, will do what when they see this platinum-level ferocious wolf leader? Is it a big battle? Or a one-shot kill? The host shouted. But Chu Yun and the other 2 in the examination room stood at the entrance of the cave, as if their feet were rooted in place. And they had no intention of approaching the crater at all. The leader of the ferocious spotted wolf was still busy dealing with the humans in front of him, and had no intention of caring about the humans, who were still some distance away from him. Oh! What's going on? Could it be that Chu Yun's team doesn't want to compete for the wind and thunder crystals in the crater? There are the most wind and thunder crystals here, and there is no place that is more than here. What exactly is Chu Yun's team thinking? Chu Yun and the other 2 stood in place, but the golden egg beside Chu Yun flew out slowly, under the gazes of many humans and ferocious spotted wolves. The golden egg leisurely picked up a large piece of wind and thunder crystals and flew towards Chu Yun and his team. Then, Chu Yun's points skyrocketed. Oh my! What a shameless tactic! When other teams were fighting fiercely with the ferocious spotted wolves, Chu Yun's team chose not to wade into the muddy water and let the cub of the golden holy dragon go to carry the wind and thunder crystals as the 6th. The host was shocked. When the fierce spotted wolves saw the cub of the golden holy dragon coming, they did not make any move at all. They were only hostile to humans. And the fact that the golden egg was carrying the wind and thunder crystals was even more insignificant to them. To the fierce spotted wolves, the wind and thunder crystals were just a kind of stone, which could be found everywhere in this volcano. The golden holy dragon could move as many as it wanted. The reason why they stopped humans from the beginning was that they did not want humans to invade their territory, not to stop humans from taking the wind and thunder crystals. However, humans and fierce spotted wolves do not speak the same language, and the other party will never know the other party's ideas. Ah! The main output of a team was slapped by the fierce spotted wolf leader, and he screamed and was teleported away. Then, the fierce spotted wolf leader slapped several times in a row, and the entire team was eliminated. At present, the only one who was still standing after being attacked by the fierce spotted wolf leader was Shi Yan. Damn! Jikun gritted his teeth. Chapter 101. Sit back and reap the benefits. He fought hard here, but he didn't even get a piece of wind and thunder crystal. But Chu Yun, just standing there, can reap the benefits of the golden holy dragon's cub. This is so unfair. In the live broadcast room, the barrage was also noisy. Damn, this Chu Yun team is too shameless. Right? Just stand here and be the 6th? What 6th? To put it nicely, this is called sitting back and reap the benefits. The one in front? What do you know? This is called adapting to the randomness of the battlefield, having combat awareness, and being able to adapt to changes. It seems that the audience friends have different opinions on the combat situation of the Chu Yun team. The host did not comment, but threw the topic to Ding Pei. President Ding, what do you think? I also think this is a kind of combat awareness, and it is unique. Ding Pei laughed. After all, not everyone can have a golden holy dragon. In Ding Pei's heart, he also praised Chu Yun again. He is really a chaos professional, and he actually got a golden holy dragon cub from nowhere. This is also a skill, and it can't be bought with money. Aside, Xiexing smiled slightly. No matter what outrageous things Chu Yun did, no matter how shocking the world was, Xiexing would not be surprised. After all, that was Chu Yun. On the admissions side, the discussion about Chu Yun is getting more and more intense. In their eyes, it's not about Chu Yun, but the Golden Holy Dragon Cub is so delicious. This Chu Yun. Our Battle Academy wants it. No one can compete with us. Ah? How can your broken academy train a good Golden Holy Dragon? Of course, it's our Beast Academy. Ha ha. Can your Beast Academy train a good Golden Holy Dragon? That's the Dragon Clan. Not as good as our Mystic Academy. And the Qingxing admissions director also spoke slowly. Don't argue here. In the end, which academy Chu Yun wants to enter depends on his own wishes. That's true, Baiqian's admissions officer said calmly. As soon as these two spoke, the admissions officers of other colleges stopped talking. Although it is true that students choose colleges, and they all seem to have a chance. If Qingsheng and Baiqian are willing to recruit students, then students will definitely not consider other colleges, but choose between these two without thinking. Then, it's a struggle between the two. Why? Is Baiqian going to be lonely? Must it absorb a cub of the Golden Holy Dragon in order to revive? TSK. You Qingsheng seem to be very righteous? Why don't you give me the opportunity? Humph. Everything depends on Chu Yun's opinion. What I say. Is it useful? Qingsheng and Baiqian quarreled every day. In the corner, Lung Nian, the admissions officer of Slime Academy, smiled slightly. Chu Yun, will you come to Slime Academy? The scene of the final exam. Ji Kun watched the golden egg carrying the wind and thunder crystals, getting more and more anxious. And the ranking of Chu Yun's team is rising step by step. Audience friends, Chu Yun's team has come to the second place. Second only to Ji Kun's team. According to this trend, it is not a problem to surpass Ji Kun's team and win the first place in the ranking list. And Ji Kun also saw this situation in his heart and was extremely anxious. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. How can this waste Chu Yun catch up with me, or even surpass me? Ji Kun roared in his heart. I want you to pay the price. The anger in his heart occupied all of Ji Kun's thoughts. Ji Kun raised the magic book in his hand with a whoosh. The surging power of the stars began to gather. Guidance of the stars. Ji Kun shouted and shot this move towards the ferocious wolf leader. Shi Yan's pupil shrank when he saw this. What? He couldn't understand what Ji Kun wanted to do at all, because Shi Yan had seen this skill of Ji Kun. And this skill of Ji Kun was obviously a buff skill, which should be used on humans. Guidance of the stars. Select a target. Increase all its attributes by 10%. And increase its movement speed by an additional 10%. And then select another target, so that the previous target locks the next target to attack. And during the attack, get the blessing of the stars, which lasts for a total of 100 seconds. During the blessing of the stars, you will get a random buff effect of no more than 10% every 5 seconds. The fierce wolf leader was suddenly covered with starlight. Then, Ji Kun fixed his eyes with evil intent on Chu Yun. Attack Chu Yun. Squeak. The fierce wolf leader instantly locked his target on Chu Yun. What's going on? Why did Ji Kun release the positive buff skill to the beast? Even though the host had seen many storms, he cried out in surprise at this time. What he said was sincere, not for show effect. Damn it. Ji Kun doesn't care about his face anymore. Is this to lure ferocious beasts to attack humans? Can we accept such a person? Gua. It's Ji Kun. I don't want to see his teeth. The level of disgust for Ji Kun in the barrage continued to rise, and it reached its limit at this time. And various spoof emoticons with Ji Kun as the main character soon appeared on major online platforms, condemning Ji Kun for luring ferocious beasts to attack humans. On the admissions officer side, most of the admissions officers also frowned. At this moment, they no longer wanted to accept Ji Kun. Even if he was a special professional star priest, Ji Kun was a bit. Universities also need to examine character. On the crater side, although the deep cave was still a short distance away from the crater, it would only take a dozen seconds for the ferocious wolf leader to attack. Xiao Jinshi and Yun Mu both wanted to fight, but Chu Yun stopped them. Fatty. Yun Mu. Let the golden egg try. Let the world see the power of the golden holy dragon. The golden egg flew in front of Chu Yun, facing the ferocious spotted wolf leader. Although the ferocious spotted wolf leader did not want to, let alone dare to attack the golden holy dragon, It was in front of Chu Yun at this time. And he was guided by the stars by that damn human. And he had to attack the human named Chu Yun. It had no choice. The ferocious spotted wolf leader raised his right arm with all his strength and slapped down with his claws. This attack was its strongest attack, but at the moment when the claws were not slapped, the ferocious spotted wolf leader seemed to have foreseen his own death, because the golden holy dragon cub in front of him has opened its mouth, and the flame is gathering. This is a flame that is countless times more powerful than it. Facing the superior race like the dragon clan, the fear engraved deep in his bones permeates the heart of the ferocious spotted wolf leader. But he has no other choice. Golden egg. Use the eye of God's wrath. Chu Yun stretched out his hand and pointed at the ferocious spotted wolf leader. Roar! Golden egg responded happily. Chapter 102 Kill. The leader of the ferocious spotted wolves. The golden egg opened its mouth, raised its head upward, and sprayed out a golden sun, like an angry dragon eye, hanging high in the sky. The fire element energy of this golden sun has exceeded the ultimate move of all fire mages of the same level of gold, with a little power to burn everything. Then, this sun shot out a straight red flame, piercing straight down at the leader of the ferocious spotted wolves. This flame has the power to destroy everything, and can ignore most defenses and shields. The leader of the ferocious spotted wolves howled unwillingly to the sky. It understood that it was this power that could destroy all its hopes of victory, no matter how eager it was to fight. It was full of retreat at this time. But it can't retreat. Woo! But no matter how much unwilling it is in vain. The flames have penetrated its body and knocked it to its knees. With a casual move, the golden egg seriously injured the powerful platinum-level beast. The platinum-level beast that made more than a dozen teams feel anxious and easily eliminated several teams. The ferocious spotted wolf leader. And the roar of the ferocious spotted wolf leader echoed here. It tried its best and raised its claws again. In the back, Ji Kun, whose brain was filled with anger, also raised the magic book again. Seeing this, Chu Yun immediately spoke. Golden egg. Use the golden dragon roar. Roar! The majestic, domineering, dragon roar unique to the dragon clan spread out with the golden egg as the center. Air waves rolled over one layer after another. Ah! Ji Kun, who wanted to launch a sneak attack, was suddenly interrupted by his skills, and was immediately counterattacked. Coughing up blood, many students nearby looked at Ji Kun with anger on their faces. Even if there are various disputes among humans, we cannot give the enhancement skills to the beasts, as that will put everyone present in danger. And what does Ji Kun want to do now? The attack of the leader of the ferocious spotted wolves was interrupted again. And far away, the group of ferocious spotted wolves of only gold level, after hearing the dragon roar of Jin Dan, shrank their bodies and trembled, not daring to look directly at Jin Dan. Jin Dan used dragon's fire roar. The flames gathered in the mouth of the golden egg, and then a flame like a flaming phoenix was sprayed out by the golden egg. The flaming phoenix passed through the body of the ferocious spotted wolf leader, burning a shocking hole in its body, and blood was dripping. After the flaming phoenix passed through the ferocious spotted wolf leader, it flew very far, leaving a burning flame road one. And the huge ferocious spotted wolf leader also collapsed. A large number of wind and thunder crystals exploded. Within 3 seconds, with 3 moves, the golden egg easily killed the platinum-level ferocious spotted wolf leader. In the live broadcast room. Dear audience friends, the golden holy dragon cub showed his skills. The host was very excited. It seems that the power of the golden holy dragon is stronger than that of all the students. Is it cheating to use the golden holy dragon? Is this considered cheating? The spirit pet is originally part of the owner's combat power. If you think that bringing a pet is considered cheating, go and tell the Beast Academy that specializes in controlling beasts. The discussion continued in the barrage, and the eye-catching operation of the golden holy dragon set off the atmosphere. In the examination room, this blood cannot be wasted. Yunmu walked forward, took out more than a dozen test tubes, and filled them with the blood of the ferocious spotted wolf leader. The ferocious spotted wolf leader has both offensive and defensive capabilities, and is a good target for transformation. After the death of the ferocious spotted wolf leader, the whole audience fell into silence for a few seconds. And then there was a shout. Grab the wind and thunder crystal. Then, more than a dozen teams frantically grabbed the wind and thunder crystal. But at this time, anger had already eroded Ji Kun's brain. He just wanted Chu Yun to pay the price. And nothing else was within his consideration. Chu Yun. Chu Yun. Chu Yun. Obviously just the most mediocre and useless doctor. But he repeatedly steals my limelight and ruins my good things. Ji-kun's crazy roar also made many people unhappy. Doctors are one of the most common professions in auxiliary professions. Ji-kun scolded more than a few people. And Ji-kun raised the magic book in his hand high, full of anger, and began to chant. A layer of starlight surrounded Ji-kun. And the powerful and calming force was following this layer of starlight and heading towards the sky. Falling stars from the sky started guiding. Many students nearby were shocked. And Shi Yan couldn't help but blurt out, Ji-kun, are you crazy? Because Ji-kun's current target is Chu Yun. However, Ji-kun couldn't hear these exhortations at all. He just stared at Chu Yun with anger. A black dot appeared in the sky, and then gradually grew larger. In a few seconds, a large and clearly visible meteorite was smashing towards the crater. Chu Yun also saw Ji-kun's move. Damn it. Ji-kun is really crazy. Xiao Xinsher muttered. Yun Mu was also ready for battle. Chu Yun, Ji-kun has launched an attack on us. Do we need to fight back? No. Wait a minute. I always feel that something is wrong. Ji-kun is really carried away. Chu Yun frowned tightly. The skill used by Ji-kun is the falling meteorite, which will not hit the ground first, but the various layers of rocks on the crater. By then, the crater will collapse. The students who were struggling to pick up the wind and thunder crystals also felt something was wrong, looked up at the sky, and were stunned. Why is there a meteorite falling from the sky? This is Ji-kun's doing. The meteorite is about to fall. Run! The students who were scrambling to pick up the wind and thunder crystals scattered in an instant. Audience friends, you can see that this student named Ji-kun, who seemed to have a brain cramp, actually summoned a large meteorite to fall down, as if to attack Chu Yun. But at this time, it was the students who fled. The host looked at Ding Pei. President Ding, what do you think about this? Humph. This Ji-kun. He doesn't care about his face. Ding Pei was merciless. Release the meteorite technique without considering the overall situation. It will only hurt other students. Such people are harmful to society and universities. A pure pest. I dare not think that anyone would be willing to recruit students like Ji-kun. Countless comments. Ha ha ha. President Ding Pei's sharp comments. So annoying. This Ji-kun standing there is polluting the view. Although the criticism of Ji-kun outside the venue was particularly fierce, Ji-kun himself didn't know about it. He continued to guide the meteorite to fall. Falling stars. The guidance is complete. Ji-kun showed a crazy smile. Chu Yun, you just die. But beyond Ji-kun's expectation, the meteorite didn't hit the ground at all. Because above the heads of Chu Yun and the other two, a large piece of the cave stretched out. The meteorite hit the cave, and the earth shook. Chapter 103, The Fiery Rat Tide. The force of the meteorite's impact was so huge and shocking that it shook the entire cave to the point of collapse. The entire earth began to tremble. Damn it. It didn't even hit Chu Yun. Ji-kun raised the magic book again. Look. I'll use another move, eh? In the cave, countless large holes were broken. The sound of rats rustling was heard. A rat with flames all over its body ran out of the crack in the cave, followed by dozens, hundreds, and thousands of others. The rat tide is coming. It's the fiery rat. Many students showed horror. Fiery rat. Level 28. HP 885,000. Poisonous fire bite when the flame rat attacks. There is a certain probability that the target will fall into the poisonous fire state. The target in the poisonous fire state will have its movement speed reduced by 20% and the fire damage received increased by 50%. Passive skill. Fiery surround the flame rat is covered with fire and will continuously burn the enemy, causing fire elemental damage. Passive skill. Fiery explosion when receiving fatal damage. The flame rat will self-destruct, causing high fire elemental damage to all nearby targets except the flame rat, and stunning them for 0.25 seconds. Passive skill. The number of flaming rats is increasing. The word rat tide is not exaggerated, and it is completely incomparable to the number of thundering wild boars. They have surrounded the students. Ji-kun's angry expression suddenly changed, and became bloodless and pale. No. 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 I can't be eliminated here. Shi Yan, use your flying fire jump. Take me away. Suddenly, Ji-kun roared. Shi Yan, who was ready to fight the flaming rats, turned his head and looked at Ji-kun with a shocked look. What did you say? Didn't you hear what I said clearly? Ji-kun's tone was extremely cold. Hurry up and teleport me away. Yin gritted his teeth. Helpless. He was a transfer student, and many things were not right. If he parted ways with Ji-kun, his situation would be very difficult. Although Yin had looked down on Ji-kun's tasks, he had no choice but to listen to him. TSK. Flying Fire Leap. Yin stretched out his fist and hit his chest, and immediately spurted out a mouthful of blood. This skill consumes a certain amount of his health and a lot of physical strength. It is a critical teleportation skill. Only Ji-kun would be so indifferent, and you Yin it will. Flying Fire Leap. Lose 30% of the maximum HP. This skill reduces the current HP to 5% at the minimum. Then a fire circle is formed and a direction is selected to teleport all units in the fire circle to a specific distance in a certain direction. The blood that spurted out surrounded Yin and Ji-kun, forming a circle. Then, the blood that formed this circle immediately burned. Yin's mouth was bleeding, and he shouted, "Go!" The flames of the fire circle jumped, and Yin and Ji-kun disappeared on the spot. The actions of Ji-kun's team immediately caused an uproar. Dear audience, the meteorite summoned by Ji-kun triggered a rat tide. When the students were ready to fight, Ji-kun's team, who triggered all this, fled the scene in a hurry and were unwilling to fight. The host's words were filled with contempt. I express my deep disdain for Ji-kun's team's behavior. You made a mess of the scene and then ran away. I can no longer describe Ji-kun. Brothers, we urgently need a word more offensive than birth. The admissions officer frowned. Do you think we need a deserter on the battlefield? No. The other admissions officers responded one after another. In the crater, a wave of rats surged. Several students have been eliminated by the flame rats and teleported away. These flaming rats are too tricky. A soldier gritted his teeth. They will self-destruct, and it's useless to attack them with all your strength. There are too many of them to run away. Many students were trapped, and Yun and the other two began to face the rat tide. Oh, these are really a group of rats without any sense. Xianxue laughed, clenched his fists, and made a crackling sound. As a fighter, he was already equipped for battle. Yunmu took out the blood of the ferocious spotted wolf leader that he had just taken, and smiled. Let me try the newly acquired beast. After drinking a stick of blood mixed with light brown, Yunmu began to transform. Half-orc. Start to transform into a beast. Transformation is complete. Beast transformation target. Fierce wolf. Skills obtained. Brutal fierce wolf is eager to fight. After entering the combat state, all attributes will increase by 1% every 1 second. Up to 60 layers. When 60 layers are stacked, all attributes will be increased by an additional 40%. When actively entering the battle, 30 layers are obtained. Passive skill. Fierce strike immediately exert violent force to strike once. This attack gains 50% defense penetration and causes random bleeding effects, causing the target to fall into a seriously injured state with 75% reduced healing for 30 seconds. War loving after every 5 damages. 5% of the lost health will be restored, and the next attack will have a charge effect and a 25% blood-sucking effect. Passive skill. Chuyin also raised the dragon speaker staff. Then I'll give you some buffs. Blessing. Aura of speed. Guardian of poison. Praise of reason. Praise of reason. Praise of reason. Life growth. Death field. A lot of buffs were suddenly added to Xianxue and Yunmu. The two felt that they were almost twice as strong as usual. Yunzi, you can give so many buffs? Xianxue looked at his hands in disbelief. Are you really a doctor? Ordinary doctors can never give these. Really a doctor. Those skills, although powerful. But these are indeed the skills of a doctor. Even without a reversal, Chu Yun's current auxiliary ability is still one of the best. After all, it is a skill obtained after completing the 5-star job transfer task. Chu Yun laughed. Let's go. Fatty, Yunmu, and Ji Dan. 3 people and 1 dragon. Rushing forward, Xianxue punched a flaming rat and made it dazed for a short time, then blinded it with another punch, and silenced it with another punch. After 3 punches, the flaming rat's health bar has reached the bottom, but because of the silencing effect, it can't even release self-destruction, and all 3 punches don't even take 0.5 seconds. In just a few seconds, Xiaoshenshur has killed more than a dozen flaming rats. Chapter 10 For the King of Flame Rats appears. Yun Mu, who transformed into a ferocious spotted wolf, killed a flame rat with one claw, completely ignoring their self-explosion. This is pure and simple power. Team Chuyun is killing people. I have never been so powerful. Xiaoshenshur shouted happily while fighting. He can easily kill those gold-level flame rats. Although these flame rats are not big, they are also gold-level. A gold-level human fighting a gold-level beast should be a 50-50 chance. How can it be so easy to kill them instantly? Dad also formed a team to help me level up. But those assistants were all useless. They didn't improve my stats at all. Ha ha ha. Yunzi, the improvement you gave is too outrageous. Chuyun just laughed. It's just SOSO. Among all Chuyun's abilities, the auxiliary ability is the weakest, and can even be considered a shortcoming. But this is only Chuyun's shortcoming. And Chuyun's shortcoming is already stronger than most doctors. And several times stronger. Adding other abilities, Yun Mu said that Chuyun can be an army by himself. This is true. On the other side, Yun Mu also killed wantonly. At this time, I don't know how many flame rats fell at her feet. Is the transformation of the fierce wolf too strong? No, it's not. This power is that the auxiliary provided by Chuyun is too strong. Yun Mu couldn't help but exclaim. Chuyun's medical ability is much stronger than many special auxiliary professions. And Jin Dan, under Chuyun's command, constantly used Dragon's Fire Roar to sweep away the flame rats. In the live broadcast room, the barrage discussed the combat ability of Chuyun's team. The excitement of Chuyun's team in slaughtering the flame rats formed a sharp contrast with the difficulty of other teams in resisting the flame rats. Many people in the barrage expressed satisfaction with Chuyun's team. The profession of fighter is really powerful. Those flame rats couldn't even use self-destruction and died at the hands of Xiaoshenshur. That Yun Mu is not an ordinary person. Orcs become stronger when they meet strong ones. After obtaining the transformation of the ferocious spotted wolf, they are explosively strong. The young golden dragons are not far behind. They are dealing crazy damage. Well, there is also Chuyun in the back providing treatment. The audience is very enthusiastic. The brilliant performance of Chuyun's team is really eye-catching. The host shouted in surprise. The battle of Chuyun's team is very enjoyable to watch. Almost exquisite. On the side, Deng Pei suddenly spoke. This time will not last long. According to this vibration, the king of the flame rats is coming. The king of the flame rats? That's right. The king of the flame rats should be the biggest challenge for the students in the second level this time. The vibrations at the crater were getting stronger and stronger. We have killed so many flame rats. Why don't they retreat? Are they not afraid of death at all? A team member screamed. After a large number of their kind died, this group of flame rats were not afraid, but became more fanatical. It seemed that something was guiding them. And Chuyun frowned. The movement is wrong. The ground is still shaking. They are not fearless. But they must think they have protection behind them. Yun Mu was stunned. Guarantee? What does this mean? It means that the king of flame rats should be here soon. As soon as Chuyun finished speaking, the ceiling wall of a cave suddenly collapsed. A huge rat, covered in flames, walked out of the sealed hole. As it walked out, more flame rats gushed out of the hole like a surge. Here it comes, the king of flame rat. Instantly, the already nervous students felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. This king of flame rat was taller than the ferocious wolf leader just now. Looking down at everyone. King of flame rat. Level 39. HP 9870000. Poisonous fire bite. When the flame rat attacks, it will cause the target to fall into the poisonous fire state. The target in the poisonous fire state will have its movement speed reduced by 50%. And the fire damage received will increase by 100%. And 50% of it will be converted into true damage. Passive skill. Fire surround the flame rat is covered with fire, which will continuously burn the enemy and cause a lot of fire damage. Passive skill. Fire blast. When it receives fatal damage, the flame rat will explode, causing high fire damage to all targets around except the flame rat, and stun them for 1 second. Passive skill. Platinum level peak. The ultimate beast in the crater. Its fiery red eyes scan the students in the audience with a ferocious pride. These are just gold level humans. It doesn't take them seriously at all. Wow! The king of flame rat really appeared. The host shouted continuously. This is really a crisis that has just passed. And another crisis is coming. I wonder how the students will deal with the King of Flame Rat. The Golden Holy Dragon Cub just killed the leader of the Fierce Wolf with a combo. Is the Golden Holy Dragon still in good condition now? Can it continue to use skills? Will the students in the crater be unable to withstand the onslaught of the Rat Tide and the Rat King? What do you think? 2 guests? Dingpei crossed his fingers. The appearance of the King of Flame Rat will inevitably eliminate many teams instantly. But it is not easy to eliminate all the teams here. For example, Chu Yun's team. Crater. The moment the King of Flame Rat appeared, the entire Rat Tide fell into a state of madness. They became more enthusiastic and attacked humans desperately. These rats really don't care about their lives. A student was terrified. Although the flame rats before also attacked them, they were not as crazy as this one. They were so crazy that they didn't care about their lives at all. They just rushed towards their attacks and self-destructed. But Chu Yun's team seemed to be more at ease. Haha. These flame rats have become easier to deal with after losing their minds. Xiao Zhenche laughed and said. Yunmu also kept speaking in agreement. For them, the more these rats lost their minds, the smoother their attack would be. The Flame Rat King also saw their extremely smooth and swift attack. I don't know how many flame rat fell to the Chu Yun team. Squeak! It screamed angrily and ran towards the Chu Yun team. Among all the humans, this team is the most dangerous. They need to be eliminated immediately. Even Xiao Zhenche, after facing the attack of the Rat King, fell into tension. His hands were clenched, ready to fight with all his strength. Yunmu also focused his mind on the Rat King. Chu Yun smiled. Golden Egg. It's time to use all your strength. Chapter 105. The full output of the Golden Egg. The Golden Egg has only used bronze and silver level skills so far, but it is a gold level one. The Golden Egg's gold level skills are temporarily hidden by Chu Yun, ready to be used as the finale. And now is the best time to use the finale. Audience friends, the cub of the Golden Holy Dragon seems to be preparing to use some powerful moves. The host keenly noticed something unusual. The momentum of the Golden Egg is gradually rising. I guess the second level will be over soon. Deng Pei's words are firm. In the crater, the breath of the Golden Egg is getting stronger and stronger. Chu Yun pointed his finger at the King of Flame Rat that was flying over. Golden Egg. Use Heavenly Flame and Earthly Fire. Golden Egg's gold level skill is also the strongest skill of Golden Egg at present. It's time to use it. Golden Egg roared, and the whole ground began to shake. In the sky, countless meteorites composed of lava flames appeared. Then, sticky flames, like magma, began to spray from the ground. The power of fire elements was intertwined and wandered throughout the crater. The power of these fire elements was stronger than the volcano itself. Countless flame rats could not withstand such high temperature and flames, and died one after another. Killing the enemy is like mowing the grass. This is a real disaster. And this disaster is caused by the Golden Egg. The pupils of the Flame Rat King revealed the fear that he had never experienced in his life. This fear is very similar to that of the ferocious wolf leader. This is the fear brought by facing the crisis of death. A stream of magma emerged from under it, burning a big hole and piercing it completely. Several more lava flames fell from the sky, hitting its body and knocking it to the ground. In the face of a real disaster, this platinum level peak beast is nothing at all. This is the skill released by the Golden Holy Dragon with all its strength. Gah! The King of Flame Rat howled in pain and died. A large number of wind and thunder crystals exploded. Roar! Jindan roared happily, feeling happy about his own achievements. This platinum level peak beast couldn't withstand a single move under Jindan's heavenly flames and earthly fire, not to mention the ordinary flame rat around. A large number of them were killed and injured, and the ground was full of flame rat lying sideways. Everyone nearby was stunned. Although the Golden Holy Dragon was indeed powerful, but the shocking power of this move still made everyone present dazed. And this Golden Holy Dragon was just a cub. Chu Yun was also a little shocked, and his heart was very hot. Golden Egg, your output is beyond my expectation. Chu Yun's sigh was sincere. Even he didn't expect that Golden Egg's move would be so powerful. This silly dragon didn't understand what he did. He just knew that the whole audience was watching him, and he roared happily, as expected of a Golden Holy Dragon. This move is so dazzling that it shocked my 10-year live broadcast career. The host couldn't help but sigh. It's worth it. It's really worth it. I have no regrets in my life. The barrage exploded, almost covering the entire live broadcast room. This move of the Golden Holy Dragon is more terrifying than a move of a diamond-level strongman. It directly shook the entire crater. Is this the Golden Holy Dragon? Is this really just a cub? How strong would it be if it were an adult Golden Holy Dragon? At this moment, the golden egg attracted everyone's attention. The admissions officer. All the admissions officers were looking at the golden egg. The Golden Holy Dragon's move was more powerful than the ultimate move of all the students present. Generally speaking, they should fight for Chu-Yun, the owner of the Golden Holy Dragon. But at this moment, they were all very quiet, and instead raised their heads and looked up at the two admissions officers. The admissions officers of Qinsheng and Baitian. Why? You Baitian also want Chu-Yun? The admissions officer of Qinsheng said slowly. I remember that your enrollment quota this year is almost full. Right? Humph. The admissions officer of Baitian snorted coldly. We at Baitian recruit talented people, so we are not as stingy as you Qinsheng with our quota. Do you want to recruit Chu-Yun? Isn't it just for the Golden Holy Dragon? Isn't it the same for you at Baitian? Let's not say anything about each other. The admissions officers of the two schools quarrel with each other on a daily basis. But after the quarrel, both of them will look to the corner involuntarily. The head of Slime Academy, Lung Nian. Lung Nian crossed his legs and watched the big screen, completely ignoring the quarrel between the admissions officers. The admissions officers of other academies don't know the details of Slime Academy, but they know it too well. But Slime Academy never actively recruits students, and has always rejected applications submitted by people. They should not compete with us. Qinsheng and Baitian's admissions officers thought so. All the students of Slime Academy were specially recommended, and none of them passed the final exam. So, Qinsheng and Baitian's admissions officers relaxed again, thinking that Slime Academy would not compete with him, and then quarreled again about Chu-Yun's recruitment. They would never have thought that the situation of Slime never recruiting students in the final exam would be stopped this year. Crater. Because of the death of the Flame Rat King and the death of a large number of their kind. The remaining Flame Rat fled in a hurry and dared not attack them again. In just a few seconds, the entire crater became quiet, with only the shining wind and thunder crystals on the scene. Grab the wind and thunder crystals, a student shouted. Then, all the students set out to collect the wind and thunder crystals. Although these students were trying hard to collect the wind and thunder crystals, they all had a tacit understanding and did not approach Chu-Yun and his team, but only collected the wind and thunder crystals on their side, because they knew that killing these beasts all depended on the golden eggs. This was the respect that Chu-Yun's team deserved. These students, they knew what etiquette was. What's more, the wind and thunder crystals here were really everywhere. Even if they collected them until the end of the second level exam, they would not be able to collect all the wind and thunder crystals in the crater. Why bother fighting everywhere? They are not like someone who wants to drive away all other teams and take the wind and thunder crystals for himself. Let's go collect wind and thunder crystals too. Chu-Yun smiled. Yeah. Xiao Zhenshi and Yunmu nodded. All of a sudden, the three of them took action. Outside the crater, in the forest, Ji-kun, who had just cleaned up a gold-level camp and collected a few wind and thunder crystals, suddenly sneezed. Is that bastard cursing me? Then, Ji-kun looked at the ranking list in the sky again. Damn. Why haven't those guys been eliminated yet? The appearance of the Flame Rat Tide means that the Flame Rat King will appear soon. Could it be that the Golden Holy Dragon? Chapter 106 Ranking Changes. A bad thought emerged in Ji-kun's mind. Can the cub of the Golden Holy Dragon defeat the king of the Flaming Rat? Well, impossible. Impossible. This is absolutely a fantasy. They will be eliminated soon. Ji-kun muttered like a madman. Xiao Ying collected all the wind and thunder crystals in the Golden Den with great difficulty. Brother Ji-kun, there are so many wind and thunder crystals here. Xiao Ying was very happy holding a handful of wind and thunder crystals. But how could Ji-kun, who had seen the wind and thunder crystals all over the ground in the crater, be satisfied with so few wind and thunder crystals? Just this little. Ji-kun muttered and took another look at the ranking list. Fortunately, their team is still the first. On the side, Shi-Yin was expressionless all the time. He used to say something, but now he is too lazy to say anything. Xiao Ying hurriedly said, Brother Ji-kun, what are you worried about? Hasn't our team always been the first? And we are far ahead of the second place Chu-Yun team. Their points have been stuck for a long time, and we have been steadily increasing. Before Xiao Ying finished speaking, The ranking list flashed. And this flash of light frightened her. And Ji-Kun's eyes widened. On the side, Shi-Yin sighed helplessly. The points of Chu-Yun team are rising faster than a rocket. Almost in the blink of an eye. They surpassed Ji-Kun's team. This. Ji-Kun was speechless and couldn't say anything. As if something was blocking his throat. And Chu-Yun's team's points were not finished yet. And continued to soar. Soon, Chu-Yun's team's points were twice that of Ji-Kun's team. Not only did Chu-Yun's team's points far exceed Ji-Kun's team, but even some unknown team's points exceeded them. A few minutes later, Ji-Kun's team was at the bottom of the rankings. Why? How could this happen? Ji-Kun was panicked. And suddenly felt his legs lose strength. And sat down. Just a few minutes ago, he was still proud of being the first in the rankings. By now, he was at the bottom of the ranking list. Xia-Ying was also shocked. What's going on? Where did they get the wind and thunder crystal? It takes a long time to collect it. Shi-Yin, where did you go? Shi-Yin glanced at Xia-Ying, rubbed his eyebrows, and didn't say anything. Xia-Ying panicked and looked at Ji-Kun. Brother Ji-Kun, what's going on? How come we are suddenly at the bottom of the ranking? Get lost. Ji-Kun roared. There is only half an hour left before the end of the second level exam. It's too late for them to rush to the crater again. This is a losing game. Ji-Kun, have fallen into the hands of Chu-Yun again. Ji-Kun clenched his fists tightly, anger burning in his heart. He never understood why Chu-Yun could always escape danger. Next time, you won't be so lucky. For the third level, just wait for me. Chu-Yun. Ji-Kun's team no longer had the energy to obtain the wind and thunder crystal, while the scores of other teams on the leaderboard were still rising. And the more this situation continued, the more anxious Ji-Kun's team became. Finally, the time for the second level was about to end. The broadcast sounded. Dear students, the second level exam time is over. 10 minutes later, the teleportation ring will take effect and teleport you back to the square. Please take your belongings with you to avoid leaving them behind. Soon, all the students gathered in the square again, and the teams at the crater all proudly raised their chests. Ji-Kun hid his figure. His eyes flickered left and right, but he was still captured by the camera. Audience friends, this is Ji-Kun, the leader of the Ji-Kun team, who ranked first half an hour ago. And he is also the only team that escaped in the battle of the crater. The host was passionate. Alas, this Ji-Kun is hated by everyone. Ding Pei spoke without mercy. And Xie-Xing also spoke very rarely. And when he spoke, his words were extremely cold. Ji-Kun may not get my prize. This sentence may not seem to express any meaning, but it actually shows Xie-Xing's attitude. He doesn't think Ji-Kun can win the first place. And he may even be the last. And the words in the barrage did not hide his disgust for Ji-Kun at all. Don't show the deserter scene here. Okay? I want to see the Chu-Yun team. Damn! It's the deserter king. My eyes are polluted. Ha ha ha. An incompetent and immoral person has appeared. The whole Xuanqing saw what Ji-Kun did. Ji-Kun's reputation has been ruined for the most part. Those who had thought of recruiting Ji-Kun before also shook their heads secretly. Forget about this guy Ji-Kun in my academy. Although my academy is not a good one, I don't want to accept Ji-Kun. Ha ha ha. Same. My academy doesn't want to accept a deserter who will run away from the battlefield. Ji-Kun's reputation is falling again and again. Ning Shui is as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Dear admissions officers, Ji-Kun was mad at Chu-Yun. He is not like this normally. Several admissions officers looked over. Oh, mad at Chu-Yun? The Chu-Yun with the golden holy dragon? Well, then this Ji-Kun is even more unacceptable. Ning Shui was completely stunned. How could this be? Ji-Kun was a star priest with a special profession. It was not difficult for him to enter Qinsheng and Baitian, and he should have more than enough chance to enter a higher education school. How could these ordinary colleges have the right to comment on him? If Ji-Kun was willing to come to these colleges, it should be called condescension. But why? Even these colleges did not want to accept Ji-Kun at this time? Isn't it just a little bit against Chu-Yun? Ning Shui's mind was also completely occupied by supporting Ji-Kun, and she did not consider whether what Ji-Kun did was reasonable. The broadcast sounded again. Next, open the ranking list to let each student see their second level score ranking. And I will recite it once too. The broadcast paused, then spoke. First place, Chu-Yun team, 18,900,000 175,864 points. This score made many people feel suffocated. No one can get a higher score than this. Let us congratulate Chu Yun team for getting the highest score in history, which is about 10 million higher than the previous highest score. What an amazing record. And it is also a special honor for Chu Yun team. Let us applaud Chu Yun team. The sound of applause filled the entire square. What Chu Yun broke was not the record of Xuanqing, but the record of the entire Tianfeng Empire, which was enough to make the entire Xuanqing proud. Chapter 107 Ji Kun's defense is broken. Chu Yun and the other two smiled and said yes. Even Jin Dan showed a very calm look. This extremely decent move also won the favor of many people. The Chu Yun team not only set a new record in history, but also was so humble. It's really rare. The host was full of emotion. It seems that our Xuanqing is really blessed by the gods. And such an outstanding team has emerged. There were constant surprises in the barrage. These three really don't have any proud and complacent expressions. Although Xiao Jincher is tall, he is very humble. Yun Mu was also very humble before he transformed. Chu Yun, well, the profession of doctor is very humble. Deng Pei looked at Chu Yun with a smile on his face. And he was thinking leisurely in his heart. Without revealing all his strength, he still succeeded in making a big splash. You are worthy of it. Chu Yun. After reading out Chu Yun's points, the broadcast continued. Begin to read out the points of the second place. Second place, Lu Bo team. 4,856,335 points. There is a difference of 14 million from the first place Chu Yun team. It is not of the same order of magnitude at all. The broadcast read out the points one by one in the order of the points. Finally, it was Ji Kun team. 173rd place. Ji Kun team. 563,729 points. This score seemed to be a death sentence, making Ji Kun's expression even more gloomy. Xia Ying bit her lower lip tightly, while Shi Yan had no expression on her face. Although this was far from Shi Yan's expectations. To be honest, it was still unknown how the third level would go. And now was not the time to be discouraged and upset about the failure of the second level. But Ji Kun was already furious. With his star priest, this should not be the only result. And all this was all Chu Yun's fault. Ji Kun looked towards Chu Yun with resentment. It's all your fault that I am in such a mess. But Chu Yun's team didn't even look at Ji Kun, but were talking and laughing, as if they had forgotten him. And Ji Kun, who was forgotten and ignored, became even more angry. Chu Yun's team was laughing and chatting. Xiao Shencher laughed happily. It was so cool to collect wind and thunder crystals in the crater just now. There are wind and thunder crystals all over the ground. Just take them. Yunmu also smiled. I didn't expect that we actually broke the national record. And broke so many. This is the result of our hard work. Chu Yun nodded. Xiao Jincher and Yunmu suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Yunzi. This is the result of Jin Dan's hard work. Right? But Jin Dan is also one of us. Chu Yun patted Jin Dan's back. Right. Jin Dan? Roar? Jin Dan didn't understand, but was still very happy. Roar! Yunmu smiled. With Chu Yun and Jin Dan, two great men. Here, Yunmu couldn't think of how to lose. Although Xiao Jincher is a special professional fighter, and he is a high-level professional half-orc. They are eye-catching characters wherever they are. But if they are compared with Chu Yun, they are simply incomparable. In the eyes of outsiders, the Chu Yun team is Jin Dan leading Xiao Jincher and Yunmu, and then dragging Chu Yun, the burden. But in fact, Xiao Jincher and Yunmu know that it is actually Chu Yun who drags Jin Dan, and the two of them. If Chu Yun could use his hidden strength, it would not be a problem to beat the two of them. Yunzi. That guy over there seems to be pissed off. Hee hee. Xiao Jincher quietly pointed at Ji Kun, who was about to explode in anger, and smiled. Chu Yun and Yunmu looked at each other and smiled knowingly. They were just deliberately pissing off Ji Kun. And in Ji Kun's team, Ji Kun and Xia Ying were already pissed off. But that guy named Shi Yan is very calm. Xiao Jincher raised his eyebrows. Yunmu also nodded. Not easy to deal with. From the current situation, Shi Yan is a strong front row. And he also has a skill that most front rows don't have, such as swift teleportation. He must have other trump cards, which is very difficult to deal with. But Chu Yun shook his head. Don't worry too much about him. He won't be our enemy. Ji Kun's team has already collapsed from the inside. Shi Yan didn't trust Ji Kun and Xia Ying from the beginning, let alone now. As Chuyun said, Ji-kun's team has always been at odds. Although Ji-kun and Xia-ing are both furious now. Shi-yin has no expression and just stands there. Not to mention Shi-yin. Even Ji-kun and Xia-ing. These two dogs and bitches. May not be at odds. Chuyun sneered. Once Ji-kun can't leave Xia-ing to a high-end university, Xia-ing will immediately give up Ji-kun. Similarly, Ji-kun can take Xia-ing with him. But if he can't, he will immediately give up Xia-ing. No matter what. These two people are just together for the sake of interests. Soon, the broadcast has finished talking about all the rankings on the leaderboard. Dear viewers, you can see that Ji-kun's team is now only in the middle of the whole student body. And looking at the special professions, or gold-level powerhouses, their team's ranking is not so low. And a little comparison, you can find that Ji-kun's team is actually ranked at the bottom among the special professions, or gold-level powerhouses. It's really too bad. The comments are endless. Damn. It's already very honorable for a deserter to be in the middle. You can't even get his results? I protest. It's unreasonable for Ji-kun to have a score. Although the public opinion was mixed. The break time of the second level was over. Not long after, the broadcast sounded again. Students, the third level is about to begin. The third level. The Fate Tower. This is a Schwanching exclusive trial ground built by a star-level professional. With a total of 100 floors. This Fate Tower is the content of the third level. So all professional students must challenge it. Although it is a Schwanching exclusive trial ground built by a star-level professional, the previous levels will not be too difficult. The difficulty is progressive. Just climb up the tower with all your strength. The best score of the newly awakened team in the past years is 18 floors. Ji-kun's angry expression subsided slightly, but his face still showed the paleness left after the frenzy. 18th floor? This is too low. Shi-yin wanted to say something when he heard this, but he sighed slowly and was too lazy to say anything. Ji-kun didn't notice Shi-yin sigh at all, and was very excited. Our team, as long as we work hard, it will be easy to advance to the 20th floor. Our goal is to enter the 30th floor. Break the record of these years. Then, Ji-kun looked in the direction of Chuyun and gritted his teeth. Then, hit Chuyun's face hard. Shi-yin showed a look of contempt and helplessness. This Ji-kun has gone crazy. Sooner or later, he will kill himself. Chapter 108, Break Through the Tower of Destiny. If Shi-yin was not unfamiliar with this noisy city, and Ji-kun was indeed quite strong, he would really want to turn around and leave. Unfortunately, this was a crucial test, and no matter how disgusting Ji-kun was, Shi-yin could only endure it. Xia-ing, who was standing by, showed a worried look. Brother Ji-kun, will it be too difficult to reach the 30th floor? When we reach the 30th floor, I'm afraid there will be platinum-level monsters everywhere. They will definitely not be able to pass this level. Only in this way can we prove our strength. The more Ji-kun spoke, the more he gritted his teeth. It also proves the incompetence of Chuyun. Xia-ing opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. She didn't want Chuyun to have an easy time either. Soon, the broadcast sounded again. The rest time is about to end. All students, choose the order and time to challenge the Tower of Destiny. A maximum of 10 teams can be accommodated at a time. Chuyun and the other two looked at each other. Fatty, let's go later. I agree. Let's see how those who challenged first do. Let's be prepared. Yunmu also nodded. Chuyun is a calm and experienced person with a long-term vision. And Xiao Zhencher is a cautious and thoughtful person with a quick response. It is really reassuring to be able to team up with these two people. In fact, in Chuyun and Xiao Zhencher's hearts, Yunmu is also a reassuring teammate. She is as stable as a mountain just standing there. This is a necessary and excellent quality for being in the front row. In the crowd, Ji-kun raised his hand. Our team will also take the first challenge. Just seeing Ji-kun, many admissions officers frowned slightly. And Ji-kun's enthusiastic challenge formed a strong contrast with his deserter look just now. This guy took the initiative to challenge the Destiny Tower? Puff. Don't let there be another deserter. What? Escaped from the Destiny Tower? Haha. That means you are eliminated. Many admissions officers pointed at Ji-kun, talking and laughing. When Ji-kun saw these admissions officers pointing at him with smiles on their faces, he thought that many admissions officers appreciated him. Instantly, Ji-kun was excited. Xia-ing, Shi-yin, look, Look! So many admissions officers are looking at me. Then, Ji-kun pretended to be modest. I'm not that eye-catching. However, no matter how much these admissions officers appreciate me, it's useless. I only want to enter Qinsheng or Baitian. Then, Ji-kun looked at the seats of Qinsheng and Baitian hopefully. I hope that the admissions officers of Qinsheng and Baitian can look at him. As Ji-kun wished. The admissions officers of Qinsheng and Baitian did look at him. But the frown on their brows was particularly clear. Ji-kun's heart skipped a beat. It's an illusion. It must be an illusion. Well, even if it's true, they must be testing my ability. Xiaoying. Sure Yin. We must go to the 30th floor. Let everyone present understand our strength. Xiaoying was also very excited, while Sure Yin had no expression on his face. Ji-kun's bold words were captured by the big camera in the live broadcast room. Dear audience, please enjoy. Ji-kun is starting to speak out. The host spoke very quickly, with a smile of amusement. In previous years, many geniuses struggled to reach the 18th floor. So there is a reason for this. And Ji-kun said arrogantly that he would reach the 30th floor. Haha. I can't believe he was a deserter just now. Two guests. What do you think? Ding Pei laughed. Although Ji-kun is a star priest, he is really arrogant to say this. Even the Chu Yun team with the Golden Holy Dragon dare not say this. The specific situation will be revealed in the Destiny Tower. I think he can't pass the record of previous years. Xie Xing on the side suddenly spoke up. I don't think he can pass the 15th floor. Haha. President Deng's words are very sharp. And Manager Xie's words are even more confident. The host laughed. Whenever Ji-kun's screen appears, the barrage will explode. But unfortunately, none of them are good reviews. I can't wait to see Ji-kun make a fool of himself. He is a pure egomaniac. It's hard to watch. Can you give more screen time to Chu Yun team and the Golden Holy Dragon? The host is a little embarrassed. Chu Yun team is now accumulating strength and preparing for a breakthrough. It's really hard to give them screen time. Let's first take a look at Ji-kun team's probably wonderful wonderful performance. Soon, the first 10 teams, after being teleported, arrived in front of the Destiny Tower. The Destiny Tower was pitch black, towering into the clouds. Magnificent, majestic, and uneven on the surface, as if it had experienced thousands of years of wind and rain. Every stone looked so heavy, and the dark color gave people a heavy feeling. The aura of the beasts leaking out of the Destiny Tower was even more terrifying. The higher the floor, the more terrifying the aura of the beasts revealed. Dear students, the rings in your hands have the function of teleportation. When you are in danger of life, you will be teleported out. Of course, teleporting out means elimination. Every time a team is eliminated, a team will be added to the first floor to climb the tower. Do everything you can to climb the tower. Go ahead. Break through the Destiny Tower. As the broadcast stopped, the 50 teams standing at the door of the first floor of the Destiny Tower shouted enthusiastically. Then, they swarmed in. The Destiny Tower is huge, and there are 10 roads just from the entrance. And 10 teams are divided into 10 roads. The first floor is the road division, and the real battle starts from the second floor. A large number of fierce beasts are staring at the teams that come to their respective rooms. 10 roads, 10 different progress. Humph. A bunch of bronze-level scum. Looking at these beasts, Ji-kun's eyes showed great contempt. He didn't take these beasts seriously at all. Starlight. Almost instantly, Ji-kun swept away all the beasts on the second floor. These bronze-level beasts couldn't withstand Ji-kun's attack at all. Break through the Destiny Tower? That's all. After Ji-kun finished sweeping, he showed an extremely arrogant expression. He didn't take the Destiny Tower seriously at all. Brother Ji-kun, it's only the second floor now. Xiaoying on the side reminded him. Ji-kun instantly became furious. So what if it's the second floor? I can sweep the floors after that it will. After that, Ji-kun strode to the third floor. Xiaoying hurriedly followed. Sure Yin sighed and began to follow. The violent beasts on the upper floors are waiting for challengers. Chapter 109 The Trial Ground for the Strong. Dear audience, you can see that after reaching the 5th floor, the fierce beasts stationed on these floors have changed from bronze to silver. Many teams have been struggling, and one team was eliminated on the 6th floor. The strength of the fierce beasts in the Destiny Tower is completely incomparable to those outside. Many fierce beasts outside are difficult to beat humans in a one-on-one duel of the same level. As long as a gold level human has a good enough profession, it is very easy to kill a fierce beast. But in the Destiny Tower, the fierce beasts are very strong. And the silver level fierce beasts are enough to give those silver level professionals a hard time. This is the Destiny Tower, the place where the strong are truly tested. 9th floor. Who? Ji-kun was panting, facing the huge python in front of him. This python is only silver level. Why is it so difficult? At first, they saw that there was only one silver level beast on this floor, and they thought it was a free layer. But after fighting, the difficulty was far beyond their expectations. This huge silver level python is much more difficult to deal with than many gold level beasts. Ji-kun's state of mind is constantly shaking. Xiao-ying was also panting. She had never expected that this giant python almost completely ignored her ice spells, and her movements were not hindered at all. Shi-yin was in great condition. Although the python was very tanky, it was not strong enough to deal damage. He could resist it alone. The python just spit out its tongue and coldly glanced at the two panting mages behind Shi-yin. Iron Scale Python. Level 19. HP 575,000. Solid Iron Scale. The Iron Scale of the Iron Scale Python will adjust its scales according to the enemy it is fighting. The Iron Scale Python can reduce 95% of physical damage, fire damage, and ice damage in this battle. After receiving lightning damage, it will be paralyzed for 0.5 seconds. Completely immune to slowdown effects. Passive skill. Giant Snake Entanglement twists its body to entangle and collide, causing a small amount of physical damage and absorbing 40% of all enemy attacks. The entanglement collision lasts for 20 seconds. After the duration ends, the absorbed attack will be finally rebounded. Reduce 95% of physical damage, fire element damage, and ice element damage, corresponding to Ji-kun, Shi-yin, and Xiao-ying respectively. Ji-kun's star damage is actually the final physical damage. The damage that Ji-kun and Xiao-ying tried so hard to cause was mostly reduced, and was also rebounded by the Iron Scale Python's giant snake entanglement, causing considerable damage to these two already fragile mages. How can I get stuck here? Ji-kun's face turned pale when he thought of the bold words he said before that he would pass 30 floors. Ji-kun's face was burning. It's only the 9th floor now. Dear audience, you can see that Ji-kun is stuck on the 9th floor. How sad and lamentable. When the host said it was sad and lamentable, his tone was full of ridicule. A gold-level star priest, with two powerful professionals, couldn't beat a silver-level beast at all. This is really too embarrassing. Although Ji-kun's team struggled on the 9th floor, it was still a gold-level team after all. Although it couldn't win, it was still not eliminated at this time. And many silver-level teams were eliminated at the 6th to 7th floor. So many new teams also boarded the Destiny Tower and started climbing the stairs. However, up to now, not even one team has climbed to more than 10 floors. Break through the Tower of Destiny. The Chu-Yun team is ready to go. Everyone, we are going up. Oh! Xiao Xinchi was in high spirits. Yunmu nodded slightly. Jindan also roared. Chu-Yun's team has always been the focus of attention. After all, with a cub of the Golden Holy Dragon, it is hard not to be noticed. Dear audience, the highly anticipated Chu-Yun team with a cub of the Golden Holy Dragon has started to climb the tower. Let's look forward to their performance. The comments expressed their optimism for the Chu-Yun team. The reason is that Jindan's performance at the crater was too exaggerated. The platinum level beasts are all killed in one move. What else can resist? Team Chu-Yun. Maybe they can break the record of previous years. It's still too difficult for the gold level to break through to the 20th floor? That doesn't mean we can't reach the 19th floor? The 19th floor is also a level higher. The barrage of comments. And the host didn't forget to ask the two guests beside him, facing the comments of the barrage. What do the two guests think? Dingpei crossed his fingers, constantly showing his professional qualities as a professional. The first 5 floors of the Destiny Tower are bronze level beasts. 6 to 10 floors are silver level. 11 to 20 floors are gold level. 21 to 50 floors are platinum level. 51 to 90 are diamond level. And 91 to 100 floors are star level. And the beasts in the Tower of Destiny are much stronger than those outside. Ji-kun's team, which is now entangled by a silver level beast, is an example. What exactly is the performance of Chu-Yun's team? Now I am not sure. The main thing is that Dingpei can't guess whether Chu-Yun will use his hidden strength. If he doesn't use it, he can reach a very high level just by relying on the golden egg. If he uses it, there is no limit. President Deng is very conservative this time. The host was a little surprised. And then laughed. Then audience friends. Let's watch the wonderful performance of Chu Yun's team. Soon, Chu Yun and his 3 men and the dragon climbed to the 2nd floor. On the 2nd floor, there is a group of bulls that are constantly filled with thunder and lightning. Crazy Thunder Bull. Level 4. HP 37,500. Horn electric current. Crazy Thunder Bull shoots electric current from its horns, paralyzing the enemy for 1 second. During the paralysis period, the Crazy Thunder Bull causes damage to the enemy, causing an additional 20% thunder element damage, and increasing the remaining paralysis time by 20%. A very weak bronze level beast. Theoretically not worth mentioning. But Chu Yun still showed a cautious look. This is actually a bronze level beast? It has a silver level panel. Although facing a bronze level beast, Chu Yun did not become arrogant, but instantly analyzed the singularity. Xiao Zhenshi also nodded. It's really strange. But let's clean them up first. Yuan Mu rubbed his fists. With almost no effort, the 3 men and the dragon swept the 2nd floor. Even though they were close to having a silver level panel, they were still too weak in front of the 3 men and the dragon. It didn't take much time for the Chu Yun team to clear the first 5 floors and reach the 6th floor. Dear audience friends, the Chu Yun team showed their power and cleared the first 5 floors at a lightning speed. And they seem to be at ease. Will the Chu Yun team give us a surprise? Chapter 110 Speed Pass. The moment he stepped into the 6th floor, Chu Yun felt that the atmosphere here had expanded a lot. There stood a bunch of giant birds that could not fly, spreading their wings that coexisted with plants, covering Chu Yun's team. Tiancheng Wood Bird. Level 12. HP 320,000. With thorn spray. Tiancheng Wood Bird spreads its wings and sprays with thorns, firing a total of 200 with thorns. Each with thorn causes a small amount of wood element damage. When the same unit is damaged by wood thorns 30 times, it will enter an additional bleeding state. Rumu Sushin. The power of the wood element emerges, repairing the body of Tiancheng Wood Bird, restoring 30% of the lost health, and accumulating a seed. The seed value is equal to the current recovery value. When receiving fatal damage, if there are seeds, discard all seeds, offset the fatal damage, and restore health equal to the seed value. Increase the fire element damage received by 50%. Passive skill. Gold level panel. Chu Yun slightly clicked his tongue. It is obvious that the gold level beast behind is about to become platinum level. Chu Yun looked solemn, raised the dragon speaker staff, and pointed forward. Golden Egg. Use Dragon Fire Roar. Golden Egg opened his mouth and spit out a fiery phoenix. This fiery phoenix is obviously stronger than all the Tiancheng Wood birds present. Fire Phoenix suppresses all birds. Instantly, the golden egg killed the entire floor of Tiancheng Wood birds. Then Chu Yun still had a solemn look. How to fight the next floor. While fighting this floor, thinking about the next floor, Chu Yun is really cautious and farsighted. Xiao Zhenshi and Yun Mu admire him very much. But to outsiders, this is a very confident performance. Wow! This solemn look of killing all the opponents in seconds is so cool. I think this is also a kind of pretense. Golden Holy Dragon. So cool. In the live broadcast room, the barrage continued to support Chu Yun's team. Soon, Chu Yun's team had reached the 9th floor. On the 9th floor, Chu Yun's team also faced the iron scale python that had trapped Ji Kun's team for a long time in another room. Dear audience, Chu Yun's team also encountered the same beast as Ji Kun's team, the iron scale python. Will Chu Yun's team stop here? Or will they be able to kill it instantly as always? Let's wait and see. Before the host could even finish his introduction, Chu Yun had already commanded Jin Dan. Jin Dan, use the Eye of God's Wrath. Chu Yun had already seen through the fact that the iron scale python had a high damage reduction, and needed to use a skill with strong penetration. The scorching sun was shot into the air by Jin Dan like a dragon's eye, and then a scorching armor-piercing ray pierced through the iron scale python. Damage explosion. Squeak. The iron-scaled python rolled its eyes and fell to the ground, motionless. One move to kill. The golden egg used another move and killed it instantly. The whole live broadcast room was silent for a few seconds. They were all shocked by the power of the golden egg. This is the Golden Holy Dragon. A small number of people felt sour. Why was Chu Yun so lucky? He was just an ordinary doctor, but he was able to get a Golden Holy Dragon. and relying on the power of the Golden Holy Dragon, he could embark on a smooth road? But they didn't understand that the Golden Egg was fought back by Chu Yun himself. And the battles of the Golden Egg were all commanded by Chu Yun himself. Only in this way can the full strength of the Golden Egg be perfectly exerted. If you use Dragon's Fire Roar instead of God's Wrath Eyes when facing the Iron-Scaled Python, you will definitely not be able to defeat it in one move. Among the admissions officers, most of them are praising the strength of the Golden Holy Dragon Cub. But the admissions officer of Qingsheng has seen how vicious it is, and keenly perceived the hidden content. Well, every move of this Golden Holy Dragon is under the command of Chu Yun. And so far, under the command of Chu Yun, every move of the Golden Holy Dragon Cub is just right. Although Chu Yun is just a mediocre doctor, his command ability is very powerful. Let him be the master of the Golden Holy Dragon. Maybe it will positively improve the combat effectiveness of the Golden Holy Dragon. Chu Yun and the Golden Holy Dragon complement each other. If it was half an hour ago, he would think that recruiting Chu Yun meant recruiting a Golden Holy Dragon, and then a burdened Chu Yun. But now it seems that recruiting Chu Yun is recruiting the Golden Holy Dragon at the same time. The Qingsheng admissions officer has seen many masters and pets, and Chu Yun is the best one in command. Even the students of the Beast Academy can't compare. On the side, the admissions officer of Baitian laughed. Oh, it seems that you have also discovered it. This special talent of Chu Yun. The admissions officer of Qingsheng snorted. As the admissions officer of a top school, you must have a sharp eye. Chu Yun's level and status are rising rapidly in the minds of him and Baitian's admissions director. Of course, Ji Kun's team, who are in the Destiny Tower, have no idea what is happening outside. In the eyes of Chu Yun and the other two, they just killed a silver-level beast. It's a simple fact. Go to the 10th floor. 3 people and a dragon set foot on the 10th floor. At this time, the broadcast announcement appeared. Chu Yun team, the Destiny Tower, has reached the 10th floor. This broadcast kept echoing, and the entire challenge team that was in the Destiny Tower could hear it clearly. Chu Yun laughed. Really? Is this kind of thing worth reporting, huh? Since it will be reported when reaching the 10th floor. Why has it never been reported before? The moment the question came out, the 3 of them looked at each other and instantly got the answer in their hearts. That is, their team is the only one that has reached the 10th floor. Oh my god. I didn't expect us to be so fast. Xiao Zhencher felt unbelievable. No one has really reached the 10th floor. They had a smooth journey. Who knows? Chu Yun shrugged. We should go up and clean up the 10th floor. 9th floor. In a room, Ji Kun, who was using star magic to attack the iron-scaled python, heard the broadcast and his hands trembled suddenly. His pupils were shaking constantly, and his face was full of disbelief. How could this happen? How could this happen? How could this happen? How could Chu Yun reach the 10th floor before us? He didn't get stuck on the 9th floor? I know. He must have encountered a beast much simpler than the iron-scaled python on the 9th floor. And he passed it easily. Ji Kun kept yelling anxiously, trying his best to convince himself. Then, Ji Kun's eyes gradually turned blood red. I must surpass Chu Yun. I must. For this, no matter how much it costs, I will do it. Chapter 111, Advancing at Full Speed. Ji Kun suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood sprayed on his magic book, dyeing it blood red. Xia Ying's eyes widened. Brother Ji Kun wouldn't want to use that trick. Run! As she said that, Xia Ying quickly fled to the corner of this floor, keeping the farthest distance from Ji Kun. Shi Yin frowned slightly, and quickly distanced himself from Ji Kun, and caused a layer of fire wall to surround himself to resist damage. Ji Kun had already fallen into madness at this time. Star Blast started guiding. The blood-red star power swirled around him, making his breath extremely terrifying. The iron-scaled python also felt the breath of terror and strife. It also wanted to escape from this destructive force, but Ji Kun had already locked onto it. The iron-scaled python had no choice but to rush towards Ji Kun without hesitation. Squeak! It opened its bloody mouth and bit Ji Kun. And Ji Kun roared. Star Blast. Guidance completed. Boom! Strong star fluctuations burst from Ji Kun's body, and the blood-red energy engraved with the patterns of the stars rushed madly towards the iron-scaled python one. The blood-colored star torrent tore the iron-scaled python into several pieces. Ji Kun's ultimate move successfully killed the iron-scaled python. Who Ji-kun's mouth was covered with blood, and his expression was crazy. When he saw that he had successfully killed the iron-scaled giant python, he showed a happy smile. How can a mere silver-level beast stop me? Ji-kun. While speaking, Ji-kun suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. This mouthful of blood was not Ji-kun's intention. But Ji-kun was injured because of the forced casting of the spell, and he couldn't bear it, so he spit out a mouthful of blood. Xiao-ing came over immediately. Brother Ji-kun, are you okay? If Ji-kun was injured, their team might not be able to go far. Xiao-ing still wanted to get a good ranking. Humph. I just got some internal injuries when releasing the secret method. Ji-kun held his chest and straightened his back. Besides, Chu-yun's team hurried up to the 10th floor, and I don't know how much it cost. They can't go far. Anyway, the final factor in climbing the Destiny Tower is the number of floors, not the time it takes to pass each floor. Let them be proud of themselves. Ji-kun gritted his teeth. Xiao-ing. Sure Yin. Go to the 10th floor. The 11th floor. Chu-yun's 3-person team officially saw the gold-level beast guarding the level in the Destiny Tower. Just as Chu-yun had expected before. The gold-level beasts here are much stronger than those outside, and are not inferior to the platinum-level beasts. On this floor, there is a large group of crabs with jewel-like bodies. They are very small, but the claws they wield are ridiculously large, and the bite force of the claws can easily destroy all kinds of iron. Gemstone Crystal Crab. Level 23. HP 4321000. Gem Claws. Gemstone Crystal Crab's claws are sharp and powerful, with 20% damage penetration. If it attacks metal objects, it will gain an additional 20% damage penetration. Passive skill. Gem Link. When a gem crystal crab of the same kind in a nearby village, 40% of the damage it receives will be shared with its peers nearby. Passive skill. Crystal Assault. Gemstone Crystal Crab launches an assault on the target, reducing the target's field of view by 90% for 0.5 seconds, and the next attack will carry 50% water element damage. As expected, the platinum level panel configuration. Oh, it looks difficult. So many platinum level. I'm wrong. Gold level crabs. Chu-yun frowned slightly. It feels like it can at least hold us back for a minute. Is it difficult to hold us back for only a minute? Yunmu was a little drunk. Chu-yun was stunned and said, if we don't hurry up, other teams should all climb up. But I think our team is already at the highest level. Xiao Xincher shrugged. Chu-yun thought about it carefully and felt that it was really like this. Well, we still need to go all out. Chu-yun carefully gave Xiao Xincher and Yunmu full buffs. Then I'll give you some buffs. Blessing. Speeding Aura. Guardian of Poison. Praise of Reason. Praise of Reason. Praise of Reason. Life Growth. Death Saving Field. Afterwards, Chu-yun did not forget to look at the golden egg. Golden egg. Use the violent field. Suddenly, Xiao Xincher and Yunmu's stats soared. The two once again felt invincible. Xiao Xincher clenched his fists and laughed. Yunzi. Yunmu. I'm on. Yunmu took out the blood of the Flame Rat King and raised his head to drink it. A layer of burning shadow emerged from Yunmu's body. Orcs. Start Beast Transformation. Beast Transformation completed. Beast Transformation target. Flame Rat King. Skills acquired. Poison Fire Bite. When the Flame Rat attacks, it will cause the target to fall into the Poison Fire state. The target in the Poison Fire state will have its movement speed reduced by 50%. And the fire damage received will be increased by 100%. And 50% of it will be converted into true damage. Passive skill. Fiery Surround. The Flame Rat is covered with fire, which will continuously burn the enemy and cause a large amount of fire damage. Passive skill. Fiery Explosion. When receiving fatal damage, the Flame Rat will self-destruct, causing high fire damage to all targets around except the Flame Rat, and stun them for 1 second. Passive skill. The two melee fighters suddenly rushed towards the group of gem crystal crabs. When the group of crabs, who were also good at melee combat, saw the two humans rushing over, they were stunned for a moment. And then, they also launched an attack in anger, thinking that the two humans looked down on them. What they are best at is melee combat. But they never expected that they would be beaten up by Xiao Xincher and Yunmu in the melee field they are best at. Not to mention, there were golden eggs assisting in the output, and Chu-yun's continuous treatment supplements allowed the two to fight without any worries. In less than a minute, dozens of gem crystal crabs were cleared out. The three people and the dragon then stepped onto the 11th floor. The 11th floor obviously couldn't stop Chu Yun's team, and they were defeated in an instant. And the gold level beasts behind them were no match for Chu Yun's team. Chu Yun's team is making great progress. Audience friends, we can see that Chu Yun's team has reached the 18th floor, which is also the highest floor challenged by geniuses in previous years. Will Chu Yun's team stop here? Or will they surpass their limits and set a new record again? The host was in high spirits. Let's wait and see the wonderful performance of Chu Yun's team. Chapter 112 Clear Contrast. The comments were very enthusiastic. I think this will be a tough battle. The first few levels were all in seconds. I think Chu Yun's team can easily pass it. The fighters and orcs are too strong. The golden holy dragon is even stronger. The comments had different opinions on the difficulty of Chu Yun's team challenging the 18th level. But they all believed that Chu Yun's team would definitely be able to get through the 18th level. This was an unquestionable idea. Everyone thought so. Inside the 18th level, the Chu Yun team looked at the powerful beast guarding the 18th level, which had stopped countless talented teams over the years. Demon Tiger. This was a huge tiger with purple patterns all over its body, and huge black scales, like wings stretched out on both sides, which could blow up strong winds. It has 3 eyes, and the third eye is on its forehead, embedded in the word king. There is actually a demon tiger in this place. Chu Yun was surprised. Xiao Zhenche was stunned. Yunzi, do you know this? Of course I know. Isn't this what the textbook says? I'm not an excellent student like you. Yunzi. Yunmu also said that he didn't know. Chu Yun had to explain. The demon tiger is one of the descendants of the ancient demons, with extraordinary demonic power, even if it is a juvenile. It starts at the diamond level, but for some reason, this demon tiger is only at the gold level. Of course, the levels of all the beasts in this level-breaking Destiny Tower are very strange, which is already unusual. Wow! Chu Yun showed his extraordinary knowledge. I really learned a lot. The host sighed. Those genius students in previous years only knew how to fight, and didn't know how to talk about these things. Deng Pei added. It was the teams in previous years. They were far from being as leisurely as Chu Yun's team, let alone explaining. To be able to explain calmly like this, you need confidence. It's very impressive for an ordinary team to maintain the will to fight when facing the demon tiger. Not to mention such a relaxed expression. But to be honest, Chu Yun and the other two all looked very relaxed. And the demon tiger in front of Chu Yun and the other two seemed to be ignored, and immediately felt it was an insult, and began to roar. These humans actually dared to underestimate it. It will make these 3 humans and the golden UFO pay the price. Demon Tiger. Level 29. HP 9550000. Demon Gaze. If the demon tiger stares at a target for 10 seconds, the power of attacking the target will increase by 20%. If the demon tiger stares at a target for 30 seconds, the next attack will ignore its defense skills. If the demon tiger stares at a target for 60 seconds, the next attack will silence the target for 5 seconds. Demon Aura. The demon tiger is always showing its aura as a demon offspring, which will extend the casting time of all nearby enemies by 50%, and reduce the damage other than magic removal by 50%. Passive skill. Demon's Fury. The demon tiger bursts into rage, temporarily evolving into a demon aura for 30 seconds. During these 30 seconds, all enemies within the demon aura range fall into silence, and an irreversible 50% slowdown, and damage reduction is increased to 90%. After seeing the skills of the demon tiger, Yunmu couldn't help but take a breath. Armor-piercing attack, high damage reduction for all attributes, and full field silence and slowdown. Worthy of being a demon. Although she is now maintaining the transformation of the Flame Rat King, she clearly finds that her transformed form is trembling. The Flame Rat King, facing this demon tiger, feels infinite fear. Yunmu, who was the transformation vessel, was also stunned. I have no strength at all. Damn it. Even the transformation has become weak. How can I fight like this? If I use other blood to transform, I'm afraid the situation will be the same. The pressure of the demon tiger is too terrible. When it appears, all beasts surrender. But there is one creature that does not surrender. It even has no expression. It is naturally the golden egg of the golden holy dragon. It looked at the demon tiger in confusion, but it only vaguely felt the malice emanating from the demon tiger. Yunmu, you are weak now. Don't come forward. I can hold it. Xiao Xinshi clenched his fists and frowned slightly. But it will take some effort to defeat this demon tiger. The demon tiger no longer hesitated and rushed toward Xiao Xinshi, who was standing in the front. And Xiao Xinshi suddenly turned sideways and punched the demon tiger's body. Unfortunately, it had little effect. Golden egg. Use it quickly, Golden egg? Chu Yun wanted to command Golden Egg to use the heavenly flame and earthly fire to quickly resolve the battle. But the aura of Golden Egg at this time became completely different. Its body showed the majesty that only a high-ranking race could have. And the demon tiger that kept shouting suddenly began to tremble. A confused look appeared in the eyes of the demon tiger. This was the first time in demon tiger's life that he felt fear, and the reason for this fear was the young dragon that was emitting golden light all over his body. Swoosh! The golden egg opened its mouth and sprayed out a tiny flame. But this flame was extremely thick, as if it had condensed into a deep red flame like liquid. And this tiny flame instantly pierced through Demon Tiger, burning a shocking big hole. Soon, Demon Tiger's wound began to burn, instantly covering the entire Demon Tiger. The Demon Tiger roared in reluctance and fear. Roar! But its struggle was completely in vain. The flames burned fiercely and completely devoured Demon Tiger. Then, it was completely burned. The Golden Holy Dragon has been the punisher of demons from ancient times to the present. Oh my god! Chu Yun was stunned. And Xiao Xinshi and Yun Mu were also stunned. They thought that there would be a tough battle. But it was solved so easily. And, looking at the appearance of the Golden Egg, this move was just a very ordinary attack. Not a killing move at all. Audience friends. Audience friends. The Demon Tiger that blocked countless genius teams could not last more than a second under the Golden Holy Dragon Cub. The host sighed again and again. The Chu Yun team successfully passed the 18th floor and is about to go to the 19th floor. The record of so many years has been successfully broken by the Chu Yun team. 2 guests. What do you think Chu Yun team can achieve now? Ding Pei pondered for a moment. Until now, Chu Yun has not shown any intention of using his hidden strength. About 25 floors. It would be too exaggerated to say higher. Xie Xing, who was standing by, also smiled. I think Chu Yun team can reach 30 floors at the beginning. The goal the Ji Kun team boasted about, Chu Yun team can achieve. Chapter 113, Strongest. Everyone has their own opinion in the bullet screen. But obviously, the record breaking of Chu Yun's team will be spread throughout Xuanqing. On the 14th floor, Ji Kun's team is fighting hard. Their enemies are a group of giant stones, which are extremely tough. Giant Stone. Level, 24. HP, 5650000. Giant Stone Armor. Giant Stone will repair its own Giant Stone Armor every 20 seconds. The Giant Stone Armor can resist damage based on 50% of its own upper limit. If the Giant Stone Armor is hit by physical damage, it will be reduced by 50%. Passive skill. Giant Stone Throwing. When the Giant Stone monster has Giant Stone Armor, it can lose 50% of the current shield amount. Tear off a piece of armor and throw it to the enemy, causing physical damage equal to the amount of shield lost. Ordinary, but powerful. Shi Yan, who was at the forefront, was seriously injured, and the flames leaping on his body were looming. Although he had a high blood-sucking ability, he could not hold on any longer. After all, the boulder had no blood. In the back, Ji Kun, who had used many secret techniques, was also extremely exhausted and was only fighting reluctantly. Xia Ying's magic power was also used up, and she was now panting. Ji Kun's team was on the verge of elimination. At this time, the broadcast also conveyed the new record of Chu Yun's team. Chu Yun's team has defeated the fierce beast Demon Tiger guarding the 18th floor, and is about to go to the 19th floor, breaking the record of Xuanqing. Ji Kun was stunned. How could this happen? However, this moment of shock gave the giant stone monster a chance to attack. A huge rock was thrown at him and hit him right in the body, and Ji Kun was instantly killed and teleported out. Ji Kun was eliminated. Xia Ying opened her mouth wide and stared at this scene blankly. The giant stone monster also found an opportunity to throw a huge rock and eliminated him. These 2 guys. Shi Yan sighed deeply. How could he be so unlucky to choose these 2 guys as teammates? Although Ji Kun is strong, his brain seems to be completely useless. He is impulsive and irritable, wasting his abilities and talents. And Xia Ying, she seems to be focused on Ji Kun, which makes her brain not work well either. Now, They were eliminated at the 14th floor. In Shi Yan's expectation, even if they couldn't beat the 18th floor, they had to at least reach the 18th floor. But at this time, it was hopeless. TSK. Shi Yan gave up resistance. Let the giant stone monster knock him out. And teleported out. Audience friends. Ji Kun's team stopped at the 14th floor. Manager Xie really guessed it. And other gold level teams can at least reach the 16th floor. Ji Kun's team. What a pity. When the word regret was mentioned, there was no regret in the host's voice. And the barrage was full of ridicule. Regret? Wrong. It's wonderful. It's amazing that Ji Kun's thing can reach the 14th floor. Although Ji Kun is at the bottom of the gold level team, I still have to say, it's really useless. The host quickly adjusted the perspective to Chu Yun's team. Chu Yun's team is still making progress. 19th floor. The beasts in this level are extremely violent. The peak of the gold level. It must be extremely difficult. Passed. 20th floor. Gold level goalkeeper. The ultimate of gold level beasts passed. 21st floor. The first encounter with the platinum level beasts that challenge the Tower of Destiny. With high values. Can Chu Yun's team still move forward? Passed. 22nd floor. 23rd floor. 30th floor. The strongest beast of the platinum level beasts guards this place. Can Chu Yun's team escape danger? Passed. Team Chu Yun cleared the 30th floor. The host was extremely excited. 30 floors. This is a number that all the students in the audience need to look up to. On the square, watching Chu Yun and his three companions killing monsters with ease on the big screen, Ji Kun's lips were dry, and he couldn't say anything. The 30th floor he confidently said he wanted to reach was now completed by Team Chu Yun. And Ji Kun himself stopped at the 14th floor. The color on Ji Kun's face had already disappeared. 30th floor. The door leading to the 31st floor. Fatty. Why don't we go up? Oh! Yunzi. Are you tired? Not yet. But I think it's enough. If we go up any further, we'll be too much of a show. Chu Yun looked indifferent to fame and fortune. We just need to win first place. I don't want to attract attention for the time being. Wouldn't winning first place attract attention? Yun Mu complained silently in his heart. Well, then I agree to withdraw. Xiao Jinshi nodded slightly and looked at Yun Mu. Yun Mu, what do you think? I can get here thanks to you. So I will not refuse your decision. Yun Mu replied with a smile. Okay. Then let's withdraw. The three of them took the initiative to activate the teleportation ring and teleported out. And the Chu Yun team was also the only team that took the initiative to leave the Destiny Tower this time. When Chu Yun's team landed on the square, they were watched by countless people. Admiration, respect, worship, and jealousy in the dark. Ji Kun's resentful eyes were really hard to avoid. Fuck. We didn't stop him from passing the Destiny Tower. But he kept looking at us. Xiao Jinshi was speechless. At this point, all three exams were over. The total scores were calculated again and ranked one by one. The first one was naturally Chu Yun's team. Xiao Jinshi, Yun Mu, and Chu Yun. Are you willing to enter Qinsheng? The admissions officer at Qinsheng stood up from his seat and invited with a smile. The performance of Chu Yun's team was so dazzling that he happily invited them. Xiao Jinshi, who is proficient in close combat and almost invincible. Yun Mu, who constantly changes his strategy according to the blood on the battlefield. And Chu Yun, the master of the Golden Holy Dragon, who is very good at commanding the Golden Holy Dragon strategy and has some medical assistance capabilities. Aside, the admissions director of Baitian stood up slowly. How can a place like Qinsheng bring out your talents? Come to my Baitian. Humph! What's the use of Baitian? Why not come to my Qinsheng? Instantly, the admissions directors of Qinsheng and Baitian quarreled again. And Xiao Jinshi and Yun Mu were also hesitant and difficult to choose. And just looked at Chu Yun. In their eyes, Chu Yun is the backbone of this team. At this moment, an unexpected voice sounded. Hee hee. This voice came from the corner of the admissions officers. After this voice sounded, the admissions officers of Qinsheng and Baitian, who were in a quarrel, became strangely quiet. This is the admissions officer of Slime Academy. Lung Nian. Lung Nian stood up slowly, with the leisure of a young man, like a warm senior brother. Chu Yun, Xiao Jinshi, Yun Mu, are you willing to enter my Slime Academy? Chapter 114. I joined the Slime Academy. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. Whether it was the admissions officer or the students taking the exam. They didn't understand why the admissions officer of the Slime Academy wanted to recruit Chuyun. Some admissions officers spoke up immediately. The Slime Academy, a mere slime academy, also wants to recruit the owner of the Golden Holy Dragon. You're thinking too much. And the students were also talking about it. How can such a low-level academy have the courage to recruit the gold-level team with the Golden Holy Dragon? All of a sudden, all kinds of discussions and disputes continued. All kinds of people cast questioning eyes at Lung Yin. Dear audience friends, the Chuyun team that won the first place was actually invited by the unknown Slime Academy. The host was extremely shocked. It seems that even a small academy like Slime Academy can't help but ignore the influence of Qin Sheng and Bai Tian, and try to gain a glimmer of hope to recruit Chuyun's team? Ding Pei laughed. No words. Small academy? This is the highest aristocratic royal academy of the Tianfeng Empire. Slime Academy never recruits students from outside. This time, it is a special case for Chuyun. On the side, the admissions officers of Qin Sheng and Bai Tian cast extremely shocked eyes at Lung Yin. Slime Academy is actually going to start open enrollment? What they don't know is that Slime Academy has never intended to recruit students from outside. The one Lung Yin wants to win over is Chuyun from the beginning to the end. But since it would be too special to only recruit Chuyun, it would be better to directly recruit Xiao Zhencher and Yun Mu. Anyway, these two are also gold-level geniuses. It is not a loss of face for them to enter the Slime Academy. But it is a bit reluctant. Instantly, the admissions officers of Qin Sheng and Bai Tian fell silent. They were a little at a loss. Because in theory, ordinary students do not know the special features of the Slime Academy. And they are likely not to choose the Slime Academy, and Qin Sheng and Bai Tian cannot disobey the Slime Academy. If Chuyun still insists on entering Qin Sheng or Bai Tian, it will be embarrassing. At this time, many eyes were directed at the persons in charge of Qin Sheng and Bai Tian, wanting to know what they thought. But the person in charge of Qin Sheng and Bai Tian fell silent. It seemed that they were completely afraid to deal with Lung Yin, the person in charge of Slime Academy. Although most people failed to notice this abnormality, Xiao Zhencher and Yun Mu, who were the parties involved, saw it clearly. The admissions person in charge of Qin Sheng and Bai Tian. Are you actually avoiding the admissions person in charge of Slime Academy? The surprise in Xiao Zhencher and Yun Mu's hearts gradually deepened. They seemed to understand a little bit why the admissions person in charge of Slime Academy dared to recruit students from his first team. This academy is extraordinary. The other students and admissions persons in charge, and even the audience in the live broadcast room, did not understand the background of Slime Academy. And they all waited for Chuyun to refuse and show the strength of the first team. As the first place winner, it was not the academy that chose them, but they chose the academy. However, beyond their expectations, Chuyun nodded readily. I agree. Chuyun spoke. As soon as he said this, the whole audience was silent. The students who were talking about it were silent. The live broadcast room was silent. And the whole city was almost silent for several seconds. They could never have imagined that Chuyun would actually agree to enter the Slime Academy. How is this possible? Is Chuyun crazy? Why would he not go to such a shabby academy instead of Qin Sheng and Bai Tian's bright future? Many people expressed their confusion. Lung Yin smiled slightly. What about Xiao Zhencher? Yun Mu? What about you two? Chuyun turned his head quickly, raised his eyebrows, and hinted at the two of them crazily. It is definitely worth it to enter this academy. Let alone other things. Just the awkward and uneasy expressions of the admissions officers of Qin Sheng and Bai Tian when facing Lung Yin can make you understand the hidden value of Slime Academy. Xiao Zhencher responded quickly. I will also join Slime Academy. Yun Mu was slightly stunned. She really wanted to enter Qin Sheng or Bai Tian, but she could get to where she is now and become a member of the first team. All thanks to Chuyun and Xiao Zhencher. She will not leave. Well, I agree too. Seeing the three agree to join, Lung Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the chaos professional was taken down. And now I should be able to give an explanation to the academy. Even the Slime Academy, the most advanced and secretive academy in the Tianfeng Empire, does not have a chaos professional. Now that Chuyun has joined, Lung Yin has completed the task perfectly. By the way, Xiao Zhencher and Yun Mu were recruited, not bad. Right. The two of them are top geniuses in Qin Sheng Bai Tian. But they are slightly inferior in Slime Academy. But they are only slightly inferior. Not that they are not qualified to enter Slime Academy. Geniuses do not necessarily win everything. Only grown-up geniuses are qualified to win everything. The future is full of changes. Who can say for sure? Okay. Lung Nian nodded. Welcome all three to join the Slime Academy. I will lead you to the Slime Academy here in a week. After that, Lung Nian laughed 3 times. And actually stood up from his seat, and left directly from his seat. And no one nearby dared to stop him. Everyone was astonished, watching Lung Nian leave the admissions director's seat. The first-ranked, full-value Chuyun team actually chose to join the Slime Academy. Is this a hidden conspiracy or a moral decline? But we don't know all this. The host's words were full of regrets. The comments were full of confusion. Why do you have to go to that damn Slime Academy? Why don't you go to Qingsheng Baitian? Damn. It's a complete waste of golden holy dragons. What are you thinking? But their doubts were not heard by the Chuyun team. The first place Chuyun team has been assigned. And the remaining teams and students have chosen their favorite academies. Or, they were chosen by the academy. Just now, when seeing Lung Nian recruiting people, the admissions directors of Qingsheng and Baitian were afraid. Will he take away all the geniuses here? Now that Lung Nian accepted the Chuyun team and left, the admissions directors of Qingsheng and Baitian were relieved. Although it was a pity that Chu Yun's team was not recruited. Other geniuses should still be recruited. Soon, it was Ji Kun's team's turn. Ji Kun stared at the admissions officers of Qingsheng and Baitian with bloodshot eyes. In Ji Kun's eyes, they must be able to take a fancy to him. Humph. Chu Yun is ignorant of the times, and actually didn't join Qingsheng and Baitian. I will deal with him when I have the chance in the future. But Ji Kun's eyes suddenly trembled, because the admissions officers of Qingsheng and Baitian refused to look at him. Chapter 115. Ji Kun's defense is broken. Why don't you look at me? Ji Kun's heart skipped a beat. But he still had a glimmer of hope. But, maybe it's a mistake. I'm a star priest. A special profession. How could I not be able to enter Qingsheng or Baitian? Haha. However, what Ji Kun didn't notice was that Xia Ying and Shi Yin beside him were quietly distanced from him. To put it bluntly, they just didn't want to have anything to do with Ji Kun. But Ji Kun was on the verge of mental collapse at this time, and he was no longer able to explore what was going on. Shi Yin, are you willing to join my Qingsheng? The admissions officer of Qingsheng nodded slightly. Although Shi Yin was dragged down by the 2 teammates around him, his performance was still very impressive. High damage resistance, high blood absorption, high mobility with teleportation, a versatile and powerful front row. A genius worth recruiting. Shi Yin showed his joy. He came to Xuanqing just to increase the probability of entering Qingsheng or Baitian. Although he didn't get the first place this time, and even ranked very low. As long as he can't enter Qingsheng, the previous twists and turns are just a thing of the past. Not a problem. I do. Ha ha ha. Shi Yin, welcome to join the highest institution of learning in Tianfeng Empire. Qingsheng. Lung Nian, the admissions officer of Slime Academy, has left, and the admissions officer of Qingsheng boasted happily. Shi Yin couldn't suppress his smile. Beside him, Baitian's admissions officer snorted and looked at Xia Ying. Xia Ying, are you coming to Baitian? Xia Ying wasn't a very good talent, but it wouldn't be a problem to be in Baitian. More importantly, she could give Qingsheng's admissions officer a slap. Xia Ying was ecstatic. She thought she had no chance this time because of Ji Kun's madness. Unexpectedly, she could also enter Qingsheng or Baitian. Of course. Of course. I want to join Baitian. Baitian's admissions officer nodded slightly. Well, welcome to Baitian. Afterwards, Qingsheng's admissions officer and Baitian's admissions officer both tacitly didn't look at the last person in the 3-person team Ji Kun. Ji Kun was at a loss. The 2 admissions officers of Qingsheng and Baitian. What about me? I, Ji Kun, am a star priest. The admissions officer of Qingsheng scratched his face and said nothing. Although the special profession of star priest is indeed powerful and extraordinary in the future, Ji Kun's behavior is really. It's hard to say whether there will be any problems in the future. No matter what. They are just an academy. And the simple atmosphere among students is very important. Unlike some organizations, which only want strong people and don't care about character. They don't want to let a dirty thing in and pollute the ivory tower of the academy. Sorry, Ji Kun. After repeated consideration, I don't plan to recruit you. The admissions officer of Qingsheng showed a look of disdain. Then, he turned his head and looked away. The admissions officer of Baitian also laughed and said, Tell the truth, Ji Kun. You can't do it. What can I do? Ji-kun roared. His crazy look scared the students nearby and made them retreat. Shi Yin even took several steps back in disdain. And Xia Ying, who used to come closer, also drifted away. Now she is a member of Baitian. And she is completely different from Ji-kun. And they are not in the same realm. Nothing can do it. The admissions officer of Baitian showed a look of contempt. Ji-kun was furious. He took a deep breath, his eyes full of anger. Even if I don't get into Baitian Qisheng, I can get into other advanced schools. As soon as he finished speaking, the admissions officers of other advanced schools present also spoke up. Ah, forget about my Beast Academy. Sorry, Guangming Academy doesn't want to recruit you. You don't suit our academy's appetite. Ji-kun's face became paler and paler. All the admissions officers rejected him. Doesn't this mean that he won't be able to go to college? What's going on? I don't accept it. I don't accept it. I just targeted that Chu Yun. Why do you treat me like this? Ji-kun was furious. He suddenly looked at Chu Yun. Chu Yun is a wretch who can only get here with the help of the Golden Holy Dragon Cub and 2 golden teammates. Why would anyone want him? He is just a piece of trash. The students and admissions officers watching laughed at Ji-kun's dying struggle. The matter is done. But he is still nagging. At this time, Lung Yin, who had left, actually came back. He brought a new test stone tablet. Although I completely deny Ji-kun, I agree with the idea of testing Chu Yun's current strength. Lung Yin raised his eyebrows. Chu Yun, do you want to try? Anyway, Chu Yun has agreed to join the Slime Academy now. No matter how much attention he gets, there won't be any more surprises. Chu Yun smiled. He knew that Lung Yin wanted to see his level. Since Lung Yin said so, it wouldn't be a problem for him to show off. Then I'll show off my skills. Chu Yun walked to the stone tablet. Ji-kun looked crazy. Like a clown. Chu Yun, you're still pretending to be calm. Once your strength is tested, everyone will know that you're just a weakling. Chu Yun ignored Ji-kun and pointed his finger at the stone tablet. Soon, the stone tablet tested Chu Yun's level. Chu Yun, physician, level 35, platinum level, the level that crushed the whole audience. Haha, I got a good level up in the Tower of Destiny. Chu Yun smiled. The brilliance of genius at this moment shocked the whole city. Dear audience, Chu Yun, the master of the Golden Holy Dragon, is actually a platinum level warrior. Is it because of the assistance of the Golden Holy Dragon? Or Chu Yun's own background? In any case, Chu Yun is too mysterious. There seems to be a layer of mist around him. The host was full of emotion. The barrage was also overwhelming. Chu Yun is actually platinum level? This is too surprising. He is just a physician. How can he level up faster than the main combat professions? I can't imagine what's going on. Behind Chu Yun, there was a space left by the crowd. And Ji-kun stood there, his eyes wide open. He was completely crazy. This is impossible. This is impossible. All this is fake. All fake. I am a star priest. And the only winner will be me. But the others didn't want to see Ji-kun's clownish behavior anymore. And those admissions officers, who were still wavering about whether to recruit Ji-kun, also made up their minds. If such a clown is recruited, it will only waste the college's money. Soon, the final college selection process came to an end. Ji-kun was the only one who was not selected by the school. Chapter 116 Full Rewards. Debut. Congratulations to Chu Yun's team for becoming the first team. Chu Yun won first place and won a villa, gold level props, skill books and other rewards. The organizer gave Chu Yun and the other 2 a lot of props, as well as the title deed and keys. Chu Yun was overjoyed. Oh my! A villa! Although Chu Yun was not short of money, he had not thought about getting a villa to live in. Now that the organizer has given him a villa, Chu Yun naturally would not refuse. This is such a good thing. Gold level suit. Yun Mu was holding this suit. Tears were about to come out. She came from a poor family, and now she was still wearing silver level equipment. Now, I finally got the gold level equipment. And all this is thanks to Chu Yun and Xiao Shincher. Thank you. Yun Mu spoke sincerely. Chu Yun glanced at the pair of gloves in Yun Mu's hand. Solid iron gloves. Category, gloves. Level requirement, 20. Professional requirement, profession with strength higher than magic. Effect, strength plus 50,000. Durability, 500/500. Name of solid iron increases defense by 50%. lasts for 60 seconds. And all defense gains during the duration are increased by an additional 25%. And all shield amounts are increased by an additional 10%. Cooling time 5 minutes. As expected of the first prize given by the organizer. Gold level equipment. It actually has equipment skills. However, Chu Yun just smiled and shook his head. Although this set is good, it may not really suit you. Do you still remember Manager Xia's promise? Yuan Mu's expression became even brighter. You mean, the exchange? Well, keep your expectations. Chu Yun laughed. Next to him, Xiao Zhencher looked at the skill book left and right. This skill book is a bit embarrassing. Chu Yun also looked over. Rock attack. The size increases by 100%. Except for the movement speed. All attributes increase by 100%. The movement speed decreases by 70%. And the damage caused decreases by 50%. But the reduced part is converted into shield value and added to yourself. The shield lasts for up to 20 seconds. And the duration is refreshed each time a new shield is added. Chu Yun also understood what Xiao Zhencher meant by embarrassment. The value is very strong. All doubled. And even the general damage of the attack is converted into a shield and applied to yourself. But the speed is reduced by 70%. Which is still a bit embarrassing. Yun Mu spoke up. Can I learn this skill? I think it is very suitable for me. This skill is not suitable for a smart melee output profession like Xiao Zhencher. But it is very suitable for Yun Mu. As a frontline damage resistance, Yun Mu doesn't care even if the movement speed is reduced. The important thing is to keep the value high so that you can resist more damage. Yeah. Sure. Chu Yun and Xiao Zhencher both had no objection. For them, skill books were not rare. Seeing Chu Yun and Xiao Zhencher so straightforward, Yun Mu was slightly stunned. And suddenly laughed. Hee hee. I won't say thank you this time. Chu Yun laughed and hooked Yun Mu's shoulder. We are partners. Sharing some resources is normal. Chu Yun's team left the square noisily. And the rest of the students also left here, leaving only the soulless Jikun sitting there dejectedly. There must be something hateful about pitiful people. Chu Yun's team met with Xie Xing. Xie Xing was dressed in a suit, with a straight back and meticulousness. Congratulations to Mr. Chu Yun for winning the first place in the exam. As agreed, please come to the exchange and choose equipment. Xiao Zhencher and Yun Mu cheered. Great. Team Chu Yun and Xie Xing went to Xuanqing Exchange together. Many people saw Team Chu Yun and talked about it. Wow. They are the first team in this Xuanqing exam. Team Chu Yun. The team that chose to join the Slime Academy? The person in front of them is Manager Xie of Xuanqing Exchange. They must be going to get equipment. Right? I'm so envious. Soon, Team Chu Yun arrived at Xuanqing Exchange. Xie Xing led them to the equipment area. Since I don't know what equipment is suitable for you three, please choose it yourself. Wow. Yun Mu's eyes sparkled. A poor person like her never had the chance to come to such a place to shop before. But this time it can't be considered shopping. But Xie Xingbai gave them a set of equipment. Immediately, Yun Mu carefully selected. Although Xiao Zhencher was also financially strong, he was also choosing a piece of equipment for himself. So he also selected it very carefully. Only Chu Yun was now wearing the Moradin domain suit and holding the dragon speaker staff in his hand. And no longer needed new equipment. This set is very suitable for Chu Yun. Manager Xie. I won't go to the equipment area. I'll go somewhere else. No problem. Please let me go with you. Then, Chu Yun and Xie Xing started walking together. After walking through the magic scroll area, Chu Yun thought carefully and realized that he didn't need magic scrolls that much now. But he still wanted special props. The power of the Heaven's Lock at that time still made Chu Yun miss it. Manager Xie. Do you still have a replica of the Heaven's Lock here? I'm sorry. Xie Xing shook his head. That level of artifact, even if it is a replica, is extremely rare. Xuanqing Exchange no longer has it. But before Chu Yun showed his disappointment, Xie Xing smiled. But there is a replica of the artifact in the exchange. What? Chu Yun became interested. The Spear of Longinus. Xie Xing answered in a deep voice. Instantly, Chu Yun was in a strong shock. What? The Spear of Longinus. The ultimate artifact of the God-given empire. It is said that the owner of this gun will exude a domineering aura that makes everything submit to it. And when the gun is out, even gods can be killed. Staining the sky with blood. The ultimate domineering. The ultimate sharp. The symbol of unstoppable. This kind of replica of the artifact is actually also in the exchange. This is even more shocking than the replica of the Heaven's Chain. The reason is that the Heaven's Chain is the artifact of the Tianfeng Empire, and the Spear of Longinus is the artifact of the God-given empire. Can the replica of the artifact of the neighboring empire come here? Chu Yun collected his thoughts. Can you take me to see it? No problem. Please come. Xie Xing brought Chu Yun to the treasury. Then, he walked to the end of the treasury, in front of a booth. On this stand was sealed an extremely old, muddy, and seemingly crudely made pistol. Chu Yun was stunned. Is this the replica of the Spear of Longinus? Xie Xing nodded seriously. This is the replica of the Spear of Longinus, one of the treasures of Xuanchen Exchange. Chapter 117 Spear of Longinus. But I don't see that in the introduction. Chu Yun couldn't help complaining. In the search interface of the mobile phone, there was an introduction, an illustration of the Spear of Longinus. 10,000 years ago, the throne of the bishop who founded the Church of the God-given Empire guarded one side, slaughtered fierce beasts, and spread the boundless holy light. However, in the endless fight against fierce beasts, the bishop was eventually infected by darkness and became corrupted, and the boundless holy light was also submerged by darkness. For a time, the God-given empire fell into darkness, and countless people also fell into depravity. However, at this time, a young man named Longinus bravely stood up, crossed the obstacles of darkness with blood, and pierced the bishop's body, which should have been flawless and indestructible. Holding the roughest spear, golden blood flowed down, dyeing Longinus's spear golden. Longinus was already exhausted and fell into the arms of the bishop. With his spear, the bishop briefly woke up from the chaos, and the boundless darkness temporarily returned to gold. The bishop looked at Longinus's body with mercy, chose to give up his life on his own, and put the holy light in his body into the entire God-given empire. Praying for the future, the bishop fell, and Longinus's spear was completely soaked in golden light, fully infused by the throne, and possessed power comparable to the throne. It was a real artifact. Legend has it that as long as you hold the spear, people within a range of 100,000 miles can feel a trace of holy light, and people within 300 meters will be unable to resist wanting to surrender to the holy light. For beasts with low intelligence, this power of conquest will be even stronger, because the Spear of Longinus had pierced the throne of God and was blessed by the blood of the throne. It has the most direct, powerful, and indomitable edge, and can kill all matter. The picture of the Spear of Longinus is a gorgeous spear decorated with precious gems and shining with golden light, full of divine majesty, and then held by the statue of the bishop in the church, which is very handsome. How could it be like this? The Spear of Longinus on the internet is a posed photo. Xie Xing smiled. Only when the power is fully bloomed, the Spear of Longinus will become like this picture. And under normal circumstances, it is indeed so tattered. Not only are the effects of replicas far inferior to the originals, but there are also restrictions on their use. It's impossible for someone to open it all at once just to see it. That would be a waste of usage. This statement is quite strange. Chu Yun originally wanted to complain like this, but suddenly, Chu Yun remembered the Nasher holy sword in his storage ring. This holy sword also looks like a tetanus holy sword at ordinary times, but when it is really needed, it can burst out infinite light. Well, that makes sense. Chu Yun nodded. What level of imitation has this replica reached? Although the original is a divine weapon, there are also different levels of replicas. The highest level replica is only one level lower than the original, and the lowest level replica is the ornamental product sold on the tourist street, let alone using it in battle. It will probably break if you shake it twice. This is a diamond level replica. Xie Xing smiled and said, it can be used 3 times. It is indestructible. If it is used 3 times at a time, it can seriously injure the star level. Chu Yun raised his eyebrows. This Spear of Longinus has a special protective shield that can isolate divine thoughts. It is impossible to detect information. Only when you get it in your hands can you detect it. Manager Xie, I want this replica of the Spear of Longinus. Xie Xing sighed softly. I'm very sorry, Mr. Chu Yun. The price of this replica of the Spear of Longinus is too high. After all, it is the treasure of the town. But Chu Yun didn't even blink. How much does it cost? I will get it. In Chu Yun's eyes, money is nothing. As long as he wants to make money, Chu Yun can always buy blank equipment and sell it after reversing it to earn a high difference. This Xie showed a look of embarrassment. Chu Yun understood that such a treasure of the town would not be sold. And Xie was a little shaken because of his friendship with him. What is needed now is to make a quick decision. I choose to give up the reward provided by Manager Xie. And then I can sell all the money in my card, as well as these miscellaneous equipment, props, and materials to the exchange. Chu Yun shook the black card and poured out all the things in the storage ring, piling up a small mountain on the side. Manager Xie, you also understand my ability to make money. As long as you make a price, even if it is a sky-high price, I can make up for it within a week. Xie was breathing rapidly. Chu Yun's promise must be real. As a businessman, he should have ripped off Chu Yun. And the Spear of Longinus was originally a sky-high price, but as a friend, Xie decided to only charge the purchase price of the Spear of Longinus to fill the exchange. Some money cannot be earned. Dear guest Chu Yun, these equipment materials together are enough. Xie reached out and punched the password, opening the protective cover of the Spear of Longinus. Now, the treasure of Xuanqing Exchange, the replica of the Spear of Longinus. It belongs to you. Chu Yun laughed, reached out, and held the replica of the Spear of Longinus. The moment he held it, Chu Yun's eyes widened. It's so heavy. Although it was just a tattered pistol of only about 1 meter long, with pits and dirt on it, it was very heavy. Chu Yun felt like he was holding a huge rock. Spear of Longinus replica. Category, Spear. Level requirement, none. Professional requirement, none. Effect, none. Durability, 3/3. Bathe in holy light, consume 1 durability. Start to spread gentle and powerful holy light. Illuminate all targets around. Make all targets in the range fall into a pious state. Lasting 30 minutes. During the duration, you can use Judgment Execution. Judgment Execution immediately launch a skill that ignores all defenses and defense, damage reduction, and causes real damage based on the target's lost health. You can consume additional durability to launch a stronger attack. For every 1 durability consumed, additional real damage is caused to the lost health. If all the remaining durability is consumed at once, the attack will ignore death and resurrection, causing a lethal effect. If all 3 durability are used at once, the damage is completely unimaginable. Although this replica is diamond grade, it can also seriously injure star level if it is fully fired. Xie said again. Chapter 118, A Life of Luxury. When you reach the star glory level, you are already strong enough. Items that can harm this level are hard to buy in a small city like Xuanqing. Although he spent all his fortune, Chu Yun felt it was worth it. Money is not the goal, but the means? Chu Yun held the Spear of Longinus with satisfaction and murmured. Anyway, Chu Yun can easily earn money. Putting the Spear of Longinus into the storage ring, Chu Yun felt a sense of security in his heart. This is his trump card. Oh, by the way, I saw that the golden holy dragon of Chu Yun's guest didn't have a pet space. So I'll go with the flow and give one away. As he spoke, Xie handed over another round ball. Chu Yun was stunned. He had seen this thing in the textbook, but he didn't know much about it. This is for the beast taming profession. Yes, the most common item in the beast taming profession, and even the beast academy. The beast taming ball? Xie introduced it carefully. The beast taming ball is a mobile residence prepared by the owner for the spirit pet. If you want to carry the spirit pet with you without attracting attention, it is necessary to use the beast taming ball. Your Excellency, Chu Yun doesn't want the golden holy dragon to attract attention, right? The floating golden egg seemed to know what Xie was talking about, and roared cutely. And Chu Yun scratched his head slightly embarrassedly and nodded. Indeed, the golden holy dragon is exposed to the public, and is prone to unnecessary coveting. Moreover, the golden egg was born not long ago, and is still a young dragon. It often falls asleep due to sleepiness. It would be nice to have a beast-controlling ball for it to sleep. Then take the beast-controlling ball. Faced with Xie kindness, Chu Yun also took the beast-controlling ball. This is a ball with a red upper half and a white lower half. There is an opening in the middle that can split the 2 sides into 2 halves. And there is a circle at the opening as a blockade. Why does this ball look so familiar? Chu Yun couldn't help but think of a game he played in his previous life. As soon as the beast-controlling ball was opened, the golden egg immediately yawned and flew into the beast-controlling ball. There are all kinds of furniture in the beast-controlling ball, but they are miniature versions. The golden egg that entered the beast-controlling ball also shrunk. lying in a bed made of many pillows and sleeping soundly. Looking very warm. This beast-controlling ball is very high-end. While the ordinary beast-controlling ball only has a wooden bed, this beast-controlling ball can ensure that the spirit pet rests properly and will not feel tired. Okay. Chu Yun was very satisfied and put the beast-controlling ball with the golden egg in his arms. After getting the replica of the Spear of Longinus and the beast-controlling ball, Chu Yun felt that the time was almost up. Manager Xia, let's go out and take a look. Fatty and Yun Mu should have finished picking out their equipment. Chu Yun and Xia Xing went to the equipment area. Sure enough, Xiao Xincher had already selected the equipment. At this time, Xiao Xincher had selected a bunch of black armors that shone with black and gold light, which were particularly shining. This is a set of black and gold armor, which is most suitable for fighters. Xiao Xincher was very satisfied. At least, this time the equipment was not chosen by his father. Although his father Xiao Wentian doted on Xiao Xincher, he also had a strong desire to control him. Even the equipment he used was picked by Xiao Wentian himself. And this set of black and gold equipment was picked by him himself. And Yun Mu had also finished his selection. This is a sturdy suit that can draw the power of the earth. This suit can greatly increase my ability to resist injury. Yun Mu looked delighted. It's worthy of being the Xuanqing exchange. There are so many treasures inside. Before this, she didn't dare to set foot in it because of poverty. Equipment of this level and price, she couldn't afford it before. These two suits will be given to you according to the promise. Xie Xing smiled. And Xiao Xincher and Yun Mu cheered. Okay. Then, Xiao Xincher looked at Chu Yun strangely. Just the two of us? Yunzi, don't you want to get a new set of equipment? No. The one I have now is good enough. Chu Yun laughed. This is a suit blessed by the god of forging. Xie Xing also smiled. As a manager of an exchange with a wide range of worldly experience, he has his own unique ability to see things viciously. The suit on Mr. Chu Yun is extraordinary. The staff that can be used is even more powerful. In my exchange, there is no better suit than the one on Mr. Chu Yun. Xiao Xincher and Yun Mu were both surprised. Wow. Then, Yun Mu felt strange again. Where is the golden egg? The golden egg is here. Chu Yun took out the beast-taming ball and opened it to show them. Is this the beast-taming ball that must be used by beast-taming professionals? There are too few beast-tamers, and we have hardly seen this thing. The three young men started talking happily. Behind Xie Xing, a waiter ran over, panting. No. It's bad. Manager. Those reporters are rushing in. Whatever. They all, want to interview the Chu Yun team. The security can't stop them. Xie Xing was shocked. And Chu Yun and the other two were even more shocked. These reporters are too fanatical. For the sake of news, they will do anything. And the voices of the reporters outside can gradually reach here. Let me in. I'm from the TV station. I won't do anything to you. I want to interview the Chu Yun team. The champion of this year, don't stop me. I really went in to buy something. What? Why are you holding a camera? Take a picture of the Chu Yun team. Various voices intertwined and continued. It made my scalp tingle. Dear guest Chu Yun. And these two. Don't you want to be interviewed? The exchange has a side door. You can go out from there. The three Chu Yuns nodded quickly. Then, they walked out of the side door. After going out, the three Chu Yuns looked at the crowded main entrance of the exchange and couldn't help but sigh. It's really hard to understand the enthusiasm of this group of people. Chu Yun didn't want to be in the spotlight. Xiao Xincher shrank his neck. If my father saw me on the news, he might control me like this. Yun Mu was more socially anxious. Anyway, I don't want to be on TV. The three of them were of one mind. Then, they sneaked away. And the final destination was the villa provided by the organizer. There were 3 villas in total. 1 for each person. The 3 villas were leaning against the riverside of Xuanqing. And they were 3-story new-style villas. With the scenery, they were very beautiful. The 3 of them went to their own villas. Chu Yun stood in front of his own villa, holding the key, his heart thumping. Very excited. Although Chu Yun is now completely rich. After all, this is the first time he has lived in a villa in his 2 lives. Open the door and walk into the villa. Chu Yun has already felt the comfortable atmosphere coming to his face. It's time to have a good rest. Chapter 119 New News from the President. Damn. The big sofa on the first floor. It's too soft. Chu Yun began to enjoy this big villa. sitting on the sofa. He suddenly jumped up. Super large projection TV. It will definitely be very enjoyable to play games. What a delicate kitchen. But forget about me cooking. Chuyun has never been good at cooking. But there are all kinds of utensils here. Even if you can't cook, it's not a problem to cook something here. There are also a lot of bread, snacks, canned goods, and the like in the refrigerator to fill your stomach. All kinds of potted plants. All kinds of decorations. It's really worthy of being a villa. Even the toilet is so clean. Then next to the toilet is the bathroom, which has a large single bathtub that Chuyun has never seen before. After taking a comfortable shower in it, Chuyun went up to the second floor to take a look. The second floor is full of bedrooms. Even the master bedroom is bigger than my previous house. Chuyun smacked his lips. Then he went to the third floor. And the third floor was full of rooms. A study full of books. An office room dedicated to handling affairs. A training room. A game room. And a swimming pool on the open-air balcony on the third floor. This villa is too luxurious. At this time, Xiao Zhencher and Yunmu also sent messages. The three of them have formed a small group to chat together. Chatting room of Chuyun, Xiao Zhencher, and Yunmu. Xiao Zhencher, this villa is of good quality. Almost as good as the one in my house. Yunmu, I am so happy to live in this kind of villa. Then, Yunmu sent a crying emoji. Chuyun also thought this place was really good. Chuyun, this villa is really comfortable. Yunmu, is this really given away for free? Xiao Zhencher sent a laughing emoji. Xiao Zhencher, this is indeed given by the organizer. Just 3 villas. Nothing. Just live there with peace of mind. Yunmu, I don't understand the world of rich men. Chuyun also copied it quickly. Chuyun, I don't understand the world of Brother Fu. Xiao Zhencher Yunzi. Don't come here. Yunmu, I'm going to sleep first. I'm so sleepy. Xiao Zhencher indeed. Me too. I'm going to sleep too. Seeing this message, Chuyun couldn't help but yawn. He was also very sleepy. Chuyun, I'm going to sleep too. Walking to the bedroom. Putting the phone aside to charge. Chuyun lay down on the bed and slept soundly. I'm tired all day. It's time to have a good rest. Xuanqing Professional Association. President's office. Deng Pei answered the phone with a serious expression. Looking at the secret ticket in his hand. You mean? The voice on the other end of the phone was calm. You guessed it right. In the blink of an eye. It was the next day. Chuyun woke up early in the morning. He was awakened by hunger. It was just dawn outside. Picked up the phone. Chuyun found that it was only 5:30. But Chuyun was too hungry to sleep. So he got up and walked downstairs and sent a message in the group. Chuyun, everyone. Are you awake? There was no movement in the group. It seemed that Xiao Zhencher and Yunmu were still sleeping. After all, getting up at 5:30 was still a bit too early. Chuyun opened the refrigerator and searched for bread or something. Tore it open and ate it. Suddenly, Chuyun found that he had an unread message. It was actually sent by President Deng Pei. Chuyun, when you see this message, come to the president's office. I have the information about your secret ticket and want to talk in person. Chuyun's eyes lit up. President, are you still there? Can I go now? Yes, you can come anytime. But it's better to come now. Chuyun felt that things seemed a little urgent. Has President Deng Pei had something wrong? Or is there something important? Chuyun didn't have time to think about it. And immediately got equipped and set off in a hurry. Chuyun immediately walked out of the villa with a piece of bread in his mouth and put on his clothes. And rushed to Deng Pei's office. Finally arrived at the destination. And Deng Pei sat in the office with his eyes closed to rest. President Deng. I'm here. You're finally here. Deng Pei spoke very slowly. Otherwise I would. Chuyun was shocked. Otherwise what? Otherwise I would fall asleep. After all I stayed up all night. Deng Pei opened his tired eyes and picked up Chuyun's secret ticket. This ticket was originally ordinary. But now it was emitting a pure silver light. I have explored this secret realm. The name of this secret realm is Sky Curtain Kingdom. What? Chuyun was shocked. Sky Curtain Kingdom, I have never heard of it. You are so shocked if you have never heard of it. Deng Pei was speechless. I am shocked because I have never heard of it. I know most of the high-level secret realms very well. Chuyun was proud. After all, he was the first in the class. Deng Pei narrowed his eyes and opened them again. He was so sleepy. Then, he said an explosive word. Sky Curtain Kingdom is a God Throne level copy. Chu-Yun was really shocked. Hands were shaking. God Throne level copy. But then he thought, Chu-Yun couldn't enter such a terrifying copy. Ding Pei seemed to have noticed Chu-Yun's thoughts and laughed. Don't worry. Let me explain. Although the secret realm of Sky Curtain Kingdom is at the God Throne level, the difficulty is progressive. Only the last level is at the God Throne level. The difficulty in Sky Curtain Kingdom is divided by the spine. It is rumored that Sky Curtain Kingdom is a true god who fell, and the spine in his corpse evolved into a road, and eventually became a secret realm. It is divided into the first spine, the second spine, the third spine until the seventh spine. And here, you can even touch the numbered objects. A brand new term. Chu-Yun was puzzled. Numbered items? Deng Pei smiled. There are some dark, strange items that are as powerful as artifacts, but they have a lot of negative effects, and are a dangerous double-edged sword. We have compiled numbers for these items in history, so these items are also called numbered items. The closer the number is to 0, the more terrifying it is. I heard that after the 7th vertebra, there is a numbered item numbered 007. Origin Slate. Unfortunately, I don't know what effect this item has. It's not easy to just know such a name. The specific effect is top secret. Looking at Chu-Yun's longing look, Deng Pei smiled and shook his head. It's too early to figure out the 7th vertebra now. If you are willing to go, I will take you to clear the first vertebra. You will get a numbered item for each vertebra you pass. But these numbered items are not that dangerous. But they are also treasures that are enough to cause bloodshed. Chapter 120 Secret Treasures in the Secret Room. Can I also get numbered items if I pass the previous spine level? Chu-Yun's heart was burning. Anything that is related to the God Throne secret realm must be good. At this time, Chu-Yun felt confused again. Although, why have I never heard of this Sky Curtain Kingdom before? Chu-Yun also knew a few of the God Throne secret realms of the Tianfeng Empire, but he really had never heard of this Sky Curtain Kingdom. Hearing this, Deng Pei smiled bitterly. Then, he pointed to the pile of ancient books and manuscripts scattered around the office. To be honest, I didn't know before I looked for it, because the secret realm of Sky Curtain Kingdom has disappeared for nearly 500 years. Many people speculate that it has disappeared, so no one talks about this secret realm anymore, and only the content has been passed down. Deng Pei showed an extremely surprised expression. But Chu-Yun, where did you find this admission ticket? According to research, this admission ticket can indeed be used to enter the Sky Curtain Kingdom. It's amazing. Chu-Yun knew that this matter was of great importance, and did not hide it. This thing came from the hands of the ancestor of the Ross family in the ancient city of Dewey. As for how it was obtained, I don't know. Deng Pei nodded slightly. If you want to go to this secret realm, it's time to go to the ancient city of Dewey before you set off. So, Chu-Yun, are you going to Sky Curtain Kingdom? Chu-Yun didn't hesitate for a moment. Of course. This is a throne-level copy related to the throne. How can I not go? If I miss this village, there will be no such store. And the admission ticket was earned by Chu-Yun himself. If I don't go, wouldn't it be a waste? Deng Pei smiled slightly. This is a throne-level secret realm? Even the road ahead is full of dangers. It is very likely that even your life will be in danger. Even so, do you want to go? Chu-Yun groaned for a moment. The secret realm of the throne of the gods is bound to be extremely dangerous. And the danger inside may be 100 times more dangerous than outside. If you make a mistake, you will die on the spot. But at the same time, the hidden treasures in this secret realm are bound to be richer and more powerful. Crisis and rewards coexist. After thinking for a while, Chu-Yun nodded slightly. I understand, President. Only by bearing risks and costs can we strive for more generous returns. Chu-Yun looked at Deng Pei, his eyes sparkling. This is also the confidence of a genius and a strong man. Of course I have to go to this bet. Haha. Deng Pei admired Chu-Yun's heroic style. Not bad. Since you choose to go, I have to follow you. Chu-Yun showed a curious expression. Oh, the president is going too. In the week between the end of the exam and the time when the university admissions officer came to pick up the people, the president of the professional association should be the busiest. Right? Deng Pei yawned, took out a bottle of blue potion from the side, and drank it down. After drinking it, Ding Pei suddenly became 100 times more energetic. What are you talking about? Your admission ticket is too precious. The top leaders of the Tianfeng Empire originally wanted to swallow it, and then compensate you with equivalent resources, and then give this admission ticket to geniuses with more opportunities. But after I told you that you are a chaos professional, and will soon enter the Slime Academy, the top management finally decided to let you enter the Sky Curtain Kingdom, as long as you are willing. And after all, this admission ticket is what you fought for. Chu Yun nodded. No wonder this admission ticket is still available to me. When Chu Yun first heard that Sky Curtain Kingdom was a throne-level secret realm, he felt that this admission ticket no longer belonged to him, because it is a matter of great importance. If the throne level explores it, it will be more beneficial to the Tianfeng Empire and even mankind. If you want to enter Sky Curtain Kingdom, you must enter layer by layer. The first person to enter must be a professional from Diamond to Star Glory level. And coincidentally, he can bring another professional below Diamond level. In this case, it happens that I use this ticket and can bring you in together. Chu Yun suddenly realized. So the president is a Star Glory level expert. Star Glory level. Level 50 plus. Ding Pei rolled his eyes at Chu Yun. I am a Star Glory level professional. My profession is a priest, which is considered an advanced version of a physician. I can use higher scale auxiliary skills, release sacred magic to destroy the enemy, and can also mix potions by myself. What I just drank was the invigorating potion I mixed myself. After drinking the stimulating drug, Ding Pei is now particularly energetic. Chu Yun. The right time, right place, and right people. This is an opportunity that belongs only to you. Since you are ready, I have to prepare too. Chu Yun was stunned. President, you are already a star-level professional. Why do you still need to prepare? Nonsense. That's a god-level copy. How can I not be fully prepared? Ding Pei stood up, walked to the bookshelf in the office, and twisted a vase. Suddenly, the bookshelf made a roar and moved a space. There is actually a secret room here. Chu Yun was stunned. Ding Pei laughed. Come with me. Chu Yun followed Ding Pei and walked into the secret room. Although the secret room is not big, it is full of treasures. Chu Yun walked here and praised it constantly. These props are very good. Just good. That's far from enough. Ding Pei took Chu Yun and walked into the depths of the secret room. The deeper you go, the more powerful the props are. We are going to the Sky Curtain Kingdom related to the Throne of God, so we must be fully prepared. Ding Pei reached out and grabbed a hammer placed on the wall. This hammer is a short-handled rectangular hammer head, which looks ordinary. But when observing it, Chu Yun even felt that his eyes were electrocuted. This hammer is extraordinary. This is a replica of Thor's hammer. Ding Pei smiled. And it is a throne-level hammer, which is the treasure of this association. The star level is 50 plus, and the throne level is 60 plus. It is the same level as the Moradin domain on Chu Yun. Thor's hammer? The throne weapon of the Blue Moon Empire? Chu Yun couldn't help but speak in surprise. The Blue Moon Empire is located in a frozen territory, with various tribes as the core, and built their homes around the land with lush grass and water. But according to rumors, a long time ago, the Blue Moon Empire was only frozen, but not lush grass and water. And the throne of the Blue Moon Empire, Thor felt that the world was unpredictable, and the cold wind was blowing and sweeping away life. So, Thor held the lightning in the sky and smashed it to the ground. The powerful lightning immediately split the frozen earth, bringing life after destruction. Chapter 121: Thor's Hammer and the Sun God Badge. The ice shattered, the earth reorganized, and a lake was formed. Plants and trees were born, and wild beasts surrounded it, gradually becoming full of vitality. Thor compacted the huge lightning in his hand and forced it into the shape of a hammer, locking all the thunder in a small hammer. Soon, Thor held the hammer and smashed out a place full of lush water and grass on countless frozen lands. While Thor was revered by countless people in the Blue Moon Empire, the hammer forged by lightning gradually became sacred. Finally, it became a throne-level weapon. Thor's hammer. According to legend, Thor's hammer can not only produce thunder, but also break all evil spirits and beasts because it carries the reverence and piety of countless people. It is an extremely positive and bright artifact. Unexpectedly, a replica of Thor's hammer would appear in the secret room of the president of Xuanqing Professional Association. Although the power of the replica is far less than 1/10,000th of the original, it is also an extremely powerful item. Ding Pei smiled and picked it up. Chu Yun also stared at it. Thor's hammer replica. Category, short hammer. Level requirement, none. Professional requirement, none. Effect, none. Durability, 46/50. Thunder explosion consumes 1 durability. Immediately explodes and thunder appears, causing a large amount of thunder element damage. Clearing all buffs of the target. Clearing all formation effects on the field. And causing an additional 20% thunder element damage when the user causes damage. Lasting for 10 minutes. This effect can be stacked infinitely. Thunder Sweep can only be used after using Thunder Blast. Record the number of times Thunder Blast has been used within 1 hour. Immediately launch a Thunder Sweep to cleanse the dirt. Release countless thunders. And cause catastrophic thunder element damage. For each recorded Thunder Blast, the damage is increased by 100%. The infinitely stacked thunder element damage increase is really powerful. A replica can be stacked without limit. Chu Yun dare not imagine how strong the original God Throne level will be. Maybe it will become stronger and stronger. Beyond the limit. Of course, this is just a replica. Although it seems to have no upper limit. The durability is the upper limit. Then, President, let's get ready to go. Don't worry. There's another heavyweight item to be taken out. Ding Pei reached out and opened the treasure chest with Thor's hammer hanging on it. Suddenly, a strong light burst out. This light was warm and dazzling, but not abrupt. Chu Yun looked at the items in the treasure chest as if he was looking at the sun. The seal is not done well, and it actually let it spray out so much power. It will reduce durability. Ding Pei complained and reached out to suppress it. Soon, the light gradually faded, and a light red round badge with a gold outer layer appeared in front of Chu Yun. Chu Yun was stunned. This can't be. Yes, you guessed it right. Although Chu Yun hadn't guessed it yet, Ding Pei already knew what Chu Yun was going to say. This is exactly the imitation of the Sun God badge. The throne-level weapon of the Wind Fury Empire. Chu Yun sighed. I didn't expect there were so many treasures in the guild. Not much. Ding Pei looked serious. These are the highest level ones. But these are already outrageous. Chu Yun complained. The Sun God badge. One of the throne-level weapons of the Wind Fury Empire. It is said that it is the throne of the Wind Fury Empire general, who has troubled the world with countless beasts and monsters, and worshipped the sun and won this item. When the Sun God badge appears, it is like the sun appearing, cleansing all the filth that appears, regardless of whether it is a fierce beast or a demon. It cannot last even a second under this Sun God badge. At the same time, this Sun God badge can also release warm light to heal teammates. Ding Pei also picked up the Sun God badge. When the badge is not glowing, it is also extremely gorgeous and exquisite. You can tell at a glance that it is not an ordinary item. Sun God badge imitation. Category, accessory. Level requirement, none. Professional requirement, none. Effect, none. Durability, 76/100. Way of light consumes 1 durability. Immediately deploys the sunlight array, which lasts for 30 minutes. In the sunlight array, restore 30% of the lost health and 30% of the maximum health per second. And immediately remove all negative effects on the body, increasing all attributes by 10%, and can be increased up to 10 times in this way. Heaven's light can only be used in the sunlight array. Consume 10 points of durability. Ignite a target with extreme sunlight, and make the target fall into a black flame burning state, receiving irresistible fire element damage every second, and increasing the fire element damage received by 100%. The black flame burning lasts for 24 hours. At the end of the duration, you can consume durability remotely to increase the duration until the target dies. Another artifact replica that is so strong that it needs no further explanation. Once the sunlight array of the Way of Light is deployed, almost no one will die in it. And as long as you stay in it for 10 seconds, all attributes will double. The lock burning of Tian Zizho is even more powerful. And it is also theoretically infinite burning. But this is a replica and has the limitation of durability. After Ding Pei put the Sun God badge into the storage ring, Chu Yun waited quietly. What's wrong? Chu Yun, why are you suddenly silent? I'm waiting for the third artifact replica to appear. Even if it's a replica, it's not so easy to appear. Ding Pei sighed. Having these two is already the limit of the association's collection. But Chu Yun was still very surprised. I didn't expect to see artifact replicas of 4 countries at once recently. The Skywind Empire's throne-level weapon. The Sky Chain. The God-given Empire's throne-level weapon. The Spear of Longinus. The Blue Moon Empire's throne-level weapon. The Thor's Hammer. The Fury Wind Empire's throne-level weapon. The Sun God Badge. There are only 4 empires in existence at this time. The Tianfeng Empire is located in the southern border, with a total of 46 provinces, and most of the professionals are famous for various colleges. This is an empire where technology and professions coexist and develop rapidly. Among the 4 empires, the future is the brightest. The Northern Empire bordering the Tianfeng Empire is the Blue Moon Empire. The Blue Moon Empire has 58 provinces, and the professionals are centered on various tribes. The land is vast and sparsely populated. Many of the professions of the people here are related to the icy environment. Although the Blue Moon Empire has a larger land area than the Tianfeng Empire and more provinces, the citizens are only half of the Tianfeng Empire, and the prosperity is far less than that of the Tianfeng Empire. It is far from the unique geographical environment of the Tianfeng Empire, and it is fighting against the ice and snow in the north. The empire in the east is the Fury Empire. The Fury Empire is located by the sea and relies on a group of islands as a country. With a total of 15 provinces, professionals gather in various schools, such as Fire Flow, Water Flow, Thunder Flow, etc. Chapter 112 God's Blood Research Institute. The Fury Empire has always been unhappy with the Skywind Empire and has repeatedly provoked it. But the Skywind Empire doesn't bother to care about it. To the west is the God-given Empire. The God-given Empire has 43 provinces. The church controls everything in the empire. There are many professionals such as the Holy Guard, churches, and priests. Everyone in this country must have a strong belief in God and be extremely pious. And the replicas of the throne-level weapons of these 4 empires were all clearly seen by Chu Yun with his own eyes. 4 countries. Humph. The situation in the 4 countries is a bit tense now. Ding Pei sighed. Chu Yun was a little interested when he heard this. Now it's still peaceful on the news. What do you mean? Ding Pei quickly dropped the topic. It's too early to talk about this now. It's no good to make you anxious. Let's not talk about this. Okay. Now the props that should be prepared are ready. We should go find the source of this admission ticket. Ding Pei took Chu Yun out of the secret room, locked the secret room, and then opened the teleportation array. Blue light flashed. Where did the admission ticket you mentioned come from? Dewey Ancient City. Ross family. Let's go! Ding Pei slapped the floor, and the 2 were teleported out instantly. In the blink of an eye, the 2 arrived at Dewey Ancient City. Hee. Attacking the Ross family's lair. Chu Yun is already rubbing his hands. I'm really looking forward to it. The Ross family. At the gate, the guard stopped Chu Yun and Ding Pei aggressively. He raised his head and didn't take Chu Yun and Ding Pei seriously at all. Where are you 2 from? I'm telling you. This is the Ross family. If you do anything unruly, be careful of your lives. Suddenly, Chu Yun and Ding Pei laughed. And they laughed. Ding Pei was like an old naughty boy. You? The guard was immediately angry. You 2 guys. Chu Yun coughed. Let me tell you. We are here to find Jack, the head of your Ross family. Call him out quickly. The guard was already furious. You asked me to find him. And I will go. I tell you. I really won't go. At this moment, the guard heard footsteps behind him. He looked back and saw that it was his head Jack, who was walking towards him with a flattering face. Oh! Isn't this Ding Pei, the president of Xuanqing Professional Association? I am sorry for not welcoming you. You ignorant watchdog. Get out. The guard left in disgrace. Then, Jack saw Chu Yun. The smiling face instantly turned into a liver color. Also, there is this guest. Hee. Chu Yun crossed his arms and laughed. Saying nothing, Ding Pei took out the admission ticket to Sky Curtain Kingdom, held it in his hand, and shook it. This thing was obtained from your ancestor. Tell me, how did you get it? This thing. If it was liver color just now, then Jack's face is now completely livid. He didn't expect that this admission ticket would fall into the hands of Chu Yun and Ding Pei. Instantly, countless thoughts turned in Jack's mind. Finally, Jack decided to strike first. He gritted his teeth and said, This thing belongs to our Ross family ancestor. How did it end up in your hands? The ancestor of our Ross family has been killed. And we don't know who killed him. You didn't kill him. Did you? According to the laws of the Tianfeng Empire, those who intentionally kill others shall be sentenced to death. Chu Yun replied coldly. According to the laws of the Tianfeng Empire, those who die in self-defense and counterattack shall be exempted from punishment. If it weren't for the Ross ancestor who wanted to kill him, he wouldn't bother with this ancestor. Jack's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth again. You have no evidence. Where is the evidence that it was the ancestor of our Ross family who wanted to kill you? That may be the case. Everything is your imagination. At this time, Ding Pei stretched out his hand and interrupted Jack's words. I don't care. I am also happy to make a big mess. Let the entire ancient city of Dui, the entire TV station, and even the entire Tianfeng Empire start discussing this. And then one of the questions cannot be avoided. Ding Pei shook the ticket in his hand. Where did this thing come from? Don't do it, Jack shouted subconsciously. At this time, he found that he was sweating all over. He was so afraid that this matter would be discovered. If it was really dug up by the public, it would be easy to dig out the truth. And once the truth was revealed, the entire Ross family would no longer exist. Jack gritted his teeth. I can tell you where this ticket came from, but you must never tell anyone. I know. This is good for you, Ding Pei replied calmly. It's good for us too. Ding Pei had already guessed it. Jack took a deep breath. And finally, he spoke slowly. This admission ticket was given to my ancestor by an organization. They hope that my ancestor can use this admission ticket to enter the Sky Curtain Kingdom. Sky Curtain Kingdom. This Jack really knows something. Ding Pei hurriedly asked. What organization? Jack hesitated. And finally, he spoke. God's Blood Research Institute. What? Ding Pei was so shocked that Chu Yun beside him was scared. President, what kind of organization is this? It scares you like this. And this organization sounds a little familiar. Ding Pei's expression has become extremely serious. Chu Yun, do you still remember the evil organization I told you about? President means. Chu Yun's expression also gradually became serious. Ding Pei nodded slightly. Yes, the God's Blood Research Institute is one of the evil organizations. And even an extremely harmful evil organization. They collect items and blood related to the throne everywhere to complete their terrifying plan. Ding Pei spoke every word. Use blood to create an artificial throne. Chu Yun was stunned. The plan of this evil organization is quite grand, Ding Pei said in a low voice. In order to achieve this goal, they hunted down all kinds of people related to the throne of God. They used all means to achieve this goal. It was extremely bloody. They are undoubtedly an evil organization. Chu Yun, you must not expose the matter of that profession. Otherwise, they will definitely catch you for research. And the cultists of the God's Blood Research Institute are extremely stubborn and will not give up until they die. Chu Yun understood the importance of this. I understand. After leaving the Ross family, Ding Pei looked at the admission ticket and couldn't help but feel tricky. I didn't expect that this admission ticket actually came from the hands of an evil organization. And they must have more admission tickets in their hands. In my opinion, the Sky Curtain Kingdom is probably full of cultists. Chu Yun was happy. But we still have to go. Don't we? Ding Pei laughed. That's right. Chapter 123 Entering Sky Curtain Kingdom. After leaving the Ross family, Ding Pei and Chu Yun came to an open place. The entrance to this Sky Curtain Kingdom is not in a specific place. Nor are there any guards guarding the secret realm. There is a hidden passage. And this passage must be connected using this admission ticket. Ding Pei shook the admission ticket in his hand. Then, he poured his strength into it. Up here, the road to Sky Curtain Kingdom. At the same time, the admission ticket in Ding Pei's hand shone. A pure silver road fell from the sky and appeared in front of the two. This road shone brightly, constantly emitting dots of light. In this brilliance, one can faintly sense the magnificent pressure from the throne level, as well as the decay from ancient times to the present. Extremely magnificent. It is worthy of being a throne-level secret realm. Even the way to enter the secret realm is completely different from other secret realms. Chu Yun was a little surprised and stepped on the road composed of silver light. Although this road looks very transparent, it is very stable. One can stand firmly on this road and walk towards the chaos at the end. This is also the first time I have entered a secret realm of this level, Ding Pei exclaimed. It is indeed extraordinary. Chu Yun and Ding Pei were both surprised by the way the Sky Curtain Kingdom road appeared. This road leads straight up. Could it be that it goes directly to the sky? This is worthy of the word sky curtain. Calming down, Chu Yun and Ding Pei quickened their pace and climbed up. This road really has no end in sight. The two have been walking on this silver road for about 10 minutes. They are already some distance away from the ground, but they don't feel any closer to the end. Moreover, the two found that the further they go, the more difficult it is to walk. Chu Yun frowned slightly. President, this road seems to have pressure. Yes, this pressure here will gradually increase, and eventually it will make it difficult for professionals below Diamond to move forward, and they can only retreat. Ding Pei's brisk steps did not stop. As a star-level professional, the current pressure could not stop his steps. But Chu Yun, you actually look relaxed. You are really amazing. Chu Yun is only at the platinum level now. Faced with Ding Pei's ridicule, Chu Yun was speechless. You haven't walked far yet, right? Although you haven't walked too far. The average platinum level professional here is already out of breath. Ding Pei looked at Chu Yun. Chu Yun now looks relaxed and keeps the same speed as Ding Pei. But Chu Yun, you are too relaxed. I'm afraid your real strength is not much worse than some diamonds. About the same. Chu Yun was vague. Because since the fourth transformation, Chu Yun has never used his full strength. According to Chu Yun's own estimation, his actual combat power can already beat ordinary diamond-level players. And platinum players can be killed instantly at will. They walked for nearly an hour. President, how long will it take? Chu Yun looked down. And under the translucent silver road, the two were already far away from the ground. The two seemed to have climbed to the top of a very high mountain. And the ground became small. And Ding Pei's expression gradually became serious. It's almost there. I heard that this Sky Curtain Kingdom was transformed from a corpse of a throne-level god. And this throne is extremely tall, even if it falls to the ground after death. Its spine seems to be as high as a mountain top. But no matter how high it is, we should be almost there. We are there. Ding Pei pointed to the end of the road ahead. A dark and chaotic entrance. At the entrance, the glorious power that can form this silver avenue is constantly gushing out. And it is also emitting the breath from the ancient and magnificent throne. But this breath is too decadent and gray. I think it is because the owner has been dead for thousands of years. Chu Yun and Ding Pei walked into this chaotic entrance. At the same time, the admission ticket in Ding Pei's hand suddenly dissipated and turned into dust. Soon, the two walked into the first spine of Sky Curtain Kingdom. Although this place is called the spine, it seems to be just an ordinary secret realm. The sky is gray and dilapidated. The ground is full of rotten soil. And there are all kinds of ferocious beasts staring at it. But if you feel it carefully, you can feel that this place is vibrating with the breath of the throne from top to bottom, announcing the supremacy of this place. Although Sky Curtain Kingdom is a throne-level secret realm, Chu Yun looked at the beasts surrounding nearby. He smiled. But these beasts of the first spine are not that good. It is a platinum-level beast. Ding Pei rolled his eyes at Chu Yun. You are also platinum level. President, can beasts be compared with humans? Chu Yun shrugged. Although he is indeed platinum level, Chu Yun and Ding Pei both know that as long as Chu Yun's firepower is fully opened, his strength is as strong as diamond level. Ding Pei thought for a moment and said, Chu Yun, you should destroy these beasts. Our tickets come from the God's Blood Research Institute. I suspect that they not only have a large number of tickets, but have even entered here. We must be careful when everything is done. If I take action, it will make too much noise. While speaking, Ding Pei also looked up and down at Chu Yun. And now I really want to see how you will take action, and how strong you are. Ha ha. No problem. Chu Yun rubbed his fists. To be honest, Chu Yun would rather Ding Pei didn't take action, because Chu Yun hasn't reached the maximum level yet. If Ding Pei takes action, he will steal the experience. Chu Yun stepped forward, facing the approaching beasts. Humph. Let me kill them! A group of upright birds with black feathers were approaching Chu Yun. Each of them had many heads, sharp teeth, and a hunting frenzy. Humans like Chu Yun were new to this place. They couldn't wait. Hell Oppos. Level 35. HP 1757000. 9 undead heads. Hell Oppos will not die if all heads are not completely destroyed. When receiving fatal damage, if Hell Oppos still has a head, one head will explode, causing a lot of physical damage to surrounding enemies, and will be immune to this fatal damage, restoring 10% of the lost HP. Passive skill. Mad Bird Hunting. Hell Oppos launches a hunting attack. causing real damage for each head and recovering 40% of the damage, and then causing the injured enemy to fall into a sepsis state. Hell Demon Helipos is a creature from hell, and for damage other than real damage and magic damage, it gains 10% damage reduction. When the physical value is less than 25%, the damage reduction increases to 50%. Chapter 124, Brushing Platinum Level Beasts. Chuyun laughed. Not to mention these birds. It can't wait to kill. Take out the dragon speaker staff and point it at the group of hell oppos. First, use the upgraded water dragon bullet. The dragon clan's command spell. Instantly, countless dragon heads appear beside Chuyun. These dragon heads are extremely black and contain powerful energy, which is many times stronger than the previous water dragon bullets. Go! Following Chuyun's command, all these dragon head bullets surged out. The dragon head bullets hit the bodies of these hell oppos and easily penetrated them in an instant. High damage reduction is useless. Chuyun's strength was far beyond what these platinum level beasts could resist. Gah! Although many hell oppos were killed instantly, due to their resurrection characteristics, a large number of them were still standing there with residual blood. Chuyun raised his eyebrows. Resurrection characteristics? It's really difficult to deal with. While speaking, he raised the dragon speaker's staff again. Holy light healing reversed. The fierce holy light sprayed down. It didn't bring healing, but death. Instantly, all the regional oppos were killed. Chuyun said it was difficult, but he killed them all instantly. Their heads all exploded, and experience light balls were extracted. Chuyun kept absorbing the experience balls. Leveled up to level 36. On the side, Dingpei stretched out his hand and clapped. Awesome. With the strength of platinum level, he easily killed a group of platinum level. He really deserves to be a chaos professional. Hee. Chuyun laughed awkwardly. In fact, he is not a chaos professional. But now that things have come to this, it is useless to say these. Dingpei thinks so. That is it. Since I have come to the first spine, at least I have to reach the maximum level. Chuyun strode with his head held high and looked at the platinum level beasts gathered around. The death of the small group of hell oppos just now will not make them retreat. In other words, it has stimulated their bloodiness. A large group of different platinum level beasts strode towards Chuyun. Leading the group was a group of turtles carrying huge turtle shells. The feet of these turtles stepped on the ground and were able to absorb the energy of the earth. Large earth turtle. Level 36. HP 6750000. Turtle shell body protection. The earth turtle absorbs power and manifests a virtual turtle shell shield on its body, reducing its movement speed by 40%, increasing its defense by 100%, and obtaining a shield equivalent to 100% of its upper limit of HP. When the shield is hit by physical damage, the damage is halved for an unlimited time until it shuts down automatically. Turtle King's Taunt. The earth turtle gains 25% damage reduction, 50% toughness, and immediately taunts nearby enemies, forcing them to attack itself for 60 seconds. When attacked, movement speed is reduced by 1%. Defense is increased by 10%, and can be stacked up to 10 times. Next to the giant turtle, several ghostly flower demons are approaching with the giant turtle. They are covered with thorns, and all of these thorns are emitting dark purple venom. If you touch them, the consequences are unpredictable. It is extremely dangerous. Blackthorn Flower Demon. Level 32. HP 2579000. Flower Demon's Ghost Flower Demon is not blocked by terrain when moving, and can shrink and enlarge its body at will. When the body changes, the upper limit of HP will also change, but the minimum and maximum have limits. Bone-corroding poison. Flower Demon's thorns are highly toxic. After attacking the enemy, it will cause poisoning effect, taking 5% of the maximum HP poison element damage per second, and immediately losing all magic points. The magic points lost in this way will be restored to a total of 80% after 10 seconds. On the side of the turtle, there is a group of upright rats with pointed mouths and monkey cheeks. This group of rats holds bows and arrows made of strange bones, and their two big ears can easily detect any abnormal movement. Big-eared rat. Level 32. HP 2579000. Acute observation. Big-eared rat can clearly and directly sense all movements. When big-eared rat senses, the movement speed increases by 10%. When attacking in the direction of movement, The attack speed of the first attack increases by 500%. Ancient bows and arrows. The bows and arrows of big-eared rat are made of ancient bones. With terrifying pressure. Can ignore all shields to cause real damage. And slow down the target's movement speed, attack speed, and skill release speed by 15%, up to 75%. Behind these beasts, there are also a large number of platinum level beasts. They have different postures and abilities, and are completely different from the beasts outside. They stare at Chu Yun with a strong desire to fight. However, Chu Yun does not regard them as opponents at all. They are just a group of beasts that can be killed at will. One man guards the pass, and 10,000 beasts cannot break through. The more beasts come, the better the effect of AoE damage. Chu Yun raises the Dragon Speaker's staff. Death Rescue Field reversed. A layer of field with green light suddenly unfolds, covering the entire area of the beasts. It was originally a field for saving the dying and the wounded, but now it has become a super large-scale negative effect. These beasts suddenly became weak. They looked at Chu Yun with difficulty, and even their movements became inconvenient. And Chu Yun raised the Dragon Speaker's staff again. Paralysis applied. Ground spikes reversed. Countless meteorites fell. These meteorites disrupted the formation of the beasts, and also had a paralysis effect. The skills that the beasts had originally used against Chu Yun were interrupted by the paralysis effect. This group of beasts fell all over the place. And finally it was time to clear the field. The burning power began to gather from the Dragon Speaker's staff. And Chu Yun laughed. Nova burn started guiding. The violent flames gathered crazily, contracted, and condensed into an extremely powerful and terrifying aura of disaster. The beasts started to cackle anxiously, but they couldn't stop Chu Yun at all. On the side, Deng Pei was surprised. Chu Yun's move can actually release such a terrifying aura? Even the ultimate move of a diamond-level main combat professional can hardly have this aura. They could only watch the surging flames ready to explode. Nova burning guiding completed. Chu Yun laughed loudly. The terrifying flame suddenly burst out from the Dragon Speaker's staff. The flames jumped, and disaster came. This gray land began to burn. Countless platinum-level beasts fell under the burning of the Nova. And the remaining beasts that were immortal or immune to injury all died under the residual heat of the flames. A move of burning the Nova instantly killed a large number of platinum-level beasts. Chapter 125. Fierce Battle at Diamond Level. The beasts were cut down to the ground like reeds, and the ground was full of corpses, easily killed instantly. Pile of experienced light balls were released and flew to Chu Yun. Chu Yun's level was rising rapidly. Occasionally, there were one or two fish that slipped through the net, and they eventually trembled in place, looking at Chu Yun with extremely terrified eyes. Then, they used all their fastest speed to escape from Chu Yun. Chu Yun looked at the mess and said with a sigh, "But this move feels about the same as the Golden Egg's Heavenly Flame and Earthly Fire." Chu Yun was not very satisfied with this, because now this move is a platinum-level big move. But the Golden Egg's Heavenly Flame and Earthly Fire is only a gold-level skill. I'm not strong enough. You're already strong. After hearing Chu Yun's mumbling, Deng Pei couldn't help but complain. Then, Deng Pei was also satisfied with Chu Yun's performance. Easily swept a large group of platinum-level beasts. Not bad. Come to this Sky Curtain Kingdom. Not only for the extremely precious numbered items, but also for you to level up. How are you now? Chu Yun looked at his level. 39. Just one step away. Now the nearby platinum-level beasts dare not approach. Deng Pei looked around. No platinum-level beast dared to approach. Chu Yun's move was too intimidating. However, just because the platinum-level beasts were frightened didn't mean the diamond-level beasts were afraid. Chu Yun narrowed his eyes and looked forward. President, a diamond-level beast is coming. Deng Pei also narrowed his eyes. Chu Yun, is there a problem with you coming to solve it? If you really can't beat it, I can help. It's a piece of cake. Chu Yun took a step and walked forward. This diamond-level beast was the key to his level 40. When he was still at the gold level, he used various matching special equipment and the Nashor Holy Sword to barely kill the diamond-level dragon. But now that Chu Yun is at the platinum level, he can completely fight head-on. The diamond-level beast that was gradually approaching was a very tall bear. This bear was snow white and flashing with lightning. It looked down at Chu Yun with pride. The pride of being a strong man. Thunder Bear. Level 43. HP 50703505. Rage Thunder Bear will enter the rampage state from time to time. causing itself to cause an additional 100% lightning element damage when causing damage. And the rampage state lasts for 10 seconds. After the rampage state ends, it cannot enter the rampage state again within 10 seconds. Lightning 5 Whip's Thunder Bear will guide lightning to whip out like a whip, causing high lightning element damage. After causing damage in this way, the next whip can be launched immediately, and the attack speed of this whip will increase by 10%. The attack range will increase by 25%, and the damage will increase by 50%. Up to 5 whips can be made continuously. During the use of the Lightning 5 Whips, Thunder Bear is considered to be in a rampage state. A diamond-level giant bear. It can easily increase the damage by 100%. And the next move of the Lightning 5 Whips can stably kill people in 1 second. It roared, raised its bare claws, and its palms were full of thunder, leaping towards Chu Yun and slapping. Acceleration Aura. Gravity inverted. Instantly, Chu Yun used 2 skills on himself, and his speed skyrocketed, and his body became light, and immediately moved away. The bear's paw slammed down, hitting the place where Chu Yun just stood. The rolling thunder stirred, and instantly shattered the corrupt land. Dust flew, and lightning spread everywhere. What a powerful blow. Chu Yun was flying in the air. A little surprised, he casually raised the dragon speaker's staff and began to launch a tentative attack. Healing inverted. Green light shot out and focused on the Thunder Bear. The Thunder Bear's skin lost a small section. At this moment, the thunder all over its body became irritable and extremely aggressive. Is it in a rampage state? Chu Yun was a little cautious. In this state, the damage of the Thunder Bear was almost doubled. Paralysis applied. Acceleration Aura inverted. Paralysis, acceleration and deceleration were all added to the Thunder Bear. Soon, the Thunder Bear could no longer catch Chu Yun. It looked at Chu Yun flying in the sky angrily, stretched out its hand to grab the lightning on its bear fur, and pulled it off. This lightning is like a whip. Instantly, this lightning whip came over at a very fast speed, with a faint sound of breaking wind. If you are hit, you will either die or be injured. It's the 5-whip lightning whip. Chu Yun sighed and quickly dodged sideways. Although this lightning whip is very fast, it is not as fast as Chu Yun. But Chu Yun still did not take it lightly, because this 5-whip lightning whip has a total of 5 whips. The further back, the higher the damage and the faster the speed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Another 3 whips were swung. With each new lightning whip, the louder the noise of the lightning, the higher the damage, and the faster the speed. Chu Yun could hardly see clearly. The 5th whip was almost invisible. Chu Yun had no way to avoid it, and subconsciously raised the dragon speaker's staff. Guardian Shield reversed. A thin, but extremely solid shield was put on Chu Yun, and the last whip of the Thunder Bear also hit the shield. A large piece of thunder burst out. Countless lightning snakes sizzled. Dust flew, and the earth shook. The strongest blow of diamond level. Ahem. Chu Yun was drained of half of his health by the strongest whip of this diamond level beast with all kinds of damage added, and was knocked back very far. This was the strongest thunder whip that was enough to seriously injure a diamond level beast. But it only drained half of Chu Yun's health, falling into electric numbness. Movement speed reduced by 10%. Casting speed reduced by 90%. Every 0.5 seconds. Fall into a state of imprisonment and silence for 0.01 seconds. Lasts for 60 seconds. Chu Yun gritted his teeth. Reverse electric numbness. Electric numbness reversal rule begins. Ding. Congratulations to the hosts. Point numbness has reversed the rule. Please check it yourself. Point numbness movement speed increased by 10%. Casting speed increased by 90%. Every 0.5 seconds. Remove the imprisonment and silent state on yourself. Lasts for 60 seconds. Chu Yun's whole body became numb, but the speed became faster. Ding Pei on the side was originally planning to help, but seeing that Chu Yun was not seriously injured after such a fierce blow, he was very surprised. Chu Yun, your health is even thicker than diamond level, and the damage reduction is ridiculous. Chu Yun, who was knocked out, almost braked in the air, although he lost half of his blood. It was obvious that the Thunder Bear was in a worse state. The reverse protective shield can rebound some of the damage. Chapter 126 Equipment Explosion. Ha ha ha. This counterattack tastes good. Right? Thunder Bear stared at Chu Yun angrily. But Chu Yun did not stop at all and pursued the victory. The light of life-saving reversed. The healing skill that originally lost its own health value turned into a blood-sucking skill that absorbed the enemy's health value after the reversal. In an instant, Thunder Bear lost 1 bar of blood, and Chuyun also recovered to full blood by sucking this. Diamond level, nothing more. Chuyun clenched the Dragon Speaker staff. It's time to end the battle. A few minutes later, Chuyun relied on various reversal skills to beat Thunder Bear completely. Chuyun didn't go all out just now, just to test how much difference there was between his basic stats and the diamond level. Now that the test is over, there's no need to hold back. Soon, Thunder Bear was beaten to a point where only a little blood was left. Thunder Bear was already dying, no longer willing to fight, and wanted to escape. Chuyun decided to use a skill that could chase and launch a finishing blow. Dragon Clan's command spell. Many black dragon heads appeared, shooting towards Thunder Bear with powerful force. These dragon heads penetrated Thunder Bear's flesh and blood like tofu. Thunder Bear finally cried out in pain and fell down. The thunder jumping all over its body began to extinguish. Stop. And no longer jump. Experience light balls also began to precipitate. Successfully killed the Thunder Bear. Experience value plus 500,000. And this experience value is just enough for Chuyun to upgrade up to level 40. Chuyun nodded with satisfaction. Now just go to the job transfer temple to receive the job transfer task. And you can upgrade to diamond level after completing the job transfer. But it is impossible to return. This is the God Throne level copy Sky Curtain Kingdom. If you leave, you will never have a chance to come back. And Deng Pei looked at the Thunder Bear and found that it had exploded materials, and immediately waved to Chuyun. Chuyun, the Thunder Bear has exploded something. Come and see. I'm here. There are 2 things. A bone full of thunder, and a bone necklace. Chuyun held the bone full of thunder, with uncertainty in his eyes. Is this the rib of Thunder Bear? Lightning stick bone. Category, short stick. Level requirement, 40. Professional requirement, warrior. Effect, strength plus 400,000. Thunder element damage plus 10%. Durability, 100/100. Lightning 5 whips guide lightning to whip out like a whip, causing high thunder element damage. After causing damage in this way, the next whip can be launched immediately, and the attack speed of this whip is increased by 10%. The attack range is increased by 25%, and the damage is increased by 50%. Up to 5 whips can be made continuously. During the use of lightning 5 whips, the thunder element damage caused is increased by an additional 40%. This bone is actually a weapon. It also has the ability of a lightning 5 whip. It's a pity that Chuyun is not a warrior and can't use this lightning bone. Otherwise Chuyun would also like to use the lightning 5 whip. Chuyun recalled a certain battle master in his previous life who also used the lightning 5 whip. But without lightning, well, this can be given to Xiao Xinchi or Yun Mu. Chuyun imagined Xiao Xinchi or Yun Mu fighting seriously with this big bone, and Chuyun thought it was quite funny. But this big bone is really strong. The second thing that Thunder Bear exploded was a bone necklace. Rampage bone chain. Category, necklace. Level requirement, 40. Professional requirement, warrior. Effects, strength plus 100,000. Lightning damage plus 30%. Movement speed plus 5%. Attack speed plus 5%. Durability, 100/100. Rampage. The wearer will enter the rampage state randomly. In the rampage state, the effect provided by the equipment is doubled, and when causing damage, an additional 30% of the lightning damage is caused. The rampage state lasts for 10 seconds. After the rampage state ends, it cannot enter the rampage state again within 10 seconds. These are all very suitable equipment for warriors. Chuyun thought about it. Xiao Xinchi mainly relies on boxing to output, and the output is variable, so it is not suitable to be equipped with weapons other than boxing gloves. But this bone necklace is very suitable for him. And Yun Mu will not reduce his defense and damage resistance when he takes the big bone stick, but can increase a lot of output. This big bone stick is very suitable for Yun Mu. Chuyun put both the big bone stick and the bone necklace into the storage ring. Awesome, Chuyun. A platinum level player kills a diamond level player. Deng Pei's appreciation is very obvious. And you haven't used the golden holy dragon yet. The golden egg? Chuyun took out his beast controlling ball, opened it slightly, and showed it to Deng Pei. The golden egg was sleeping soundly on the bed, with no sign of waking up, and the golden light on the golden egg flickered and kept jumping. It fell asleep as soon as it entered the beast-controlling ball. And it doesn't seem to be waking up yet. It seems that it is too sleepy. After all, it is a newly born dragon. Dingpei also nodded gently. Well, the golden holy dragon also needs sufficient rest. After all, it is a cub. What kind of cubs don't like to sleep? Chuyun put away the beast-controlling ball. This time, Chuyun does not plan to rely on the power of the golden egg on the journey to the Sky Curtain Kingdom anyway. There is Dingpei, a star-level strongman to rely on. Moreover, the two of them have 3 final trump cards close to the king level. Dingpei's Thor's Hammer, the Apollo Badge, Chuyun's Spear of Longinus. Since you have finished leveling up, let's head towards the depths of the first spine. Yes. Chuyun and Dingpei headed towards the depths. Because Chuyun showed his powerful strength, the platinum-level beasts around him retreated and did not dare to approach Chuyun and Dingpei, not even to watch from afar. And some diamond-level beasts looked at Chuyun and Dingpei with great fear and turned away. And Chuyun, who had already reached the top of the level, was too lazy to fight these beasts. Hurry up. You have to get to the end of the first spine before the people from the evil organization get the numbered items. Because all the beasts retreated, Chuyun and Dingpei had a smooth journey. Until a black shadow was seen in the distance. This black shadow was very thin and tall, and was completely black, as if wearing a black robe. And this black shadow seemed to sense Chuyun and Dingpei, and suddenly turned around. It was pitch black, facing the two of them. This black shadow had no face. A strange atmosphere spread. Dingpei's expression instantly became extremely serious. Not good. This is the Faceless Man, the horrible creation of the God's Blood Research Institute. Chapter 127, God's Blood Research Institute. Faceless Man? Chuyun frowned. This name doesn't sound like a good thing. Dingpei also nodded. This is the failed product of the God's Blood Research Institute when it tried to create the throne of God. Faceless Man is a life form mixed with the blood of various powerful people. It is very strange, and can use part of the ability of the original owner of these bloods, and only obey the orders of the people in the God's Blood Research Institute. The more Dingpei spoke, the more serious his tone became. Faceless Man maintains his life by replenishing new blood. As a mixture of human blood, it is extremely thirsty for human blood and is extremely bloodthirsty. It is an absolutely evil product. Although these faceless people are failed products of the God's Blood Research Institute, because they are controllable, have certain combat effectiveness, and will not reveal anything, and are not afraid of being captured. The God's Blood Research Institute often uses faceless people to plunder and kill everywhere. Whenever you see a faceless person, you know that there must be a member of the God's Blood Research Institute nearby. At this time, the Faceless Man has already set his sights on Chuyun and Dingpei. Its feet are also pitch black, as sticky as corrupt blood. It did not take a step, but glided towards Chuyun and Dingpei at the speed of light. The closer it got, the clearer the bloody and corrupt smell from the Faceless Man became. The weird feeling on it also makes people feel very uncomfortable. It's like this thing in front of them shouldn't have appeared in this world. In response, Chuyun took a step and wanted to solve it. Diamond grade. Humph. It's okay to fight quickly. The aura of this Faceless Man is exactly diamond grade, and the owner of these bloods should be far more than diamond grade. Otherwise, they would not be called failures. But Dingpei took a step first and stretched out his hand to stop Chuyun. In Chuyun's memory, Dingpei's expression has never been so serious. Chuyun, let me do it. A slender scepter with colorful gems on the top appeared in Dingpei's hand. For a moment, the shadow of the throne seemed to appear behind Dingpei. A product of an evil organization like this, the Faceless Man was approaching at the speed of light. It was muttering something, and a long sword condensed in its left hand, while a spell book was held in its right hand. Black bullets appeared from the spell book and sprayed towards Dingpei. We must use the power of purity to completely eliminate it. Dingpei looked serious. The scepter in his hand suddenly hit the ground. Priest pray, attack pray. The shadow of a huge axe that was taller than several floors appeared above Dingpei's head. It was so vast that it seemed to be surging out of Dingpei's body with the breath of looking down from the sky. This is the pressure of the star glory level. Chuyun was a little shocked. This was the first time Chuyun felt the attack of a star glory level professional. Then, he chopped down at the Faceless Man. The endless hurricane brought by the giant axe directly crushed the bullets shot by the Faceless Man. The Faceless Man tried to swing his sword to resist, But it was useless. Its body was instantly destroyed by the breath of the giant sword. The blood that made up the body also quickly shattered, turning into a pool of blood, spilling on the corrupt ground, and seemed to be jumping, trying to form a body again. What a strange vitality. However, the pressure of the giant sword has not ended yet, and it directly destroyed all the remaining blood, and the land was completely cut open. Finally, the shadow of the giant sword slowly dissipated, and the faceless man had completely disappeared. Ding Pei slowly put down the scepter in his hand. This is a star-level attack. Chu Yun was a little excited. This view gave Chu Yun a feeling of passion. I can become so strong in the future. Don't worry. It's a done deal. Ding Pei smiled and put the scepter back into the storage ring. You are a chaos professional, and it's normal for you to achieve unlimited success in the future. As the president of Xuanqing Professional Association and the master of the Job Transfer Temple, Ding Pei has never been arrogant. Just now, Ding Pei revealed the majesty of a strong man for a moment. But the journey ahead may be full of dangers. Chu Yun, you must not be brave. I understand. Chu Yun nodded. There will be more and more dangers in the future, and it is not something that Chu Yun, a platinum level, can easily wade into. Ding Pei checked the direction from which the faceless man came. I don't know if this faceless man is lost, or out of control and abandoned by the evil organization. Anyway, let's follow the direction it came from and catch up with it. After making up his mind, Ding Pei took out the scepter again. Suddenly, a layer of fog appeared from the scepter. The priest praised no trace. The mist enveloped the two of them, and then slowly dissipated. Chu Yun was stunned. President, why did the mist dissipate? This move does not rely on the mist to cover us. This group of mist is just a prop for casting the spell. We have already completed the casting. As he said, Ding Pei stepped forward and stepped heavily on the ground. But there was no trace on the ground. This move can cover the breath and even the traces. Now no matter how loud the movement of the two of us is, there will be no trace left. Even if we walk past the beast will not feel anything. What a powerful skill. Chu Yun exclaimed in admiration. Is this the ability of the Star Glory level? No. This is the ability of the priest. Ding Pei complained lightly, and then moved forward quickly with Chu Yun. Because of this concealment technique, Chu Yun and Ding Pei did not deliberately take a detour, nor did they attract the attention of any ferocious beasts. After moving forward quickly, they found something abnormal. President, look here. Chu Yun pointed to a place on the side. There, a team was moving quickly towards the end of the first spine. This was a large team of dozens of people, led by 2-star professionals, 5 diamond level, 8 platinum level, followed by professional prisoners who were obviously mentally disturbed, and faceless people of different levels. Those professionals who looked more normal were all wearing pure white coats, with their hands in their pockets, like serious scientists. Researchers from the God's Blood Research Institute. Ding Pei spoke slowly. The God's Blood Research Institute is different from other evil organizations. Other evil organizations may vigorously develop believers, but the God's Blood Research Institute believes in elitism. Every member is a researcher who can conduct God's blood research, and the main person responsible for fighting is the faceless man. Faceless people are not members, Chu Yun muttered, looking at those confused professional prisoners. President, they are experimental subjects. Chapter 128 Notorious. Ding Pei was very serious. The God's Blood Research Institute will do anything for experiments. These professionals are the experimental subjects captured by the God's Blood Research Institute for experiments. I don't know what experiments they have been subjected to. They seem to have no signs of willpower at all. That is, there is no hope. Ding Pei's expression did not have any room for turning back. How could an ordinary experiment be so dangerous? Only the guys from the God's Blood Research Institute would do such a heartless thing. As he said that, Ding Pei looked at Chu Yun again. Chu Yun, you have to be very alert. If you are caught, you may end up like these professionals. Or, you may be taken to do more horrible experiments. Chu Yun understood that what Ding Pei said was not a threat. Facing an evil organization, you must not have any luck. Chu Yun, we are going to go up. Wait! Chu Yun reached out to stop Ding Pei. President, there are 2-star glory level soldiers on the opposite side, and a large number of people. If we go up so easily, it is easy to fall into a passive situation of being beaten. Hearing this, Ding Pei gradually calmed down. He was just overwhelmed by his sense of justice. Now calm down and think about it. Chu Yun is right. Ding Pei gradually restrained his breath and became one with the surroundings. Chu Yun, do you have any clever plan? A clever plan? Ho ho ho. Chu Yun laughed wickedly. No clever plan. But I have a vicious plan. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada while the oriole waits behind. President, what is the purpose of these researchers from the God's Blood Research Institute? Ding Pei immediately pondered. Well, the purpose is to pass the first spine and obtain the numbered object. And our appearance is also an accident. Right? Yes. Your admission ticket was also obtained from the old man Ross. They should not have expected that an outsider would come. As he spoke, Ding Pei's eyes became brighter and brighter. Yes, they were already in the dark. Why should they expose themselves at this time and act in advance? They must act when they are most relaxed or at their wits' end. Suddenly, Chu Yun and Ding Pei both laughed wickedly. Hee hee hee. Their laughter became more and more wicked. Then, the two followed the end of the God's Blood Research Institute team and followed quietly. Although the two followed very closely, the team in front did not notice it at all. Not only because the president's concealment skills were too powerful, but also because the team in front did not expect that someone would follow them. The leading star-level God's Blood Research Institute member looked at another star-level teammate. Martin, how far is it from the end of the first spine? Martin, wearing a white coat and very thin, looked at the map. If the journey is smooth, it will take an hour to get there. Asked. Martin. Asked. A star-level researcher at the God's Blood Research Institute. Is also the third-row researcher at the God's Blood Research Institute. The God's Blood Research Institute is divided into the highest director, 3 professors below, and the first row, second row, and third row below. Although Martin and Ask are only the third-row researchers at the end, they are already very different from the humans who serve as experimental equipment in the God's Blood Research Institute. Is the journey smooth? It doesn't seem to be smooth for the time being. Ask looked forward. A large number of platinum-level beasts are gathering. Walking towards the team are a group of crocodiles with huge heads and very small bodies, which are very strange. Reverse crocodile. Level 37. HP 7575000. Steel-breaking teeth. Reverse crocodile has a fixed 20% armor penetration. When damaging the shield, it will cause an additional 100% damage. When the target's shield value is greater than the current HP, the additional damage is increased to 400% and the armor penetration is increased to 40%. Passive skill. Crocodile charge when the HP is less than 10%. On the verge of death, or receiving fatal damage, the reverse crocodile will release a suicide attack on the target, causing a lot of physical damage. When using crocodile charge, the armor penetration of steel-breaking teeth is increased to 80%. Humph. A bunch of scum. Ask was too lazy to even take action. Faceless man. Several black shadows suddenly appeared and knelt beside Ask. Go kill these beasts. The faceless man received the order and immediately attacked the crocodile. Although these faceless men looked very similar, they were all slender, dark, and faceless. But their abilities in battle were completely different. A faceless man could even use the abilities of 6 or 7 professions. In the back, Chu Yun couldn't help but complain. This faceless man looks more like a chaos professional than me. Well, they want to create a god. And they want to create the strongest god. And the throne of the chaos professional is naturally their goal. Ding Pei clicked his tongue. I don't know whose blood these faceless men have mixed with. Chu Yun's heart skipped a beat for some reason. The owner of this blood. It's most likely dead. But there's also a small chance that he's alive, as a test subject in the research center of the God's Blood Research Institute. Ding Pei shrugged. According to the data, faceless men can only survive for about half a month after they are born. And they frantically attack humans to replenish their blood. But they can only live for 2 months at most. And will turn into a pool of blood because of the collapse of vitality. Chu Yun frowned. All organizations called evil organizations are definitely not without reason. Soon, most of the group of reversing crocodiles were wiped out by the faceless man. At this moment, a huge fist suddenly hit down, directly smashing a faceless man into pieces and turning him into blood. The broken blood wanted to reorganize, and the fist continued to fall quickly and violently, completely knocking the pool of blood clean. A huge ape with 4 arms swept across the faceless men present. It beat its chest and roared at the God's Blood Research Institute team. Four-handed King Kong. Level 44. Health 44556600. Ape King. Four-handed King Kong is the king of apes. He has a coercive power when he appears. The damage caused to all ape units is increased by 20%. And the damage caused to all units except non-flying units is increased by 30%. After actively entering the combat state, it is increased to 50% for 30 seconds. Passive skill. Drumming and pounding. Four-handed King Kong stretches out his fist and pounding a unit suddenly, causing a lot of physical damage and 0.5 seconds of stun. This skill has almost no cooldown time. If this skill hits a unit that is stunned, the stun time of the unit will be increased by 0.5 seconds. During the stun, the damage received will be increased by 25%, up to 100%. Chapter 129. Go to the Dark Arena. Martin shrugged, while Ask snorted coldly. The diamond-level faceless man lost control and disappeared. And these platinum-level faceless men can't beat this monkey at all. Martin on the side showed an expression that he had expected. It is said that the pressure in this place is complicated, and it will definitely make the diamond-level faceless man lose control. As for these platinum-level faceless men can't beat this monkey. It is also normal. After all, platinum beats diamond. Ask did not comment. We should try it. Right? We should have a research spirit. The two members of the God's Blood Research Institute talked very easily, and did not take the four-handed Vajra seriously at all. The four-handed King Kong was extremely angry. He jumped up and wanted to punch Ask. Asker's face was as cold as ice, and he pushed out with one hand. Blood extraction. The strange power formed blood-red lines, flashing in Ask's palm. In an instant, all the blood vessels of the four-handed King Kong that was flying over became swollen, and then burst. The four-handed King Kong was covered in blood. It howled in pain. The blood that burst all over the body dyed the four-handed King Kong red, and the bursting blood gathered in Ask's palm like water. It formed a large ball of flowing blood-colored sphere. Asker instantly crushed it. Blood bursts. The blood ball bursts with infinite blood-colored energy, directly blasting the four-handed Vajra into pieces. Easy to kill. This is the attack of the Star Glory level. Martin watched Ask's attack from the side, without any expression in his eyes. This is just an ordinary move of Ask. Nothing worth paying attention to. The ordinary attack of the Star Glory level tore the diamond level into pieces. Although I can kill the diamond level, it will not be so easy. In the hidden place at the back, Chu Yun thought. Sure enough. After all, there is still a big gap from the Star Glory. Deng Pei on the side was a little speechless. It's outrageous that a platinum-level player can kill a diamond-level player. It's normal for a star-level player to kill a diamond-level player. Chu Yun started to cough dryly. Ahem. President. Let's not talk about this. In short, we have received information that the diamond-level faceless man we just encountered is indeed the only one. And he is out of control. And the team of the God's Blood Research Institute no longer has any faceless combat power. Without diamond-level players, platinum-level players will not be able to make a difference. Although Deng Pei agreed with Chu Yun's analysis, he often couldn't help but want to complain. Chu Yun, you are also a platinum-level player. But I have the ability to kill diamond-level players. Chu Yun was very confident. In front, Ask and Martin picked up the dropped items of the four-handed King Kong and continued to move deeper. Chu Yun and Deng Pei followed quietly behind them. Along the way, they also encountered many ferocious beasts. As long as Ask made a move, they would be killed instantly. Martin watched from the side. That guy named Martin has never made a move. It's hard to guess his ability. Deng Pei muttered. Although this God's Blood researcher named Ask didn't know what his profession was. He had a very obvious ability to manipulate blood. He could absorb the target's blood to attack and control, etc., which was very strange. Ask's companion Martin just stood by and watched without taking any action. Will it be an assist? Somewhat possible. The God's Blood Research Institute team is advancing at high speed. Finally, they arrived at the end of the first spine. Although it was already very dark in the first spine, this place was even darker, and the sky was gloomy, as if dark clouds were about to come down. The land here was even more rotten, and not even a weed could grow. Similarly, the pressure from the ancient throne was becoming clearer and clearer. We're here. The Dark Arena. Ask put his hands on his hips and looked ahead. It was an arena composed of a large square of ancient buildings. constantly stirring up an evil atmosphere. If you look closely at the periphery of this arena, you can even feel that the shape of this arena is like a giant snake. A giant snake that ignores all living things. Dark arena? Chu Yun behind him asked in confusion. Ding Pei had read the information before coming here and knew a lot about the things here. Dark arena. The end of the first spine. If you want to get the numbered items and go to the second spine, you must pass through this dark arena. And I heard that in order to activate this dark arena, you need to sacrifice fresh lives, so that the guardian of the arena will wake up and start the trial. Chu Yun nodded slightly. So their next move is to catch a few beasts for sacrifice? Ding Pei shook his head slightly. Don't underestimate the bottom line of evil organizations. Hearing this, Chu Yun was slightly stunned. In front of the dark arena, as expected, Ask and Martin started to communicate. Martin, pick a few life forms that failed in the experiment and come as sacrifices. Okay. Then these few. Martin casually pulled a few professional prisoners closer. And these people were in a daze, and could not resist Martin at all. Chu Yun's pupils shrank slightly. They don't want to. Well, as you expected, Ding Pei said in a deep voice. In front of the dark arena, Ask waved his hand. And the blood of these professional prisoners burst instantly. A bloody, brutal, and terrifying sacrificial ceremony. The blood gushed out and flowed to the blood groove under the entire dark arena. The groove seemed to have vitality and ate all the blood. Then, two cold red lights suddenly appeared. The groove actually rose from the ground and formed a head with the two red lights. This is the snake head. The entire dark arena began to roar. A body that was huge enough to shock people appeared. The snake's body was thicker and taller than a building, with dense scales. But each scale was bigger than a person. The guardian of the dark arena. The dark snake. Ask and Martin looked at each other, with an indelible joy in their eyes. The sacrifice was successful. It really activated it. This big guy from eternity. It looked down at the people from the God's Blood Research Institute, with an indifference in its eyes that never changed. In its eyes, the members of the God's Blood Research Institute are no different from a weed or a grain of soil. But as long as they are living beings and activate the dark arena, it is necessary for it to guide them. This is its duty. I am the dark snake, the mount of my Lord's throne before eternity. Now I am guarding this dark arena and issuing the rules that belong to this place. If you want to pass the first spine and go to the second spine, you must pass the dark arena. Chapter 133 Levels. What are the rules? Ask seemed to be facing the dark snake without any fear and asked. The dark snake looked at Ask indifferently. If you want to pass the dark arena, you must fight with the projections left by your predecessors. If you succeed, you will get rewards and temporarily open the qualification to enter the second spine. There will be 3 projections in total, and they will become stronger one by one. Martin nodded continuously after hearing this. Yes, the information is correct. The dark snake ignored the noise of the human in front of him. Do you want to challenge this dark arena? Yes. Ask nodded. Instantly, a magnificent aura emerged from the dark snake. The entire dark arena began to vibrate, corresponding to the dark snake. Satisfy your wish. Those who come to challenge. Dark arena. Start. Every brick and every line in the entire dark arena flashed with dark purple light. The terrifying, deep, ancient aura became stronger, and the gray clouds in the sky became darker. In the back, Chu Yun and Ding Pei observed all this, waiting for the opportunity to take action and reap the benefits. And Ask, who stood at the front, at the feet of the dark snake, was slightly throbbing in his heart. His white coat rustled. What a strong breath. It really comes from ancient times. Even though Ask had studied so much ancient blood, he was still far from being as shocked as experiencing it in person. This breath hits the soul directly. Finally, these lines shot out energy like gray fog, gathering in the center of the dark arena. A voice appeared from the thick fog. A young man made of thick fog appeared, wearing extremely cold clothes and holding a staff in his hand. Every time the young man in the thick fog took a step forward, frost would appear under his feet from freezing the air. This young man's true form must be extremely terrifying. But because of the suppression of the dark arena, this dense fog replica is only at the platinum level. But the biting frost breath is also the peak strength of the platinum level. Ice Sealing Master. Level 38. HP 556-6000. Ice Cone. Immediately create 30 ice cones beside you. the ice cones will automatically search for the enemy and fly to chase, causing ice damage and physical damage, and causing 20% deceleration. When repeatedly damaged, the deceleration is increased by an additional 5%, up to 50%. For 10 seconds, Ice Surge shortly chant the spell. Create a large range of ice waves. Slow down all enemies within the ice wave range by 10%. And slow down to 90% within 5 seconds. After the guidance ends, cause a lot of ice damage. Ice Storm immediately sweep a layer of Cold Storm, causing a lot of ice damage and wind damage. If the injured target falls into a deceleration state, it will receive an additional 50% ice damage. And then slow it down by 30 yuan, which lasts for 5 seconds. I thought he was some kind of asshole. Ask sneered. He looked so aggressive. But he is just a platinum level 1 after all. Although he expressed deep disdain, Ask didn't dare to act rashly. Instead, he pulled a few professional prisoners over. He stretched out his finger and suddenly inserted it into the bodies of these professional prisoners. Gudong. These professional prisoners seemed to have received a shot of carditonic. They were immediately clearer and only followed Ask's lead. Ask stretched out his hand and pointed at the phantom youth. Go kill him. These professional prisoners rushed over immediately. Although these professional prisoners were all platinum level, because they were in a daze, and the phantom youth's strength was not ordinary platinum level, these professionals couldn't beat the phantom youth at all. The shadowy young man murmured a spell, and the staff in his hand gushed out extreme cold. These professionals didn't even make a sound, and were frozen into ice sculptures by the extreme cold of the shadowy young man. One-sided instant kill. Well, this shadow is very strong, Martin thought. But it is still at the platinum level, far from the diamond level. Yes, it is true, Ask replied lightly. In the eyes of the two of them, everything is just material for experiments. And humans are the same. They have no heart, no morals, and are extremely cold-blooded. But it's better to be careful. Pick more people and attack together. Ask selected a dozen professional prisoners and ordered them to attack the shadowy young man. At one time, these dozen professional prisoners began to encircle the phantom youth. The phantom youth's body was experienced, and the phantom was also extremely powerful. While swinging the staff, he killed several professional prisoners. A very powerful technique, worth learning. Chuyun watched with relish. As a mage, the phantom youth's fighting method was very similar to his. This battle benefited Chuyun a lot. Although the phantom youth had excellent skills, there were too many enemies, and his own strength was limited. In the end, he was pierced through the body by a professional prisoner with a big knife. In the end, the phantom youth's body slowly dissipated. The clouds and mist dispersed, and the phantom youth disappeared. At this time, there were more than a dozen lifelike ice sculptures on the entire venue. The solemn and majestic voice of the dark serpent sounded. The first projection has been defeated. The second projection is about to appear. The mist that the shadow youth had just dispersed reorganized in an instant. A heavily armored knight, wearing black heavy armor, and carrying a chainsaw sword came out. He suddenly swung the chainsaw sword in his hand. And like cutting tofu, he easily cut the professional prisoner, who had just killed the shadow youth, into 2 halves. Blood sprayed, his eyes hidden under the heavy armor helmet. With evil and murderous intent, scanned Askin Martin. Dark Knight. Level, 47. HP, 9276500. Heavy dark armor reduces 80% of physical damage. After receiving physical damage, the Dark Knight will be enraged, causing the next attack to cause an additional 100% physical damage and silence for 1 second. Passive skill. Chainsaw slash. Swing the chainsaw violently to slash, and the slash will gain 75% armor breaking effect, causing 10 damages in total. Each damage has an 80% chance of causing the target to suffer a cut effect. Crazy suppression. The Dark Knight will go crazy from time to time and charge at a target. During the charge, the defense is reduced by 20%. The attack power is increased by 60%. And the damage of the next attack at the end of the charge is doubled. Chapter 131. Martin's ability. It's a diamond level projection now. Ask and Martin looked at each other in surprise. And this Dark Knight is quite unusual. The profession of this projection is the Dark Knight. And it's a hidden profession. Ask tooted. It's time to send out stronger guys. After that, Ask turned around and pointed at several diamond level members. Go ahead. Kill this Dark Knight for me. Yes. These people answered very mechanically. Obviously, Their blood has all been transformed, and they are completely under the command of the researchers of the God's Blood Research Institute. Seeing this, Ask nodded with satisfaction. It's still humans themselves. It's easiest to control. The faceless man mixed with blood will go out of control from time to time. Martin laughed beside him. After all, it's a failed experiment in God-making. That's true. The two of them chatted comfortably. It was as if they were chatting about family matters. Not in front of the extremely dangerous dark arena. These diamond-level members of the God's Blood Research Institute rushed towards the Dark Knight without hesitation. The Dark Knight swung the chainsaw sword in his hand. There was a strong roar. A diamond-level warrior professional raised the sword and slashed at the Dark Knight. However, this sword had no effect at all, but angered the Dark Knight. The Dark Knight swept the chainsaw sword and instantly split the professional in half. Blood gushed out like a water column. One slash killed a diamond-level professional. The other professionals seemed to have not seen the death of this professional at all, and rushed forward recklessly. A fire mage professional raised the magic book in a daze, and used a large-scale flame attack. And this attack, while hurting the Dark Knight, also hurt his teammates. A battle like this with no rules at all, with extremely primitive crudeness. Chu Yun was stunned. This group of evil organizations really don't treat people as human beings. So, this kind of guy must be eradicated, Deng Pei said in a deep voice. Chu Yun nodded slightly and smiled cunningly. Soon, we will not treat them as human beings. To deal with darkness, we must use dark tricks that are more insidious than darkness. Ask and Martin never expected that their butts have been closely watched. And in front, the Dark Knight is already scarred. The heavy armor all over his body is covered with sword cuts. And the Dark Knight is dying. But at the same time, there are several completely chopped, bloody corpses lying in front of the Dark Knight. It took an angry step and attacked the Fire Mage. The Fire Mage had no desire to escape, but instead began to chant the forbidden spell. The flames exploded. The moment before the Dark Knight's chainsaw sword slashed the Fire Mage, flames had already burst out from all over the Fire Mage's body. Boom! The Fire Mage and the Dark Knight died together. The smoke and dust dissipated, and the cloud that formed the Dark Knight also dissipated. At this time, the solemn and majestic voice of the Dark Serpent sounded again. The second projection has been defeated. The third projection is about to appear. After hearing these words, even Ask and Martin's expressions became serious, because they understood that the third projection that was about to appear must be a star-level projection. This forced them to be cautious. Finally, the scattered clouds began to reorganize. A warrior wearing a golden robe and holding a shining long sword came out. This warrior had a firm look in his eyes, and the long sword in his hand could cleanse all filth. Extremely powerful. Oops. Ask gritted his teeth. You can tell at a glance that this thing has some restraint on me. And the warrior had already looked at Ask with an inextinguishable passion for war. Holy Sword Master. Level 57. HP 7727200000. Holy Slash summons the power of the gods to launch a slash, causing a lot of light damage, and clearing all terrain effects with soul attributes and blood attributes. If successfully cleared, the cooldown of the Holy Slash will be refreshed immediately. Redemption Healing restores 30% of the HP lost, and gains a shield of 30% of the HP limit, which lasts for 30 seconds. During the shield, use Holy Slash to restore 10% of the upper limit of health. Holy Light Punishment Fight more bravely. After receiving more than 25% of the current health in 5 seconds, immediately release Holy Light Attack to the surroundings, causing a large amount of light attribute damage, and at the same time reducing the cooldown of Redemption Healing by half. Immaculate Heart Holy Sword makes it immune to all negative effects of corrosion. Passive skill. This Holy Slash is very disgusting. It can actually clear our effects. Even Martin, who likes to laugh, can't laugh at this time. Ask thought quickly. The star level projection is no longer something that the group of people behind him can defeat by dying. Only the two of them can defeat the Star Glory class. And this Holy Sword Master is immune to the negative effects of erosion. Won't this restrain us to death? Ask was very anxious. However, facing Ask's sadness, Martin suddenly smiled. It was a smile of success. Although the Holy Sword Master is immune to negative effects, it doesn't say that the Holy Sword Master's weapon is immune to negative effects. Ask suddenly paused. Then, he sneered. I understand. Then, Ask flew into the field. The Holy Sword Master didn't say much nonsense, and immediately slashed at Ask with a sword. Blood extraction. The blood of the various corpses on the field gathered in front of Ask to form a blood ball. The Holy Sword Master raised his sword high and slashed down. Holy slash. Bang! The blood ball blocking Ask exploded. The blood also burned the Holy Sword in the Holy Sword Master's hand red. The light of the Holy Strike cleared the filth, but did not clear the filth on itself. In the back, Martin suddenly snapped his fingers. Plague poison explosion. Instantly, a half corpse in the arena suddenly swelled, turned green, and then exploded. Almost at the same time, the remaining corpses also exploded one by one. The green poison gas continued to spread. The Holy Sword Master was surprised to find that the sword in his hand actually showed signs of erosion. The sword in his hand is not a real holy sword after all. It is just a simulation of the gray fog. Even he himself is just a phantom. In the back, Chu Yun was surprised. Martin's skill is to use poison, and it uses plague. This ability is evil, terrifying, and contagious. In a way, Martin will be much more terrifying than Ask. Now we know the skills of these two guys. Ding Pei narrowed his eyes. Just wait for the right time. Chapter 132. Two groups of people? Ask's professional ability is blood control, while Martin's professional ability is poison gas control. Or more accurately, plague. Although the abilities of these two star-level professionals are powerful and strange, their melee abilities have not yet seen an advantage. Here, maybe this is the breakthrough. The Holy Sword Master roared, raised his rusty sword again, and slashed at Ask. Holy light surged. Bang! Another sacred slash hit Ask, and immediately cut Ask with a shocking scar. Foul blood gushed out of Ask's wound. The holy light bloomed, instantly melting away all the blood with strange power. Ah! Ask roared in pain and covered his wound. Repair with blood. The blood flowing on the ground immediately flowed to Ask's wound. In the blink of an eye, Ask's shocking wound was repaired as before. Ask gritted his teeth and sneered. Humph. Although you restrain me very much, my recovery ability is far beyond your imagination. Although Ask's wound was restored as before, the pain just now was also real. People have a certain limit of willpower to pain. If it is exceeded, they will collapse. Then, Ask raised his hand. Blood mark. The blood swept across the Holy Sword Master like a wave of sword marks. Instantly, the Holy Sword Master's body was cut by the blood with a shocking wound. How does this move taste? Ha ha ha. Ask laughed crazily. The Holy Sword Master did not reply, but clenched his fist and raised it up. Redemption and healing. A layer of shield with golden light appeared on the Holy Sword Master, and the cut wound was also mostly healed. Then, he slashed it with the sword again. Holy attack. The holy light shines. But this holy light has weakened a lot, because the holy sword in the hands of the Holy Sword Master was already rusty, and could not use the powerful holy light. This was caused by Martin's plague corrosion power. Ask guided the blood ball and easily resisted. Ha ha ha. Can't even the blood ball be broken now? Ask laughed wildly. In the back, Martin jumped up and besieged the Holy Sword Master with Ask. Although the Holy Sword Master was a natural enemy of the two researchers from the God's Blood Research Institute, he was just a simulated phantom after all, and could not use the real holy light power. Soon, he was worn out by Ask and Martin. The Holy Sword Master's left leg had been contaminated by the plague and turned dark green and corrupted, and lost all his strength. The Holy Sword Master knelt on one knee. Ask laughed crazily. Ha ha. Go to hell. Blood moon wheel. The surging blood formed a dark red blood wheel, which immediately wrapped around the Holy Sword Master and imprisoned him in place. Then, the blood wheel began to shrink. The Holy Sword Master was cut in half. At the last moment, the shadow of the Holy Sword Master began to roar. A layer of holy light that shone to the extreme exploded and scattered. Holy light punishment. Ask and Martin had been prepared for it, but they were still affected. Both of them were cut with countless wounds by the holy light as if with a knife. And the Holy Sword Master in the center of the dark arena had been killed by Ask's blood moon wheel. At this time, both of them raised their heads and looked at the dark snake above their heads. The dark snake glanced at the two of them indifferently. The blood-red pupils slightly closed, expressing praise for the two. Then, the solemn and majestic voice of the dark snake sounded. The third projection has been defeated. Congratulations. You have passed the dark arena. The huge body of the dark snake began to move. And at the same time, the entire dark arena sounded a roar. The central area of the dark arena suddenly sank, revealing a deep abyss. Then, an ancient box rose from the abyss and landed in the middle of the dark arena. The challenger who has passed the dark arena. The dark snake murmured. The voice was solemn and without any emotion. You have successfully defeated 3 projections. But you have not yet defeated all the opposing enemies. The treasure from ancient times is here. And there can only be one winner standing in this dark arena. Ask and Martin looked at each other. They sensed a strange smell. What does the dark snake mean? Is there someone else on the field besides us? Behind? Chu Yun's heart skipped a beat. Oh no! Ding Pei was also stunned. They had never been exposed, and thought they could successfully conceal their whereabouts. But they never expected that their whereabouts would be pointed out by the dark snake. Then, 2 dark lights like fireflies hung down from the sky. One illuminated Ask and Martin. The other shone directly on Chu Yun and Ding Pei. Their positions were completely exposed. Oh my! Chu Yun couldn't help but shout out. Then, he spoke in a low voice. President, you must not forget the battle strategy we discussed. Remember it clearly. I'm on. Ding Pei stood up with a whoosh and flew to the dark arena. He took out his priest's staff, slammed it on the ground, stood up, and faced Ask and Martin. I am Ding Pei, the president of the Xuanqing Professional Association of the Tianfeng Empire. I am here today to eradicate you evil organizations. Just you? Ask sneered. The situation on the field was that they were 2 stars against Ding Pei. As for Chu Yun next to Ding Pei, he was just a platinum level. Ask didn't take Chu Yun seriously at all. Martin frowned slightly. I should have expected it. The old man from the Ross family didn't come, so the ticket must have fallen into the hands of others. Humph. But this is also within our acceptable range. One admission ticket can only bring in 1 star glory. As he said this, Martin slowly raised his hand and pulled up the sleeves of his white coat. Dark green spots spread from his arm. How can you beat the 2 of us with only 1 star glory? Just as Martin said, blood is flowing all over Ask's body. It is the posture of preparing for a full-scale battle. Just accept your death. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind Ding Pei. And me. Chu Yun climbed up the dark arena from the bottom with a very difficult look. This difficult look made Ask laugh. You are just a small platinum. I am too lazy to do anything. Ask commanded a group of faceless people behind him. Go! Kill this ignorant platinum kid. Chapter 133 The President Takes Action. A group of faceless people obeyed the order and rushed towards Chu Yun with their fangs and claws bared. They have different movements and professions, but they look very similar. Although they don't cooperate with each other, they can greatly hinder the judgment of their enemies. For most people, they are the most difficult enemies. Except Chu Yun. Humph. So arrogant. Just let these few bloody messes come. And you want to kill me? Chu Yun shouted loudly, not taking these faceless people seriously at all. Although the faceless people are the failed products of the God-making plan, they are still the products of the God Blood Research Institute's hard work. When Ask heard Chu Yun's arrogance, he was furious for a while. Although all the experimental materials were garbage, the faceless man was the garbage they produced with their own hands. Chu Yun's ridicule seemed to ridicule them. How could he bear this? Ask immediately focused his attention on Chu Yun. Martin on the side spoke slowly. Ask, don't let your anger get to your head. Ask shuddered all over, only to find that he was almost provoked by a mere platinum level. Our current goal is to kill that star-level professional first. Martin's smile was relaxed and sharp. By then, you can kill that platinum-level professional as much as you want. Thanks for your reminder, Martin. Ask rubbed his head and stopped caring about Gu Chuyun. Anyway, so many faceless men have already come to kill him. This platinum-level kid can't survive. Chuyun showed a trace of regret. I almost lured one of them over. That Martin is very difficult to deal with. Sharp. Cold. Like an emotionless venomous snake. Prepare to die? 2 blood columns suddenly spurted out from behind Ask, turning into blood wings. Endless blood flowed beside Ask and turned into thousands of blades, flying non-stop. This is his full power form. Blood-crazy killing. Ask roared and flew towards Ding Pei. And the countless blood-colored blades flying around Ask also flew towards Ding Pei, flying all over the sky. Each of these blood blades was extremely sharp, and could easily cut through the extremely solid armor and inject the corrupted blood into the flesh. A diamond-level professional would be either dead or disabled if hit by a blood blade. And even a star-level professional would lose half his life if he ate all these blood blades. A big move that cannot be underestimated. Ding Pei waved his scepter and slammed the ground. Priest prayer rite of thorns. The breath of the forest and the fragrance of flowers began to permeate. And then the ancient sacredness of the solemn arrival at the throne of God. Countless vines surged from the ground, crisscrossing in front of Ding Pei, forming a wall. And this wall of thorns was decorated with a few roses, rippling with a faint pressure. Asker's blood blade was shattered by the roses when it approached these roses, and the remaining blood blades could not break through the defense of the wall of thorns at all. Useless. 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 Asker laughed grimly, and his arm suddenly split open. Blood gushed out, dyeing the sleeves of the white coat blood red. Blood particle blade. The gushing blood began to shrink rapidly. In the end, Asker's arm turned into a slender and sharp blood-red long sword. Swish! Ask swept the bloody long sword towards the wall of thorns, and immediately cut the wall of thorns completely with the rose. And Ding Pei stood behind the wall of thorns, and the next skill was ready. I have been waiting for a long time. Priest prayer attack prayer. A huge sword was born from nothingness, extremely tall. Then, it slashed towards Ask. This huge sword is so tall that even if a star-level person is hit by this sword, it will not be easy. Ding Pei's priest skills are all kinds of strange. But there is only this one pure attack skill. And pure means that there is no intervention of other values. It is pure power. Blood shield. Ask's intact left arm also exploded, and the blood gushed out, forming a huge shield around itself. The blood turned extremely black in the blink of an eye, and it was obviously solidified. And the shield formed by the solidified blood is countless times harder than steel. Boom! The giant sword fell and chopped on the blood shield, cutting cracks in the extremely solid shield. Ding Pei held the scepter and hit the ground heavily again. The giant sword that fell down became heavier. More cracks appeared in the blood shield covering Ask. It seems that I am still stronger. Ding Pei clenched the scepter and continued to add magic power to the giant sword. Suddenly, a cold and frivolous voice sounded. Hey, this priest. You are dealing with two people. Martin stood in the distance and shook his arm, which had turned dark green. The poison gas was spraying out of Martin's arm, although Martin's arm had turned dark green. The poison gas sprayed out had no color and no smell. Colorless and odorless. It would not cause any perception of the poison gas. Ding Pei had inhaled a lot of poison gas without knowing it. Gas anesthesia. Martin suddenly snapped his fingers. Suddenly, Ding Pei felt that his nerves were paralyzed. At this time, Ding Pei's limbs were stiff, not to mention moving. Even breathing felt extremely uncomfortable and very laborious. And the attack prayer, that took a lot of magic power to maintain, could no longer be maintained. Even the giant sword that was just composed of phantoms was contaminated by Martin's poison gas, full of spots. This poison gas can even contaminate things born from this kind of magic. Extremely outrageous ability. Disintegrate. Martin snapped his fingers again, and Ding Pei's whole body began to shake violently. Every piece of flesh and blood on Ding Pei's body seemed to have its own consciousness, and wanted to split apart. Ding Pei gritted his teeth and held on. Wow! You can still hold on? Martin showed a surprised expression, and then laughed. But your condensed giant sword is not so lucky. As Martin's words fell, the giant sword hanging on the blood shield was broken into pieces. The magic fragments that made up the giant sword fell down. Ask ran out instantly, laughing crazily. Ha ha! Good job, Martin. Let me give you a fatal blow. As he said, Ask raised the blood blade again and swept towards Ding Pei. And Ding Pei trembled and took out a badge from his arms. A shining badge that can burst out infinite light. Like the sun. Poison gas? It will melt under the sun. Chapter 134 Researcher Certification of Chaos Professionals. Sun God Badge Replica. Category, Accessory. Level Requirement, None. Professional Requirement, None. Effect, None. Durability, 75/100. Way of light consume 1 durability. Immediately deploy the sunlight array. Lasting 30 minutes. In the sunlight array, restore 30% of lost health and 30% of maximum health per second. And immediately remove all negative effects on the body. Increase all attributes by 10%. And increase this method up to 10 times. Light of Heaven can only be used in the sunlight array. Consume 10 durability, Ignite a target with extreme sunlight, causing the target to fall into a black flame burning state, receiving irresistible fire element damage per second, and increasing the fire element damage received by 100%. The black flame burns for 24 hours. When the duration ends, you can use the durability to increase the duration remotely until the target dies. The sunlight array has been deployed. Martin's poison gas has no effect in the sunlight array, and the poison gas on Ding Pei's body is also eliminated by the sunlight array. Even Ask's blood blade has slowed down a lot. Priest per battle prayer. A mighty knight appeared behind Ding Pei. The knight wore golden armor, held a lance, stood beside Ding Pei, and drew his lance, pointing directly at Ask. Lance charge. Dazzling light appeared from the knight's lance tip. This is holy light. For these blood and dirty special attacks of holy light. Ask was angry. This sunlight is so dazzling. What a terrible thing. He never expected that Ding Pei would have a replica of the throne-level weapon. In the distance, Martin did not speak, but quietly approached Ding Pei. The dark green venom in his arm has solidified and turned into a suit of armor, wrapping his arm. Venom armor. And Martin's punch will be no less powerful than those of melee professions. As a priest, you are not good at melee combat. Martin has come behind Ding Pei and clenched his fist. Ding Pei laughed. He turned his wrist, and a huge hammer covered with thunder appeared in his hand. Not good at close combat? Who said that? Thor's hammer replica. Category, short hammer. Level requirement, none. Professional requirement, none. Effect, none. Durability, 46/50. Thunder blast consumes 1 durability. Immediately explodes with thunder, causing a large amount of thunder element damage. Clears all buffs of the target. Clears all formation effects on the field. And causes an additional 20% thunder element damage when the user causes damage. Lasting 10 minutes. This effect can be stacked infinitely. Thunder Sweep can only be used after using Thunder Blast. Record the number of times Thunder Blast was used within 1 hour. And immediately launch a Thunder Sweep to cleanse the dirt, releasing countless thunders, causing catastrophic thunder element damage. For each recorded Thunder Blast, the damage increases by 100%. This kind of replica of the throne-level weapon has no threshold for use at all. Not to mention Ding Pei, a star-level professional. Even a bronze-level professional can pick it up and swing it twice. Instantly, the thunder vibrated. Martin, who wanted to attack Ding Pei, had to retreat. A drop of cold sweat flowed down Martin's forehead. There are 2 replicas of the throne-level weapons. It's really tricky. If they are not handled carefully, they will be killed even if they are 2 against 1. It seems that there is only one choice. Martin, who was always calm, also gritted his teeth. On the other side, facing 7 or 8 attacking faceless men, Chu Yun acted relaxed. These faceless men were no match for Chu Yun. Healing reversed. The green light hit a faceless man, instantly turning it into a pool of blood. In the back, a faceless man holding a big sword launched a horizontal slash at Chu Yun. On the side, a faceless man holding a dagger attacked Chu Yun's abdomen. There are also 2 faceless mages using spells to lock Chu Yun. The faceless men are erratic, and it is too difficult to deal with them one by one. Since it is difficult to deal with them one by one, just kill them all. Chu Yun raised the dragon speaker staff. Holy light healing reversed. The strong holy light splashed down, instantly evaporating all the faceless people nearby. In an instant, all the enemies blocking Chu Yun were eliminated. Chu Yun didn't take these faceless people seriously at all. They are just a group of things that are not even human. And they want to stop me. Not far away. Ask just used the blood blade to eliminate the knight summoned by Ding Pei. Asker just took a breath and suddenly found that the holy light was flashing on the side again. Huh? Why is there this holy light again? Suddenly, Ask discovered Chu Yun. Why hasn't this guy been killed by the faceless man yet? At this time, Ask saw that there was no faceless man beside Chu Yun. All of them were evaporated by the holy light just now. Ask was surprised. This kid can actually attack with holy light? But his profession is just a doctor? Almost instantly, Ask thought of a place. The situation where multiple professional skills can be used. Chaos Professional. As a researcher specializing in chaos professionals, he has a stronger sense of association than anyone else. This Chu Yun must be a chaos professional. No mistake. Instantly, Ask was in ecstasy. Ha ha. I really encountered a chaos professional. Ha ha ha. The God's Blood Research Institute has been constantly studying the blood of various chaos professionals from ancient times, and has obtained a lot of precious data and many valuable research results. But because the time is too long, and the materials of chaos professionals are too scarce, their research is difficult. If they can catch a chaos professional like Chu Yun, then many problems that bother them will be solved instantly. Because of the great contribution of capturing the chaos professional, Ask status can also be promoted from the third tier researcher to the first tier. Even the professor level is not a dream. I've changed my mind. I won't kill you. Kid. Be thankful. I'm going to capture you alive. A bloody wind blew from Ask's body, and the pressure of the star glory level surged. Suddenly, Chu Yun was overwhelmed and couldn't breathe. Ask instantly came to Chu Yun, grabbed Chu Yun's neck with one hand, and pressed Chu Yun to the ground. The violent impact directly shook a pit in the ground, and blood burst out. Are you convinced? Kid? Ask grinned. Chu Yun's mouth was full of spitting blood, and he responded with a provocative smile. Do you think it's possible? Chapter 135. The replica of the throne-level weapon fights against the numbered object. What a tough guy! Ask grabbed Chu Yun's neck with 5 fingers, and the power of blood began to burst out. The blood was like a knife, cutting into Chu Yun's body. The feeling of exhaustion appeared instantly, and Chu Yun felt that his blood no longer had vitality. The pressure of the star glory level. Although Chu Yun is strong enough to fight against the diamond level across levels, it is still too difficult to face the star glory level head-on. Falling into blood poisoning. Action power is reduced by 20%, and it will be reduced to 50% within 30 seconds. Movement speed, casting speed, and attack speed are reduced by 50%, and they will be reduced to 70% within 30 seconds. The upper limit of health value is reduced by 40%. The blood loss lasts for 300 seconds. Swallowing some of the blood in his mouth, Chu Yun spoke silently. Reverse the blood loss. The blood loss reversal begins. Ding. Congratulations to the host's blood loss, which has reversed the rules. Please check it yourself. Blood loss action power increased by 20%, and increased to 50% within 30 seconds. Movement speed, casting speed, and attack speed increased by 50%, and increased to 90% within 30 seconds. The upper limit of health value increased by 40%. The blood loss lasts for 300 seconds. Although Chu Yun reversed the blood loss, and the blood and chi in his body became full, Chu Yun deliberately did not show that he had recovered, and still pretended to be strangled to death. Ask hummed in confusion, because he found that the platinum kid he was holding down not only did not become weak under the influence of sepsis, but became full of vitality? That fresh breath made him unhappy. But Chu Yun looked half dead and about to die. This made it difficult for Ask to judge. Forget it. It doesn't matter what. Even if Chu Yun was not affected by sepsis, what could he do? He was just a platinum guy. Even if he was a chaos professional, you can't strangle a chaos professional to death. Well, then make you unconscious first. At this moment, behind Ask, light and darkness intertwined, and energy fluctuated. Ask suddenly turned his head and looked back. Martin was forced to use the numbered item. Behind, Deng Pei held the priest's scepter in his right hand, Thor's hammer in his left hand, and the sun god badge, shining brightly and thunder leaping. How can a mere cultist resist the power of this throne-level weapon? What throne-level weapon? It's just a replica. Martin was beaten by Thor's hammer and vomited blood, and his own poison gas and plague power, under the cover of the sun god badge's sunlight array, had no effect at all. Attack could not break the defense of the sun god badge, and defense could not resist the thunder of Thor's hammer. Finally, Martin made up his mind and grabbed his storage ring. It's time to shock you with some truly weird and powerful things for these imitations. Come out. Nightmare hand. A dry, dark purple old man's arm was taken out from Martin's storage ring. The breath of horrible pollution sprayed out from this arm, and it actually competed with the sunlight array of the sun god badge. This dry arm is like the night. The sunlight can remove all filth, but it still has to compete with the night. Nightmare hand. Category, numbered item no, 582. Level requirement, 50. Professional requirements, none. Effect, movement speed minus 10%. Durability, none. Nightmare shroud hand of nightmare will release nightmares that continue to shroud, creating darkness, eroding sunlight in daytime, and eroding all units including the user, causing them to fall into fear and collapse effects. lasting for 30 minutes. Nightmare's personal arrival for each unit covered by Nightmare Shroud. 1 point of malice is added to Hand of Nightmare, with a maximum of 100 points of malice. And when there are no units within the range of Nightmare Shroud, 1 point of malice is lost per second. The user can consume any maximum health value. And 1 point of malice is added to Hand of Nightmare for every 1% consumed. 100 malice and 50% of the user's current health value can be consumed to make Hand of Nightmare materialize. Hand of Nightmare will attack targets other than the user at will, and cannot be controlled. The materialization lasts for 3 minutes. It's actually a numbered item. Ding Pei's expression also became serious. Although he held 2 throne-level weapons in his hands, it was ultimately just a replica with durability, with form but no soul. Numbered items are unique, classified and numbered props. Most of them have independent consciousness, are extremely evil, ghostly, difficult to control, and have extremely strong destructive power. Very difficult to control, and even more difficult to deal with. Martin smiled evilly. Why do you think we can come here? The achievements and opportunities we have obtained in the God's Blood Research Institute are much greater than those of you vulgar people. We have obtained numbered items from other places. And we will also obtain numbered items in this Sky Curtain Kingdom. You can't stop us. As he spoke, the nightmare hand in Martin's hand began to shake as if it had fallen into madness. When shaking, the vaguely scattered nightmare night suddenly spread out. Even in the dark and heavy dark arena, the darkness at this time could not be compared with the darkness created by the nightmare hand. It was too intense. In the distance, Chu Yun was also affected by the nightmare night, and his heart was shaking violently. Chu Yun felt that he could not wait to escape, but his body was very weak. Falling into fear, dare not look directly at the target of fear, and run in the opposite direction of the target of fear with all your strength. Movement speed is reduced by 40%, and the stagger effect will occur from time to time, which lasts for 5 minutes. Falling into disarray. Clear all positive effects on the body. All attributes are reduced by 20%, and each time a skill is used or affected by a skill, an additional 2% is reduced, up to 60%, which lasts for 10 minutes. At this time, asked, who was holding Chu Yun, also cursed. Damn Martin. He used the Hand of Nightmare without saying a word. Asker's whole body began to tremble. Even if he was a star-level strongman, he could not resist the nightmare night covered by the Hand of Nightmare. Chu Yun held back the throbbing in his heart and silently chanted, "Reverse fear. Fear reversal begins." Ding. Congratulations to the host. The fear has been reversed. Please check it yourself. Fear dare to look directly at the target of fear, and when running towards the target of fear with all your strength, the movement speed will increase by 40%, and will not enter any deceleration effect, lasting for 5 minutes. Fear is now not afraid at all. Chu Yun couldn't help but turn his head to look at Martin, his eyes full of fighting spirit. This effect is a bit fucking. Chapter 136. The time has come. But this kind of fighting spirit is much better than fear. Chu Yun then reversed another effect. Reverse collapse. The collapse reversal rule begins. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The collapse has reversed the rule. Please check it yourself. Cool down. Clear all negative effects on the body. All attributes increase by 20%. Each time a skill is used, or affected by a skill, an additional 2%, up to 60%, lasting 10 minutes. Chu Yun immediately felt that all his attributes had increased. The reverse blood loss and collapse gave Chu Yun a great value increase. Although he still couldn't beat Ask, it was enough for Chu Yun to take a breath under the Star Glory level. If it were any other Platinum level, or even Diamond level warriors, they would have died more than a dozen times. Ask's attack was merciless. In Ask's eyes, there was no need to be polite to capture a target alive. As long as they were missing a few arms and legs, they were experimental materials anyway. In the distance, Ding Pei struck the scepter. The priest praised blessing of the living beings. A number of spirits composed of energy appeared, playing small harps, flying around Ding Pei, and the notes turned into entities and began to surround him, bringing a fresh and fragrant breath. And Ding Pei's face, which had become extremely ugly due to the nightmare night, also improved a lot, and his resolute expression was restored. One of the energy elves flew to Chu Yun and blessed him. Ha ha ha. You still care about others? Martin laughed, because Ding Pei's sun god badge was temporarily suppressed. His poison was used again, in the extremely drowsy and nightmare darkness that spread all around. Martin's plague poison was also mixed. More than enough. No matter how the fight goes. You can't lose in the mouth first. Deng Pei snorted. Even if I'm distracted, I can easily hang you up and beat you. Martin stopped smiling and looked grim. How shameless. Then, Martin stretched out his hand and let the venom on his arm burst. The dark green blood slowly flowed to the nightmare hand. Every pore of the nightmare hand swallowed the poisonous blood, and the dry flesh swelled up. Soon, it turned into a muscular and strong arm. The nightmare hand has no mouth. But it still made a creepy sound. The nightmare hand? Concrete. In order to activate the nightmare hand, Martin's blood was almost depleted to the limit. He was extremely weak. But he also looked at Deng Pei viciously. The nightmare hand has been activated. You will die. Deng Pei's expression became more and more solemn. The sun god badge on his chest and the thunder hammer in his hand. The aura became stronger and stronger. The combination of the two can compete with the nightmare knight of the nightmare hand. It's still unknown who the winner is. Chuyun clearly felt Ask holding his throat and shaking violently. The appearance of various god-level weapon replicas and numbered items brought various shock waves and negative effects. Even a star glory would have to drink a pot. Only Chuyun, who has the ability to reverse, is still safe and sound. An ordinary platinum level has been shaken into blood in these various fluctuations. However, Chuyun will be fine even if he doesn't need to reverse. An energy elf playing a small harp is flying beside Chuyun. Blessing Chuyun. Elf blessing. The upper limit of health value increases by 15%. And all attributes increase by another 15%. Restores 30% of the maximum health per second. And removes a negative effect when the effect is triggered. Lasts for 60 seconds. Where the hell did this elf come from? Ask looked at the energy elf angrily. One hand grabbed Chuyun's throat. And the other hand was raised high, aiming the palm at the energy elf. Bloody gushing. Ask's palm cracked. And a column of blood suddenly spurted out, directly shooting the energy elf through. The energy elf dissipated into the air. Ask cursed. Killing such a mere energy body. It took me so much magic power. There were 4 people in the audience. Deng Pei and Martin were the holders of the God Throne level weapon replica, and the holder of the numbered object respectively. The various shock waves and negative effects of the combination of the replica of the throne level weapon and the numbered object could not be applied to the two. And Chuyun has the ability to reverse. Although it seems extremely painful. In fact, it is fine. The most affected person in the whole scene, and the only one affected, is Ask. If I had known, I would have given the numbered object to me for safekeeping. Every time the God's Blood Research Institute goes out, they go out in pairs, with someone to take care of them, and then carry a numbered object. This time when they set out, the numbered object was left to Martin. And Chuyun, who had been pretending to be half dead, had a thought in his heart. Chuyun felt that the time had come. Now is when Ask is the weakest, and when all his buffs are there. The strongest time. Ask took a breath, looked in the direction of Deng Pei and Martin and muttered to himself. Forget it. Since we caught a chaos professional, I just need to help Martin. At this moment, an extremely sharp edge suddenly appeared. Ask turned his head in shock and looked at Chuyun under him. A rough and tattered gun head was shedding the damage on the gun body layer by layer, and it was shining with dazzling golden light. The blood in Ask's body and the blood nearby were trembling under this golden light. And the tip of the gun was right in front of Ask's throat. Ready to go off. Lance of Longinus Replica. Category, Spear. Level requirement, none. Professional requirement, none. Effect, none. Durability, 3/3. Bathe in holy light, consume 1 durability. Start to spread gentle and powerful holy light. Illuminate all targets around. Make all targets in the range fall into a pious state. Lasting 30 minutes. During the duration, you can use Judgment Execution. Judgment Execution immediately launch a skill that ignores all defenses and defense. Damage reduction. And causes real damage based on the target's lost health. You can consume additional durability to launch a stronger attack. For every 1 durability consumed, additional real damage is caused to the lost health. If all the remaining durability is consumed at once, the attack ignores death and resurrection, causing a lethal effect. A replica of the Spear of Longinus? Ask couldn't suppress his shock. He had never expected that Chuyun, this kid, actually had a replica of a throne-level weapon in his hand. Chuyun laughed. I am very satisfied with your extremely shocked look. Ha ha. Chapter 137 Kill. In fact, before Chu Yun and Deng Pei were exposed, they had discussed how to deal with Ask and Martin. Even if Chu Yun used all his strength, it was still a bit difficult to fight against Xingyu across 2 levels. So Chu Yun and Deng Pei wanted to defeat 2 Xingyu level directly. And 3 replicas of God Throne level weapons were not enough. Because in a head-on battle, Chu Yun could not play any role at all. And the opponent must have something in the bottom of the box. Even if Deng Pei took the Spear of Longinus and used 3 replicas of God Throne level weapons, it was still difficult to defeat 2 Xingyu level and a numbered object. After some discussion, Chu Yun decided to make himself a bait. At the beginning of the battle, Deng Pei first briefly restrained Ask and Martin. Chu Yun showed extremely arrogant actions and fighting methods, exposing the fact that he was a chaos professional, luring one of them to attack Chu Yun. Because the God's Blood Research Institute is eager to create gods who are chaos professionals. So when they find a living chaos professional, they will definitely not kill him directly, but want to capture him alive. As long as the person who caught Chu Yun shows a flaw, Chu Yun will immediately use the strongest weapon among the 3 throne-level weapons, the Spear of Longinus, to complete a point kill. And it was at this moment, seeing Ask's arrogant expression gradually turn into piety because of the holy light, and then turn into fear because of the powerful breath, Chu Yun swallowed the blood in his mouth and roared, "Use all durability and use judgment to execute." Acting decisively, he used 3 points of durability and released the strongest attack. It is necessary to cause the highest damage at this moment, so that Ask will never be able to turn over the replica of the Spear of Longinus since Chu Yun's request, and immediately burst into a stronger golden light. The dark and corrupt land beside Chu Yun was influenced and purified by this golden light. Then, the Spear of Longinus pierced Ask's throat without any hindrance, just as it should have been. "You?" Asker only said one word, and blood gushed out of his throat. Ask's flesh and blood, which had become extremely flexible due to the transformation, could not withstand the piercing of the replica of the Spear of Longinus. Whether it was the surging blood or the corrupted blood with the power of corrosion, they all melted away under the holy light emitted by the replica of the Spear of Longinus. And there was no way to stop it. The holy light emitted by the replica of the Spear of Longinus completely pierced Ask. All the restless blood calmed down and gradually melted away under the influence of the golden light. The residual power was so strong, but the residual power did not last long. The light of the replica of the Spear of Longinus began to weaken, fade, and finally return to dimness. Asker knelt on the ground, with a spear stuck in his throat and his eyes wide open. His throat was completely pierced by the replica of the Spear of Longinus, and all the blood was melted away, exterminating Ask's vitality. Researcher of the God's Blood Research Institute, Ask, killed in action. Chu Yun wiped the blood from his lips, looked at Ask's body, and smiled. A few minutes ago, Ask was still holding his neck, with an extremely arrogant attitude. At this time, he had already knelt in front of Chu Yun, and his throat was completely pierced by the Spear of Longinus. This is the turn of events. Not far away, Deng Pei and Martin were fighting. The thunder of Thor's hammer was extremely violent, and coupled with the infinite sunlight of the Apollo badge, it was able to resist the attack of the Nightmare Hand for a while. And the fight was back and forth. The Nightmare Hand was visualized, moving quickly with 5 fingers as feet, and the 5 sharp nails were props for releasing magic. All kinds of dark, strange and terrifying magic were cast from the nails of the Nightmare's hand. Deng Pei, on his side, defeated all magic with one force. No matter what evil magic it was, the sunlight of the Sun God badge could eliminate it, and he could even smash it with Thor's hammer. Heaven's light, Deng Pei roared, and the Sun God badge immediately shot out a dark flame that was concentrated to the extreme, hitting the Nightmare's hand. The Nightmare's hand was immediately burned by the flame of Heaven's light and kept jumping. Is it still a bit difficult to deal with 2 replicas of the throne-level weapons? Martin gritted his teeth. But how long can you last? Replicas have limited durability, and I just need to wait for Ask to come to support. While speaking, Martin turned his head and looked in the direction of Chu Yun. Ask knelt on the ground, his expression painful and unwilling, with a spear stuck in his throat. Already dead? Ask actually? Martin was extremely shocked. This is a star-level professional. How could he fall into the hands of a platinum-level kid? Deng Pei couldn't help laughing. Chu Yun, well done. The Spear of Longinus is really powerful. Ha ha. Martin's pupils contracted. What? The Spear of Longinus. In this battlefield where every second counts. Distraction is a taboo. Deng Pei shouted. Martin was in disbelief because of Ask's death. And his mentality changed drastically. Which was a huge flaw. Deng Pei rushed forward, waving Thor's hammer in his hand. At this moment, the thunder was so surging that the entire dark arena was shaking. Thunder sweep. Thor's hammer, which had been exerted to its limit, swept across Martin's head. The thunder created had exceeded the limit of Thor's hammer, causing the hammer to explode instantly. And the thunder moved in all directions. And Martin's expression in the last second was frozen in confusion and unwillingness. Boom! Thunder leaped and filled the sky and the earth. Finally, the smoke and dust dispersed, and Martin's head was blown up by Thor's hammer, leaving only the headless corpse staggering and falling to the ground. Martin, a researcher at the God's Blood Research Institute, killed in action. Who? Deng Pei looked at his arm that had been scorched by electricity. This was caused by the backlash of thunder after the explosion of Thor's hammer. His arm would not be usable for 10 days or half a month. Chu Yun ran over from a distance. President, are you okay? I'm fine. Deng Pei took a breath and complained again. I should be the one asking you, are you okay? He is the president, a star-level expert, and he should be the one protecting Chu Yun. What can happen to me? Chu Yunji patted his chest with pride. The plan was completed perfectly. Pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. And killed one. And I also killed another one successfully according to the original plan. Deng Pei laughed. The old and the young clapped their hands together. They won this thrilling battle. The solemn and distant voice of the dark snake slowly sounded. Congratulations. You have become the final winner of the dark arena. The treasure here should be obtained by you. And the road to the second spine will be opened for you by me. Chapter 138 Winner. The second spine. Chu Yun's eyes were burning. It's actually not that difficult to clear the first spine. To clear the dark arena, you just need to fight a star-level projection. If the researchers from the God's Blood Research Institute hadn't appeared, it would be easy for Chu Yun and Deng Pei to clear here. And the road to the second spine has also been opened. President, are we going to the second spine? Don't. Deng Pei shook his head. The first spine is already star-level difficult. And the second spine will definitely be throne-level. The throne-level difficulty. Plus our God's throne-level weapon replicas were all destroyed in this battle. So there is no way to explore the throne-level difficulty of the second spine. The levels after Star Glory are Throne, Peerless, Holy Throne, and God Throne. Each level after this is very different from the previous one. When you reach the God Throne, you are almost the same as the gods in the secular sense. Although there is only one level difference between Star Glory and Throne. The difference in strength should not be too big. When Star Glory reaches Throne, it is a leap forward. A world of difference. And it cannot be compared at all. Deng Pei has been stuck at Star Glory for a while. President, when are we going to the second spine? Let me reach Throne first, and then consider it. Haha. If Chu Yun reaches Throne first, you can also take me there. It's still early for me. Chu Yun complained. Although Chu Yun has experienced a lot of ups and downs, Chu Yun is still only Platinum now. He is waiting to go back to complete the job transfer task to upgrade to Diamond. But he can't reach the edge of the star level, let alone the throne level. But the throne is just a goal of Chu Yun. And he will reach this realm sooner or later. Chu Yun, I am very confident in your talent. Maybe you can really reach the throne level one step earlier than me. Deng Pei sighed. He was once a young genius with high spirits. He reached the diamond level at a young age, and was the best in the country. After trying his best to reach the star level, the difficulty of reaching the throne level made this genius hesitate. Now, for many years, he has not made any further progress, and ascended to the throne. The huge gap between the throne and the star is enough to make Deng Pei, a genius in the secular sense, feel exhausted. Perhaps a chaotic professional like Chu Yun can ignore the abyss like Gully. But it's useless to say this now. Anyway, we are not going to the second spine now. The most urgent thing now is to search for spoils. Deng Pei suddenly got excited. And Chu Yun was also very excited. It's time to search. There are not only treasures to be obtained, but also spoils. Chu Yun and Deng Pei searched Martin and asked excitedly. This group of researchers from the God's Blood Research Institute went out without wearing any equipment. Only white coats. But this white coat is originally equipment. Coat that covers dirt. Category, clothes. Level requirement, 0. Professional requirement, none. Effect, defense plus 300,000. Magic plus 10%. Durability, 71/500. Coat that covers dirt. The coat will block most dirt and negative effects. Each negative effect block consumes 1 durability. And the durability consumption gradually increases to 50 according to the strength of the negative effect. Negative effects exceeding a certain level cannot be blocked. Offset impact. The coat will reduce most of the damage received. The higher the damage, the more reduction is obtained. Up to 75%. And the durability consumed will also increase. Up to 50. Damage above a certain level cannot be resisted. Looking at the effect, it is a very good piece of equipment. But it is not durable. Chu Yun muttered. Every time the equipment skill is used, the durability is consumed. Although it can play a very good effect, it feels that after a battle, the durability of this equipment will be used up. It is even worse than some imitations that are not known for their durability. And it is even more difficult to touch ordinary equipment because of the taboo research. The God's Blood Research Institute is involved with many forces and even some people in the country's top leadership. And the sponsorship funds received are very high. Deng Pei sighed. These white coats are disposable items. Every time they start a battle or experiment, they will change into a new set. They are rich. There is nothing we can do. Many powerful people, when they want to conduct some taboo experiments, cannot do so because of their own identities. So they turn their attention to the God's Blood Research Institute, which is an evil organization, and provide a large amount of funds so that they can study the projects they proposed in addition to studying the creation of gods. Chu Yun searched a few more times. Are they really rich? Why don't these two people wear storage rings? This should be the most basic. Even Chu Yun has a storage ring. Hee. Storage ring? Deng Pei flipped his wrist, and 5 or 6 storage rings appeared in Deng Pei's hand. I have searched secretly a long time ago. Chu Yun was stunned. I didn't expect that Deng Pei, who looked like a gentleman, was so skilled. Damn. President. You are also an expert. You might be a fool in your daily life. Deng Pei was stunned. 5? What does that mean? It doesn't mean anything. It means to praise you for your thoughtfulness, prudentness, and accumulation of experience. Chu Yun wiped his sweat. This is a joke from his previous life. There is really no one in this world who can understand it. Deng Pei nodded. I see. Then Chu Yun. You are also a fool. Deng Pei seemed to take this word as a compliment. Chu Yun scratched his face. Yes, I am also a fool. In addition to the spoils on Ask and Martin, the most important thing is the nightmare hand. Chu Yun and Deng Pei looked at the nightmare hand, which was still emitting black air, with serious expressions, and did not dare to get close for a while. President, how about we come back to see this thing later? I agree. After passing the dark arena, the treasure chest that appeared has not been claimed yet. Soon, Chu Yun and Deng Pei stood in front of the treasure chest and opened it. Suddenly, a rotten smell sprayed out from the treasure chest. This smell was not actually rotten, but a kind of decay brought by the long-term changes of ancient times and the inheritance to this day. Chronograph pocket watch. Category, numbered item no, 513. Level requirement, none. Professional requirement, none. Effect, movement speed plus 20%. Durability, none. Fast forward consume 40% of your maximum HP. Select a target, and make their time flow 10 times faster, lasting for 30 seconds of the current world time. If you do this, the user will also fall into this effect, which lasts for 15 seconds. Chapter 139 Divide the Spoils. This is a dark blue pocket watch with a gold rim. Simple and elegant, as if it is constantly devouring the time around it. Increase the time flow rate of a character 10 times. Chu Yun was shocked. It means that for the target selected by the fast forward time, 10 seconds in the outside world have passed. But in his eyes, only 1 second has passed. The tenfold increase in his time flow rate is relative to himself. Similarly, his movements are slowed down 10 times in the eyes of the outside world, and can be easily controlled. The control effect of the heaven-defying level. Deng Pei also saw it, and the boss opened his mouth wide. It is worthy of being a numbered object. The effect is really top-notch. In addition to this time series pocket watch, there are also several star-level equipment, a bunch of diamond-level equipment, and finally, 2 teleportation tokens. One of the star-level equipment is a pure white scepter inlaid with warm yellow gems. Long light scepter. Category, scepter. Level requirement, 50. Professional requirement, priest. Effect, magic value plus 80 million. Magic value plus 50%. Durability, 1000/1000. 7-color light absorbs a lot of light and enters the charging state. In the charging state, the movement speed is reduced by 10%, and the damage received is reduced by 20%, which lasts for 10 seconds. After the duration ends, it immediately releases a powerful light, causing a large amount of light damage to all enemies, and blinding them for 10 seconds. Light of Pious Redemption. The release speed of all prayer skills is increased by 10%. In the first 10 minutes, each prayer skill released increases the bonus by 10%. If the target of the prayer is yourself, and it is a positive prayer, it increases by 20%, up to 50%. Passive skill. Damn. This is tailor-made for me. Deng Pei was delighted. Although the scepter he is using now is also of Star Glory level, it is completely incomparable to this one. Deng Pei happily replaced the long light scepter. Now, my combat power has increased by about 30%. Deng Pei was very satisfied. This scepter can gradually increase his prayer speed. That is, increase his casting speed. There are not many equipment that can increase this attribute. One of the biggest flaws of the priest is the slow startup. It takes at least 2 or 3 seconds for the prayer to take effect. Any skill is a guided skill. There is no instant skill like other professions. But relatively speaking, the slow casting speed makes most of the priest's skills very powerful. In addition to this star-level scepter, there are several star-level and diamond-level equipment in this treasure chest. But Chuyun has no interest in these equipment after taking a few glances. It's just a pile of Tianfeng national currency. Although these equipments appeared in this Sky Curtain Kingdom, and are much stronger than ordinary equipments of the same level, they are still not as good as the Domain of Moradin on Chuyun. The Domain of Moradin is a throne-level equipment. After spreading out all these equipments, Deng Pei also spilled out various props in the storage ring. Tianfeng national currency, trading cards, various equipments, special props, and even the experimental reports of the God's Blood Research Institute, etc., were scattered and piled up in front of Chuyun and Deng Pei. The nightmare hand in the distance, and the black gas finally dissipated, can be brought over and placed in this small mountain. Chuyun and Deng Pei looked at this small mountain and began to officially divide the spoils. Chuyun, I'll take these star-level items and the numbered items. Deng Pei showed a generous look. I'll give you all these diamond-level items. President, you're too mean, aren't you? Chuyun couldn't help but complain. Although these diamond-level items look a lot, they are not as valuable as a star-level equipment when added together. Not to mention the numbered items. I killed Ask. So at least you should give me a numbered item. Right? Although the star-level equipment is valuable, Chuyun doesn't care about it at all. The most important thing is these unique numbered items. Once you miss this opportunity, you'll never get it again. This is the biggest problem. Deng Pei covered his waist and kept groaning. Oh no! After a fierce battle with Martin, I sprained my waist. Chuyun, can you respect the elderly and give me these 2 numbered items? Chuyun looked at Deng Pei with admiration. He was so energetic just now. But now he seemed to have sprained his waist. What a realistic acting. President, you are disrespectful to the elderly, and do not understand the difficulties of the younger generation. Chuyun, what do you know? The numbered items are extremely dangerous, so I will take them down and bear the responsibility. Protecting the younger generation starts with me. President, since the numbered items are so dangerous, I definitely can't give in and let you take risks. Let me take them down. The two of them pushed and shoved each other for a long time, and finally decided to take 1 numbered item each. As for the remaining equipment, Chuyun generously let Deng Pei take whatever he wanted, which surprised Deng Pei. It was just a pile of Tianfeng national currency. Deng Pei kept the nightmare hand, and Chuyun took the chronograph pocket watch. After dividing most of the items, Chuyun looked at the pile of experimental reports and other manuscripts from the God's Blood Research Institute. President, these manuscripts are very important. If some of the information is cracked, perhaps the God's Blood Research Institute, an evil organization, can be eradicated. Deng Pei's expression was serious. I have to hand these manuscripts over to the higher-ups. Chuyun nodded. He understood how important the documents of the evil organization were, And they were important clues. And now, Chuyun also understood why Ding Pei didn't let him stand out. This is really no joke. If he was caught and used for experiments, he would be worse off than dead. After dividing all the spoils, Chuyun and Ding Pei each picked up a teleportation token. Teleportation token. Category, Special. A token for free teleportation in and out of the Sky Curtain Kingdom. The second spine will come back next time. We are out. Chuyun and Ding Pei activated the teleportation token and teleported away from here under the cold eyes of the dark snake. Not long after Chuyun and Ding Pei left, dozens of eyeballs protruded from the bodies of the members of the God's Blood Research Institute and flew high. This scene was extremely strange. Then, these eyeballs gathered together to form a huge evil eye. Scanning the direction where Chuyun and Ding Pei left, an old voice murmured, "Chaos Professional. Chuyun? Interesting." The eyeball twisted its direction and looked at the dark snake behind. "Wow. Is this the dark snake?" "Humph." The dark snake snorted coldly, and the evil eye burst instantly. Finally, the dark arena returned to peace. Chapter 140 Ready to change jobs. Chuyun and Ding Pei landed and found themselves in the wilderness outside the ancient city of Dui. This is also the road they opened to the Sky Curtain Kingdom. It was completely dark. Chuyun and Ding Pei walked for a day and a night. Finally back. This trip to the secret realm was really dangerous. Chuyun sighed. This was the first time Chuyun faced a star-level powerhouse, or two. Ding Pei also nodded. If we hadn't been fully prepared, we would have been killed. But after this trip, 3 replicas of the throne-level weapons were damaged. Chuyun actually smiled. But we gained 2 numbered items. Didn't we? That's right. The gain far outweighs the loss. Numbered items can be considered a kind of equipment in a way. But each of them is unique, has no durability limit, and can be used infinitely. Has a certain degree of autonomy, and will cause backlash to the user. Moreover, they have extremely powerful and special abilities. Ding Pei summoned the teleportation array and took Chuyun back to the job transfer temple in Xuancheng. Because it was dark, the job transfer temple, which was bustling during the day, was deserted, and the door of the job transfer temple was closed. And it was not opened until the next day. Chuyun, you should go home first. President, do you have anything else to do? Before leaving, Ding Pei drank a bottle of spirit-boosting potion. Now Ding Pei was in a state of forcing himself to be energetic. He should rest after the work was done. Why should he be busy now? Ding Pei yawned. I have to sort out and submit those those organizational documents as soon as possible. So I can't rest. It's not easy to be the president of the professional association. Chuyun sighed. Young people like you should focus on upgrading. Leave these miscellaneous affairs to old people like me who have no future. Ding Pei smiled bitterly, took out the key to open the door of the job transfer temple, and said goodbye to Chuyun. See you next time. Chuyun. Also, don't use the numbered items casually. In addition to the price written on the paper, there is an unknown price for that thing. Be careful. I know. President. You too? Looking at Ding Pei's back as he turned and walked into the job transfer temple, Chuyun sighed softly. President. It seems that he has no confidence in upgrading to the throne level. As a top student in Xuancheng No. 1 Middle School, Chuyun naturally understands how difficult it is to upgrade from the Star Glory level to the throne level. This seemingly small level is more difficult than reaching the Star Glory level from the bronze level. Chuyun shook his head slowly and started to head towards his villa. After a great adventure, he returned not to the shabby little house that didn't even have anything to eat, but to a luxurious villa with a refrigerator full of food. Chuyun was in a good mood. During the return journey, Chuyun took out the numbered time series pocket watch he had obtained while there was no one around and began to observe. He began to routinely reverse its equipment skills and give it a try. Reverse the years. The years fast forward reverses the rules. Ding. Congratulations to the host's years fast forward has reversed the rules. Please check it yourself. Years fast forward restore 40% of your maximum health. Select a target and slow down its time flow by 10 times, lasting 30 seconds of the current world time. If you do this, the user will also fall into this effect, which lasts for 15 seconds. The blood deducting skill has become a blood recovering skill, and the skill that greatly slows down the target has become a skill that can greatly speed up the target. Moreover, This acceleration method is completely independent of ordinary abilities, which is very terrifying. Apply it to the enemy once before the reversal, and apply it to yourself once after the reversal. Then you will be invincible. When 10 seconds have passed in the outside world, only 1 second has passed in the eyes of the target who has been given the time fast forward, and there is no time to do anything. However, after the reversal, the self who has been given the time fast forward does 10 seconds of work, and only about 1 second has passed in the outside world. It is undoubtedly outrageous. Well, numbered objects have their own consciousness. Can't they be used indiscriminately? Chuyun played with this time series pocket watch. His eyes narrowed. The hand of nightmare revealed its exaggerated and restless personality without any concealment. But this time series pocket watch was silent, as if it had no independent consciousness. But Chuyun did not take it lightly, and put it in the storage ring. Although it is powerful, it is better not to use it unless it is absolutely necessary. After returning to the villa, Chuyun washed up, found some food in the refrigerator, ate it whole, and laid down on the big bed happily. This trip to Sky Curtain Kingdom brought Chuyun a lot of fatigue. The next morning, Chuyun got up. It's time to go to the job transfer temple. Chuyun is already level 40, and can take the job transfer task from platinum level to diamond level. After going through this Sky Curtain Kingdom, Chuyun deeply felt the lack of his combat power. The future is vast and boundless. If he encounters an evil organization with ulterior motives, if he is weak, he will not even have the ability to resist. I must hurry up and improve myself. Soon, Chuyun arrived in front of the job transfer temple. As soon as this place opens, it is packed with people. The reason why there is no one at night is very simple. It is closed. As soon as Chuyun walked here, people around him looked at him sideways. It's Chuyun. Isn't this the first place in Xuanqing's exam? The Chuyun with the golden holy dragon cub. Wow. Isn't he only level 35? Why is he here now? Is he level 40? Chuyun originally wanted to keep a low profile, but there were so many people around him that he couldn't keep a low profile at all. The eyes around him were longing, worship, admiration, suspicion, jealousy, and ridicule. However, Chuyun didn't care. He came here just to change his job. When he came to the doctor's job change window, the staff lady saw that it was Chuyun who came, and was a little flustered. You are here. I will change your job for you now. Chuyun smiled. Why are you so nervous? Soon, the crystal ball was pushed out by the staff, and Chuyun originally wanted to quietly start to get the task. But there were countless eyes around staring at him. It seems that Chuyun's acquisition of the 5-star job change task can no longer be concealed. But if it can't be concealed, then it can't be concealed. It can't be avoided. Chuyun stretched out his hand and covered the crystal ball. The crystal ball emitted a gray light. The first task appeared. A 1-star task. Mockery sounded from all around. It's all thanks to the golden holy dragon. After all, he's just a doctor. What can he do? 3 more gray lights flashed. The mockery from all around became even more intense, and Chuyun's mouth curled up slightly. The 5th task appeared. Suddenly, the crystal ball burst out with a strong golden light, which seemed to make the crystal ball burst. A 5-star job transfer task appeared. Chapter 141 Job Transfer Task. Imperial Mausoleum. The dazzling light instantly burst out from the crystal ball, filling the entire job transfer temple. Although they could not see who received the 5-star job transfer task, they only needed to use their brains to guess. And there would be only one result, that was Chuyun. And the group of people staring at Chuyun receiving the job transfer task were even more shocked. Some people have already shouted out loud. Chuyun received the 5-star job transfer task. Sure enough, the members of the champion team are extraordinary. Ha ha ha. My guess was right. Another future of the human race has appeared? Chuyun listened helplessly to the shouting around him, and began to check the 5-star job transfer task this time. 5th level physician job change mission 5 stars. Emperor's Mausoleum Challenge. Clear the 500th floor of the legendary Secret Realm Emperor's Mausoleum. Time limit, 7 days. Success, change from a life-saving warrior to a skilled commander. Failure, reduce 5 levels. It's actually going to the Emperor's Mausoleum to challenge. Chuyun was very surprised. The earliest period of human race was the tribal era of the 3 emperors, each forming a tribe to fight against fierce beasts. And the first empire built in history was Daxia. the founding hero of Daxia, Xia Yu, discovered the secret of the profession, successfully gathered all the tribes, and created the era of the empire. After that, it was Xia, Shang, Zhou, Qin, Han, Tang, and finally to the present Tianfeng. It is rumored that the earliest professionals all had a lot of fantasy colors, and the books of the time also prefixed the dynasties with a word to indicate the professional style of that dynasty. Zuxia, Huangshang, Tianzhou, Xianqin, Shenan, Shantang, Daosong, Moyuan, Wuming, Yaoqing. When the Tianfeng Empire was built, it had officially entered the technological era, and there were many professions related to technology. The Emperor's Mausoleum is the Mausoleum of Jia, the last generation of heroes of Daxia and the world-famous tyrant. It is rumored that Jia buried himself deep underground and did not want the world to dig. He built 1,000 layers of virtual layers on top, placed ferocious beasts, and resisted diggers and tomb robbers, while the real layer where his bones were located was below the first 1,000th layer, enjoying a long sleep. As time goes by, today, the 1,000 floors above Jiechengmian are filled with ferocious beasts and are gradually regarded as a secret realm that challengers can challenge. The strength of the ferocious beasts arranged in the 1,000 floors is also gradually progressive. The ferocious beasts in the top layer, which is the first layer, are only bronze level. There is no danger for those who have just changed their professions to level up. But the lower the level, the more powerful the ferocious beasts. Every 100 floors, the level of the ferocious beasts will go up 1 level. The bronze level ferocious beasts wandering from 1 to 100 floors. The silver level ferocious beasts wandering from 101 to 200 floors. 201 to 300 are gold level, and 301 to 400 are platinum level. You have to clear 500 levels in the mission. Chu Yun frowned slightly. Well, levels 401 to 500 are the diamond level beast levels. Letting a platinum level player fight a secret realm full of diamond level beasts is really a 5-star job transfer mission. Although the difficulty was very high, Chu Yun still accepted it without hesitation. High difficulty. That's only for ordinary platinum level professionals. Chu Yun didn't say that fighting diamond level players was like drinking water, but killing them was still easy. I accept the Mission Emperor's Tomb challenge. After Chu Yun spoke, he began to wait for the golden light of the crystal ball to be completely retracted. Finally, the golden light that spread to the entire job transfer temple was completely retracted into the crystal ball. Chu Yun stood there, glanced at everyone calmly, and turned around and left randomly. The reason why Chu Yun did this was to distinguish his actions this time from the previous ones. Before, Chu Yun avoided the public's view in order to conceal his tracks. Now that he has been discovered, he might as well let this group of people take a look. The most important thing is to make these viewers think that the current Chu Yun is not the same person who secretly received and completed the 5-star job transfer task before. And Chu Yun's move was also very effective. I said Chu Yun is not the mysterious 5-star task completer. Didn't he leave immediately? It seems that he is not. It seems that this is the first time Chu Yun has received a 5-star job transfer task. Chu Yun, who walked out of the job transfer temple, heard all these remarks clearly. Then, he showed a satisfied smile. I still can't be too prominent now. I'm still not strong enough. Facing the real evil power, there is almost no power to protect oneself. Imagining those dangers, Chu Yun's expression immediately became serious, and he immediately prepared to set off to the Emperor's Mausoleum. The Emperor's Mausoleum is not in Su Province, but in the center of the Tianfeng Empire, which is extremely far away from Chu Yun's bustling city. If there is no good way to travel, I'm afraid that when I reach the Emperor's Mausoleum, the mission time will be over. The mission can be completed in just 7 days. If you use transportation, it will take at least half a month. However, Chu Yun has a teleportation array. Damn, this distance is too far. Even if you teleport there, you have to teleport several times. Chu Yun's small teleportation array bears the pressure that it should not bear at this level. Forget it. Just use it this time. After completing this job transfer task, I will get a better teleportation array scroll. Chu Yun made up his mind. Although this small teleportation array needs to be teleported several times to take Chu Yun to the Imperial Mausoleum, it actually consumes little durability, so Chu Yun can spend it at will. After several teleportations, Chu Yun came to the center of the Tianfeng Empire, the Imperial Mausoleum. The ground part of the Imperial Mausoleum stands in the vast plain, solemn and majestic. And the entrance of the Imperial Mausoleum is full of challengers coming and going. Surrounding the Imperial Mausoleum, there are densely packed buildings, providing various services for challengers, including but not limited to exchanges, restaurants, hotels, and there are also many live broadcast industry practitioners nearby, equipped to carry out live broadcasts at any time. After the official transformation of the Imperial Mausoleum by the Tianfeng Empire, there is a rule that every time you pass the 100th level, you can get a reward. In addition, this secret realm has a profound cultural and historical heritage, and the previous levels are very friendly to newbies. So the secret realm is very crowded. It's not an exaggeration to say that there are a huge crowd of people. There is even a special live broadcast room for Emperor's Mausoleum, which is always a popular live broadcast channel in the country. Wow. Interesting. Chu Yun walked to the entrance of the Emperor's Mausoleum. The staff of the Emperor's Mausoleum tied a hand rope to Chu Yun. This rope can take you out of the secret realm immediately when you are in danger, and it will also allow your figure to be broadcast live on the Emperor's Mausoleum Challenge channel across the country. Do you want to show your figure? No. Hide your figure. Chapter 142 Challenge the Emperor's Mausoleum. Chu Yun doesn't intend to show off. Since you can hide your figure, then hide it. Oh! The staff was a little surprised. Most challengers will not hide their figures, while those talented geniuses like to be conspicuous and not hide their figures. After all, the more you show your talent, the more attention you will get from big forces. If you can enter these big forces, you can even receive advanced training. This is why many professionals like to pass the level in the Emperor's Mausoleum. Few people choose to hide themselves. However, few people does not mean no one. The staff nodded slightly. Okay. Your challenge to the Emperor's Mausoleum this time will hide your figure. The staff recommended a live broadcast room to Chu Yun that was bound to this bracelet. This is the live broadcast room where you broadcast live. Please see how your hidden effect feels. Chu Yun took a look. In the live broadcast room, he stood opposite the staff, and then there was a mosaic. A super blurry mosaic. Why does it feel that this hidden figure is so perfunctory? Just tell me whether the figure is hidden. This is hidden very well. A mosaic ghost can clearly see what is inside but from a certain perspective. What the staff said is right. The hidden effect is still very good. Chu Yun suppressed his mood to complain and began to walk into the Imperial Mausoleum. Chu Yun strode into the Imperial Mausoleum, and a familiar feeling came over him. This feeling, similar to the feeling of Sky Curtain Kingdom. That kind of distant, long, ancient historical feeling, and the heavy feeling of the throne level. Daxia's last emperor Jia was also a throne-level strongman. In the Imperial Mausoleum, there was an extremely open underground tomb. The walls around were painted with various ancient patterns. A faint yellow light flickered in it, illuminating the entire tomb. This place is more cramped than the secret realm presented by Sky Curtain Kingdom, and the tension and sense of crisis it brings are also stronger. At this time, Chu Yun felt that something was shaking in his storage ring. Damn! Is the number object going to jump out? The number object has its own consciousness. It seemed that the time series pocket watch was quite obedient before. But why did it suddenly jump out here? Chu Yun looked at his storage ring. But it turned out that what was shaking inside was not the number series pocket watch, but a ball. The beast-controlling ball. The golden egg is about to wake up. Chu Yun opened the shaking beast-controlling ball with surprise. And the golden egg suddenly turned into a golden light and flew out of the beast-controlling ball. Roar! The golden egg roared with joy and satisfaction, and stretched out its tongue to lick Chu Yun's face. Hey, golden egg, don't lick it. Chu Yun happily played with the golden egg, although it was just a nap. Chu Yun clearly felt that the physical strength of the golden egg was much stronger than before going to bed. As expected of the cub of the golden holy dragon, even sleeping can increase strength. Humans like Chu Yun don't have to level up so hard. But now one man and one dragon are walking side by side in this Imperial Mausoleum. They are partners fighting side by side. Attack together. Chu Yun strode forward with the golden egg. The mosaic hiding in the live broadcast room is very considerate. The golden egg next to Chu Yun has also been given a super thick mosaic treatment. No one can tell that it is a golden holy dragon. Even Chu Yun, who knew that it was a golden holy dragon, couldn't tell that the mosaic was a golden holy dragon when he was watching his own live broadcast room. In terms of confidentiality, there is really nothing to say. Soon, Chu Yun and Jean Dan explored forward and found the guarding monsters gathered on the first floor. This is a group of twisted, slow-moving tree monsters. Tree monster. Level 1. HP 1000. Tree vine entanglement when attacking. There is a 10% chance of entangling, causing the target to fall into a 0.5 second imprisonment effect, and then fall into a 10% slowdown effect for 1 second. For each negative state the enemy falls into, the success rate of entangling increases by 10%, up to a maximum of 30%. The same target cannot be entangled again within 30 seconds. When the group of tree monsters saw Chu Yun and Jean Dan, they immediately charged forward without fear. Although they were charging, their pace was still extremely slow, and the creaking sounds coming from their bodies seemed as if they were about to fall apart. Damn. A level 1 beast. I haven't seen one in a long time. Chu Yun sighed. It felt like a lifetime ago. After all, it was a level 1 beast, so it was not that strong and even felt very weak, which was normal. Otherwise level 1 professionals would have no fun leveling up. However, when Chu Yun was sighing, Jean Dan had already opened his mouth and spit fire. Roar! The thick red flames erupted from the dragon's mouth, instantly completely igniting the group of tree monsters. The group of tree demons didn't even have time to wail before they were burned to charcoal. Gosh, Jean Dan, you're so fast! Chu Yun was surprised. But Jean Dan killed these tree demons, since Chu Yun was already at the maximum level, and he couldn't gain any more experience just by waiting to complete the job transfer task, and Chu Yun didn't care about this kind of insignificant experience. Roar! Jean Dan roared happily. Chu Yun shrugged, carried Jean Dan, and began to move deeper into the tomb. Chu Yun and Jean Dan swept across the first floor, and came to the end of the first floor. At the end, there was a spiral staircase that seemed to be bottomless. This was the entrance to the second floor. Chu Yun and Jean Dan walked down. Not long after, Chu Yun killed through the first 100 floors. No matter how many changes and fancy tricks the bronze beasts had, they could not stop Chu Yun and Jean Dan's footsteps. Not even for a second. Moreover, Chu Yun also discovered the pattern. The level of monsters at every 10 floors is the same. For example, the monsters in the 1st to 10th floors are all level 1. And the monsters in the 11th to 20th floors are all level 2. Only the last 10 levels have the corresponding level of overlord monsters. In other words, if Chu Yun reaches the gold level strength corresponding to 201 to 300, then the first 201 to 290 floors are all gold level 21 to 29 monsters. But the last 10 floors are all level 30 gold peak monsters. Full level monsters can be called overlords in the corresponding levels. However, after each clearing of 10 levels, they will be restored to normal by the Emperor's tomb rules. So, in the end, we have to face the Diamond level Overlord monsters. Diamond level Overlord monsters are only one step away from Star Glory, and the deterrence and power they bring when they start to play collectively are no worse than a Star Glory. Chu Yun pondered. Although the level is not high now, we must make plans for the future in advance. Roar? Jean Dan expressed doubts, because a treasure chest appeared in front of them. A treasure chest will appear every 100 levels cleared. Chapter 143 Mysterious Mosaic? Although the treasure chest appeared, it was surrounded by countless light blue chains, and it could not be opened at all. At the same time, a voice sounded. This voice was simple, majestic, and it was as violent as boiling magma, about to erupt. You can make 3 choices. 1. Receive this treasure chest. This treasure chest contains the reward you deserve after clearing the 100th level of bronze level. 2. Clear the 200th level, and you can merge the 2 rewards into a hidden reward treasure chest. 3. Give up this opportunity. Can the subsequent rewards be merged? Chu Yun didn't even think about it, and chose the second one. What good things can be opened from a bronze level treasure chest? It's better to keep it for fusion. As for giving up, that's even more impossible. I'll listen to your choice. The voice gradually faded away, and the treasure chest in front of Chu Yun, which was wrapped in bronze chains, was also pulled up by the chains and taken to an unknown place. Then, the road to the 101st floor was opened. Golden Egg. It's time to challenge the 100th floor of the silver level. Roar! Chu Yun and the Golden Egg went down. From 101 to 200 floors, Chu Yun and the Golden Egg continued to kill. No silver level beast could survive for a second in front of Chu Yun. Not even the silver level overlord. Gradually, Chu Yun's live broadcast room attracted some people's attention. Damn. The mosaic in this live broadcast room is too thick. It's rare to choose to hide your figure. Then, these viewers found that Chu Yun's clearance speed was incredibly fast. Oh my god. How can he play so fast? Where is this genius? He actually chose to hide his figure. This clearance speed is not much slower than those geniuses. Because of the extremely fast clearance speed and the ridiculously thick mosaic, this weird live broadcast room attracted many viewers. Although many barrages praised Chu Yun's speed, there were also many barrages that sneered. The first 200 levels are all garbage levels. When the anchor enters the 200th level of gold level, the speed slows down. It's just a bully in the silver level. What's the big deal? Ha ha ha. These viewers seem to have never seen a bully. Although the live broadcast room was noisy, Chu Yun, who was broadcasting live, didn't know what happened. Chu Yun and the golden egg have now cleared 200 levels and are standing in front of the treasure chest. And that voice sounded again. You can make 3 choices. First, receive this treasure chest. This treasure chest contains the reward you deserve after clearing 200 levels of bronze and silver levels. Second, clear the 300th floor, and you can merge the 3 rewards into a hidden reward treasure chest. Third, give up this opportunity. Do you even need to think about this? Just choose the second one. Reward fusion. Soon, the treasure chest in front of Chu Yun and Jean Dan was pulled back by the chain again. Chu Yun and Jean Dan stepped down. Next is the gold level. Golden egg. Let's move forward in one go. Roar! Soon, Chu Yun and Jean Dan swept the entire gold level again with a sweeping gesture. Healing reversed. Holy light healing reversed. Life-saving light reversed. Golden egg. Use dragon's fire roar. Skills were cast. And these golden beasts could not even last a second in front of Chu Yun and the golden egg. Because of the rapid clearance speed, Chu Yun's live broadcast room became very popular. Oh my god. Who is this person? And how can he clear the level so quickly? If this momentum continues, the clearance speed record of 201 to 300 levels will be broken. Such a thick mosaic. Which ancestor came down to bully the weak and doesn't want to see anyone? Speculations came one after another. And the popularity of Chu Yun's live broadcast room directly made it the first on the official popularity list of the Emperor's Tomb Challenge. Countless people came to Chu Yun's live broadcast room and talked about it. Some were talking about Chu Yun's combat mode. Some were amazed at Chu Yun's speed. And some were guessing and analyzing Chu Yun's identity. Various guesses were intertwined. When he reached the 300th floor, Chu Yun still chose the fusion reward. Now only the most precious treasures can satisfy Chu Yun. Fusion. Fusion. And fusion again. There was endless discussion in the live broadcast room. Haha. I guess this mosaic must have made a lot of equipment to quickly pass the 201st to 300th floor. I agree. He may be exhausted. How can you tell that he is exhausted? I guess mosaic can also easily pass the 301st to 400th floor. Because Chu Yun's large group of mosaics is too vivid. And the name of Chu Yun's live broadcast room is a very monotonous and featureless string of numbers. These viewers all referred to Chu Yun as mosaic. But Chu Yun still didn't know what was happening. He didn't have time to watch his live broadcast room. Chu Yun and Jean Dan went down and faced the platinum level beasts. The first to approach was a group of hungry wolves with cold fangs. Silver Mane Hungry Wolf. Level 31. HP 1470000. Hungry Wolf Pounce launches a jump attack towards the target, causing the target to fall into a 2.5 second fear effect. The next attack will cause an additional 30% physical damage. If the attack hits, the skill will reduce the cooldown by 90%. Hungry Wolf eyes. The Hungry Wolf stares at the prey closely. For every 1 second of staring, it will gain 1 layer of concentration, and can hold up to 10 layers. When attacking the target, each layer of concentration provides 2% movement speed, 4% attack power, and 8% attack speed. When the Hungry Wolves saw Chu Yun, who was alone, they immediately rushed over bravely. That's it? Chu Yun was contemptuous. Although Chu Yun himself was also platinum level, Chu Yun didn't take these platinum level beasts seriously at all. He slowly raised the dragon speaker's staff and aimed it at the group of hungry wolves in front of him. Healing reversed. Holy light healing reversed. Death light reversed. Golden egg. Use dragon's fire roar. Moves. Just use them. Groups of hungry wolves fell in front of Chu Yun and Golden Egg. It didn't even take 10 seconds to complete the set. Oh my god. Mosaic cleared the level so smoothly. Could it be that the record from 301 to 400 floors will also be refreshed by Mosaic? Also, Mosaic clearly released a healing spell. How could he kill the monster? Moreover, he seemed to have a pet with him. One big and one small. Two groups of Mosaic. There were also sharp-eyed viewers, who saw useful information from a group of Mosaic. But this information made the audience even more confused. Healing spell that can cause damage? There is such an operation? Chapter 144 Speed Pass Live Room. Among the many viewers in the live room, no one could tell how Chu Yun did it. I know. In order to completely conceal his identity, Must deliberately made his skills the same as the doctor's treatment. The previous guess makes sense. As soon as this guess came out, many people responded. This Mosaic was chosen because he didn't want to expose his true identity, and his skills couldn't be covered by Mosaics. So he had to use the means of covering up on his own. A very reasonable guess. And more doubts were born in the hearts of these viewers. Who is this Mosaic? You need to register your name and identity to enter the Imperial Mausoleum, of course. This is only for challengers who choose to disclose their identities. And these challengers even hope that their names and identities will be recorded. For those who choose to conceal their identities, the staff will not record the identity of the challenger, maintaining complete privacy. Therefore, no one knows the true identity of this Mosaic. Even the staff guarding the entrance to the Imperial Mausoleum do not know. At most they have seen Chu Yun's face. But Chu Yun has never been in the limelight nearby. And how could the staff know who Chu Yun is after a quick meeting? What the hell are you guys arguing about? Mosaic has already reached the 390th floor. Wow. Is he going to fight the Platinum Overlord Beast? If Mosaic can still maintain his superfast clearance, the clearance speed from 301 to 400 floors will really be broken by Mosaic. Many viewers in the live broadcast room said they couldn't accept it. The record that has been maintained for so many years was actually broken by an anonymous challenger. Doesn't this anonymous challenger want to expand his reputation? Many viewers expressed their incomprehension. That is what many geniuses wish for. Only Chu Yun didn't know about the clamor of these viewers. Otherwise Chu Yun would really say speechlessly that he really didn't want to be in the limelight. I haven't lived long enough. And I want to be in the limelight. What if I get targeted by those evil organizations that can easily send out Diamond Star level professionals? Oh my god. Mosaic swept through easily. Even the Platinum level Overlord Beast can't stop Mosaic's steps? And now Chu Yun is standing in front of the 400th floor, facing the strongest Platinum level beast guarding this floor. This is a beast with long snow-stained hair all over its body, revealing a dark and twisted face. Its body is constantly emitting a cold breath. And just getting close to it makes people feel that their bones are about to be frozen. Soul-sucking snow monster. Level 40. HP 955-9000. Soul drain when the snow monster uses a skill to cause damage. It will absorb 2% of the target's mana and the upper limit of the mana, and cause an equal amount of soul attribute damage. It can be repeatedly absorbed, and the upper limit of the absorbed mana will be returned after 60 seconds. Snow Monster Blizzard. The snow monster immediately guides a blizzard, reducing the speed of all surrounding enemies by 40%. The blizzard lasts for 6 seconds. After the guidance ends, it will cause a catastrophic blow to all enemies in the range, causing huge ice damage. Snow Hair Needle. The snow monster loses 1% of its current HP and shoots out 100 hairs, each of which causes a certain amount of physical damage and ice damage. Is this the strongest Platinum level beast? Chu Yun raised his eyebrows. It doesn't look very strong. I feel that you are not as strong as Chu Yun in combat power. The soul-sucking snow monster seemed to understand Chu Yun's provocation and showed a very angry expression. It sensed that Chu Yun was only a Platinum level beast, and he dared to look down on it. The soul-sucking snow monster guarded here, and it was not without reason to be the strongest Platinum level beast. Squeak! The soul-sucking snow monster immediately used a large-scale blizzard to slow down Chu Yun, and it immediately lost 10% of its current blood volume, and shot out 1,000 hair needles, shooting towards Chu Yun like a rain. Guardian Shield reversed. Chu Yun waved the Dragon Speaker staff and easily blocked the flying needle attack of the soul-draining snow monster. And these flying needles were rebounded by the Guardian Shield after the reversal. And they also hurt the soul-draining snow monster. The soul-draining snow monster immediately screamed. Chu Yun stretched out the Dragon Speaker staff and pointed it at the soul-draining snow monster. Golden egg. Use the eye of God's wrath. Roar! A round of scorching fireballs spewed out of the mouth of the golden egg, hanging high above, like a dragon's eye. The next moment, extremely scorching flames burned down and pierced through the soul-draining snow monster. The soul-draining snow monster was instantly killed. Chu Yun was surprised to find that the golden egg had become stronger. Before sleeping, Jin then had to use the current ultimate move, Tian Indihua, to have a chance to kill the platinum-level beast. Now, with just one small skill, he can easily kill the strongest platinum-level beast in seconds. It is worthy of being the cub of the golden holy dragon. In the live broadcast room, there was a lot of discussion, although Mosaic has concealed his information in various ways. Based on the current appearance of the soul-sucking snow monster, Mosaic must be a profession related to the fire element ability. The previous one is probably blind. Mosaic must have a pet. The fireball just now was also a pet? Don't analyze it if you can't. The verbal battle in the live broadcast room continued. After Chu Yun defeated the soul-sucking snow monster, a treasure chest completely entangled by chains appeared again. That serious and lofty voice sounded again. You can make 3 choices. 1. Receive this treasure chest. This treasure chest contains the rewards you deserve after clearing 400 levels of bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. 2. Clear 500 levels. You can merge the 5 rewards into a hidden reward treasure chest. 3. Give up this opportunity. Chu Yun did not hesitate. Of course. Choose 2. Merge. Soon, the treasure chest was pulled into the air again by the cyan chain and disappeared. This also means that Chu Yun has truly cleared 400 levels. The live broadcast room was noisy. Mosaic really broke the clearance speed record from 301 to 400. Awesome. Just arrived. What's the situation with this anchor? Is it a challenger who hides his information with mosaics? What a ruthless person. Because of Chu Yun's super speed, the live broadcast room where Chu Yun is located has become the most popular live broadcast room in the Emperor's Mausoleum Challenge live broadcast room. Even if Chu Yun himself doesn't know it. And the Emperor's Mausoleum official also began to host this live broadcast room, banning some of the rhythm in the live broadcast room, and building momentum for Chu Yun. Since Chu Yun does not have any identity alias, even the official host of the Emperor's Mausoleum Challenge live broadcast calls Chu Yun Mosaic. For a time, the name Mosaic was the most popular. Chapter 145 Entering the Diamond Level Floor. Chu Yun and the Golden Egg entered the 401st floor. Mosaic has entered the 401st floor. It's really scary. Could it be that Mosaic is going to break the speed pass record from 401 to 500 floors? This is already a floor full of diamond level monsters. In the live broadcast room, the audience was talking about it. From this floor on, the monsters everywhere are all diamond level. They can't see how deep Mosaic's background is. However, in fact, Mosaic himself, Chu Yun, is only platinum level. The audience could never imagine that Mosaic, who could easily kill the entire platinum level floor and even set a speed pass record, was actually platinum level. If this fact were to spread, it would be even more shocking than the speedrunning platinum level floors. While countless viewers were talking about it in the live broadcast room, Chu Yun and Jin Dan had already seen the first batch of beasts guarding the diamond level floors. After seeing Chu Yun and Jin Dan, the diamond level beasts crowded on the 401st floor suddenly became agitated, and they looked at Chu Yun with a fierce look, full of murderous intent, because in the eyes of these diamond level beasts, Chu Yun was just a weak lamb who could be beaten at will. Red-winged owl. Level 40. HP 10579000. Sharp night eyes. Red-winged owl ignores all negative effects of vision and can reduce the effect of a skill by 50%. If successfully resisted, the movement speed increases by 30% for 3 seconds. This effect has a 300-second cooldown. Fighting with the owls, the red-winged owl enters a fierce fighting state, with its movement speed and attack speed increased by 100%. Its attack power increased by 20%, and its defense power reduced by 30%, which lasts for 15 seconds. During the duration, each attack will reduce the cooldown of its own reduction effect by 100 seconds. After the duration ends, it will fall into a weak state, with all attributes reduced by 50%, which lasts for 5 seconds. This is a group of owls that are tall enough to stand up. The feathers on their wings are like sharp knives that can easily cut through all defenses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 30. Chuyun smacked his lips slightly. Do we have to deal with 30 diamond-level beasts at once? Let alone platinum-level. Even diamond-level professionals would find it difficult to face 30 diamond-level beasts, even if they were beaten and had to flee. It was very normal. There are 30 of them. Moreover, other people who entered the Imperial Mausoleum to challenge also came in the form of a small team. Front row. Output. Auxiliary. Treatment. Only Chuyun, who is a one-man army, can come alone to challenge. And Chuyun's style of challenging alone also attracted many viewers. They all believe that Mosaic in this live broadcast room must be a top boss who is much higher than Diamond. So he has the confidence and qualifications to come alone to challenge. None of them dared to imagine that Mosaic's true form was just a platinum-level physician. Golden Egg. Shall we go? Roar! Golden Egg responded excitedly, although it was only gold level. And these red-winged owls were diamond level. It still had no fear, and was full of fighting spirit, because it was a golden holy dragon, the command spell of the dragon clan. Roar heaven flame and earth fire. The black dragon head shells, and the flaming disaster exploded. The red-winged owls screamed in pain. This set of combined skills instantly killed several red-winged owls in the front row who were close to Chuyun and Golden Egg. Chuyun and Golden Egg were as easy as cutting tofu against the group of diamond-level beasts. This terrifying fire element effect. Mosaic is very likely the legendary special profession. The Lava Mage. Speaking of hammer, the fire was clearly released by the small Mosaic pet. Although this barrage guessed correctly, it was not recognized by other viewers at all, and received a huge amount of condemnation. You mean a pet can release skills of this level? Ha ha ha. It can't be that the Beastmaster is bragging. How to explain the Black Dragon Head? It was originally the ability of Mosaic. After a fierce confrontation, several viewers who led the rhythm were officially banned. But the discussion about Chuyun is still endless. For many years, there has been no challenger as abstract as Chuyun in the Imperial Mausoleum Challenge. Chuyun and the Golden Egg, singing all the way. When he reached the 480th floor, Chuyun already felt a little pressure. The group of diamond-level beasts in front of him are extremely difficult to deal with. This is a group of crows wearing black cloaks, and their sharp beaks can penetrate everything better than a spear. Evil Night Crow. Level 48. HP 87575000. Night of Night Crow. The aura of the Night Crow is extremely dignified, which will greatly interfere. Enemy. When the enemy releases a skill, it will consume an additional random amount of mana, up to 5 times the mana of the skill, and there is a 10% chance of falling into silence for 1 second. Night Crow Red Eyes. When attacking, Night Crow will increase its attack power by 5%, and apply random negative effects to itself and the enemy at the same time, with the attack power increased to 300%. When the attack power is increased to the full level, it will gain an additional 50% attack speed, 25% movement speed, and 10% blood-sucking effect, which lasts for 30 seconds. When this group of Night Crows surrounds and attacks, they can also impose a lot of negative effects on the enemy, although they themselves will also be attacked. They only get 1 negative effect for each individual, and the target of the attack is a pile of negative effects. In addition, they are level 48 diamond level beasts, and their health is about 8 times that of level 40. So it is already difficult to kill them instantly, and the longer the battle drags on, the higher the combat effectiveness of the evil Night Crows due to their skills. And this is a group of diamond level beasts. Can't drag it out any longer. Chuyun no longer hesitated and raised the Dragon Speaker Staff. The extremely concentrated and terrifying fire elemental aura that can make the entire tomb shaky began to condense on the Dragon Speaker Staff. Nova Burning Start guiding. Although Chuyun said that he couldn't delay any longer. Chuyun and the Golden Egg only fought here for 1 minute. If it weren't for the fact that the evil Night Crows had the skill of becoming stronger with each battle, Chuyun wouldn't mind keeping this skill. The evil Night Crows were stunned, and sensed the breath of the fire element on Chuyun's Dragon Speaker Staff. If they were not interrupted, there would be only one way to die. The evil Night Crows immediately attacked Chuyun frantically. However, the Golden Egg used a skill. Its second skill of the gold level. Roar 9-turn Flame Dragon Cover. A fiery red light cover unfolded and quickly enveloped Chuyun. And inside it, there were 9 dragons circling. The light cover easily blocked the attack of the Night Crows. Chapter 146 Temporary Retreat. 9-turn Flame Dragon Shield. Choose a target and let it obtain a red light shield, which has 300% of the target's health, lasts for 30 minutes, and has 9 dragons circling. When being controlled by a skill, you can consume a dragon circling to dissolve it, and increase the shield's health by 50%, increase the duration by 3 minutes, and then cause high fire element damage to the target that releases the control, exposing its vision for 1 minute. Chu Yun's health is already high, and this shield is directly 3 times Chu Yun's health. At the same time, it can also resist 9 hard controls and return the target's fire element damage and vision. It is worthy of being the defensive skill of the Golden Holy Dragon. The damage that the Evil Night Crow hit Chu Yun was completely offset by the 9-turn Flame Dragon cover. Although this 9 dragon can resist hard control, it will not offset ordinary negative states. There are still too many ordinary negative effects injected by the Night Crow on Chu Yun. Poisoned. Lose 10% of the maximum health per second, lasting 15 seconds. Electric numbness. Movement speed is reduced by 10%. Casting speed is reduced by 90%. And every 0.5 seconds, fall into a 0.01 second imprisonment and silent state, lasting 60 seconds. Burning. Take 10% of the lost health as fire element damage per second, and the healing effect is reduced by 30%, lasting 30 seconds. Falling in frost. Movement speed reduced by 30%. Casting speed reduced by 45%. Attack speed reduced by 60%. Ice damage received increased by 15%. Lasts for 60 seconds. Falling in chaos. Minds loosened. Losing the desire to fight. Lasts for 60 seconds. Praise of reason. Praise of reason. Praise of reason. Chu Yun first added a triple buff to himself. It was too late to reverse, but it was enough to immediately let the Nova burn that was channeling the charge and start releasing it. Chu Yun shouted. Nova burning channeling completed. A cluster of flame spewed out from the dragon speaker's staff, followed by a fireball, a pillar of fire, and then a stream of fire. The fire element was like a disaster. Leaping in the tomb, countless night crows became weak under the burning of this new star. Chu Yun made a prompt decision and raised the dragon speaker staff again. Holy light healing reversed. The full screen locked holy light accurately killed every evil night crow that was weak but not dead. Chu Yun had cleared the field. The audience in the live broadcast room was stunned. Many of these viewers have been watching the Emperor's Mausoleum Challenge live broadcast room for many years. They know that the Evil Night Crow is one of the most difficult diamond-level beasts, and the difficulty of the battle is not much less than that of many diamond-level Overlord beasts. And this mosaic showed a hint of being defeated. So he used a full-screen fire element skill to defeat the group of night crows, and then used a skill that looked like a light element to harvest the whole field. Mosaic. So terrifying. Too powerful. Mosaic is a single-player challenge, with fire and light. I guess Mosaic's profession is a sun priest. But how to explain those black dragon heads before? Skill books? The audience's speculations are endless. Although the audience's opinions are different, there is one thing they all agree on, that is, Mosaic will definitely pass it quickly and easily, creating a new record from 401 to 500 floors. However, after defeating the diamond-level evil beast Evil Night Crow group, Chu Yun was already breathing slightly. Reverse all negative effects. Chu Yun did not check the effect after the reversal. Anyway, he was no longer in combat mode. After the reversal, I felt that my body, which was full of illnesses, became much lighter. But Chu Yun also began to think about it. It's already a bit difficult at the 480th floor, and the following floors must be full of diamond-level Overlord beasts, which are much stronger than this Evil Night Crow. And the 500th floor will definitely encounter diamond-level beasts. Thinking of this, Chu Yun couldn't help but sigh. It's worthy of being a 5-star job transfer task. Not only is there a 3-day time limit, a lot of people may be screened out from the beginning. And except for Chu Yun, who is a one-man army, no matter who else wants to pass the diamond level at the maximum platinum level, the resources and time consumed are all exaggerated. Some people with rubbish jobs or poor families will not be able to complete this task at all, and can only waste the opportunity of the 5-star job transfer task. Although the 3-day time seems to be very tight, Chu Yun has plenty of time now. It's only the afternoon of the first day. Well, don't worry. Go prepare some magic scrolls and other things first to ensure the confidence of passing the level. There is plenty of time. Even going back to the villa to sleep is no problem. Chu-yun has never thought about speed running. Since he can go back to prepare, he will definitely go back to prepare. Who wants to play speed running with the identity of a mosaic? Chu-yun and the golden egg did not go deeper, but turned around and left. This scene puzzled the audience in the live broadcast room. Oh my god! Mosaic didn't attack further. Could it be that he couldn't defeat it? The people in front really didn't know how to see it. Mosaic, who could kill the evil night crows in an instant, couldn't defeat the floors behind? Although in Chu-yun's eyes, the scene of guiding the new star to burn was extremely thrilling. But in the eyes of this group of audiences, they only saw Chu-yun's guidance and the fire element energy killing all around. And the fact that Chu-yun turned around and left caused them deep doubts and many speculations. Could it be that Mosaic encountered an emergency and needed to go back to deal with it? It's very likely. What a pity. I think Mosaic can break the record of 401 to 500 floors again. Chu-yun and Jin Dan used the teleportation bracelet and instantly arrived at the entrance of the Imperial Mausoleum. At the entrance of the Imperial Mausoleum, the staff will give the bracelet to those who enter, and the staff will not care about those who leave. As long as the bracelet is still there, you can continue to challenge the last record without having to start over. The bracelet can only last for 7 days at most. After 7 days, the bracelet will become invalid. The live broadcast room will be closed, and then you have to start again. Mosaic's live broadcast screen has turned black. This means that Mosaic has left. But the live broadcast room is not closed. And Mosaic may come back. Go to do things. And you will come back eventually. Right? Looking forward to Mosaic's speed pass again. The audience in the live broadcast room was very enthusiastic. Chu-yun, who had not yet looked at his phone, still didn't know what was happening. Jin Dan had returned to the beast-controlling ball and was sleeping soundly. Anyway, there is plenty of time, so I'll go back to Xuanqing first. Outside the Imperial Mausoleum, Chu-yun was inconspicuous in the bustling crowd, and used the teleportation array scroll to teleport several times and return to Xuanqing. Chapter 147 Selecting Props. Although it takes several times to teleport from the Imperial Mausoleum to Xuanqing because the teleportation array scroll is small, the durability consumed is not much. Enough for Chu-yun to squander. More importantly, Chu-yun also plans to change a new teleportation array scroll. When he arrived in front of the job transfer temple, Chu-yun saw the exchange next to it, which was bustling with people. The receptionists of the exchange stood outside and shouted enthusiastically, and also put up various banners and decorations. It was written on it that the exchange was buying a lot of goods. Hee. It seems that a lot of good things have been bought. Chu-yun originally planned to just go back to his villa in Xuanqing to sleep, and then go to the exchange around the Imperial Mausoleum to buy things. After all, Chu-yun has already dug up most of the good goods in the exchange here in Xuanqing. However, if Xuanqing Exchange has already made a large purchase, it would be fine to go in and take a look. After all, Chu-yun is very familiar with Xiexing in this exchange. If he goes to other places, it is hard to say what good goods he can be recommended. After making up his mind, Chu-yun stepped forward and walked towards the exchange. Dear guest Chu-yun. When many receptionists saw Chu-yun, they turned around and ran into the exchange. Manager Xie. Distinguished guest Chu-yun is here. Soon, Xiexing, dressed in a well-dressed suit, came out to greet Chu-yun. Chu-yun saw that although Xiexing was different from the past, there was still a hint of something wrong in his eyes. But this might be Xiexing's family affairs or something like that. Chu-yun did not intend to ask about it. So as to avoid embarrassment, dear guest Chu-yun, Manager Xie, you seem to have purchased some goods? Yes, we have purchased a large number of good goods. And we have also purchased goods that are enough to keep the exchange in good condition. Xiexing smiled. And Chu-yun immediately understood. A replica of a throne-level weapon. Manager Xie, I also brought a lot of good goods to the exchange this time. I'm afraid I have to exchange a lot of good goods from the exchange. Haha. The things provided by dear guest Chu-yun are good goods. The exchange is more than happy to receive them. Soon, Xiexing led Chu-yun through the bustling crowd in the exchange. Because of the large purchase of goods in the exchange was packed with tourists. Although he was in the middle of it, Xiexing still looked very elegant and well-groomed, which was out of tune with the lively atmosphere around him. Before, Chu-yun would think that this was some of the qualities of being a manager. But now, Chu-yun clearly felt that this was the temperament that belonged to Xiexing himself. Xiexing was definitely not simple. On weekdays, Xiexing hid it too well and didn't show it at all. But today something seemed to have happened, causing Xiexing's demeanor to change slightly. And Chuyun captured it accurately. Xiexing took Chuyun through the crowd and came to the VIP room. And Chuyun took out the storage ring and sprinkled all kinds of props from the first spine on the ground. The flashing lights of various props stunned Xiexing and the other waiters in the VIP room. These equipment and props are definitely not available now. The shocking aura that leaked out was enough to shock Xiexing, who had seen countless treasures. Vast, distant and powerful. It's not that these equipment and props are extremely powerful, but that the aura that is staying can make people feel awe and tremble. Chuyun ate the fried rice provided by the VIP room and nodded slightly. These are all things from ancient times. No one could have guessed that these equipments all involved a throne and were stained with a trace of the throne's aura. Although it was only a little bit, it was enough to far exceed those extremely ordinary equipment. Xiexing's expression gradually returned to normal. Huh? Mr. Chuyun, it is difficult for us to estimate the value of the equipment you provided this time. Can I buy something? Chuyun didn't care what the price was. If it was not enough, Chuyun could always earn more. Selling these props is just a routine matter. Of course. Xiexing nodded. Although the specific value of these equipment and props cannot be calculated for the time being, but there is no doubt that it is extremely expensive. You can buy anything you want. Your black card has been upgraded to allow unlimited debts. Because of our exchange, I believe in your ability, and you will definitely be able to pay off this debt in the end. Chuyun ate most of the fried rice, filled his stomach, and stood up. Wow, that's great. Manager Xie, take me to see the magic scroll area. Xiexing opened the door to the VIP room. Please follow me. In the exchange, there was a crowd of people. Although there were many customers, most of the people who bought magic scrolls were bronze and silver level, and gold level was rarely bought. The platinum and diamond level magic scroll areas were difficult for ordinary people to even enter. Dear guest Chuyun, what level of magic scroll do you want to buy this time? Diamond level? Chuyun said with a smile. Only magic scrolls of this level are applicable. In fact, Chuyun had thought about buying some star level magic scrolls, but Xuanqing Exchange didn't sell them. Soon, Xiexing brought Chuyun to the diamond level magic scroll area. And Chuyun didn't care about the ordinary diamond level scrolls here. To be honest, Chuyun and Jindan can easily perform skills comparable to or even exceeding diamond level. What Chuyun needs is a special diamond level magic scroll. Soon, Chuyun found a very good one. Blessing of the Earth diamond level magic scroll. Make 10 stone pillars rise from the ground. Surround the user's body and hit the enemy, causing 1,500,000 physical damage and 4 million earth elemental damage to the units hit. After 20 hits, the stone pillars will break. For each stone pillar, the user gains 10% damage reduction. The stone pillars last up to 10 minutes. If 10 stone pillars exist, it is 100% damage reduction. And to destroy a stone pillar, you need to suffer a very high amount of damage from the collision. After using this scroll, you almost gain a short period of invincibility. And then, there is a high amount of damage reduction. This is good. After taking this diamond level magic scroll, Chuyun picked and chose, and reluctantly chose another magic scroll that was satisfactory. Stagnation diamond level magic scroll. It causes the user to fall into a stagnation effect for 2.5 seconds. During the stagnation period, the user is considered to be non-existent in this world, interrupting all settlements, unable to become the target of any skills and effects, and unable to be affected by any skills and effects. The effect of this magic scroll reminded Chuyun of a certain game, Golden Body. This is also a life-saving magic scroll. Except for these two, the rest of the diamond level scrolls are not very good. And Chuyun took a few more diamond level magic scrolls with control. Manager Xie. That's all. I want to see the highlight. Chapter 148, Imitations of Throne Level Weapons. The highlight is the imitations of throne level weapons. The effects of these imitations are much stronger than magic scrolls, because magic scrolls are to print the skills of a professional on a parchment scroll. And when used, it is just like summoning the professional to use a skill. And the imitations of throne level weapons can indeed imitate a trace of the power of throne level weapons. Even if it is just a trace, it is enough to make people feel powerful. No problem. Xiexing nodded. Soon, Xie led Chu Yun to the collection room, where he saw the Spear of Longinus before. It seems that because of the large purchase, this collection room has also been renovated a lot. What is even more obvious is that there are several God Throne level replicas in it. Dear guest Chu Yun, this time we have purchased a total of 3 God Throne level replicas. You see, I want them all. Chu Yun did not hesitate. The God Throne level weapon replicas are so easy to use. You can't stop using them after using them once. Suddenly, Chu Yun was also a little embarrassed. Haha. Manager Xie. I bought all the things I just purchased at once. Which may not be a good thing. Right. This is a bit embarrassing. At this point, Chu Yun considers himself a friend of Xie. Xie smiled. It doesn't matter. Today may be the last time I serve dear guest Chu Yun. It is also the last day in this Xuanqing exchange. I don't have to worry about the performance here anymore. Ah? Manager Xie. Are you leaving? Chu Yun was stunned. Yes. Xie nodded. After some communication, Chu Yun learned that Xie was noticed by the headquarters because of his outstanding performance, and they were going to transfer him to a bigger place so that Xie could display more of his talents. And today is Xie last day in Xuanqing. Chu Yun felt a little disappointed. It has always been a pleasure to get along with Xie. It would be a lie to say that there is no disappointment in parting like this. It's okay. Maybe we will meet again in the future. Xie smiled and pointed at the props in the collection room. Okay. Let's not talk about these sad things. Dear guest Chu Yun, come and take a look at the 3 replicas of the throne level weapons you are going to buy. Chu Yun also put away these emotions and began to look at these replicas of the throne level weapons. The first is an exquisite snake head placed on a crystal glass table. The hair of this head is composed of 9 winding and twisted long snakes, which is extremely weird. And the eyes of this head are full of the unique coldness of snake people, and the enchantment that makes people unable to take their eyes away. This head seems to be alive. When Chu Yun looked at it, it seemed to absorb Chu Yun's eyes. And Xie also saw what Chu Yun was thinking and smiled immediately. Dear guest Chu Yun, even if the real thing is alive, it is a replica and does not have activity. Chu Yun nodded slightly. Real throne level weapons have independent consciousness, and the props with evil self-consciousness are compiled into numbered objects. The replica of the throne level weapon is naturally unconscious. Chu Yun has never seen a replica of a numbered object. Head of Medusa replica. Category, Special. Level requirement, None. Professional requirement, None. Effect, Vision plus 25%. Durability, 20/20. Snake's territory where the Medusa head is. It can bring deterrence to all creatures, reducing the casting speed of all units within the range by 10% and the vision by 20%. It can consume 1 durability to double the effect and last for 10 minutes. Queen's Gaze. Queen Medusa gradually releases all the power of her eyes, consuming 1 durability per second. After consuming 5 durability points, Queen Medusa stares at a unit, turning it into a petrified state for 30 seconds. It can actually petrify for 30 seconds. Chu Yun was very surprised. Petrification is a super advanced hard control, which is more advanced than imprisonment, freezing, paralysis, etc. The petrified unit will not be able to make any moves and can only be beaten unilaterally. And 30 seconds of petrification is so powerful that it needs no further explanation. Every second of the ever-changing battlefield is crucial, and 30 seconds is enough to easily decide a battle situation. It's just that the startup is a bit slow, consuming 1 durability per second, and 5 durability is consumed, which means it takes 5 seconds to charge, but it is still an undoubted powerful item. I heard that the God-given empire killed the Medusa Banshee, who could petrify living beings with her eyes thousands of years ago, and destroyed a country, and made her head into a throne-level weapon, curbing the brutal killing of the Medusa Banshee, but also retaining her petrified eyes. I didn't expect that there would be a replica of this thing. Xie smiled slightly. What Mr. Chu Yun said is right. But this replica of the Medusa head in front of us is made of other special materials, and has similar abilities to the original. But the material of the replica itself has nothing to do with Medusa. The one who can make such a replica is also a genius. Chu Yun smacked his lips. Although the use conditions of this replica of the Medusa head are harsh, the effect of successful use is even better. Chu Yun is very satisfied. The second replica of the throne-level weapon is a well-made spear with a sharp blade. At first glance, this spear has no breath, but as long as you sense it slightly, you can touch the infinite power flowing eternally in it. The light blue stream flows from the end of the gun to the tip, and repeats itself endlessly. Simple, peaceful, and eternal. Standing in front of this gun, Chuyun felt that his will was much stronger. It seemed that releasing skills became more effortless and sincere. Eternal Spear / Gungnir Spear Replica. Category, Spear. Level requirement, none. Professional requirement, none. Effect, none. Durability, 10 out of 10. Proof of the oath. Deploy the protection of the oath. Within the protection range, the casting speed of any oath, prayer, and blessing skills is increased by 100%. The casting range is increased by 100%. And the guidance process cannot be interrupted. Passive skill. Will and Spear that penetrates everything. Select a target. Consume 1 durability immediately. And Gungnir's Spear will charge it, causing high true damage that ignores the shield. In the process of causing damage, you can continue to consume durability to maintain the charge state. When the durability is consumed, Gungnir's Spear will melt, and finally cause a high true damage. A throne-level replica that focuses on damage. Chuyun's eyes lit up. Good stuff. This gun is not weaker than the Spear of Longinus. A throne-level replica that damages is a guarantee of output and a guarantee of the trump card, which is extremely critical. Chapter 149 Mosaic of the Most Powerful. If the Medusa head is the key to turning the tide of the battle, then this Gungnir Spear is the key to deciding the outcome of the battle. Output is everything. Good stuff. Good stuff. Chuyun praised greatly. With this replica of the throne-level weapon at the bottom of the box, let alone fighting the strongest diamond-level beast, it is also possible to fight the star-level beast, the replica of the Spear of Longinus, which is similar to the replica of the Gungnir Spear. Just killed a star-level professional not long ago. Xiexing also introduced it on the side. Gungnir Spear. The throne-level weapon of the Blue Moon Empire. It is rumored that thousands of years ago, in the Blue Moon Empire, countless tribes were torn apart by the unpredictable blizzard, and relatives and friends lost contact and eventually disappeared for life. And many people with extremely bad luck would be buried by the wind and snow. A young man named Gungnir forged this spear and vowed never to separate the people of the tribe. However, the blizzard still came, separating Gungnir and his relatives and friends in the tribe. Gungnir's relatives and friends were submerged in the wind and snow. Everyone advised Gungnir not to take the risk to find them. But Gungnir didn't listen. He led the spear and braved the wind and snow to find his relatives. This is his oath. Gungnir was eroded by the wind and snow, but the power of the oath became more and more noble, allowing the spear to gradually evolve. Gungnir held it, pierced through the blizzard, pierced through the beasts, and found his relatives who had become corpses. Gungnir was eventually buried there, but the unbroken lance became brighter and brighter, evolving into a throne-level weapon, the Eternal Lance. Gungnir's lance. Chuyun had also heard of this story. It was a very tragic story. Chuyun held the Gungnir's lance, and a belief surged in his heart. Across thousands of years, a young man named Gungnir also passed on the belief. Chuyun took a deep breath, looked at the last replica of the throne-level weapon. This was a small emblem engraved with a golden tortoise, placed on a red silk cloth, emitting a faint light. Although this light was weak, in an instant, Chuyun felt that the entire collection room was illuminated by this faint light. The rest of the light? Not worth mentioning. And this item? Chuyun always felt that he had seen it somewhere, but it was not very similar. Sun God Emblem Imitation. Category, Accessory. Level requirement, none. Professional requirement, none. Effect, none. Durability, 100/100. Way of Light consumes 1 durability. Immediately deploys the Sunlight Array, lasting 30 minutes. In the Sunlight Array, restore 30% of lost health and 30% of maximum health per second, and immediately remove all negative effects on the body, increasing all attributes by 10%, up to 10 times in this way. Holy Blessing can only be used in the Sunlight Array. When receiving fatal damage, all durability is consumed immediately, and a barrier of immunity to death is condensed with extreme sunlight to offset the fatal damage. And then 100% damage reduction is obtained for 1 second. Immune to death once. The value of this effect is beyond words. No wonder I feel familiar with this imitation of the Sun God emblem. It seems to be matched with the imitation of the Sun God badge. Chuyun laughed. In the Wind Fury Empire, the Sun God emblem and the Sun God emblem are interdependent, but they are also effective throne-level weapons. The emblem is on the front, with the power of attack. The emblem is on the back, with the power of defense. Both of them have the omnipotence of healing, possess the skill of the way of light, and can both deploy the sunlight array. But the other skill of the Sun God badge is the powerful damage of the light of heaven, while the Sun God emblem is the holy blessing that can save one death. Oh! Xiexing smiled. Have you seen the Sun God badge sold to President Ding Pei? Chu Yun nodded. Yes. Not only have I seen it, I have even seen it in person. Then it broke. The durability of the God Throne level weapon replicas is still not good. But even so, it is still extremely important, extremely effective, and extremely useful. Chu Yun bought these 3 God Throne level weapon replicas. The weapons and props you provided are very valuable. Even if you buy these, there will still be enough balance. Xiexing smiled. As long as the black card is in the co-branded exchange, it can be used. Although Xuanqing Exchange is called Xuanqing Exchange. In fact, the whole city of this exchange is called the co-branded exchange. It is opened in every city in the country, and the name of the city will be added before the name of the exchange. This exchange is a big chain brand, and Xiexing will be transferred to a big city soon because of his outstanding performance. To be honest, Chu Yun is still a little reluctant. Finally, after chatting with Xiexing for a while, Chu Yun walked out of the exchange. At this time, the sky will get dark. Chu Yun took a step and walked towards his villa. The job transfer task takes 3 days. And even if Chu Yun has a good sleep now, the time is completely enough. Have a good rest and recharge your energy. Soon, Chu Yun returned to his villa, washed up a little, and laid back on the bed, snoring, because he was always busy. Chu Yun had no time to check his phone, and had no idea how popular the internet was now. Although Chu Yun had left the Imperial Mausoleum, Chu Yun's clearance speed was still shocking, and it was hard to let go for a long time. Until now, there are still many viewers who go to Chu Yun's dark live broadcast room to talk about it. And because Chu Yun hid his figure, Chun Chun was covered in mosaics. We could only see him releasing skills, but not his figure. So we couldn't guess anything. This was also a point of discussion. Many people recorded Chu Yun's speedrunning videos in the Imperial Mausoleum and posted them online. Anonymous strongman mosaic speedruns from 201 to 300, and 301 to 400. The super mysterious master of the Imperial Mausoleum mosaic. Mean encyclopedia. What is mosaic? Many powerful professionals left messages under these videos, expressing their affirmation of mosaic's combat power. And there were also many disputes and quarrels, which were speculations about the true identity of mosaic. In addition to these combat power parties, the ghost animal area is also unwilling to lag behind. In a short period of time, many ghost animals made with Chu Yun's mosaic appeared. A large group of mosaics that can't see anything clearly swept all kinds of ghost animal stars. The ghost animal stars can't even see what swept them. And they were swept. And some who can see will complain, how come there is a group of mosaics that defeated me? Because a group of extremely powerful mosaics has a strong program effect. It caused a huge sensation on the internet. Chapter 150. Jikun, Dad, I want to kill him. Somewhere in the bustling city, there is a villa garden. There are dozens of villas in this villa garden. And the front of these villas is very lively, with people coming and going. And all kinds of celebrations are heard. Old Chen, your son is good. He went to a good school. Ha ha ha. Old Li, your daughter's school is not bad. It's only a few days before the end of the big exam, and many parents are still immersed in the joy of their daughters going to the #1 school. But there is another villa here. Very quiet. It is Jikuin's home. Jikuin's room on the 3rd floor of Jikuin's home. The room is very dim. Damn. What are you talking about? Jikuin was extremely anxious, knocking on his own window, looking at the happy people outside, cursing, because Jikuin made a fool of himself in the exam. No school was willing to accept him, and even Xia Ying, who was supposed to obey him, quietly left and ignored him. The atmosphere in the whole Ji family was depressing and bleak. Jikuin stayed in his room, confused and constantly wasting time, and was almost annoyed. But Jikuin never thought that it was his problem. At the same time, Jikuin's jealousy and hatred for Chu Yun became stronger and stronger. All this is Chu Yun's fault. Jikuin became more and more angry as he thought about it, and smashed the lamp next to the bedside table. After smashing, Jikuin seemed to relax a little, laid back on his bed, and started to browse his phone. I'm really annoyed. Just watch some videos. Ji-kun opened the video software and browsed aimlessly. No matter what excellent ghost or funny videos, they couldn't make Ji-kun laugh. Then, Ji-kun suddenly found that a character who seemed to have just become popular on the internet in the past 2 days. Mosaic? Mosaic's Invincible Road? High burning song. Rationally analyze how difficult it is to speed through Mosaic alone. Who is the master? Mosaic speed through editing. And this heat has been overwhelming. 1 out of every 2 videos is Mosaic. Ji-kun was very puzzled. Who is this guy? How can such a large group of pure Mosaics become so popular? Ji-kun was getting more and more confused about the internet world. After watching a few videos related to Mosaics, Ji-kun gradually understood what happened. It's just a guy who challenged the Emperor's mausoleum anonymously. Ji-kun gradually lost interest. Although the Emperor's mausoleum is famous in the Tianfeng Empire, it is too far away from Xuanqing. Ji-kun has never been there once, so he can't feel the enthusiasm of the netizens under the video. As for videos like the strongman speed through the secret realm, Ji-kun is not interested. But Ji-kun is now extremely irritable and confused. So he didn't watch this video, but lay on the bed and read the comments. One of the places was arguing for nearly 100 floors. They were arguing about Mosaic's combat power. Invincible Tyrannosaurus warrior. Mosaic's most likely profession is sun priest. Come and argue if you don't agree. Eternal philosopher. Those flames could have been disguises. Right S's like philosophers to me. A bunch of blind people. Mosaic has a pet. Ji-kun frowned slightly. Very confused. Although hiding identity can hide appearance and figure, it cannot hide the skills used. Based on the skills used, the profession of the hidden person can be inferred. But the specific identity cannot be inferred. How can this be so fierce? The more he looked down the building, the stronger the guess in Ji-kun's mind became. A damage skill similar to a physician's skill. A large range of fire element damage. 2 mosaics. 1 large and 1 small. Suspected to be carrying a pet. With a very strong speed passing ability. Ji-kun was shocked. Could it be? Skip the comment area directly. Ji-kun began to observe the edited video in a complicated way. After seeing the attack method of this mosaic, Ji-kun's eyes widened. Even if the original owner of this mosaic turned into ashes, Ji-kun would not recognize it. Isn't this Chu-yun? Ji-kun was shocked and said in disbelief. But in order to avoid misunderstandings, Ji-kun still watched a few more videos about mosaics. Afterwards, Ji-kun also found the full screen recording of Mosaic's clearance. The more Ji-kun watched, the wider his eyes widened. This is Chu-yun. He was only at the platinum level at that time. How could he sweep through 400 layers of diamond level beasts? Ji-kun was in doubt. Although Ji-kun didn't know what happened yet, he was certain that Mosaic was Chu-yun. The big group of Mosaic was Chu-yun. And the small group of Mosaic flying around Chu-yun was the Golden Holy Dragon Cub. And those terrifying and powerful fire element damage were all caused by the Golden Holy Dragon Cub. In Ji-kun's eyes, Chu-yun has always been a waste. It's just luck that I found a Golden Holy Dragon from somewhere. Ji-kun was excited and typed immediately, trying to expose Chu-yun's disguise. Super GG, I recognize this mosaic. His name is Chu-yun. And he is from Xuanqing. After publishing this news, Ji-kun was very proud. Chu-yun, do you still want to hide your identity? You can't hide it. Although Ji-kun didn't know why Chu-yun wanted to hide his identity. As long as Chu-yun wanted to do it, Ji-kun would do the opposite. Ji-kun just didn't want Chu-yun to have an easy time. However, before Ji-kun laughed for long, his phone rang, and someone replied to his comment. The one who replied to Ji-kun was the grumpy old man who had spoken many times in this thread. Invincible Tyrannosaurus warrior, Super GG. What the hell are you talking about? I checked the name Chu-yun. And his profession is a doctor. Can a doctor deal this kind of fire damage? Ji-kun was furious. Just when Ji-kun wrote a long paragraph to analyze and refute, he found that he had been blocked by this invincible Tyrannosaurus warrior. At the same time, he could no longer leave a message under this video. Damn it! Ji-kun clenched his fists tightly. Chu-yun. 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 You caused all this for me. The rest of the students went to college happily. But only Ji-kun stayed at home in despair, with no hope for the future. I want you to die without a burial place. On the 2nd floor of Ji-kun's house. In the office, Ji-kun's father, Ji-ba, sat at the desk, rubbing his head, very distressed. He was working hard to find another university for Ji-kun. Although Ji-ba had many powerful friends in the university. Because Ji-kun's operation was too outrageous. Those friends all politely refused. Damn it. These guys talked about brotherhood during the dinner. But now they can't even give my son a good university. At this time, the door of Ji-ba's office opened. Ji-kun stood at the door, gritting his teeth. Dad, I want to kill Chu-yun. Chapter 151 Hire the Killer. Chu-yun? Ji-ba stood up from his seat. Instantly, Ji-ba showed a clear killing intent. Is that the guy who prevented you from going to college? When Ji-kun changed his job to become a star priest, Ji-ba was very excited and boasted endlessly with his friends. Those few days were the most proud days for Ji-ba. And these few days were almost the darkest days for Ji-ba. Because Ji-kun actually lost the opportunity to go to college. And all this was done by that kid named Chu-yun. Ji-ba doesn't mind Chu-yun disappearing from this world. That's right. Dad. Ji-kun's eyes were full of anger. I don't know where Chu-yun went a few days ago. As if he disappeared. Now we finally know that he was hiding his identity and going to the Imperial Mausoleum to challenge. Just to prevent us from discovering him. Ha ha. What a slippery boy. Ji-ba sneered. If Chu-yun heard the conversation between the two, he might laugh out loud. Who the hell has the time to care whether you two find him or not? Dad? The one you are talking about. Well, since we have found the trace of that little bastard Chu-yun, we must completely crush him to death. Ji-ba laughed coldly. It's time to hire a professional killer. In the Tianfeng Empire, there are many evil organizations hiding underground and active. But even evil organizations need funding. The God's Blood Research Institute is funded by some wealthy people, while the killer organization Bloody Hall charges a sky-high mission fee to help the employer complete a perfect assassination. And Ji-ba has a lot of connections, and happens to have a way to contact the Bloody Hall. However, what level of killer to hire needs to be discussed in advance. After communicating with Ji-kun, Ji-ba thought about it. Can this Chu-yun easily sweep away the diamond-level beast group? Then we need to hire a star-level killer. After making the decision, Ji-ba picked up a very special mobile phone and started dialing a number. Soon after, a waiter's hearty voice sounded. Welcome to the bar. What kind of wine would you like to order? Ji-ba had expected this and spoke coldly. Bloody Mary. The waiter continued to ask, what quality do you want to buy? Fresh. As soon as Ji-ba finished speaking, a vague vibration sound rang out from the phone. It was no longer the waiter's hearty voice, but now a hoarse old man's voice. Boss G, what level of killer do you want to order? Star level. There aren't many killers of this level in the Bloody Hall. The old man was a little surprised. What price can Boss G pay? You quote. As long as you can quote. I can give it. Ji-ba responded domineeringly. In Xuanqing, if Xiao Wentian is the first, then he, Ji-ba, is the second. Money? It's just a means. The old man laughed on the other end of the phone. Boss G. Money. Bloody Hall welcomes you very much. But money alone is not enough to hire a star-level killer. Star level is not something you can come across casually. No matter where you put it. It is the president of an association or the leader of some organization. For such a person to commit himself to being a killer, there must be enough benefits. Ji-ba's face turned pale. He had never thought about this. Beside him, Ji-kun was trembling all over. His eyes were full of anger. And he spoke loudly. The target is the cub of the golden holy dragon. The other end of the phone heard Ji-kun's roar. And it was quiet for a long time. Then, an old voice sounded. Could it be that the one who spoke is the son of Boss G? Master Ji-kun, who was not selected by the school? This sentence really blocked Ji-kun's hand. Why does it feel like he is still scolding him? The most painful thing for Ji-kun now is that he can't go to college. Oh, I know. The target you want to kill is the unparalleled Chu-yun. Ji-kun and Ji-ba looked at each other and showed joy. Listening to the tone of the old man's words, it feels like there's a chance. That's right. Chu-yun does have a cub of the golden holy dragon. The old man laughed. I have contacted a star-level assassin in this hall to connect with you. Beep. Beep. I am a star-level assassin from the Bloody Hall. You can call me Wu Ying. A cold voice with a straightforward and pure killing intent came from the phone. Just listening to this voice, Ji-kun and Ji-ba felt like they were in an ice cellar. Biting cold. I agree to accept your mission to assassinate Chu-yun. Great. Ji-kun shouted. And Ji-ba also spoke quickly. We will go with you. To make sure everything is safe. Well, that's fine. Wu Ying said lightly. I will bring my god-level weapon replica invisible cloak. We are in the dark while the target is in the light. It is not a problem to catch him off guard. But Chu Yun may have other secrets. We must be fully prepared. Ji Kun spoke anxiously. It is because of this secret that Chu Yun repeatedly made Ji Kun suffer a big loss and let Ji Kun fall to this point. Ji Kun does not want this kind of reversal to happen again. Well, this Chu Yun is indeed very mysterious. Wu Ying agreed with Ji Kun's words. Chu Yun can achieve this achievement. It is definitely not because of his profession, but because he has a cub of the Golden Holy Dragon beside him. And Chu Yun has a replica of a throne-level weapon on him. And maybe even a numbered one. If I can kill Chu Yun, I will kill 2 birds with 1 stone. So I agreed to your request this time. Ji Kun and Ji-ba could no longer listen to these words. They were just anxious about when Wu Ying would be able to take action. When can you take action? My public identity has temporarily trapped me. And it will take some time to get here. Wu Ying said lightly. The assassination of Chu Yun will come out after he returns to the Imperial Mausoleum to challenge. I think challenging the Imperial Mausoleum must be his job transfer task. And if it is not completed, it will be over. As expected of a star glory level. He guessed Chu Yun's current state with just a random guess. Of course, this is also because Wu Ying is also paying attention to the news about Mosaic. As a killer organization, it is very important to pay attention to current events. Otherwise, when accepting a mission, you may not even know the mission target. Ji Kun and Ji-ba discussed some details with Wu Ying in detail. For example, where to meet, and where to ambush. Afterwards, Wu Ying hung up the phone. Ji Kun and Ji-ba showed an extremely sinister expression at the same time. Hee, ha ha ha. Mosaic? Ha ha ha. Let us give the most popular, and discuss Mosaic on the entire network to die in our hands. Ha ha ha. Chapter 152 I'm so popular. Inside Chu Yun's villa. Chu Yun slept for a long time, and woke up slowly. Huh? I slept so comfortably. Chu Yun stretched, started to wash up, and looked at his phone comfortably. Then, he was stunned, because the various secondary creations about Mosaic above were extremely popular. Mosaic's Invincible Road? High Burning Song. Rationally analyze how difficult it is to speed through Mosaic alone. Who is the master? Mosaic speed through editing. Chu Yun confirmed again, and found that he was right. This group of Mosaic was Chu Yun himself. How did he become so popular? I clearly don't want to stand out. Chu Yun was very puzzled. After watching it for a while, Chu Yun realized how big a thing he had accomplished. Damn! I actually completed the speed run record? Chu Yun was surprised. He was originally just thinking about going to the next level by killing monsters. But he never thought about speed running. If Chu Yun was determined to speed run and create a clearance record that people would look up to, then the current clearance time would have to be shortened by at least 1/3. This is far from Chu Yun's limit. Unintentional planting leads to a good result. Chu Yun was helpless. However, Chu Yun didn't care too much, because the confidentiality measures of the Imperial Mausoleum were indeed good. This mosaic was really a mosaic, and no information about the owner of the mosaic could be seen. Even Chu Yun himself couldn't recognize that the mosaic was himself. He could only rely on the effects of the skills released to distinguish himself. Forget it. It's just mosaic that's popular. What does this have to do with me? Chu Yun? He casually flipped through his live broadcast room. Although his live broadcast room was dark, there were still many viewers coming in and out, waiting for Chu Yun to challenge the Imperial Mausoleum again. Come back, my mosaic. My proudest belief. Mosaic. Take little mosaic and charge again. When will you break the record of 401 to 500 floors? I can't wait. All kinds of discussions were scattered. Because of Chu Yun mosaic, many geniuses and strong people went to the Imperial Mausoleum to challenge. But among them, there are very few who can pass quickly. And those who can form an army by themselves are even rarer. They can't be as unrestrained and chic as Chu Yun's mosaic. In the Emperor's Mausoleum Challenge live broadcast room, the most discussed room was actually the Dark Mosaic live broadcast room. I don't know how many viewers are waiting for Chu Yun's return challenge. Although Chu Yun was unwilling to admit that Mosaic was himself, he was willing to let them get what they wanted. After enough rest, it's time to complete the 5-star job transfer task. Ha ha. Emperor's Mausoleum. I'm here. Chu Yun unfolded the teleportation array scroll, jumped and teleported several times in a row, and once again came to the entrance of the Emperor's Mausoleum. The entrance of the Emperor's Mausoleum was crowded with people. Not only is the difficulty of the deep part of the Emperor's Mausoleum very high, suitable for powerful challengers, but the shallow layer of the first 1 or 200 layers is also very suitable for new professionals to level up. It is a secret realm suitable for all ages. And because of the bracelet, there is almost no danger. It is one of the largest, most people-friendly, most lively, and most historically and culturally rich secret realms in the Tianfeng Empire. But with so many challengers, so many live broadcast rooms, and so many masters, their popularity still cannot surpass the mosaic that suddenly appeared. It's really Alexander, Chu Yun silently complained in his heart. He stood in the middle of the crowd, inconspicuous, and no one would notice that he was the mosaic that was sought after by thousands of people. Walking to the entrance of the Imperial Mausoleum, Chu Yun activated the bracelet because he already had a bracelet and instantly teleported to the 480th floor. At the same time, the live broadcast room that was filming Chu Yun's picture had a picture again. A very clear tomb, and a bunch of mosaic in the center. Instantly, the whole network became hot. Damn! Mosaic is back. Ah, Mosaic. I've placed so many bets on you. Can Mosaic still speed through? Looking forward to it. Mosaic has been gone for most of the day. What has he been busy with? The live broadcast room is full of bullet comments. Many viewers who habitually open the full-screen bullet comments even fill up the entire screen with bullet comments, and can't see the live broadcast screen clearly. They have no choice but to change the full-screen bullet comments to half-screen. And the major anchors who pursue popularity on the internet have also switched the screen to Chu Yun, trying to get some of Mosaic's popularity. And Chu Yun, who has entered the battle preparation, has no idea what is happening. He took out the beast-controlling ball from the storage ring and patted Jindan's, but, lazy dragon, get up and fight. Jindan yawned, flew out of the beast-controlling ball leisurely, and floated beside Chu Yun. In the eyes of the audience, this is a small group of mosaics next to a large group of mosaics. This situation is also discussed a lot. Why do you always think that it is a pet? I think it is a summoned creature. What you said before is right. I think so too. It is similar to a small sun. Haha. A bunch of bumpkins. You don't know the beast-controlling ball? The beast-controlling ball is used like this. The more vague something is, the more discussion it can bring. Although Chu Yun himself hoped that it could be more vague, the two mosaics, one large and one small, did give the outside world a lot of information. Most professions will not have pets or summons when fighting, although the doctor doesn't have one either. But Chu Yun has a golden holy dragon cub, and everyone in Xuanqing knows it. Chu Yun still hopes that his identity will not be exposed. Soon, Chu Yun and the golden egg came to the 481st floor, and guarding here is a group of monkeys with big scimitars. This group of monkeys are tall and strong, carrying rusty scimitars, with hidden cunning in their eyes. After seeing Chu Yun, who is only at the platinum level, these monkeys immediately beat their chests arrogantly, and then attack Chu Yun and the golden egg with scimitars. Scimitar Ape. Level, 48. HP, 8555000. Horizontal / Scimitar Ape releases horizontal /, causing a lot of physical damage. If the horizontal / successfully hits, the cooldown time is reduced by 90%. If it is blocked by a shield, the cooldown time is reduced by 70%. If it is blocked by a skill, the cooldown time is reduced by 50%. Tail Assault Scimitar Ape has a very special fighting skill. They use their scimitars and tails to attack. The attack speed of this attack is increased by 300%. The attack range is increased by 50%. And it has a 70% armor breaking effect. After the attack hits, the target will be cut. The cut will receive physical damage based on the upper limit of health per second. If there is a shield, 25% of the current shield value will be lost per second for 60 seconds. Chapter 153 Star Level Strawman Wooing. Although this level is higher than the Evil Night Crow, it is much easier to fight this kind of pure physical damage monkey than the Evil Night Crow. Chu Yun patted Jindan's back. Jindan, let's go! Mosaic's live broadcast room once again topped the popularity of the Emperor's Mausoleum Challenge live broadcast room. After learning the news, countless netizens who were busy with their own things rushed to Mosaic's live broadcast room to become viewers and give advice. Among the audience, there are not only people who like to give advice on how to fight, but also people who provoke wars everywhere, and even people with various classic doubts. But in this Mosaic live broadcast room, most of them are ordinary viewers who express shock. The reason is simple. It is simply because Mosaic's record is too exaggerated. There is no other way. The only reason for this group of Mosaic that can't see anything clearly is the combat power factor. Awesome. He swept through the 481st floor in a hurry. Is Mosaic a star-level master? Shouldn't be. I just checked all the star-level masters, and none of them meet the requirements. It's impossible for Mosaic. Oh my god. A diamond-level person swept through the diamond-level alone? Too outrageous. The barrage of comments was in full swing, and before these barrages had been discussed for long, Chu Yun had already killed through the 482nd floor and went down again. Chu Yun is unstoppable. Mosaic charge. Even the extremely vicious hyenas can't stop Mosaic. Many anchors challenged Mosaic and wanted to break Mosaic's record. Because of Chu Yun, the official live broadcast group of the Imperial Mausoleum Challenge has become unprecedentedly hot. Various battle power analysis, derivative secondary creations, etc. are emerging in an endless stream. More importantly, the center of all this heat, that is, Mosaic himself, is still in the challenge. How can this not be hot? Outside the Imperial Mausoleum, Ji Kun and Ji Ba are getting more and more itchy as they watch the hot online rhythm. Damn it. Chu Yun really used this group of Mosaic to deceive others. I wanted to tell the truth to these guys, but I was banned for provoking a fight. What a big deal. Ji Kun and Ji Ba sat in a private room of a restaurant outside the Imperial Mausoleum, ordered a table of dishes, and kept complaining while eating. Although the father and son were banned, they could still see Chu Yun's live broadcast room, also known as Mosaic, and saw Chu Yun quickly going down. Damn. Chu Yun is really fast at hitting the floor. Ji Kun broke out in a cold sweat. He is only gold level now, and it is quite difficult to fight a gold level beast alone. Only by following the team. With the front row protection, the auxiliary buff, and the nurse to treat can he play a complete output. If facing a platinum level beast, Ji Kun had only one idea. That is to run. And if it was a group of platinum level beasts, there was no need to think about it. And Chu Yun was able to challenge diamond level beasts alone and in a group. How could he not be afraid? Why hasn't that guy called Wu Ying come yet? Ji Ba was very anxious. If he didn't come, Chu Yun would have finished 500 floors and left. Ji Kun also agreed. Yeah. Dad. What's going on? Could it be that Wu Ying doesn't like our money? At this time, the door of the private room opened. But there was no one at the door. Ji Kun was very confused. No one opened the door. I closed the door. It couldn't be blown open by the wind. At this time, a slender and extremely thin man appeared next to Ji Kun and Ji Ba, startling them. And Wu Ying had a completely expressionless look. Yes. The amount you can offer is only ordinary in my eyes. I can get the price of any task I take at the limit of what you can offer. To be fair, I shouldn't take such a risk and kill a Mosaic who is popular all over the internet with such a low income. Wu Ying walked to Ji Ba, pulled open the table and sat down. Speaking in a calm tone, Ji Kun and Ji Ba rubbed their eyes, looked at Wu Ying a few times, but found that they couldn't remember what Wu Ying looked like. Wu Ying looked so ordinary that when he enters the crowd, it's like a drop of water mixed into the sea. Even if Ji Kun and Ji Ba want to remember Wu Ying's appearance now, they can't remember it. What's going on? Ji Kun is very confused. This is my skill. It's normal that you can't remember my appearance. Of course, you don't need to remember my appearance. Wu Ying snapped his fingers, and Ji Kun and Ji Ba shuddered suddenly, as if they felt something. You just need to remember that I am wearing casual clothes with a badge on my chest. Remember clothes? The badge on Wu Ying's chest is specially made, unique, and distinctive. You will never forget it after just one look. Why didn't I notice your clothes just now? Ji Ba muttered to himself. Because I didn't ask you to notice. So you didn't notice. Wu Ying spoke lightly. After the words fell, Ji Kun and Ji Ba felt their bodies cold. The star-level professional had just appeared, and they felt the huge gap. But this preparation is not perfect. So I also brought an instant kill formation and an invisible cloak. When Ji Kun and Ji Ba thought that the star-level professional was really about to help them deal with Chu Yun, they immediately felt relieved. And Ji Kun even shouted, "Wu Ying, you think too highly of Chu Yun. As long as you make a move, you can crush him to death." Wu Ying laughed coldly upon hearing this. "If you two become assassins, I'm afraid you won't be able to complete the first mission and will be killed. The first taboo for assassins is to underestimate the target." Looking at Ji Kun and Ji Ba's instantly frightened expressions, Wu Ying was no longer interested in these two cowardly father and son. "Humph. I'm very interested in Mosaic. Being able to sweep the diamond level with the profession of a physician and the strength of the platinum level. Even if there is a golden holy dragon, it is useless because it is just a cub. I'm getting more and more curious." Hee hee. Wu Ying's laughter was extremely cold, making Ji Kun and Ji Ba feel cold all over. "Let's go. Set up the instant kill formation outside the Imperial Mausoleum. You two hurry up and follow me." Ji Kun stood up instantly and looked at the large table of dishes reluctantly. "It would be a waste if you leave after eating a few bites of the dishes." "Wu Ying, have you eaten?" "I have eaten. Don't you guys always think of eating? Come quickly. Don't you two think I'm late?" Wu Ying walked to the door of the private room, cursing. Ji Kun shrank his neck. "I want to pack some." Ji Ba also nodded quickly. He didn't eat anything either. Wu Ying was really helpless. Two gluttons. Chapter 154. Mosaic returns to challenge again. While Ji Kun, Ji Ba and Wu Ying were discussing how to plot against Chu Yun, Chu Yun himself was still concentrating on the challenge in the Imperial Mausoleum. The live broadcast room of Mosaic became more and more popular. Mosaic has reached the 490th floor. What a great success. I finished one floor in the time it takes to get a takeaway. This is too amazing. The barrage of comments was shocked by Chu Yun's clearance speed. Although many viewers in this live broadcast room have become accustomed to Chu Yun's rapid clearance, new viewers are still frequently entering the room. So, all kinds of exclamations in Mosaic's live broadcast room are coming one after another. Although from the perspective of outsiders, clearing the Mosaic level is as easy as drinking water. But from Chu Yun's perspective, he actually used all his strength in every battle to ensure that he could clear every level. It is not Chu Yun's subjective intention to speed through, but a protracted battle, which is actually very disadvantageous to Chu Yun. Chu Yun is not fighting a single beast, except for the Overlord beast guarding the bottom of each 100th level. There are a group of beasts on each level. If you want to fight a protracted battle, you will definitely not be able to pull a group, just like this group of bats in front of you. Hidden Moon Bat. Level 49. Health 9123400. Crying Blood. Hidden Moon Bat is extremely sensitive to blood, and will recover blood when causing damage or being damaged. When causing damage, restore 20% of the HP of this damage. When receiving damage, restore 50% of the HP of this damage, up to 25% of the HP. Wandering Moon. The Hidden Moon Bat hides its body and escapes into the moonlight. During the escape into the moonlight, it enters the invisible state and cannot be selected by skills. It is immune to all damage and skill effects. Every 1 second of escaping into the moonlight, it loses 1% of its HP and increases its attack power by 10%. After exiting the escape into the moonlight, the Hidden Moon Bat's next attack will gain 500% movement speed, and the attack power increase effect will be lost after the attack is completed. The Hidden Moon Bat is all white and silver, and when the silver light shines, it will fall into invisibility, which is almost equivalent to invincibility. The Hidden Moon Bats also have a blood-sucking effect, which can continuously replenish their status. This way, there is no way to fight a tug-of-war. If they really fight, Chu Yun will suffer the loss. Chu Yun clenched the Dragon Speaker staff. Paralysis applied. Holy Light Healing reversed. A shocking light flashed. All the flying Hidden Moon Bats entered a paralyzed state while receiving a large amount of real damage. There were discussions in the barrage. It appeared again. This super large-scale AoE control skill. Is the principle that the glare of the sun causes paralysis? Mosaic used this trick as a small skill, but this control is more exaggerated than many auxiliary big skills. Chu Yun's various skills were amazing in the eyes of the barrage. Although Chu Yun was already very accustomed to daily life, he couldn't be shocked by his own skills every day. In the Imperial Mausoleum, Chu Yun immediately raised the Dragon Speaker staff again. The destructive fire element energy began to gather. Nova Burning started guiding. The group of paralyzed Hidden Moon Bats quickly broke free from the paralysis and entered the moonlight. And Chu Yun smiled slightly. With a flick of his wrist, he interrupted the guidance of the Nova Burning skill. The group of hidden moon bats didn't seem to react, and they escaped into the moonlight for a few more seconds, and then exited almost instantly. Chu Yun raised the dragon speaker staff again. Nova burning start guiding. The group of hidden moon bats once again escaped into the moonlight. Then, Chu Yun interrupted the guidance. As soon as the hidden moon bats were released from escaping into the moonlight, Chu Yun began to guide the Nova burning again, and the hidden moon bats had to escape into the moonlight again to ensure their invincibility. They knew that they must not take Chu Yun's big move. This repeated several times, and all the hidden moon bats in the field were seriously injured. Because the hidden moon bats escape into the moonlight, they will consume 1% of their own health every second. As long as you use more skills to shock them, they will lose their composure and reveal their flaws. As expected, after Chu Yun raised the dragon speaker staff and began to guide the burning of the new star, the group of hidden moon bats did not escape into the moonlight. They knew that if they continued like this, they would be exhausted to death. So, they chose to charge towards Chu Yun regardless of their own safety. However, Chu Yun had anticipated this situation. Golden Egg. Attach the 9 Revolutions Flame Dragon cover to me. Roar. The golden egg next to him immediately attached the 9 Revolutions Flame Dragon cover to Chu Yun. A layer of fiery red shield immediately blocked the attack of the group of hidden moon bats. Because of the shield's resistance, the hidden moon bats could not absorb blood from Chu Yun at all, and his blood volume did not recover at all. Chu Yun's power accumulation has been completed. Nova burning guiding completed. The surging and terrifying fire element erupted. The golden egg on the side was not to be outdone, and released powerful fire element skills together with Chu Yun. Roar Sky Flame and Earth Fire. 2 different, but extremely powerful flames leaped around. The hidden moon bats, which were already low on health, were immediately killed by the flames. The barrage fell into a frenzy. Mosaic is really fierce. The hidden moon bats that gave countless challengers a headache and stuck at the level were easily defeated by Mosaic. Mosaic boss is really skilled, not only in strength, but also in the operation of blocking the hidden moon bats to enter and leave the moonlight. This is so dazzling. The audience who were analyzing the battles were all very excited and explained Mosaic's wonderful operation to other audiences. This operation was not only wonderful because of Mosaic's strong strength, but also because of Mosaic's on-the-spot reaction and enemy strategy, which were all first class. It is not comparable to those immature challengers who have only strength, do not know how to fight, and use their level to 60% is the limit. Why does Mosaic always encounter the strongest beast that has appeared on each floor? Many viewers were also surprised by Chu Yun's outrageous luck. The beasts on each floor of the Imperial Mausoleum are basically the same, and the beasts guarding some floors are sometimes relatively simple, while others are relatively difficult to fight. For example, the Evil Night Crow is the most difficult beast on that floor. The irritable fire rabbit that sometimes appears on the same floor is very easy to fight, and the difficulty is not even half of that of the Evil Night Crow. And this time, the hidden moon bat is also the most difficult beast on this floor. Mosaic Boss has cleared the 498th floor. I don't know what beast Mosaic Boss will encounter on the 499th floor. I hope it's not a one-eyed monster. Chapter 155 Mosaic. The God-defying mage. The Cyclops. A well-known and difficult beast in the 499th floor. The Cyclops is a beast from hell, and has the ability to silence, which is very common among beasts of hell. The Cyclops' silence is even more outrageous than that of ordinary beasts, and it is specifically designed to defeat mages who rely on skills. Although there are too many mysteries about Mosaic, at least any discerning audience can see that Mosaic is a master mage who uses skills. And as long as he is a mage, he will definitely be afraid of silence. Outside the Imperial Mausoleum, somewhere in a remote place with a crowd, Ji Kun looked at the screen of his mobile phone, and Mosaic's live broadcast room was hot. Oh my god! Chu Yun has already reached the 499th floor. This is too fast. Ji Ba was also very anxious. Wu Ying, have you set up your instant kill array? Wu Ying on the side was speechless. These two guys are really noisy. They didn't help at all, but they kept nagging. If it weren't for the fact that these two people are employers, Wu Ying would have been too lazy to pay attention to these two guys. After releasing the last scroll, Wu Ying wiped his sweat. It's already set up. This instant kill array will lock Chu Yun. As soon as Chu Yun comes out of the Imperial Mausoleum, the instant kill array will be activated and kill him. Ji-Kun and Ji-Bob both showed satisfied smiles. As expected of a star-level expert. In one word. Strong. Ha ha ha. This Chu-Yun is still busy showing off here. He certainly can't imagine that his death is approaching. The three of them all laughed sinisterly. Inside the Imperial Mausoleum, Chu-Yun took a step and walked to the 499th floor. The 500th floor is a boss level with only one fierce beast. And this is the last group of diamond-level fierce beasts in the diamond-level floor. A group of diamond-level overlord fierce beasts. Chu-Yun hadn't walked a few steps when he felt a slow sense of weakness all over his body. A dozen huge monsters holding spears walked out of the darkness. These monsters are more than 2 meters tall, with dark blue skin, holding rough but strangely powerful spears in their hands, and a round big eye on top. Cyclops. Hell Cyclops. Level 49. HP 9750000. Spear Mastery. Hell Cyclops is very good at using spears, and there is a 10% chance that this attack will be a critical hit when attacking, causing an additional 100% physical damage. Run. Hell Cyclops falls into a run, increasing its movement speed by 30%. And there is a 10% chance that this speed increase will increase to 100%. And an additional 30% increase in attack speed. Demon's Gaze. Hell Cyclops starts to stare at a target. Guiding time 2 seconds. And then staring for up to 4 seconds. For every 1 second of staring, the target will be silenced for 0.5 seconds and gain 25% vulnerability for 5 seconds. Demon's Madness. When the Hell Cyclops attacks an enemy with a negative effect, its own probability-related skills increase the probability to 100%. Passive skill. 4 skills. Although the last skill is a supplement to the first 2 skills, but it's too strong. The most important thing is that this group of Hell Cyclops has silence. The silence of one Hell Cyclops may not be too troublesome, but this is a group. It will definitely be silenced to the point where it cannot be solved. Oh no! Mosaic really encountered a Cyclops. Mosaic Boss has such great luck. Really? Is Mosaic Boss being targeted? Various voices of doubt emerged one after another. The Emperor's Mausoleum official was also greeted by countless viewers. And the Emperor's Mausoleum official also hurried out to explain. Dear friends of the Emperor's Mausoleum Challenge. Although the Emperor's Mausoleum has been officially modified, it is only to better serve the challengers. The beasts and challenges in the Emperor's Mausoleum are all the power of the Emperor's Mausoleum. We cannot make any changes. We are also looking forward to the Speed Pass Challenge of Mosaic Boss. Mosaic has brought a lot of heat to the Emperor's Mausoleum Challenge series of live broadcasts. The Emperor's Mausoleum official must have a cramp in his brain to think of targeting Mosaic. They also wish that Chu-Yun could fight only the beasts with very low difficulty, so as to refresh the new Speed Pass record. However, the official of the Imperial Mausoleum Challenge really cannot interfere with the internal affairs of the Imperial Mausoleum. This is a super ancient secret realm that has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and it is also a secret realm of the Throne of the Gods. Although the beasts in the first few hundred levels are very weak and relatively friendly, which makes many people ignore the secrecy and danger of the Imperial Mausoleum, it is still undoubtedly a secret realm of the Throne of the Gods. The official of the Imperial Mausoleum Challenge fell at the speed of light, causing many viewers to stop the crusade and return to Mosaic's live broadcast room. They are also looking forward to what countermeasures Mosaic will have against silence. At this time, Chu-Yun was facing a group of Hell Cyclops. Just as Chu-Yun had just finished reading the skills of the Hell Cyclops, the negative effects had already surged, falling into silence, unable to use skills, lasting 4 seconds, falling into vulnerability, increases damage received by 25%, lasting 5 seconds. Chu-Yun immediately had 2 negative states. These 2 negative states are too fatal to traditional mages. Silence limits attack and output, and vulnerability makes the already fragile mage even more fragile, and may not be able to withstand a single blow. But how could Chu-Yun be a traditional mage? What era is it? And he is still a traditional mage. Chu-Yun is a doctor. He is a doctor with the ability to reverse silence. Silence reverse rule begins. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The silence has reversed the rule. Please check it yourself. Silence use skills will not be interrupted. Lasts for 4 seconds. Reverse vulnerability. Vulnerability reverse rule begins. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The vulnerability has reversed the rule. Please check it yourself. Vulnerability damage received is reduced by 25%. Lasts for 5 seconds. Instantly, 2 negative effects turned into positive effects. And this group of hell one-eyed monsters didn't realize that Chu Yun was no longer under the control of negative effects. And they all came with spears. Chu Yun laughed. Paralysis applied. Light of salvation reversed. A beam of absorbed light shot out from the dragon speaker's staff and immediately hit the Hell Cyclops that was running first, directly crippling it. The Hell Cyclops looked stunned and let the paralysis stay on his face. The rest of the Hell Cyclops were also stunned. The people in Mosaic's live broadcast room were also stunned. Wing, Ji Kun, and Ji Ba, who were guarding the instant kill array, were also stunned. Why can a mage who has been silent still use skills? You are worthy of being Mosaic. So awesome. Even silence can't control Mosaic. You are worthy of being you. The strongest mage. Mosaic. Chapter 156. Entering the 500th floor. While everyone and the beasts were shocked, Chu Yun felt that it was all normal. Then, it was a routine move. The Hell Cyclops, which made countless mages feel extremely difficult, posed no threat to Chu Yun after its most critical ability, Silence, lost its effect. Those spears looked powerful, but they could not get close to Chu Yun. A Hell Cyclops rushed forward with a spear. Chu Yun laughed. Speeding aura reversed. The speed of the Hell Cyclops slowed down. Chu Yun continued to put buffs on himself. Blessing. Acceleration aura. Praise to reason. Praise to reason. Praise to reason. Death-saving field. Looking at Chu Yun's gradually expanding aura, the group of Hell Cyclops began to tremble. They didn't understand why Chu Yun could ignore the control of silence. Nor did they understand why this mere platinum level could reveal an aura that scared them. A group of diamond-level monsters. But they understood that the human in front of them was really strong. Many Hell Cyclops rushed towards Chu Yun, but they were all hit by the green light that shot out and suffered high real damage, or were burned to death by the flames of the UFO. They were so fragile. The Cyclops are no match for Mosaic. Before these few minutes, most of the Cyclops have died. Even the melee type that doesn't use any skills can't be as easy as Mosaic. The discussion in the barrage became more and more intense, and many challengers who were taking a break in the middle of the challenge also showed a trace of despair on their faces after seeing Mosaic's live broadcast room. This Mosaic, they can't surpass it at all. For the sake of popularity, these anchors brazenly said that they would surpass Mosaic. But they all knew in their hearts how terrible Mosaic's current record was. In the Imperial Mausoleum, the last Hell Cyclops that charged forward with a spear was also pierced through the body by a reversed healing spell. Easily passed the level. Chu Yun had no expression at all. The pressure from these Hell Cyclops was far less than that from the evil night crows and hidden moon bats. Mosaic boss swept the 499th floor. So awesome. Oh. The final boss is here. So looking forward to it. I believe Mosaic boss will definitely sweep the final boss easily. Before Chu Yun was ready to go to the 500th floor, he prepared a lot of magic scrolls. Be prepared? Although there is only one level difference between the 499th and 500th floors. The final beast on the 500th floor will be much more difficult than the 499th. The 499th floor is a group of diamond-level beasts, and the 500th floor has to guard only one beast on the basis of the 499 difficulties. You can imagine how powerful this beast is. Chu Yun prepared the magic scroll, put the replica of the throne-level weapon in his arms, and put the time pocket watch in his pocket to ensure that it can be used at any time when it is really needed. Chu Yun and the golden egg walked into the 500th floor. When walking here, Chu Yun clearly felt that the light of this floor was much dimmer than that of other floors. It's not that the light here has been weakened, but that the light here has been swallowed. The beasts here can even eat most of the light emitted by the Imperial Mausoleum. Chu Yun frowned and took a step forward. He found that this floor was much wider than the other floors. But even so, before he took a few steps, Chu Yun found the beast guarding this floor. This is a pterosaur that almost fills the entire tomb. The pterosaur has 4 dark eyes, staring at Chu Yun and the golden egg, as if admiring the new ants. Tefan Fierce Pterosaur. Level 50. HP 1053100000. Gluttony. Tefan Fierce Pterosaur craves to eat everything, and likes to devour light the most. All vision around Tefan Fierce Pterosaur is reduced by 40%, and there is a 25% chance that flying props and elemental attacks will be eaten, restoring 5% HP. Passive skill. Pterosaur Strike. The Tefan Fierce Pterosaur flies high up and can fly for up to 120 seconds, and then uses its huge body to charge and strike. The attack power of this attack is increased by 1000%, and it can destroy most buildings. If the target is successfully killed, it will immediately start to gluttony on the target, bully the weak when attacking a unit smaller than itself. The Tefener Fierce Pterosaur will increase its damage by 5% to 300% depending on the size difference. If it attacks a unit that cannot fly, it will increase its damage by an additional 100%. For every 30 seconds after entering combat, all the above bonuses will increase by 10%. Passive skill. This pterosaur is extremely huge, and one of its claws is bigger than Chu Yun. Although size is not a measure of combat power, this pterosaur has an additional damage bonus to small targets. This is a bit outrageous. Even if this Tefener ferocious pterosaur can only hit 1/10 of Chu Yun's health in one attack. With this huge bonus, it is not impossible to hit Chu Yun and kill him instantly. This bonus is a bit exaggerated, but fortunately, the huge size of this Tefener ferocious pterosaur is both its advantage and its disadvantage. Chu Yun laughed. As long as you are not hit by it, its super high damage is just a decoration. Although Chu Yun himself still looked confident, the audience in the live broadcast room were shocked by Chu Yun's experience, because this beast did not appear in the records of the Imperial Mausoleum at all. In other words, this beast appeared because of Chu Yun's challenge. Oh my god! What a big dragon! Is this pterosaur born in the Imperial Mausoleum because of Mosaic? Isn't this Tefener Fierce Pterosaur? This beast is stronger than the beast that just entered the Star Glory. How to fight this Mosaic? Although it appeared in the Imperial Mausoleum for the first time, there are also many knowledgeable viewers who know the identity of this beast. This is a pterosaur from a remote part of the God-given empire. It is ferocious by nature and powerful. At the peak of the diamond level, it is not much inferior to the star level. Although it is only at the diamond level, the danger level is similar to the star level. It is a genius among the fierce beasts. Roar! The Tefener Fierce Pterosaur roared, and the surging air waves made Chu Yun feel a strong shock. Even though the Tefener Fierce Pterosaur has no ability to impose negative effects, Chu Yun's heart has been beating violently, falling into palpitations. When launching an attack and using skills, there will be a 10% probability of deviation. When moving towards the Tefener Fierce Pterosaur, the movement speed is reduced by 10%. Lasts for 60 seconds. Chapter 157. Battle against the Tefener Ferocious Pterosaur. Good fellow. Chu Yun was surprised. The pressure of a simple dragon roar actually directly imposed a negative effect on him. But fortunately, all the negative effects released on Chu Yun are positive effects for Chu Yun. Reverse palpitations. Palpitations reverse the rules. Ding. Congratulations to the hosts. Palpitations have reversed the rules. Please check for yourself. Palpitations when launching attacks and using skills. The accuracy is increased by 10%. When moving towards the Tefener Ferocious Pterosaur, the movement speed is increased by 10%. Lasts for 60 seconds. The moment after the reversal, Chu Yun felt that his heart had become much calmer. Seeing this, the Tefener Ferocious Pterosaur was a little surprised. Its invincible war roar actually had no effect on this tiny creature. In fact, it did have an effect, but it was reversed by Chu Yun. The one who was not deterred by the dragon roar was the golden egg. The golden egg tilted its head cutely and looked at the Tefener Ferocious Pterosaur. As a golden holy dragon, one of the top races of the dragon clan, this level of deterrence could not shake the golden egg even a little. It was the first time that the Tefener Ferocious Pterosaur saw a tiny creature that was not shaken by its dragon roar, and it immediately became cautious. It was undoubtedly ferocious, but that didn't mean it was arrogant. On the contrary, it prefers to cut off all the enemy's hopes and take down the enemy with the most stable offensive. Almost instantly, the Tefener Ferocious Pterosaur raised its sharp and huge claws and swept towards Chu Yun. Even if this claw is ordinary, it is enough to kill people in seconds with various damage bonuses. And this claw swept across, and also raised a rolling hurricane. What a fierce pterosaur! Its size is too big. Is it really a diamond level? In my opinion, some star-level beasts are far less dangerous than it. The barrage expressed incomprehension that the Tefener Ferocious Pterosaur was guarding here, outside the Imperial Mausoleum, next to the instant kill array. Ji Kun held his phone and watched the live broadcast room of Mosaic with his father Ji Ba, watching this scene with great excitement. Ha ha ha! Dad, I think Chu Yun will be filmed soon. How can such a big dragon be defeated? It should be teleported out by the bracelet soon. Ji-kun and Ji-ba talk to each other. As long as Chu Yun comes out, the instant kill array will be activated immediately. They can't wait to see Chu Yun die in front of them. Wu Ying sat on the steps beside him, holding his phone, and spoke coldly. You two really don't have any vision. In my opinion, this Tefener ferocious pterosaur can't hold out for 5 minutes under Chu Yun. Although Wu Ying wanted to assassinate Chu Yun, when he objectively analyzed Chu Yun's combat power, he was very clear. 1 is 1. 2 is 2. And he would never underestimate his opponent. Ji-ba was very confused. Chu Yun is a platinum level. Does he want to kill a pterosaur that is almost at the star level? Even if he is a genius who defies the heavens, he cannot fight across 2 levels. Wu Ying was extremely helpless. Stupid. Chu Yun retreated after reaching the 480th floor, and challenged again almost a day later. Why? To rest? Ji-kun tentatively answered. Stupid. To buy props that can pass the level. Wu Ying no longer had any hope for these 2 guys. Chu Yun must have a large number of magic scrolls on him. And it is not impossible that he has replicas of God's throne weapons, and Chu Yun's bottom line means can also be used at any time. Haha. Chu Yun. Let me see how amazing you are. In the 500th floor of the Imperial Mausoleum, Chu Yun quickly applied a lot of buffs to himself. Blessing. Acceleration aura. Praise of reason. Praise of reason. Praise of reason. Death field. Guardian shield reversed. Guardian of poison reversed. And finally, there is a crucial skill. Gravity reversed. Chu Yun felt that his body became much lighter, and he could fly. The special attack of Tefener ferocious pterosaur against non-flying units is ineffective. And this claw just swept across Chu Yun's feet, and did not hit Chu Yun. Take my debuff attack. Chu Yun laughed loudly, and the dragon speaker staff was aimed directly at the Tefener ferocious pterosaur. Blessing reversed. Aura of acceleration reversed. Praise of reason reversed. Praise of reason reversed. Praise of reason reversed. Death field reversed. Paralysis. Gravity. A pile of negative effects weighed on the Tefener ferocious pterosaur. It raised its extremely exaggerated huge head and stared at the tiny human being in front of it, who was flying. It wanted to spread its wings and fly, but found that its speed became very slow, and its wings could not make its body fly at all. Too heavy. The gravity spell cast by Chu Yun temporarily deprived the Tefener ferocious pterosaur of its ability to fly. Holy light healing reversed. The surging light shone on the Tefener ferocious pterosaur. The light took away a small portion of its health. Afterwards, whether it was the reversed healing spell, the Dragon Clan's command spell, or the reversed light of life and other skills, they all hit the Tefener ferocious pterosaur, but only took away a small portion of its blood. Its blood is too thick, but we can't delay time. Chu Yun frowned. If it drags on, not only will the debuff cast by Chu Yun end, but the combat effectiveness of the Tefener ferocious pterosaur will become longer as the battle time increases. The blood of the Tefener ferocious pterosaur is too thick. Mosaic seems to be unable to defeat it. What? Is the Mosaic boss, who has been singing all the way, going to fail here? It's normal that you can't beat the Tefener ferocious pterosaur. Right? Mosaic boss is just immortal. Many people spoke up to make up for Chu Yun, but they all thought that Chu Yun could no longer defeat the Tefener ferocious pterosaur. Ji-kun and Ji-ba also thought so, showing a hint of I know it, and looked at Wu Ying. Wu Ying had a blank expression. It's coming soon. Chu Yun's backup plan. In the 500th floor of the Imperial Mausoleum, Chu Yun unlocked a magic scroll. A scroll that seals the powerful energy of the fire element. Boom! The surging fire element exploded, burning a small tube of blood from the Tefener ferocious pterosaur. The Tefener ferocious pterosaur felt pain, and looked at Chu Yun with angry eyes. But it did not see Chu Yun, but saw more magic scrolls dropped. Water Mage Skill Scroll. Thunder Mage Skill Scroll. Earth Mage Skill Scroll. Gold Mage Skill Scroll. Ice Mage. Wind Mage. Etc. are no exception. Instantly, the special effects of the 500th floor of the Imperial Mausoleum flashed. Chapter 158 Treasure Ship. Skid Platney. The audience in the live broadcast room, who were just singing the bad news, fell into a frenzy again. My friends, please give me some comments. I have been playing alone, urging more than 1,000 chapters. 5 chapters a day. Mosaic boss is showing off his power. Woohoo! Mosaic Boss is awesome. How can you release so many wizard skills? Could it be a magic scroll? As soon as this barrage was posted, it was criticized by countless barrages. In their eyes, how could Mosaic, who can easily pass the level, use such a low-class magic scroll? I think you are jealous of Musk Boss's record. This is Mosaic. It's not surprising that he can use any ability. Right? Mosaic Boss never reveals his identity. I don't think he would bother to use magic scrolls. These voices were so sure. As if that was the truth? In fact, Chuyun did use the magic scroll. However, because he was covered with a large mass of mosaic, outsiders could not see whether the skill was cast by Chuyun or the magic scroll. They only saw the skill effects erupting from the mosaic. Various magic scrolls were scattered as if they were free. Although the Tefner Ferocious Pterosaur was powerful, it was also made of diamond. So how could it withstand the bombardment of so many diamond-level magic scrolls? And its health bar immediately reached the bottom. Finally, the golden egg spurted out a stream of fire. Roar Dragon's fire roar. The fire shot out, wiping out the last bit of health of the Tefner Ferocious Pterosaur. This extremely ferocious dragon fell at the feet of the golden holy dragon. Its huge body fell to the ground, raising endless dust. Roar. The golden egg roared happily, and Chuyun also laughed and patted the golden egg on the back. Well done, golden egg. In this way, the job transfer task is completely completed. As long as you return to the job transfer temple to hand over the task, you can be promoted to the diamond level. Thinking of this, I am still a little excited. But before that, let's go get the treasure chest on the 500th floor. Chuyun walked forward happily with the golden egg. The live broadcast room was extremely enthusiastic. Success. Success. Mosaic Boss broke the speed pass record from 401 to 500 floors. Too fierce. Will Mosaic go to the 501st floor again and speed through the Star Glory level? There are endless discussions and disputes. In their eyes, because of the use of various skills just now, Mosaic's mysteries have become more numerous. Many viewers believe that Mosaic had previously concealed his strength and deliberately only used the abilities of light and fire elements. Now it seems that any element of skills can be released. In this case, clearing the Star Glory level from 501 to 600 is just a piece of cake. They would never have thought that the mysterious Mosaic was really just platinum level. And the skills of other elements were only completed by Chuyun using magic scrolls. Chuyun reached the end of the 500th floor, and the magnificent voice appeared again. You can make 3 choices. 1. Receive this treasure chest. This treasure chest contains the rewards you deserve after clearing the bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond levels for a total of 500 floors. 2. Clear the 600th floor, and you can merge the 6 rewards into a hidden reward treasure chest. 3. Give up this opportunity. Chuyun no longer intends to continue the challenge. I choose 1. Satisfy your choice, Challenger. The grand voice gradually faded away, and the layers of light blue chains bound on the treasure chest also quickly left. The difference is that this time the chains left without taking the treasure chest, but left it in place. This means that Chuyun can open it. Hey. Is this the reward for integrating 500 layers? Let me see. Chuyun smiled and opened the quaint treasure chest. In the treasure chest, there lay a small wooden sailboat as long and wide as a forearm. The wood of this small boat constantly exudes a light green vitality. When touching it, you can feel extremely peaceful and quiet, and all the injuries on your body are healed. It is solid and stable. If it is allowed to drift to the ends of the earth, it will never be damaged. Treasure Ship Skid Platini Replica. Category, Special. Level Requirement, None. Professional Requirement, None. Effect, Life Recovery Effect plus 10%. Durability, 5000/5000. Flight Treasure Ship Skid Platini can be used for flight. After 600 seconds of guidance, the treasure ship Skid Platini will continue to grow and become a giant flying ship. When the guidance is completed, will consume 10 points of durability, and then you can take it for flight. Every 12 hours of flight, 1 point of durability is consumed. Enter the Sea Treasure Ship Skid Platini can be used for sailing. After 300 seconds of guidance, the treasure ship Skid Platini will continue to grow and become a huge sailing ship. When the guidance is completed, it will consume 5 points of durability, and then you can take it for flight. Every 24 hours of sailing, 1 point of durability is consumed. Climb to the temple treasure ship. Skid Platini can consume 100 points of durability and enter the heavenly dungeon. Special props for throne-level weapons vehicles. Treasure ship Skid Platini replica. It is said that this is the magic sailing ship owned by the throne harvest in the myth of the God-given empire. And it is also the best ship in the world in mythology. With it, going up to the sky and into the sea are not a problem. No matter what obstacles there are, they cannot stop it. The biggest flaw is that it needs to be guided. But this is not a problem under normal circumstances. It is impossible that someone will come to assassinate him, and Chu Yun will not even have time to guide. In addition to flying and entering the sea, what makes Chu Yun most excited is the last effect of this treasure ship Skid Platini replica. Enter the heavenly instance. Chu Yun had also heard of this instance. It was a god-level instance of the God-given empire. It was invisible and difficult to find. It was completely different from the emperor's mausoleum of the Skywind Empire. It was said that there were angels in the heavenly instance that were only heard of in legends. Even the god's throne god was in the heavenly instance. This was a mysterious instance, because it was rarely visited by challengers. The rewards in the heavenly instance must be countless. Great harvest. Great harvest. Chu Yun was very happy, and put the replica of the treasure ship Skid Platini into the storage ring. Although the golden egg didn't know what happened. It was also very happy that Chu Yun was so happy. After receiving the treasure chest reward on the 500th floor, Chu Yun used the bracelet to teleport out with the golden egg. And the moment he came out, Chu Yun's smile froze. A force that was enough to kill rushed from a formation and hit Chu Yun's heart. Chapter 159. Oh no. There's an assassin. This damage is far beyond Chu Yun's tolerance. Enough to kill Chu Yun instantly. And Chu Yun never thought that someone would assassinate him in this bustling square outside the Imperial Mausoleum. In an instant, the sun god emblem held in Chu Yun's arms burst into infinite light. The golden beetle pattern on the sun god emblem shattered instantly. It helped Chu Yun block a fatal injury. Damn! Chu Yun was shocked and angry. And the dragon speaker's staff appeared in his hand instantly. And he immediately released skills to the source of the spell. Under the huge gap in combat power, any damage and control can bring little effect. Chu Yun first wanted to know where the source of this instant kill power is. Blind sight reversed. The moment the skill was activated, Chu Yun saw the skill user from a god's perspective. The skill user was a very ordinary looking person. Even though Chu Yun wanted to see his face clearly at this moment, and with extreme concentration, he failed. Undoubtedly, this was one of this person's skills, which made it impossible for people to remember him and easily confuse his identity. Why did this strongman want to kill me? Chu Yun had tried his best not to attract attention. How could such a person discover his hidden identity? Is he a member of the God's Blood Research Institute? But Ask and Martin were indeed dead. In the midst of lightning-fast thinking, Chu Yun saw two people beside this person. A fat middle-aged man. And a very familiar young man. Isn't this Ji Kun? And the moment he saw Ji Kun, Chu Yun instantly understood everything. Although Chu Yun was still unclear about the relationship between Ji Ba, Wu Ying and Ji Kun, he understood that these two guys were hired by Ji Kun to kill him. And the man whose face could not be seen clearly was a powerful person of the Star Glory level. Chu Yun could never defeat him. After knowing who the source was, Chu Yun no longer hesitated and immediately unfolded his teleportation array scroll. If there is any place that can protect Chu Yun immediately now. 1. Go to the Xuanqing Job Transfer Temple to find Ding Pei. And 2. It is the dwarf tribe that has regarded Chu Yun as the god of forging and the spokesperson of the god of wine. It takes 5 consecutive teleports to go to Xuanqing, facing the pursuit of the star-level strongman. Every flaw is life-threatening. Going to the dwarf tribe requires 2 teleports. The choice is clear at a glance. The destination: the dwarf tribe. With a whoosh, Chu Yun disappeared with the confused Jin Dan beside him. Seeing Chu Yun leave, Ji Kun and Ji Ba were immediately anxious. Wu Ying, why didn't you kill Chu Yun just now? Chu Yun has already escaped. Wu Ying looked at the two idiots speechlessly. They really don't think before they speak. This is the square outside the Emperor's mausoleum. Killing people here, even if it's me, I can't get away at all. Although he is a star-level professional, the status of the Emperor's mausoleum in the Tianfeng Empire is too high. There are countless well-known strongmen living around the Emperor's mausoleum. They protect the Emperor's mausoleum and the people of Tianfeng outside. To be honest, if anyone dares to kill a professional in the square of the Emperor's mausoleum, they will definitely be hunted down to the ends of the earth. Hearing this, Ji-Ba was stunned. But, didn't you set up an instant kill array? Don't you still want to kill Chu-Yun? Idiot! The instant kill array is the power of the scroll. They can't trace it back to me. Wu Ying cursed helplessly. If Chu-Yun can stay here for more than 3 seconds, I can set up another instant kill array. Humph. I ran away quite fast while watching the unstoppable mosaic in the live broadcast room. If Chu-Yun heard this, he would definitely curse. Since his life is in danger, he must run away quickly. Ji-Kun was very anxious. He should have killed Chu-Yun with a sure win. But Chu-Yun escaped again. This made him furious. Wu Ying! What should we do now? We don't even know where Chu-Yun ran to. Idiot! Although Ji-Kun and Ji-Ba did not know Wu Ying's methods, Wu Ying just thought that these two were particularly stupid. The instant kill array can not only release powerful attacks on the target, but also mark the target's location, ensuring that if it does not kill the target, you can also know where the target is. Soon, Wu Ying saw where Chu-Yun was teleporting to. It was a dense and hidden forest. Humph. Instead of looking for external help, he went to this wilderness. Wu Ying murmured. Chu-Yun is from Xuanqing. According to the size of Chu-Yun's teleportation array just now, he needs to teleport at least 4 times to teleport back to Xuanqing. I may find his flaws at any time. And teleporting to the wilderness immediately can not only reach directly, but also has a high probability of avoiding my thinking range and escaping my pursuit. Sharp perception. Good choice. It's worthy of being mosaic. I'm more and more interested in you. Chu-Yun's combat acumen and temporary reaction ability are definitely not something that ordinary doctors can do. Chu-Yun must have a big secret. Wu Ying's leisurely look made Ji-Kun and Ji-Ba very anxious. Wu Ying, it's time to hunt down Chu-Yun. I'm not anxious. But you two are. Wu Ying sneered and unfolded a teleportation array. A powerful light flashed out from the teleportation array, wrapping up all 3 of them. Don't worry. Chu-Yun, you can't run away. Chu-Yun breathed slightly in the dense forest. This place is not far from the dwarf tribe. Even without the teleportation scroll, it can be reached in half an hour. But now every second counts. And the teleportation scroll can only be used once more. Chu-Yun also wanted to teleport directly from the Imperial Mausoleum to the dwarf tribe. But unfortunately, starting from the Imperial Mausoleum and reaching the forest outside the dwarf tribe is already the limit of Chu-Yun's teleportation array distance. If the distance from the Imperial Mausoleum to the dwarf tribe is 1,000, then the distance from the Imperial Mausoleum to Chu-Yun's current location is 999. This is truly a life or death moment. Just when Chu-Yun wanted to use the teleportation array scroll again, a dagger came rushing over. It was about to reach Chu-Yun's eyes. When it arrived in front of Chu-Yun, Chu-Yun discovered the dagger. In the moment just now, Chu-Yun was in a trance and thought it was just a leaf that was blown by. This is Wu Ying's ability. Chu-Yun instantly broke out at the fastest speed to retreat, barely avoiding a flying dagger. But the teleportation array scroll in Chu-Yun's hand was not so lucky, and was directly pierced by the dagger. The shining teleportation scroll dimmed. It lost all its light, and could no longer be used. Wu Ying's attack completely cut off Chu-Yun's possibility of escape. Haha. You can actually avoid my Wu Ying flying dagger. You are also a character. At the end of Chu-Yun's sight, Wu Ying slowly walked over. And behind Wu Ying, Ji-Kun and Ji-Ba also walked over with a grim smile. For the first time in his life, Chu-Yun was in danger that was enough to endanger his life. Chapter 160. My name is Wu Ying. My shadowless flying dagger can hit the target without anyone noticing. And the target cannot detect its existence before it hits. Wu Ying's smile became thicker and colder. You are the only one who can avoid my shadowless flying dagger with platinum level strength. You are worthy of being mosaic. Chu-Yun gritted his teeth, moved his fingers slightly, and kept preparing various items. In addition to the teleportation array scroll, Chu-Yun also has the treasure ship Skid Platini, which has a long-range escape effect. But the treasure ship Skid Platini requires a long-term guidance, which is not applicable now. Chu-Yun will be caught by the star-level professional even if he unfolds the teleportation array scroll for about 1 second. Not to mention guiding for nearly 60 seconds. In addition to the useless treasure ship Skid Platini and the damaged emblem of the Sun God, Chu-Yun also has 2 replicas of the throne-level weapons, the Head of Medusa and the Gungnir Spear, 2 active life-saving magic scrolls that are almost equivalent to avoiding death, and a numbered object. A time pocket watch. These trump cards are the confidence of Chu-Yun in the battle. Moreover, these trump cards cannot be used all at once. and must be used when the enemy is most relaxed and has the biggest flaws. The opportunity of killing Ask is no longer there. Asker wants to capture Chuyun alive. So Chuyun has time to forbear and counterattack, and the man in front of him exudes a simple and direct killing intent towards Chuyun. I have no grudges against you. Why are you helping Ji-kun to kill me? Chuyun tried his best to delay every second, constantly analyzing the situation and the battle. Wu Ying seemed to like the feeling of Chuyun struggling in front of him. She kept struggling, but she couldn't escape from his palm. This wonderful feeling of mastering everything made Wu Ying unable to stop. Ji Ba and Ji-kun, father and son, offered a sky-high price to hire me to kill you. Wu Ying laughed. Taking so much money and doing nothing is not in line with my style. It turns out that this star-level strongman is called Wu Ying. Chuyun narrowed his eyes and glanced at the middle-aged man next to Ji-kun. So that was Ji-kun's father. Ji Ba looked at Chuyun with murderous intent. Undoubtedly an enemy. Chuyun gasped. How much money did Ji Ba bid? I'll pay 10 times. As he said that, he took out his black gold card. The black gold card had a faint gold pattern. This is the unlimited credit black gold card of the joint exchange. You can overdraw unlimitedly. You can spend as much as you want. As long as you ask. I can give you any amount of money. As long as you immediately turn against Ji-kun and Ji Ba. Money? In Chuyun's eyes. This thing is as much as you want. As long as you can make the star-level strongman in front of you turn against him without a shadow. Then it is definitely a worthwhile deal. However, Wu Ying's killing intent towards Chuyun became even stronger. As long as I kill you, won't your black gold card be mine? Before the world knows about your death. This card, as you said, I can spend as much as I want. Ha ha ha. Chuyun gritted his teeth. Then you kill Ji Ba and Ji-kun too. That way, their wealth will be yours. Are you kidding? Wu Ying's expression turned cold instantly. Ji Ba is a well-known rich man in Xuanqing. His death in this wilderness will definitely cause a stir. I will definitely not be able to stay out of it. And you are just a kid in Xuanqing. If you die in this wilderness, you only need to pretend that you challenged a ferocious beast and overestimated your own abilities. And then you will be accepted by the world clearly. Chuyun frowned. I didn't expect that Wu Ying had even prepared his death method and the words to be announced to the world. While Wu Ying seemed very relaxed, he couldn't be shaken by words at all. He seemed to be moved by Chuyun's words. But in fact, he still chose to kill Chuyun. Such an enemy is really terrible. Moreover, only when you die, the golden holy dragon beside you will become ownerless again. Wu Ying licked his lips. I have said everything I should say. In this way, Chuyun, you can die clearly. Right? In that case, are you ready to die? Chuyun's pupil shrank slightly, because Wu Ying has disappeared on the spot. Although Chuyun could not feel any movement in front of him, he felt a sharp cold wind in front of his neck. Wu Ying was already slashing with a dagger. Too fast. This is the ultimate speed of the Star Glory class. In addition, Wu Ying's ability made it difficult to be observed. Wu Ying's assassination ability is the best in the entire Star Glory. For someone with his ability, it is easy to kill a platinum class. It's a pity that Chuyun is not a simple platinum class. Chuyun is stronger than the average diamond class. But there is still a gap when facing the Star Glory class. Guardian Shield reversed. A layer of solid film appeared in front of Chuyun. But the sharp dagger completely ignored this layer of Guardian Shield. My attack can ignore a layer of shield. The shadowless voice sounded, as if trying to destroy Chuyun's psychological defense. At this time, the golden egg beside Chuyun roared. Roar 9-turn flame dragon cover. The fiery red shield instantly appeared on Chuyun's body and enveloped Chuyun. Although the shadowless dagger ignored the defense of the Guardian Shield, it still hit the shield and was blocked by the 9-turn flame dragon cover. At this moment, the 9 circling flame dragons in the shield disappeared instantly. They resisted 9 negative hard control effects. At the same time, Chuyun felt that his feet were fixed in place, falling under house arrest. Interrupt all acceleration effects. Unable to move and gain acceleration effects. Lasts for 3 seconds. This dagger has 10 hard control effects? Chuyun was extremely shocked. This is the ability of the Star Glory level. While watching the battle between Ding Pei and Martin, although Chuyun had a certain understanding of the Star Glory level's combat, it was not hitting him after all, so he had no sense of reality at all. Now facing the Star Glory level head-on, Chuyun, who was killing at the diamond level, felt a strong sense of powerlessness. The star glory level is too strong. But Chu Yun is not fighting only with his own strength. He still has a lot of trump cards. These trump cards are the key to Chu Yun's counterattack. Although the 3 seconds of control time is not long, it is a matter of life and death. Chu Yun silently recited at the fastest speed. Reverse the confinement. Confinement reversal rule begins. Ding. Congratulations to the hosts, confinement has reversed the rules. Please check it yourself. Confinement gain huge acceleration effect. Double the movement. And the acceleration effect obtained will be doubled. Lasts for 3 seconds. Chapter 161. Can you dodge 10 hard controls? Relying on the 3 seconds of speed increase after the reversal of the confinement, Chu Yun barely avoided the dagger that Wu Ying attacked and opened up a large distance from Wu Ying. However, just such a light stab also completely pierced the 9 revolutions flame dragon cover of the golden egg. If it hit Chu Yun's body, Chu Yun would probably be killed instantly. For a moment, Wu Ying was stunned. Although Chu Yun was already very horrified, Wu Ying was even more surprised now. This shadow attack of his own can cause a full 10 random negative effects, including hard controls. Whether it is against the most powerful enemy or the weakest chicken, it is absolutely right to use this trick. This is a skill that can be used everywhere. Even if this move cannot kill Chu Yun instantly, it can still put Chu Yun into a lot of hard control negative states. And he can be slaughtered. 10 random hard controls, all of which were avoided by Chu Yun. And now there is such a high value acceleration effect. Avoiding his next dagger attack. Looking at Chu Yun, who was far away, Wu Ying's expression became more and more amused. Interesting. Interesting. This means of escape is really rare. In the distance, Chu Yun spoke while speeding away. You can't control me. So don't dream about it here. This sentence is half true and half false. The true part is that Chu Yun can really reverse all negative states to positive. But the false part is that this reversal is not a matter of a moment. It takes 1 to 2 seconds to give the system a reversal command for 10 reversals. Although 1 to 2 seconds is not long, such a dangerous situation is still fatal. The 9-turn flame dragon cover, just now, was very critical to resist 9 hard controls, allowing Chu Yun to instantly reverse the only remaining hard control. What a powerful mosaic. It seems that I have to peel off your cards layer by layer before I can successfully kill you. Wu Ying showed a sense of ease in playing cat and mouse, while looking at the golden egg flying at high speed behind Chu Yun. Let me take down this golden holy dragon cup first. As soon as the words fell, Wu Ying's body seemed to be split into 2 halves. In the blink of an eye, 2 people appeared next to Wu Ying, and 3 Wu Yings stood together, holding shadow daggers. Ji Ba was shocked. Is this the clone technique? The clone technique is a high-level skill that only a few professions can possess. After using it, you can create a clone that is very similar to the original body. Because the clone is an energy body, it can inherit part of the original body's combat power and fight. However, the disadvantage is that it is extremely fragile. If it is damaged to a certain extent, it will not be able to maintain its human body and will immediately turn into energy and dissipate. But the clone technique is still a high-level and powerful ability that makes people hard to defend against. Hee. Boss G is still quite perceptive. Wu Ying laughed and was very satisfied that someone could recognize his moves. Chu Yun, who was fleeing at a fast speed, turned his head back and looked slightly cold. The most difficult part of the clone technique is that it confuses vision. No matter how powerful an enemy is, he is the target, and attacking or defending him will be 100% effective. However, facing the clone technique, a big move hitting the clone technique will be an unpredictable battle error. Facing the star glory level, only the platinum level Chu Yun has a tolerance rate of about 0. Wu Ying uses the clone technique skill, which makes Chu Yun feel that the already difficult Wu Ying is even more difficult. Swoosh! The sound of breaking wind sounded, and a vague figure gradually formed beside the golden egg. The dragon speaker's staff instantly appeared in Chu Yun's hand. Paralysis applied. Healing reversed. The green light instantly penetrated the figure, and the figure exploded instantly and turned into a ball of energy. It was a clone. Another figure was hidden deeper, and the dagger was about to hit the golden egg. Chu Yun took out the beast-controlling ball at a faster speed. Golden egg, come back. With a whoosh, the golden egg turned into a beam of light and returned to Chu Yun's beast-controlling ball. And this time, it was taken back and barely avoided a new dagger attack. Wu Ying was surprised that this attack failed. What a fast reaction speed. Not to mention Chu Yun, A platinum level. Even if it is a star level. There are very few people who can do Chu Yun's on-the-spot reaction. How could Wu Ying not be surprised? But just when Chu Yun breathed a sigh of relief, a sharp edge appeared at the side of Chu Yun's neck. The tip of the dagger was no more than 5 centimeters away from Chu Yun's neck. Chu Yun was extremely shocked and his alarm bells rang. I didn't expect that the 2 moves Wu Ying used to assassinate Jin Dan were just fake moves. This assassination was a real attack. A full-strength attack of the Star Glory level. And when the dagger was about to stab, Chu Yun pulled open the scroll he had prepared in his arms. This scroll has no attack power, no elemental effect, and can't even be used on others, but the biggest advantage is that it is instant. A golden light burst out, covering Chu Yun's whole body. The shadowless dagger passed through Chu Yun, piercing only Chu Yun's clothes. But his body was completely frozen by the golden light. Frozen diamond-level magic scroll. It causes the user to fall into a 2.5-second stagnation effect. During the stagnation period, the user is considered to be non-existent in this world, interrupting all settlements, unable to become the target of any skills and effects, and unable to be affected by any skills and effects. Wu Ying paused suddenly and laughed. Chu Yun, you are using this scroll to quench your thirst with poison. You can dodge my dagger, but you can't dodge my next preparatory attack. While speaking, Wu Ying had already knelt on one knee and took out his instant kill scroll again. Wu Ying knew what scroll Chu Yun was using, and also knew how long the ability of stagnation lasted, and where the advantages and disadvantages were. The advantage was that he was truly invincible. The disadvantage was that it was easy to cause a situation of waiting for death. The time to set up this instant kill scroll was 2 seconds, and the stagnation time was 2.5 seconds. Wu Ying finished setting up the instant kill scroll before Chu Yun's stagnation ended. When Chu Yun's stagnation was finished and the instant kill scroll was activated, Chu Yun would definitely die. Ha ha ha. Mosaic also had mistakes times. Wu Ying's eyes widened. He was shocked to find that his voice was getting slower and slower, and the speed at which he set up the instant kill array was getting infinitely slower. If this continued, not only would he not be able to complete the setting of the instant kill array before the stagnation ended, but he himself would be petrified. Yes, petrified. When was it? Wu Ying looked into Chu Yun's clothes. Chu Yun's body had been stagnant in the golden light, but his clothes had not. In the interlayer of his coat, a head covered with snakes appeared eerily. Medusa's head? Chapter 162. Even my own father can't care. Medusa's head is facing Wu Ying, and the dark purple eyes of the head are emitting a strange and distant light. Medusa's head replica. Category, Special. Level requirement, None. Professional requirement, None. Effect, Vision plus 25%. Durability, 20/20. Snake's territory. Wherever Medusa's head is, it can bring deterrence to all creatures, and the casting speed of all units within the range will be reduced by 10%, and the vision will be reduced by 20%. It can consume 1 durability to double the effect and last for 10 minutes. Queen's direct gaze. Queen Medusa gradually releases all the power of her eyes, consuming 1 durability per second. After consuming 5 durability, Queen Medusa stares at a unit and makes it petrified for 30 seconds. Among the replicas of the throne-level weapons, the head of Medusa has the best control effect. Wu Ying's speed is getting slower and slower, and he is about to enter the petrification effect for 30 seconds. Good, a mosaic. Wu Ying gritted his teeth. He never thought that he would miss such a trick. In the distance, Ji Kun and Ji Ba were very shocked. Wu Ying, what's wrong? Dad? Wu Ying seems to be controlled by something. Damn it. He looked so arrogant. But he was controlled by a mere Chu Yun. Before Ji Bahua finished speaking, he saw something vaguely visible inside Chu Yun's coat. Although he was not very strong and had no fighting skills, he was a diamond-level professional after all, and his observation ability was still good. Soon, Ji Ba saw what it was. Medusa's head? Oh my god! Chu Yun has a replica of the throne-level weapon. Ji Ba's contempt for Wu Ying disappeared instantly, and he became shocked and terrified. The power of the throne-level weapon is so great that ordinary people will never see the real thing once in their lifetime. They can only learn about its power on the internet. And what ordinary people can really see is the replica of the throne-level weapon. But even if it is a replica, the power will exceed the imagination of countless ordinary people. Even if it imitates a little bit of the original function, it is enough to easily win a battle. What? A god throne-level replica? Ji Kun was also very shocked. Each God Throne level replica is priced at a sky-high price. Even a wealthy man like Ji-Ba has never thought of buying a God Throne level replica. When he really needs to fight, it is better to spend money to buy people directly, which is cheap, affordable and effective. Just like he invited Wu Ying this time. What should I do? Ji Kun panicked. Although he and Chu Yun are of the same age, and he is also a rare professional star priest, he no longer has the courage to fight Chu Yun head-on. After that day, he was devastated and depressed. He has been in the middle of the gold level, while Chu Yun is already at the peak of the platinum level. When seeing the battle record of Emperor Mausoleum Mosaic, Ji Kun also had a trace of admiration in his heart. But when he found out that Mosaic was Chu Yun, the admiration in his heart turned into fear, and even unlimited anger. Only anger can make Ji Kun not tremble when facing Chu Yun. Seeing Mosaic, who is Chu Yun, killing diamond level floors, Ji Kun's fear became more profound. And now seeing Chu Yun and Wu Ying fighting against each other, he was even more afraid. He was sure that Wu Ying could easily kill him in seconds. And he was also sure that Wu Ying could easily kill Chu Yun in seconds, but now, Wu Ying was suppressed. This former genius stood there in a daze, and has become a useless person. Chu Yun's 2.5 seconds of stagnation have ended. Chu Yun escaped from the golden light. What a close call. Chu Yun looked at Wu Ying, who was half kneeling on the ground in front of him, with his eyes wide open, as if petrified, and subconsciously gritted his teeth. It was a close call. Before using the stagnation scroll, he aimed Medusa's head at Wu Ying, and successfully made Wu Ying feel relaxed when he was stagnant, and finally successfully petrified Wu Ying. The 30 seconds of petrification are Chu Yun's most precious counterattack time. The victory or defeat depends on this moment. The treasure ship Skid Platini needs 60 seconds to guide, and 30 seconds is far from enough. The safest way is to kill Wu Ying first. In an instant, Chu Yun is ready to take out the Gungner's spear. Not far away. Not to mention Ji Kun was afraid. Ji-Ba was also afraid of this. But this old fox had seen storms, and acted shrewdly. Although his expression was full of fear, his hand speed was not slow. He took out his magic book without hesitation. Ji-Ba's profession is a breath warlock, an auxiliary profession that can provide buffs and reduce buffs. Although Ji Kun has not fought for a long time, he still showed the qualities that a diamond-level professional should have. Mana power is excited start guiding. Ji-Ba's robe seemed to roll over like a gust of wind, and the magic book burst into a shining light. The azure mana rushed towards the magic book like a torrent, and condensed into a ball. This is Ji-Ba's most powerful diamond-level move, with a cooldown time of 120 hours. So Ji-Ba used it immediately. Chu Yun's pupils contracted. He actually forgot that it was not just him and Wu Ying fighting alone in this battle. There were also Ji Kun and Ji-Ba on the side. Although Ji Kun's combat power can be ignored in this battle, Ji-Ba is a real diamond-level assistant. What if Ji-Ba assists Wu Ying? The petrification time is as long as 30 seconds. Chu Yun decided to deal with Ji-Ba first, and then come back to deal with Wu Ying. More importantly, Chu Yun felt that Ji-Ba was guiding the big move, which gave Chu Yun a very bad feeling. Once Ji-Ba uses it, the consequences will be disastrous. Gravity. Chu Yun waved the dragon speaker staff, and Ji-Ba's body suddenly became much heavier. But he was still channeling the mana to cheer him up. Healing reversed. The green light flew out from the dragon speaker staff and easily pierced Ji-Ba, causing a lot of real damage. But Ji-Ba still gritted his teeth and maintained the channeling of the mana to cheer him up. Paralysis is still on cooldown. It seems that it can only cause a lot of damage directly. Killing him? Chu Yun did not hesitate and immediately used the skill with the highest damage he could currently cause. Nova Burning Star Channeling. Although this is also a channeling skill, the channeling time of this one is obviously shorter than Ji-Ba's ultimate move. The Scorching Flame energy condensed in Chu Yun's dragon speaker staff. Feeling this breath, Ji Kun immediately took a breath of cold air and turned to run. Even if his father was next to him, he didn't have time to care so much and just ran. But Chu Yun would never let him run. The flame has been concentrated. Nova Burn's guidance completed. The surging flame erupted. Ji-Ba was instantly swallowed by the flame. But the blue light on the magic book has also been condensed. Chapter 163 No More Pretending. Invincible. Mana power is invigorated, channeling completed. Ji-Ba's whole body was burned to ash by the burning of the new star. But the magic book still condensed the last mana. Ji-Ba's body fell down, and the magic book had no power to support it and fell to the ground. but a ray of light that seemed to be able to remove all negative effects rushed out. Finally, it shot towards Wu Ying. At this time, Wu Ying was half kneeling on the ground, and his whole body was covered with a layer of stone armor, which trapped Wu Ying firmly in it and made him unable to move. Petrified state. And the mana that Ji Ba had spent all his efforts to play was injected into Wu Ying's body. A layer of shining mana energy vibrated. Chu Yun looked at Wu Ying in surprise. Not good. As expected, the stone layers all over Wu Ying's body began to fall off. The 30 seconds of petrification were far from over. But Wu Ying had escaped from the petrified state. Obviously, the energy that Ji Ba had just used was a control release skill. And it was an absolute control release. Medusa's head was a replica of a throne-level weapon. And the petrification it gave could not be released by ordinary control release. So it would be useless to use it. And Ji Ba's full-strength move actually released Wu Ying's petrified state. This instantly destroyed the great advantage that Chu Yun had gained through careful planning. The enemy is hiding my name. Wu Ying, Jikuan and Jiba must be familiar with Chu Yun's fighting style. Although Chu Yun has some trump cards, they can also know most of it. Chu Yun has no idea of Wu Ying and Jiba's abilities. It is really a big disadvantage in all aspects. Wu Ying escaped from the petrification and looked at Chu Yun. At this time, the killing intent in Wu Ying's eyes was so pure. If Wu Ying still had some cat and mouse playful ideas just now, and underestimated the enemy, then now, Wu Ying dare not be careless about Chu Yun. Must launch a full-scale attack. And this is an extremely unfavorable result for Chu Yun. I didn't expect that my employer would be killed by you in seconds. Your dangerousness is really beyond my expectation. Mosaic. Wu Ying grinned. To show respect, I will use my strongest power to kill you instantly, eliminating any risk. How shameless. Chu Yun replied. Not losing the battle. The paralysis spell was ready. And Chu Yun immediately took action. Paralysis spell applied. Healing spell reversed. The green light rushed towards Wu Ying. However, to Chu Yun's surprise, this reverse healing spell with tracking effect actually missed. Chu Yun's face was full of astonishment. This was the first time Chu Yun used the reverse healing spell and missed. It was not because the clone spell was damaged, but this skill really hit the air. At the same time, Wu Ying's figure had also disappeared from the spot. Wu Ying's arrogant voice came and went. Don't think you're the only one who has a replica of the throne-level weapon. I have one too. Is this invisibility? In just a dozen seconds of lightning-fast fighting, Chu Yun saw two extremely rare and practical abilities. The clone technique and the invisibility technique. Although Wu Ying's skills are not as fancy and cool as Deng Pei and Ask Martin, his ability is undoubtedly top-notch. However, this invisibility technique seems not to be Wu Ying's own ability. Wu Ying can only blur the impression of others when they look at him, and hide the breath of himself and his weapons. A replica of a throne-level weapon with invisibility. Could it be the secret cloak? Chu Yun murmured. Wu Ying's voice sounded again, with an uncontrollable surprise. You actually knew. Because the existence of this secret cloak is the least legendary among all throne-level weapons. And Chu Yun had only seen a few of them in Deng Pei's pile of miscellaneous information. The secret cloak is one of the throne-level weapons of the Blue Moon Empire. It is rumored that the distribution of day and night in the Blue Moon Empire is extremely strange, which is different from the three empires of the Sky Wind and the Wrath of the Wind. Sometimes it is daytime for 24 hours a day, which lasts for a whole month. And sometimes it is night for 24 hours a day, which also lasts for 1 month. Such day and night greatly disturbed people's lives. Crops were difficult to grow. Cattle and sheep were difficult to grow fat. Directions were difficult to identify. And countless people sighed. Finally, a goddess descended from the sky. The goddess was wearing a cloak that seemed to be there and not there. Once the cloak was retracted, it could cut off the day that should not have existed and divide the night that should not have existed, making the time sequence normal, and the changes of all things return to the correct state. The goddess saved the Blue Moon Empire. But no one had seen the goddess's appearance or her honorable name. They only knew that the secret cloak did exist, and that the secret cloak was now in the largest account bag in the Blue Moon Empire. Because this story was too confusing. There was no name that could be confirmed. And it was far less clear than the source of the stories of other throne-level weapons. So it was considered false, and almost not circulated. Not to mention other empires. Even the people in the Blue Moon Empire knew very little about the secret cloak. However, the imitation of the secret cloak that Wu Ying is wearing now is most likely only able to conceal his body shape in layman's terms. It is invisible. Okay. As expected of Mosaic, he even knows about the secret cloak. So, I want to kill you immediately in case of an accident. Wu Ying's increasingly crazy voice sounded from the side of Chu Yun. It is clearly daytime now. But the night seems to have suddenly fallen. And a dagger is full of darkness. Trying to kill with one blow. The petrification that Medusa's head just gave Wu Ying has already scared Wu Ying. Now this dull and terrifying night is exactly the big move that Wu Ying has opened. The strongest blow is about to come. Chu Yun did not hesitate and opened another scroll. The more crazy the enemy is, the more Chu Yun can handle it with ease. Wu Ying, who is now almost crazy and murderous, is no longer as deadly as the playful and cautious Wu Ying just now. The speed is also much faster. The scroll in Chu Yun's hand. Stone pillars suddenly emerged. And under Chu Yun's feet, the pattern of the earth also appeared, adding a layer of seemingly thin, but extremely solid damage-free shield to Chu Yun. Appear. Blessing of the Earth. Blessing of the Earth diamond-level magic scroll. Make 10 stone pillars surge up from the earth. Surround the user's body. Hit the enemy. And cause 1,500,000 physical damage and 4 million earth element damage to the units hit. After 20 collisions, the stone pillars will break. For each stone pillar, the user will gain 10% damage reduction. The stone pillars last up to 10 minutes. If 10 stone pillars exist, it means 100% damage reduction. In layman's terms, it means invincibility. Chapter 164 My damage is 0? Chu Yun bought a lot of diamond-level magic scrolls at the trading house. Among them, the most eye-catching ones were Stasis and Blessing of the Earth. These two can almost be regarded as the strongest life-saving skills. And the price of each of them is about 5 times more expensive than other diamond-level magic scrolls that simply deal damage. Therefore, when Chu Yun fought against the Tefener ferocious pterosaur, he used up most of the diamond-level magic scrolls, but deliberately stored them until now, just in time to deal with this sudden crisis. The dagger filled with darkness stabbed in front of Chu Yun. At the same time, Wu Ying's hideous face also appeared. Although this dagger is extremely powerful, it is a pity that the damage caused is 0. Good guy. You really have enough life-saving cards. Wu Ying's expression is both angry and crazy. He is a powerful person of the Star Glory level, but he wants to kill a mere platinum level with all his strength. But he fails repeatedly. This has made Wu Ying feel angry and unwilling. The calmness at the beginning has long disappeared, because after Wu Ying was fixed by Medusa's head, he felt that Chu Yun had a chance to counterattack. Now Wu Ying is not bullying a platinum-level weak chicken, but after falling into blood, he is fighting an enemy who can cause him life and death crisis. Normally, when Wu Ying fights someone of the same level as himself, he won't be so bloodthirsty and crazy. This is Wu Ying's anger after misjudging Chu Yun's ability to counterattack. But the more Wu Ying does this, the more advantageous it is for Chu Yun. This is the only favorable factor for Chu Yun at the moment. Ding ding ding. Wu Ying attacked Chu Yun like crazy, but couldn't get in at all. Chu Yun is now 100% immune to damage. And it just so happens that Wu Ying doesn't have a way to break it like he did with Stasis. Wu Ying has never seen this skill, and has no idea how to break it. He only knows to attack without thinking. If it was Wu Ying just now, as long as he calmed down and observed a little, he would definitely know how to break the Earth's blessing. Those 10 extremely abrupt stone pillars are the key. But now Wu Ying is attacking Chu Yun crazily. Wu Ying doesn't know that Chu Yun is 100% immune to damage, and thinks it's a high shield or something, and wants to break it with a powerful attack. But these attacks are just futile. Although Wu Ying is close at hand and looks like he can attack with Gungnir, Chu Yun still holds back. Chu Yun can't predict whether the strongest move of Gungnir can attack in. The only chance and means for Chu Yun to kill Wu Ying is to use the strongest Gungnir to hit the vital point and complete the kill, just like killing Ask with the Spear of Longinus. Therefore, this opportunity to attack must not be used lightly. If Wu Ying finds it and misses, Wu Ying will definitely be more cautious, and Chu Yun's Gungnir is a replica, which has durability. Once it is used up, it is gone, and he can only be slaughtered. Therefore, Chu Yun turned to testing and used his strongest move again. Although this move is Chu Yun's strongest move, it has limited effect on Wu Ying. However, limited means effective. Nova Burning reversed. The original Nova Burning is still cooling down, so you can only use the reverse Nova Burning. The reverse Nova Burning is ice element damage. and the lethality cannot be compared with the fire element. But it has a large range of deceleration control. These controls are probably much more effective than a little more damage when facing Wu Ying. Instantly, the top of the dragon speaker's staff began to condense the breath of frost. The hot wind that just floated in the air due to the burning of the new star was instantly blown away by the cold wind. Humph! Wu Ying in front of Chu Yun suddenly gave up the attack and snorted coldly. Although Wu Ying was angry and crazy, he was not a person who would risk damage to attack. He immediately used the invisibility effect of the secret cloak and disappeared into the air. Although this frost breath would only cause him some damage, he didn't want to take this little damage. Chu Yun has the ability to kill him, so he doesn't want to give Chu Yun even a slight chance. Chu Yun had expected this situation. Although the Nova burn after the reversal is still being guided, it does not prevent Chu Yun from using other skills. Paralysis reversed applied. Holy Light healing reversed. Paralysis is on cooldown, but the reverse paralysis is not. And the full screen AoE Holy Light healing can attack all targets within the range. Even if they are in stealth mode, the effect of the stealth cloak is invisibility. Not a complete separation from reality like stagnation. As long as it is an AoE attack, it will still be affected. Instantly, Wu Ying's figure appeared somewhere, and he maintained a fixed action. Forced to approach Chu Yun. The paralysis after the reversal can force the target to go in one direction. Wu Ying widened his eyes. It's not that he doesn't have shield skills, but he never expected that Chu Yun actually has this full screen control skill. This skill is also available to platinum level. Wu Ying was not prepared at all. Of course, Wu Ying didn't know that these were actually two skills. Paralysis after reversal, and Holy Light treatment after reversal. And his nose was almost in front of the dragon speaker's staff. At this time, Chu Yun's guidance was also completed. Nova burning reverse channeling completed. Boom! The extremely exaggerated cold disaster instantly erupted from Chu Yun's dragon speaker staff. All kinds of ice and snow condensed instantly, fixing everything at the origin. And Wu Ying, who was facing the dragon speaker staff, was hurt the most, suffering a lot of ice element damage, and was directly frozen into an ice sculpture. A stone pillar hit Wu Ying's body and caused high damage. Then, the rock film on Chu Yun's body dimmed a bit. Almost instantly, Wu Ying broke through the ice surface and laughed. I understand. As long as all these broken pillars are demolished, your shield will be lost. Right? Swoosh. 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 In the blink of an eye, Wu Ying held the dagger and pierced through the stone pillars. Almost instantly, the remaining 9 stone pillars were completely broken by Wu Ying. Wu Ying was covered in frost and panting, but his eyes were filled with exaggerated murderous intent. Now, you have no means to save your life. Right? You are really amazing. Mosaic, you can make me so embarrassed. You can die in peace, Wu Ying shouted, and the dagger was about to pierce Chu Yun's neck. This attack was extremely confident, but Wu Ying didn't notice that the pointer of a pocket watch in Chu Yun's arms began to move. It was a numbered object. A time pocket watch. Chapter 165 used numbered items. Before the moment of stabbing, for some reason, Wu Ying felt that the whole time slowed down. The leaves around him fluttered in the wind very slowly, and the corners of Chu Yun's coat fluttered very slowly. His dagger, at the moment when it was about to stab Chu Yun, also moved very slowly, because everything around him seemed to be very slow. Wu Ying did not feel that he was in any negative effect, but just thought that it was some kind of feeling of his own, and patiently waited for the dagger to stab Chu Yun. But this time the wait was too long. It seemed that the whole world had stopped, and only his brain was running at high speed. At the same time, the watch in Chu Yun's arms was still running at a normal speed. Chronograph pocket watch. Chronograph pocket watch. Category, numbered item number, 513. Level requirement, none. Professional requirement, none. Effect, movement speed plus 20%. Durability, none. Fast forward the years consume 40% of your maximum health. Select a target, and make its time flow 10 times faster, lasting for 30 seconds of the current world time. If you do this, the user will also fall into this effect, which lasts for 15 seconds. What is this? Wu Ying narrowed his eyes, very confused. Unlike the famous throne-level weapons, most of the numbered items are countless times more unpopular than the unpopular throne-level weapons, such as the secret cloak. A person may not see 10 numbered items in his entire life, and the complete list of numbered items is top secret and cannot be understood by ordinary people. Wu Ying was looking at this time series pocket watch, but he didn't understand its secret at all. In an instant, the pointer on this pocket watch suddenly turned. A sense of peeling was flowing up and down Wu Ying's body. Wu Ying felt that he was being peeled off by a mysterious force. The power became weak, and the consciousness became sinking. This is the power of time? Wu Ying's pupils contracted. Everything in front of him was moving at high speed. The leaves blown by the wind were shaking wildly to the point of afterimages. And Chu Yuan in front of him had long disappeared. Every grain of sand was moving at an unimaginable speed. And a leaf that was blown down was several times faster than a sniper bullet. Could this power of time be another replica of a throne-level weapon? Wu Ying was extremely shocked. If this pocket watch is included, Chu Yuan has used 3 replicas of throne-level weapons in just a few minutes. Even he only has the treasured secret cloak, which is a replica of the throne-level weapon. Even though he heard that assassins of platinum-level professionals are extremely cautious, he also brought this secret cloak with him, just in case. Wu Ying never expected that Chu Yuan's trump cards were actually layered one after another. Too outrageous. And the fear in Wu Ying's heart also reached a whole new level. This Chu Yuan, how many hidden things does he have? And in Chu Yuan's perspective, Wu Ying seemed to be half floating in front of him, and the dagger almost stabbed him. That was close. Chu Yuan retreated quickly, and the pointer of the time pocket watch in his arms was spinning wildly. A terrifying suction force was absorbing Chu Yuan's vitality to maintain the operation of the time pocket watch. The amount absorbed is definitely far more than 40% of the health value. Chu Yuan remembered what Ding Pei said. Numbered objects are living objects. The time pocket watch is madly absorbing Chu Yuan's vitality. Chu Yuan gritted his teeth. Fast forward the years reversed. Fast forward the years restore 40% of your maximum health value. Select a target. Slow down the flow of time by 10 times. And last for 30 seconds of the current world time. If you do this, the user will also fall into this effect, which lasts for 15 seconds. The original skill is to absorb a large amount of vitality. And after reversing, you have to spit it all out. In an instant, the crazy spinning pointer of the time pocket watch stopped instantly, and then turned rapidly in the opposite direction. The restless vitality poured into Chu Yuan's body like a tide. This vitality was extremely complex. So complex that it was disgusting. As if a large number of nutritious raw materials were stewed in the simplest and crudest way, and then stuffed directly into the mouth with a strange heat that was neither lukewarm nor tepid. Nutritious? Nutritious. Is it delicious? It's really fucking disgusting. Chu Yuan's health bar has been restored to full, but the vitality provided by the time pocket watch is still endless. It's as if he has eaten too much, and the indescribable stew is forced into his mouth. Chu Yuan felt uncomfortable all over, and was about to vomit in the next second. But this is not a negative effect, and it cannot be offset by reversal. Wu Ying seems unable to move, but Chu Yuan's current condition is hard to say how good it is. Only one step away. Chu Yuan gritted his teeth and endured the discomfort that was surging wildly in his heart and body. If possible, Chu Yuan actually didn't want to use the time pocket watch. Just having independent consciousness was enough to make Chu Yuan a cautious person. Even more cautious. He would never use it unless it was absolutely necessary. And now, once it was used, it brought Chu Yuan unimaginable backlash. But fortunately, the time pocket watch did its job well. Wu Ying was indeed controlled. Move my body. Chu Yuan gritted his teeth and barely took out a spear from his arms. This is an extremely gorgeous spear, with a light blue stream flowing from the end of the spear to the tip, and then repeating it endlessly. Simple, peaceful, and eternal. It is the last replica of the throne-level weapon on Chu Yuan, the Gungner spear. When this gun appeared, even the fierce and arrogant time pocket watch stopped for a moment and felt its majesty. Eternal spear / Gungner spear replica. Category, spear. Level requirement, none. Professional requirement, none. Effect, none. Durability, 10 out of 10. Proof of the oath. Deploy the protection of the oath. Within the protection range, the casting speed of any oath, prayer, and blessing skills is increased by 100%. The casting range is increased by 100%. And the guidance process cannot be interrupted. Passive skill. Will and spear that penetrates everything. Select a target. Immediately consume 1 durability. And Gungner spear will charge it, causing high true damage that ignores the shield. During the process of causing damage, you can continue to consume durability to maintain the charging state. When the durability is consumed, Gungner spear will melt, and finally cause a high true damage. Chapter 166 Perfect Counterattack. Completed. Although Wu Ying's speed became extremely slow under the influence of the time pocket watch, he still saw the appearance of Gungnir's spear. Chu Yun actually has a replica of the god's thrown weapon. Wu Ying has fallen into despair. He couldn't imagine that Chu Yun had 4 replicas of the god's thrown weapon. In Wu Ying's eyes, the time pocket watch is also a replica of the god's thrown weapon. But it is not well known, so he doesn't know it. Just like the secret cloak on him. For replicas of the god's thrown weapon. Wu Ying's pupils shrank. But I am a star glory. I am a star glory. How could I be defeated by a mere platinum-level kid like you? Since he changed his job, he has experienced thousands of battles, big and small, facing all enemies 2 levels lower than himself. He was beaten up. After reaching the star glory level, the gap between each level became larger, and fighting low-level enemies was even more comfortable. No matter what diamond-level professional, no one could survive a round under Wu Ying. Not to mention the mere platinum level, you can kill them instantly with just a flick of your finger. And the Chu Yun in front of him will definitely be the same. Wu Ying tried his best to struggle against the influence of the time pocket watch. But how could Chu Yun give him this opportunity? Holding the Gungnir tightly, Chu Yun came to Wu Ying, because the impact of the backlash of the time watch was still shaking. But Chu Yun's current state was at least better than Wu Ying. Chu Yun raised the gun in his hand. Not far away, a figure was in the woods, approaching slowly. It was Ji Kun. Ji Kun looked at his father, who was burned to charcoal, with great fear. But there was not even a trace of sadness in his heart. But he thought that he could inherit the family business without damage. Then, he looked at Wu Ying and Chu Yun. Wu Ying seemed to be fixed in midair, and Chu Yun looked very bad. Holding the pistol, his whole body was shaking. The air around the two of them was distorted, and they must have been trapped in some kind of formation. At this moment, Ji Kun's eyes widened. Ha ha! Great! The idiot dad is dead. Wu Ying and Chu Yun, both are injured. Ji Kun excitedly took out his magic book and prepared to attack Wu Ying and Chu Yun. He didn't think at all that he was just a gold level. He was overwhelmed by the huge desire. As long as Wu Ying and Chu Yun are killed, the treasures on them will all be mine. The death of the idiot dad was all because of Wu Ying and Chu Yun. I am attacking in self-defense. Ha ha ha. Ji Ba immediately began to chant. The stars are falling, and they are beginning to guide. However, before Ji Kun finished speaking, a deep blue light burst out. This light immediately cut Ji Kun in two. Guide. Ji Kun looked at his body in a daze. In this storm, his strength was the lowest. If he escaped in time, he might be able to save his life. But if he took the initiative to attack like this, he would only die. Ji Kun finally figured out this truth. But half of his body had already fallen to the ground, and he could no longer think about it. And this light was exactly what was burst out by the Gungnir spear. The spear blade hit Wu Ying's heart, the will, and the spear tip that penetrated everything. At Wu Ying's heart, countless dark air was gathering to resist the surging attack of Gungnir's spear. The attack of Gungnir's spear gradually slowed down. Burn a little more endurance, Chu Yun shouted angrily. In an instant, another layer of azure air waves erupted, cutting the surrounding trees in half. A huge amount of real damage hit Wu Ying's body. But Wu Ying's body-protecting air was rapidly restoring blood for Wu Ying. Fortunately, the speed of blood recovery was not faster than the speed at which Gungnir's spear caused damage. Chu Yun used all his strength to add power to Gungnir's spear. The surging and complex vitality in the body caused by the time pocket watch was successfully shared out at this time. Although Wu Ying's face could not be seen clearly due to the skill, Chu Yun could still sense that Wu Ying in front of him had a very ferocious expression. It was a completely dying expression. Chu Yun Wu Ying roared at last. Chu Yun no longer held back. Consume all durability. Gungnir's gun burst out with extremely shining blue light, and the indomitable momentum of the gun tip became even more powerful. The surging dark energy was finally completely shattered by the penetration of Gungnir's gun. Finally, it completely pierced Wu Ying's heart. Wu Ying's angry expression was completely frozen. A stream of blood slowly flowed out from the tip of the gun. Wu Ying? Dead. Chu Yun smiled a little, and then laughed loudly. Chu Yun laughed so hard that tears came out. This is the joy of surviving a disaster. 1 star glory, 1 diamond glory, and 1 gold glory. 3 people tried to assassinate him first, but they were all killed by Chu Yun one by one. This is also the positive sense that Chu Yun successfully crossed 2 levels. killing a Star Glory strongman who had murderous intentions towards Chu Yun and 2 assistants. This record is really brilliant. If seen by outsiders, it can even be a textbook-level cross-level battle that can be described in detail in a book. Although Chu Yun had 3 replicas of throne-level weapons and a numbered item, as well as 2 high-function magic scrolls that could save him from death. These were the key to counterattack, not the key to victory. Even if ordinary platinum-level professionals had these things, they could not survive for more than 1 second under Wu Ying's hands. This was Chu Yun's unique victory. However, after the victory, Chu Yun did not have the glorious posture of a normal winner. Chu Yun was not in a good condition at this time. Who? Chu Yun panted rapidly. The hands of the timepiece pocket watch were still spinning wildly. Stop for me. Chu Yun gritted his teeth and ordered the time pocket watch. Objects are dead, and they will act immediately according to the command as long as they sense the command, but the numbered object is alive. And it has its own ideas. From the very beginning, the moment the time pocket watch was activated by Chu Yun, it did not think about Chu Yun's feelings. Even things like numbered objects wish that the user who uses it would die suddenly. And the vitality that has gone crazy to a certain extent is still pouring into Chu Yun's body. Fuck. Chu Yun rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. The full vitality made Chu Yun's whole body twitch. I was actually caused to this extent by the blood-adding thing that was over the limit. Chu Yun fainted completely. Chapter 167 Weird Time Pocket Watch. Not far away, the dwarf tribe, the elder of the furnace, who was holding the forging hammer, frowned and looked into the distance of the forest. What's this noise? The dwarf craftsman next to him asked, Elder of the furnace. What's wrong with you? The elder of the furnace slowly put down the hammer and looked into the distance. There is a very strange vitality expanding over there. What happened? Elder? Many dwarf craftsmen came closer. The elder of the furnace was extremely focused when forging, and nothing could distract the furnace. And this fluctuation actually made the elder of the furnace look sideways. It is very likely that something big happened. Ordinary dwarves are not as powerful as the furnace elders, and they can't sense the movements that the furnace can sense. The bellows elder beside him also nodded slowly, frowning. Yes, there is a very strange life force that is constantly expanding. The previous burning of the nova and the fluctuations of Gungnar's spear. In fact, the furnace elders and bellows elders also sensed it. But these battle fluctuations are actually very normal. Fierce beasts occasionally fight in the big forest, and any battle fluctuations are not surprising. But this extremely strange and expanding life force very suspicious. The furnace elders decided to go and find out. Bellows, Tongs, you two come with me to see what happened. Okay, here we go. Elder Furnace. The 3 dwarf elders, Elder Furnace, Elder Bellows, and Elder Tongs, immediately put on all kinds of strange equipment they made by themselves and rushed to the place where Chu Yun was unconscious. Soon, the 3 saw a corpse pierced by a spear, a piece of charcoal, a corpse cut in 2, and Chu Yun lying unconscious on the ground. Isn't this the spokesperson of the god of forging and the god of wine? Why is he here? Instantly, the 3 elders shouted, and when they found out that Chu Yun was still alive, they were relieved. But at the same time, they also discovered that the endless strange vitality was coming out of Chu Yun's body. The land infected by the vitality was strangely expanding and weathering, and the leaves were turning yellow and falling off. Generally, the treatment effect and vitality bonus are mild, making the target lively. But although these vitality give powerful therapeutic effects, they are also constantly accelerating the aging of various things infected by the vitality, making the target accelerate into old age until it disappears. Too weird. The elder of the furnace searched through Chu Yun's clothes for a few times and found a pocket watch. Time pocket watch. And the time pocket watch is still frantically reversing the pointer, exuding a strange power. It must be this weird pocket watch that's causing trouble. It looks so simple, but it has such great power? Elder of the furnace. Turn it off quickly. The dwarves chattered. No matter whether the furnace pressed the control key of the pocket watch or moved the pointer of the pocket watch with its fingers, it didn't work. How could the timing pocket watch be interrupted by these operations? Oh my! This pocket watch is quite stubborn. The elder of the furnace wiped his sweat. Although the timing pocket watch couldn't smile, it seemed to emit a hint of sarcasm. This was a great insult to the 3 elders of the furnace. Elder of the furnace. It's time to start working. Tongs is the most hands-on elder among the 3 elders. When faced with any damaged or unruly machines, Tong's elder would pick up his tongs and various tools and use physical means to let these disobedient machines know who is stronger. I have never seen such a strange pocket watch. Bellows laughed. Tear it down and look at its internal structure. It will definitely improve our forging ability. Among the three elders, Bellows likes to dismantle the machines the most, although he can install most of the machines back. As for those that cannot be installed back, Bellows can do nothing. The furnace elder laughed. Let's do it. Among the three elders, the elder of the furnace is the one who can feel the temperature and warmth of the machine the most. But for a device like the time pocket watch that harms humans, the elder of the furnace does not intend to show any warmth to it. The three dwarf elders took out their tools and approached the time pocket watch. In an instant, the time pocket watch seemed to feel threatened and stopped turning. The vitality that was constantly expanding disappeared in an instant. Oh! Is it still a device with independent thinking ability? The elder of the furnace was surprised. The time pocket watch did not dare to move, because next to it, the screwdriver of the elder of the bellows was no more than 5 centimeters away from it. The time pocket watch believed that the elder of the bellows really wanted to dismantle it, even if the three elders behind reassembled it. Its self-consciousness would completely dissipate and become an ordinary equipment. Elder Iron Tongs rubbed his big beard and stared at the time pocket watch. Forget it. I won't dismantle it. It's in the arms of the spokesperson. It may be the spokesperson's things. Let's wait until the spokesperson wakes up before making plans. Elder Furnace said so. And the time pocket watch was also very quiet and motionless, because there is no expanding vitality. Although Chuyun is still in a coma, his breathing has become normal. After dealing with this pocket watch, the spokesperson seems to be fine. Bellows was very happy. Let's take the spokesperson back to the tribe to recuperate. Tai Tong nodded. Yes. Furnace agreed. The three elders carried the unconscious Chuyun, activated the flight device, and flew back to the dwarf tribe. The dwarves were shocked when they saw Chuyun fainting on the back of the furnace elder. Isn't this the spokesperson of the god of forging and the god of wine? Is he visiting our dwarves again? That's great. The dwarves were simple-minded, and they were all very happy when they saw Chuyun coming. The few dwarves who were still careful discovered that Chuyun was unconscious. The spokesperson is fine. Just send him to rest. Elder Furnace laughed again. But since the spokesperson is here, let's prepare for the banquet. Yes. Elder Iron Tongs also showed a rare smile. Wait until the spokesperson wakes up, and then the banquet will begin. Elder Bellows danced with joy. Ha ha. This time, I want to compete with the spokesperson in drinking. Ha ha ha. The dwarves began to prepare for the banquet with great enthusiasm. Roasted venison, fresh fruits, yellow beer. The aroma was everywhere, and Chuyun was lying unconscious in the most gorgeous cave bed of the dwarves. The sun went down, and Chuyun woke up slowly. Where am I? Oh my! How long have I been unconscious? Chuyun was very nervous. If I was unconscious for too long, it would be troublesome if I missed the delivery time of the job transfer task. A big head popped out on the side. Spokesperson, you were unconscious for an afternoon. Scare me. Chapter 168 Dwarves' Joyful Banquet. Chuyun was so scared that he was relieved after seeing the big head clearly. It turned out to be the elder of the furnace. He originally wanted to run to the dwarves for refuge, but was forced to fight with Wu Ying in the forest. Now it seems that he was rescued by the dwarves. Haha. Spokesperson, don't be so excited. Excitement is harmful to your health. You may have abnormalities in your body that we dwarves can't see. Be careful. The elder of the furnace pointed to the bedside cabinet next to Chuyun's bed, on which was placed an ancient pocket watch. Time pocket watch. When we found you, you were lying on the ground unconscious, and this thing exuded a strange power, causing you to faint. In fact, we really wanted to dismantle it to see what it was like, but we didn't do it because it was your item. The elder of the furnace looked at the time series pocket watch. Chuyun was a person of high status in their dwarf tribe. How could a mere pocket watch hurt Chuyun? He had long wanted to dismantle this broken watch. Besides, the elder of the furnace was indeed curious about the internal structure of this pocket watch. Huh. It's a good thing you didn't dismantle it. This pocket watch is still useful to me. Chuyun was ashamed. At least, this is a numbered item. If it was really dismantled, this number would probably be vacant. Besides, I survived because of the time series pocket watch. Although the side effects are a bit exaggerated, Without the time pocket watch, Chu Yun would not have found a chance to use Gungner's spear to fight back against Wu Ying. Hearing this, the pocket watch on the counter trembled slightly. It seemed to be moved. Then let him go for now. The elder of the furnace no longer looked at the time pocket watch, showing an excited expression. Spokesperson, let's have a banquet. The aroma of roasted venison and barley beer has filled the cave. Chu Yun's gluttony was also aroused. Anyway, there is still a lot of time now, so there is no hurry to leave. Then I will obey your orders and come to the banquet. Chu Yun put the time watch into his pocket and walked out of the cave with the elder of the furnace. It was night, and the surrounding forests were pitch dark. But the dwarf tribe was shining brightly because of the bonfire. The clear yellow flames drove the hot atmosphere. Chu Yun and the elder of the furnace walked to the table near the bonfire, where all kinds of barbecue and beer were constantly on display. There were also freshly picked fruits, which were also sweet and juicy. Many dwarves came closer and looked at Chu Yun, the spokesperson of the god of forging and the god of wine, in their eyes. Ha! Spokesperson, how are you? The elder of the bellows came closer again. Chu Yun tore a roasted deer leg, a simple salty and fresh bite, sprinkled with honey, baked very tender, delicious. It's no big deal. Ha! Can the spokesperson still compete in drinking? Of course. No problem. Chu Yun smiled slightly. As long as there is a reversal ability. Even if the god of wine himself comes to compete in drinking, he can't drink more than Chu Yun. Elder Bellows raised the small wooden barrel wine glass. Ha ha. I won't necessarily lose this time. After 3 rounds of drinking, Elder Bellows was already drunk, fell on the table, snoring like thunder, and Chu Yun drank a full glass of beer. His face was calm and calm. Elder Bellows drank 106 cups this time, breaking the record of the dwarves. Wow! But the spokesperson has already drunk 120 cups. As expected of the spokesperson of the god of wine, he remained calm after drinking so much. So amazing. Chu Yun burped. Who else wants to compete in drinking? I'll compete with you. I'll do it. A dwarf with a high alcohol tolerance volunteered. Then, he was drunk by Chu Yun without any suspense. A few more dwarves came to compete in drinking with Chu Yun, and they were all drunk by Chu Yun without exception. After a round of battles, they still couldn't defeat Chu Yun. The dwarves, who were not drunk yet, admired Chu Yun even more. The beer brewed by their dwarves is not comparable to those shabby taverns outside. It is extremely mellow and intoxicating. Those guys who claim to have a superior alcohol tolerance and can easily drink 100 cups will get drunk after drinking 10 cups here. The dwarves have a deeper respect for you. The dwarves are more certain of your image as the spokesperson of the god of wine. When Chu Yun saw this system message, he immediately laughed. This banquet lasted until late at night. The next day, most of the dwarves were hungover. Only some elders were still sober. Spokesperson, your alcohol tolerance is too great. Bellows rubbed his head. We took turns to drink you but couldn't make you fall down. Chu Yun smiled slightly. Elder Bellows, since you have a headache, why don't you rest for a while? No. We still have to go forging. Elder Bellows and several elders staggered to the forging place. Chu Yun also stood up. Then let me give you some pointers. As soon as the voice fell, the group of dwarf elders suddenly became excited. Great. Is the spokesperson finally coming to give us pointers again? Hey. Take the spokesperson to see the new products we have developed during this period. The dwarf elders were clamoring and took Chu Yun to the forging place. Then, a hidden cave was opened. The elder of the furnace pressed the remote control. Instantly, an extremely tall figure, with heavy steps, walked out of the cave. This is a huge robot about 5 meters tall, covered with equipment all over the body, looking majestic. Spokesperson, please look. We have already made the transformers you mentioned. Other elders introduced them one after another. The helmet on the transformer's head can withstand a full-strength attack from a star-level warrior. The same is true for all the armor on his body. Inside the armor are various energy-operating devices that give the transformer combat capabilities. The transformer will hold star-level weapons in both hands, and each part of the armor will be equipped with a disposable long-range weapon. The elders chattered about it. Chu Yun, with a stunned look on his face. I didn't expect that this transformer, or something similar, was really made by the dwarves. Although this form cannot compete with real professionals, it can be mass-produced. The thought of mass-produced transformers is terrifying. Okay. Spokesperson. What do you think? The dwarves cast their eyes. And Chuyin nodded seriously. Very good. Your forging ability is beyond my expectation. So, I decided to teach you more advanced forging concepts. Hearing this, the dwarf elders cheered. Many dwarf elders took out recorders, or paper, and pens to record. Chuyin cleared his throat and spoke slowly. Do you know about the superthermal nuclear fusion of the Sun Jinwu? Chapter 169, a strange idea that does not belong to this world. What is that? The dwarf elders looked at each other. No one understood. Chuyin sweated slightly. In fact, he didn't know what he was talking about. But as long as he could shock these highly skilled dwarves. Anyway, no matter how mysterious it is, these dwarves can forge it. And the guidance the dwarves need is actually a brand new idea. Chuyin only needs to take out the outrageous settings of his previous life, which is enough to surprise these dwarves. This is the only information in this world. Spokesperson. What does this mean? The Sun Golden Crow Super Thermonuclear Fusion. The Sun Golden Crow is the sun. Think about it. Is the energy of sunlight endless? The dwarves nodded one after another. If the power of the endless sun is compressed, the power that will be released. Chuyin felt as if he had barely made up his mind. Before the dwarves asked new questions, Chuyin quickly proposed other ideas. In addition to the Sun Golden Crow Super Thermonuclear Fusion, there are also space-based weapons. The Immortal Sword Formation. The Thought-Sealed Judge's Pen. The Sky-High Palace of the Aerospace Mothership. And the Dark Matter Battleship Hell. The dwarves were a little confused. The more Chuyin spoke, the more passionate he became. Using planets as engines. Building electromagnetic guns. Pulse rifles. Water drops. Two-dimensional foils. Nanomechanical bugs. At positions and so on. All forging machinery. We must not limit our sights to what is under our feet. Countless unfamiliar names came out of Chuyun's mouth. The dwarves heard these words for the first time. And these words had never appeared in this world. And looking at Chuyun's confident and relaxed appearance, as if he was serious. After listening, the dwarves were shocked. Spokesperson. Can you explain it? We don't understand. No problem. I'll explain it. Chuyun was careless and made up a lot of nonsense. Of course, although it was nonsense, it just made everything go back to logic. After hearing this, the dwarves were stunned. Their worldview was completely blown away by Chuyun's words. Countless new and wonderful ideas are surging in the brains of these dwarves. In terms of hands-on ability, no one can compare to the dwarves. The more flexible their minds are, the more skillful they will be. It is a fact that they can create the local version of Transformers. With a little guidance from Chuyun, the idea just mentioned may really be completed by these dwarves. The future is promising. The dwarves have great respect for your forging ideas. Your status is comparable to the supreme sages of the dwarves. Chuyun smiled slightly. From now on, Chuyun, a human, has a higher status in the dwarves than most dwarves. If this matter gets out, it will be an outrageous situation. The spokesperson has helped us so much. We have no way to repay him. The elder of the furnace burst into tears. They, the dwarves, have strong hands-on ability. But in fact, their inspiration ability is very poor. They can only forge some equipment within their cognition. As long as there is a little innovation, they will be amazed. Therefore, after they saw the time pocket watch they had never seen before, they wanted to take it apart to find out. Because their inspiration is really too rare. And Chuyun's 2 visits gave the dwarves extremely shocking thinking. With these new ideas, the forging methods, skills, and fields of the dwarves can all get a new leap. Chuyun is really worthy of being the incarnation of the god of forging in this world. Hey, what are you talking about? If you want to repay me, I certainly won't refuse. Chuyun has never thought of giving up his interests. Of course, if it is too common and can be bought with Tianfeng national currency, Chuyun will still refuse it and sell a favor. Chuyun lacks everything except money. And Chuyun will gladly accept items that are more precious than money. What do you need now? We, the dwarves, will definitely provide it with all our strength. Chuyun nodded. Do you have a teleportation array scroll here? The teleportation array is the unique skill of the space mage. Some professions that can use other professional skills can also copy the teleportation array, such as Deng Pei's professional priest, which also has a teleportation array prayer. Sure, Yin also has the skill of teleporting with fire damage. But these are far less stable and efficient than the teleportation array. The space mage engraved the teleportation array into the magic scroll. And the teleportation array scroll became a magic scroll that every master must have. Chu Yun's small teleportation magic scroll has been destroyed by Wu Ying. So he needs to get another one. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome to just go back to Xuanqing now. Yes. The elder of the furnace nodded. Before, a space mage came to us to buy equipment. He didn't have any extra money. So he used 2 teleportation scrolls to exchange for our equipment. Give one of them to the spokesperson. Chu Yun smiled slightly. Then I will obey your order. The dwarves now have 2 teleportation scrolls. If one is lost, there is still one, which will not cause too much loss to the dwarves. Besides, Chu Yun really needs a teleportation scroll now. Elder Furnace placed the teleportation scroll in Chu Yun's hand. This teleportation scroll is large and can accommodate up to 5 people at the same time. Chu Yun took a look, and it was indeed true. And its durability is much greater than his previous small teleportation scroll. And so is its ability to withstand blows. This large teleportation scroll will definitely not be pierced by Wu Ying. It's getting late. I have to leave and go to Xuanqing. Is the spokesperson going back to the human city? Furnace widened his eyes. Please wait. Not long after, Elder Bellows brought 3 young dwarves. Young dwarves are just like human children. But they have a completely different vigor, confidence, and ability from human children. After all, they are just young people, not real children. But when they look at Chu Yun, they are full of respect and admiration. This young and tall human in front of him is the spokesperson of the god of forging and the god of wine. He drank so much that the most drinking elder, the Bellows elder, was knocked out, and his forging ideas amazed the best craftsmen. The furnace elder, spokesperson. These 3 young people are the most talented among our dwarves. The furnace elder paused. I think that if they stay in a corner, it will limit their thinking and imagination, and waste their forging talent. We must never let them be like us again. So, please ask the spokesperson to bring the 3 of them to human society for further study. Chapter 170 Job Transfer Completed. Diamond. Okay. Chu Yun responded seriously. This is the expectation of the dwarves. So Chu Yun would not refuse. Okay. The 3 young dwarves cheered happily. The dwarf with a crew cut said loudly. Spokesperson. My name is Hammer. I will follow you from now on. The second introverted dwarf whispered, hello. My name is Scraper. The third one is a lively dwarf girl. My name is Wind Shovel. My skills are amazing. Although these 3 dwarves are young, Chu Yun does not underestimate them. This is a genius recognized by the elders of the furnace. In terms of forging, no human can compare with the dwarves. Even the most skilled human forgers will listen carefully when the dwarves put forward forging suggestions. This can even be said to be the racial talent of the dwarves. Nice to meet you. Chu Yun smiled at the 3 dwarf youths, and then looked at the elder of the furnace. Elder of the furnace. We are going to set off. Goodbye. Elders. The 3 dwarf youths had light in their eyes. The outside world, they have never seen it before. Goodbye. The furnace and a group of elders watched Chu Yun unfold the teleportation array, and disappeared with the 3 dwarf youths. The elder of the furnace said in a distant voice, I hope our children can see a wider world outside. It doesn't matter if we old guys stay in the tribe. But young people should also see the outside world. Follow the spokesperson. It's right. Noisy city. The entrance to the job transfer temple. The light of the teleportation array flickered, attracting the attention of passers-by. And Chu Yun and the 3 dwarf youths appeared on the street. Wow. Is this the human society? The 3 dwarf youths looked around. The human society is too delicate and beautiful. Although the dwarves have superb forging skills, they only live in caves. And these high-rise buildings surprised the 3 dwarf youths. Chu Yun waved to the 3. Come here. Don't lose me. Yeah. The 3 dwarf youths followed immediately. Here, they were unfamiliar with the place. So it was right to listen to the spokesperson. Chu Yun first walked into the job transfer temple and handed over his job transfer task. When he walked into the job transfer temple, many people looked sideways. Now in Xuanqing, Chu Yun is also a big celebrity. Look, it's Chu Yun. Didn't he just accept the 5-star job transfer task? He is here to hand it over? It's only been a few days. This is too amazing. Faced with all these exaggerations, Chu Yun was indifferent. And the three dwarf youths following Chu Yun were even more adoring. He is indeed a spokesperson. He is so popular in human society. When the group of onlookers saw the three dwarf youths behind Chu Yun, they screamed, "Whose children are these? Damn! Chu Yun has 3 illegitimate children? This is too fast. This is a big event that can shake up the news industry in Xuancheng." The romantic history of the rising star Chu Yun. When Chu Yun heard the discussion of this group of people, he was overwhelmed. And Hammer was very unhappy with these people's slander. "We are not children. We are dwarves. We are not spokespersons Chu Yun's children. We are his followers." Before entering the job transfer temple, Chu Yun taught them not to call Chu Yun the spokesperson, but to call Chu Yun by his real name. The three dwarf youths always felt that calling Chu Yun by his name was too offensive. But under Chu Yun's insistence, they nodded and called Chu Yun by his real name in front of outsiders. What? Dwarfs? Didn't they say that the dwarves were hiding in the mountains and forests and didn't want to see people? Did Chu Yun also kidnap the dwarves as followers? Various discussions could not be suppressed. However, in the eyes of the three dwarf youths, what these people said now was the truth, and they showed an extremely proud expression. This situation made the group of people who were watching the excitement talk about it. Chu Yun was a little helpless. I knew it would cause such a big commotion. After all, it's the dwarves. In human society, dwarves basically never appear. All humans who have seen dwarves have taken the initiative to look for them in the dwarf tribe. But Chu Yun didn't care about these for the time being, but came to the staff window for the doctor's job transfer. When the staff lady saw that it was Chu Yun, she quickly pushed out the crystal head. Before covering the crystal ball, Chu Yun smiled at the three dwarf youths. Be careful not to dazzle your eyes later. When the three of them looked confused, Chu Yun covered his palm. Instantly, a strong golden light burst out from the crystal ball under Chu Yun's palm. The golden light instantly filled the entire job transfer temple. 5-star job transfer tasks are obtained and handed over with a unique light. The spokesperson is so powerful. The dwarf girl Phone Shovel admired him so much that she let it slip. The hammer and scraper next to him also admired him very much. Because the dwarves often have to face forging fire, their resistance to various dazzling lights is much better than that of humans. So the three of them were actually not affected. But their admiration for Chu Yun deepened a bit. This light is really worthy of being a spokesperson. The life-saving warrior changes to the life-saving warrior. Platinum Diamond. Get a new skill. Finally, Chu Yun gradually smiled. Finally promoted to diamond level. And also gained 2 skills. After the reversal, it is 4. Healing with magic hands. Select a target. Restore 33.3% of Chu Yun's upper limit of health. And restore injuries. Cooling time 30 seconds. Simple and crude but ridiculously powerful. This is completely different from the healing spell and the healing calculated by magic value. The value of health value is much higher than the magic value. Chu Yun only made a slight estimate and felt that the amount of healing from this healing with magic hands should be 20 times that of the healing spell. And Chu Yun's own upper limit of health value is much higher than that of other people of the same period because of various equipment. His 33.3% is probably more than others' full health. In other words, one skill can restore full health, in addition to the long cooldown time. It simply beats the healing spell. But the healing spell will not be eliminated. The short cooldown time of 5 seconds means that it still has room for appearance. The amount of healing from the healing of the magic hand is really too exaggerated. The damage after the reversal. Chu Yun has no time to think about it. Next, the second skill obtained appears. Magic Hand Prayer. Simulate and condense a tear of life from the God of Life, making a dying target unable to die within 30 seconds. And during this period, restore 5% of Chu Yun's health limit per second. Cooling time 60 minutes. Chapter 171 Guanghai City. Life-saving magic skill. The 30-second immortality effect is so useful that it can beat most life-saving skills. The Blue Moon Empire has a profession called Barbarian. Their ultimate skill, Endless Fury, can enter a 5-second immortal state. This move alone is enough to make the Barbarian famous. And Chu Yun's skill, Wish, is often effective 6 times longer than Endless Fury. And the Barbarian's Endless Fury can only be used on himself. But Chu Yun's Wishful Healing can be used on any target. It is very useful to protect yourself or your teammates. In addition, this skill is far from being as simple as immortality. Within 30 seconds, the target will also recover 5% of Chu Yun's health value per second. At the end of 30 seconds, it will have recovered 150%. Even if the immortality effect is not needed sometimes. This skill can be used as a blood-adding skill without any problems. It's just that the cooling time is too long. So it must be a big trick. It's simply a godlike skill. And it doesn't seem like a doctor can get it at all. What Chuyun didn't know was that because the profession of doctor is too mediocre. There has never been a doctor in the entire human history who can receive all the 5-star job transfer tasks from bronze to diamond level like Chuyun. This trick of wish with wonderful hands is a skill after completing the 5-star job transfer task of diamond level. Which means that this is currently a skill that belongs to Chuyun alone. There are thousands of doctors in the world. But only Chuyun has wish with wonderful hands. Moreover, this skill not only has the same effect as God, but the description of this skill itself is related to God. Simulate and condense a tear of life from the God of life. Chuyun pondered. Just a simulated tear has this immortal ability. I don't know how exaggerated it will be if the God of life takes action. The throne has a name and title. For example, the throne of the God-given empire is named Bishop, and the title is God of Compassion. There are too many secrets about the throne. Chuyun knows that there is a throne called God of Life. But he doesn't know what the name of the God of Life is, and where it comes from. Now people can know a lot of titles of the throne. But the names they know are less than 1/10 of the titles. While Chuyun was thinking, the golden light of the crystal ball under his palm began to shrink. The job transfer has been completed. And the crystal ball no longer maintains the golden light. It seems that the noise is a bit loud. Chuyun did not intend to stay here any longer, and turned around to lead the 3 dwarf youths, and walked out of the job transfer temple in the eyes of passers-by. Then, he went to the president's office of Xuanqing Occupational Association. He had to ask President Deng Pei how to deal with these 3 dwarf youths. Although the elder of the furnace entrusted them to him, they certainly could not follow Chuyun to the Slime Academy, and had to find a good place to stay. In addition, Chuyun himself did not really have any forging skills. If the 3 dwarf youths, who were geniuses in the field of forging, followed Chuyun, they would probably waste their talents. They had to go to a place where they could really shine and learn new things. Soon, Chuyun brought 3 dwarf youths to the president's office of Xuanqing Professional Association. Deng Pei's originally messy desk was now very clean. And Deng Pei was also tidying up things. Chuyun was very surprised. Oh my god! What day is today? President Deng Pei is actually tidying up things? It's the last few days of my last term as president of Xuanqing Professional Association. Deng Pei packed up things and laughed. Chuyun was stunned. President, are you going to advocate? All matters, big and small, of Xuanqing Professional Association will be handed over to Deng Pei for review. And the fact that Xuanqing Professional Association can be more prosperous than several neighboring cities is all due to Deng Pei's unremitting efforts. Such a conscientious president is actually going to advocate? Ah, yes, I won't do it anymore. Deng Pei nodded, very calmly, as if he didn't care about this position at all. Is this the legendary state of not being happy with things? Not being sad with oneself? Chuyun was very moved. Then, Deng Pei continued with the next sentence. I will go to Guanghai City with you. This sentence confused Chuyun. Guanghai City? Why should we go there? Because that's where Slime Academy is. Where you're going to college. Deng Pei smiled. Slime Academy is actually in Guanghai City? Chuyun was shocked. Guanghai City. Famous. Su province is located in the southern part of the Tianfeng Empire. And there are 13 provinces in the southern part of the Tianfeng Empire, covering all cities. But not Guanghai City. Guanghai City is independent of the 13 provinces, and belongs to the general government of the 13 provinces in the south. It is an autonomous city, and has been called the capital of learning since ancient times. Historically, many famous schools are in Guanghai City, and it is known as the 2 places with the strongest educational resources in the Tianfeng Empire together with the imperial capital. Of course, the reason why the imperial capital can be compared with the capital of learning is that, after the founding of the Tianfeng Empire, the main schools of Qinsheng and Baitian are in the imperial capital, which has received support from the Ministry of Education. And there are also god-level copies such as the imperial mausoleum around it. With solid resources, it can be compared with the educational heritage of Guanghai City. Of course, Qinsheng Baitian also has a branch in Guanghai City, the capital of learning. For example, students with excellent grades and outstanding talents in Baitian Guanghai branch will be sent to the imperial capital for further study. Slime Academy is not well known. I thought it would be in an extremely remote place. Chu Yun muttered to himself. Although Slime Academy is very low-key, it is still a hidden academy that the top leaders of the Tianfeng Empire pay the most attention to. After all, it will only be opened in 2 places, Kyoto and Guanghai City. Deng Pei smiled. Slime Academy also has a branch in the imperial capital, but that branch is more like a reception center, because all Slime Academy students are in Guanghai City. Only when students go to Kyoto in groups will the branch be opened and used as a dormitory. Wow. Interesting. Chu Yun nodded. Deng Pei also handed a file to Chu Yun. This is the file that Leng Yin, the admissions officer of Slime Academy, gave you. You can just take a look at the contents. The key point is to report to Guanghai City 5 days from today. I will take you there then. I understand. Chu Yun took the file and flipped through it casually. Oh, by the way, President, I have a favor to ask. As he said that, Chu Yun pointed to the 3 dwarf youths, who were a little nervous behind him. Please prepare a proper place for the 3 of them. Deng Pei looked behind Chu Yun, a little surprised. Chu Yun, you have 3 illegitimate children at such a young age? If it's children, I'll arrange a primary school for them. Not children, but dwarves. Oh, dwarves? Chapter 172 Rare Dwarves. Deng Pei almost fell off his chair, and quickly sat up, looking at the 3 dwarf youths behind Chu Yun. You are dwarves? That's right. Hammer proudly straightened his back. My name is Hammer. My name is Scraper. I'm a wind shovel. The distinctive name immediately stunned Deng Pei. Only the dwarves would give such a name related to forging tools, because the dwarves are a race that loves forging very much, and are natural forging geniuses. It's really the dwarves. Deng Pei's hands trembled slightly. The dwarves basically stay in the deep mountains and forests. Deng Pei has seen the dwarves before, but he went to meet the dwarves in person, and he has never seen the dwarves walk out of the tribe or out of the mountains. Dwarves are very exclusive, and their friendship with humans is limited to simple transactions and banquets. I have never heard of humans gaining a certain status and friendship among the dwarves, let alone taking the dwarves out of the tribe. It is almost unprecedented. This is amazing. For some reasons, these dwarves walked out of the tribe with me. Chu Yun laughed. President, please arrange their whereabouts and don't waste their talents. That's no problem. Deng Pei looked at the 3 dwarf youths, as if he had found a treasure. Dwarves in human society are too rare. And looking at the appearance of these dwarf youths, they are willing to share their forging skills, which is a priceless treasure no matter where they are placed. I have some connections with the Southern General Job Transfer Association in Guanghai City. This time I will accompany you to Guanghai City. So let the 3 of them go to the Southern General Job Transfer Association. There is Wu Ji, the first blacksmith of the Tianfeng Empire. If they can communicate and talk, it will definitely be of great benefit. That's good. Chu Yun was relieved. In this way, he will live up to the expectations of the elders of the furnace. Ah, President, can you tell me what I need to prepare for going to the Slime Academy? There are only the last few days left, and Chu Yun also plans to prepare like Deng Pei. Unexpectedly, Deng Pei showed a wicked smile. No need to prepare. Ah? Chu Yun was very confused. What is the president doing here? What is the situation in the Slime Academy? Tell me. Hee. Don't disclose that you will know when you report. Don't worry. Slime is not a shady place. If you feel something is wrong when you report, you can run away at any time. If I really run away, I will have no place to go to school. Chu Yun spoke helplessly. But Deng Pei had a look of you know what I mean. Chu Yun didn't understand at all. President, since you don't want to say anything, I'll leave first. Remember to call me on the day of departure. No problem. You can leave quickly. It may take several days to pack up. Deng Pei looked at the office, which was tidy but still had many things unsorted, and felt a headache. Walking out of the office, Hammer quietly pulled the corner of Chu Yun's clothes. Spokesperson, is it true that we can meet the most powerful blacksmith of you humans? The other 2 dwarf youths also showed eager expressions. Although the old man like human just now swore, they could not completely believe what ordinary human said. They listened to the spokesperson. Chu Yun smiled and nodded. Yes. Great. The 3 dwarf youths cheered. Dwarves are like this. Simple-minded. As long as they know something related to forging, they will be very happy. Chu Yun brought the 3 of them to the exchange, asked, and learned that Xie Xing had left. Xie is not here. Forget it. The spoils will not be sold here. After Chuyun killed Wu Ying and fainted in the woods due to the time series pocket watch, the three elders of the furnace quickly came to the rescue. And the spoils of Wu Ying and others when they died were also packed up and given to Chuyun. Chuyun originally wanted to sell some. But since Xie was not here, Chuyun lost interest and might as well go to Guanghai City to sell it. In that kind of big city, the prices must be higher than here. And it is likely that they can be sold at a higher price. Thinking of this, Chuyun led the three dwarf youths and turned away. Go to your own villa. Wow! The three dwarf youths stood at the door, looking up at Chuyun's villa, their eyes sparkling. What a beautiful building! This is my home. Please come in. The three dwarves exclaimed again and again. Life is too luxurious. Although the dwarves have superb forging skills, their lives can indeed be described as poor. Their clothes are better, no different from humans, but their residences are heavyweight. The dwarves seem to like sleeping in caves very much. It's not that they can only sleep in caves, but the dwarves really like sleeping in caves and decorate the caves very beautifully. The bed where Chuyun was unconscious at that time was also of good quality. The residence is a cave. The collection room is a cave. And the blacksmith room is also a cave. Spokesperson. What is this? Hammer pointed at the gas stove. This is a gas stove. You can light a flame to cook. Don't you know? You really don't know. You cook directly with fire. Chuyun knocked his head. The gap between the superb forging skills of the dwarves and the extremely simple life is too big. The scraper on the side looked at the big screen in the living room with great curiosity. The wealthy businessman Ji Ba and his son Ji Kun from Xuanqing have been missing for almost 2 days. At this time, the TV was broadcasting the news. Spokesperson. What is this? This is a TV. It can project images from thousands of miles away onto the screen. Bo Xiao was surprised to see the cold air coming out of the refrigerator. Spokesperson. What is this? This is a refrigerator. It can emit cold air and preserve food. Chuyun was hungry as he spoke. There were still a lot of things in the refrigerator, all of which were very filling delicacies. Chuyun took them all out and shared them with the three dwarf youths. And he also ate them together. The appetite of the dwarves was not worse than that of humans. The 4 of them ate as much as they could, and the refrigerator was soon empty. However, Chuyun did not plan to fill it up. Anyway, they would go to Guanghai City in a few days, and this villa would probably be left to dust. So full. The scraper ate happily. The 3 dwarf youths were very satisfied. They only ate the simplest barbecue and beer in the tribe. Where have they eaten the packaged food that is the result of human industrialization? It's delicious. The wind shovel burped carelessly. A little sleepy. The hammer tilted his head. Chuyun arranged guest rooms for the 3 guys. And he felt sleepy himself. But now, it's not time to sleep. It's time to reverse the skills I got after I was promoted to diamond level. Chapter 173 Collect the Spoils. Walking into the room and closing the door, Chuyun sat on the bed and began to reverse the 2 skills he obtained after his job transfer to diamond. Reverse the magic hand healing. The magic hand healing reverses the rules. Ding. Congratulations to the host's magic hand healing has reversed the rules. Please check it yourself. The magic hand healing select a target, causing 33.3% of the real damage based on Chuyun's upper limit of health, and causing the target to fall into a serious injury effect with a 75% reduction in treatment effect, which lasts for 30 seconds. Cooling time 30 seconds. Invincible and powerful damage skills. Just in line with Chuyun's guess. Sure enough, the magic hand healing with explosive governance ability is transformed into a damage skill with explosive damage. Chuyun couldn't help but sigh. Chuyun knew the value of this independent multiplication area of health value bonus very well. There are not many equipments with high magic value bonus, but there are many equipments with high health value bonus. What's more, Chuyun is now wearing the domain of Moradin, and his health value is about 5 times that of the same level of diamond. This means that Chuyun's reverse magic hand healing can kill diamond level beasts and professionals in seconds. After having reverse magic hand healing, Chuyun's output ability is no less than that of the star level. Chuyun then reversed the second skill. Reverse magic hand prayer. Magic hand prayer anti-rule begins. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The prayer of the magic hand has reversed the rules. Please check it yourself. Prayer of the magic hand simulates and condenses a tear of death from the god of death. making a target unable to use any death-free skills within 30 seconds and unable to become the target of death-free skills. And during this period, it receives 5% of Chu Yun's maximum health value per second. True damage. Cooling time 60 minutes. After the reversal, the simulated tier of death. And this skill has become more restrained against death-free skills. I don't know which one is stronger. The God of Life or the God of Death? Chu Yun pondered. Although the reverse prayer of the magic hand can prevent the target from obtaining a death-free state, it cannot interrupt the death-free state. Now it seems that the power of the God of Life should still be better. Of course, restraining the power of immunity from death is an extremely useful ability, as long as it is released early enough. Of course, these two tiers were simulated by Chu Yun, and they can only be distinguished for the time being. It is still unknown which one is stronger, the God of Life or the God of Death. After reversing these two skills, Chu Yun was promoted to the diamond level, which is equivalent to having 4 skills. Chu Yun breathed a sigh of relief and began to search for the spoils. First, it was Ji Ba's magic book. Ji Ba, who was rich in Xuanqing, used an extraordinary weapon. At that time, Ji Ba was killed instantly by the burning star. But this magic book survived intact, which shows its strength. Book of Surge. Category, Magic Book. Level requirement, 45. Professional requirement, Mage. Effect, mana plus 7 million. Durability, 2714/3500. Surge when entering combat. Increase movement speed by 10%. Chanting speed by 5%. Concentration by 2.5%. And restore 10% of lost mana per second. Lasting 10 seconds. After the duration ends, lose the previously acquired effect per second. Lasting 20 seconds. After the duration ends, start to improve the effect. Lasting 20 seconds. And then repeat over and over again. Passive skill. Surge immediately clear all mana. Increase the skill effect and casting speed of the next spell according to the amount of mana cleared. Skill effect does not exceed 500%. Casting speed does not exceed 50%. Cooling time 120 minutes. A very powerful magic book. Chu Yun took a deep breath. It is indeed a weapon used by the wealthy Ji Ba. Whether it is the ridiculous durability, the powerful and direct magic value bonus, or the active skills, they are all very powerful. It is the first time that Chu Yun has seen equipment with 2 equipment skills in addition to the props he obtained. This should be able to sell for a high price. Well, Ji Ba's equipment should be very famous. Watch me reverse it. Reverse the tide and the wild wave. The tide reverses the rules. Ding. Congratulations to the host's tide has reversed the rules. Please check it yourself. Tide when entering the combat state. Select a target. Reduce the movement speed by 10%. The chanting speed by 5%. The concentration by 2.5% per second. And restore 10% of the lost magic value. Lasting for 10 seconds. After the duration ends, the previously obtained effect is obtained every second. Lasting for 20 seconds. After the duration ends, the effect begins to decrease, lasting for 20 seconds, and then repeats over and over again. Passive skill. From choosing yourself, you can now choose other targets. And the initial bonus has become a reduction. Use it on the enemy, and you can catch them off guard. Raging Waves against the rules begins. Ding. Congratulations to the host's Raging Waves that have reversed the rules. Please check it yourself. Raging Waves select a target. Immediately replenish all mana points. And reduce the skill effect and casting speed of the next spell according to the amount of replenished mana points. The skill effect is reduced by no less than 50%. And the casting speed is reduced by no less than 50%. The cooling time is 120 minutes. If this is used on a target with drained mana points, the mana points can be replenished instantly, although the next use of skills will be limited. It can instantly replenish all magic power, which is enough to make up for all its shortcomings. This equipment will definitely attract many people. And after changing the equipment skills, no one can associate it with Ji Ba's weapon. After putting away the Book of Surging Waves, Chu Yun took out the second treasure, Wu Ying's most important treasure, a replica of the throne-level weapon. The secret cloak? This is a transparent cloak. Holding it is like holding the air. Secret cloak replica. Category, Cloak. Level requirement, none. Professional requirement, none. Effect, movement speed plus 15%. Durability, 18/30. Running in the dark when not in combat. The movement speed increases by 15%. After entering combat, the movement speed increases to 40%, and the attack speed increases by 20%, which lasts for 10 seconds. And then the movement speed bonus is removed, and the attack speed bonus is reduced to 10%. Passive skill. Ghost in the Dark. Consume 1 durability. Immediately hide your figure. Enter the invisible state. And immediately enter the out-of-combat state, which lasts for 30 seconds. If you consume 1 durability to extend the invisibility during the invisibility period, the time will be extended to 45 seconds. During the invisibility period, if you receive damage or release an attack, you will immediately exit the invisibility state. Chapter 174. Xiaoshencher visits. A replica of a throne-level weapon with invisibility effect. Chu Yun showed a delighted expression. Among all kinds of very rare special abilities, invisibility is also one of the rarest among the rare ones. It is usually a special ability of some rare professions. Other professions can learn countless skills, but they may not be able to learn skills related to invisibility. Just like Chu Yun's doctor. Even if he can learn the ability to imitate the tears of the god of life, he will not have the ability to learn invisibility. There is not even a trace of connection, and the invisibility effect cannot be reversed. Even if it is a profession like wooing that can blur the impression of others, it does not have the invisibility skill, and must rely on the secret cloak to achieve invisibility. Chu Yun had never heard of it, but there were invisibility skills in the skill book, and the stealth cloak that appeared now can greatly improve Chu Yun's upper limit ability. It still has more than half of its durability, and it can be used for a long time. Chu Yun was very satisfied. Although this kind of auxiliary god throne level weapon replica is not as simple and effective as the direct damage type, they have the advantage of being used much more frequently. It is normal for a damage god throne level weapon replica to use up its durability in a fierce battle and be directly scrapped in one battle. But the auxiliary type can be used many times, and the fiercest battle will not extend the frequency of use too much. Chu Yun now has most of the durability of Medusa's head, and can still support several uses. The same is true for the current secret cloak. Apart from the Book of Raging Waves and the secret cloak, the rest of the spoils are not worth mentioning. Chu Yun actually wanted Wuing's instant kill array scroll, but it seemed that Wuing had used it up. Leave the secret cloak, and sell the rest when we get to Guanghai City. After packing up these spoils, Chu Yun took another look at the Time Series pocket watch. This simple-looking pocket watch lay quietly in Chu Yun's arms, as if it was just a dead object without any independent consciousness. But Chu Yun did not dare to be careless. This is a numbered item. Even after the side effects of defeating Wuing were reversed, Chu Yun still felt a lingering fear. Chu Yun exhaled and put it in the deepest part of the storage ring. This thing must not be used unless it is absolutely necessary. Then, it was the beast-controlling ball. The golden egg lay in the beast-controlling ball, snoring. It was still a young dragon and needed enough sleep to grow. Chu Yun did not intend to disturb it. Let this cub sleep well. When it is needed for a battle, we will see whether to pull it out and sharpen it. In fact, in most cases of the battle now, Chu Yun can solve it alone. Even in the face of the ultimate danger, the golden egg cannot help much, and Chu Yun still needs to spend a certain amount of effort to protect it. Now, Chu Yun only needs the golden egg when he is facing a situation that is not a crisis and cannot expose his full strength, and when he needs to run at full speed. Grow up quickly, little golden dragon cub. Chu Yun sighed. Then, he put the beast-controlling ball back into the storage ring, stretched his body, and decided to take a nap. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, Chu Yun was awakened by the phone. Hello? Yunzi. Are you free these 2 days? It was Xiaoshencher's cheerful voice on the other end of the phone. I guess I am free. Chu Yun yawned and replied. There are still a few days before he goes to Guanghai City to report to the Slime Academy. So Chu Yun is still free these days. What's up, fatty? As long as you're free. Xiaoshencher's voice revealed a sense of joy. It's hard to explain over the phone. I'll come to your villa in a little while, and we'll talk in detail then. After winning the first place in the exam, Chu Yun, Xiaoshencher, and Yunmu all got villas, and they were 3 villas close to each other, which made it very convenient for the 3 of them to travel. However, Xiaoshencher still lives at home because his father Xiao Wentian was too strict. Yunmu was also going to report to Guanghai City soon, so he went home to say goodbye to his parents and so on. And he was not at the villa recently. Chu Yun got up, washed up, and heard a knock on the door. Xiao Xincher was here. Hey, Yunzi. Wow. Your aura has become stronger. Xiao Xincher smiled. Breakthrough to diamond? As expected of you. You are so sharp. Chuyan also smiled. He and Fatty have been wearing the same pants since they were young, and they know each other's temperament very well. Chuyan patted the various muscles on Xiao Xincher's body, all of which were as hard as iron lumps. It is completely different from the time of the big exam. Fatty, you have also reached the platinum level. Xiao Xincher nodded. Yes. Now it is level 37. This upgrade speed is already considered to be the best among the crowd, except for people like Chu Yuan who are unreasonable with the system. Xiao Xincher's upgrade speed is as fast as a rocket, and the platinum level is also a leader among the young generation. As the son of Xiao Wentian, it goes without saying that he has abundant resources, but Xiao Xincher's personal efforts cannot be ignored. It is unknown what dangers he has experienced to be able to upgrade like this. This is the result of his innate luck and acquired efforts. I am so strong now. Why don't you stop calling me fat? Xiao Xincher shows off his muscles. Chu Yun is at a loss for words. I have been calling you fat since I was a child. It is hard to change your words. When Xiao Xincher was a child, he was really a fat boy. Xiao Wentian had a son in his old age and loved him very much. He gave Xiao Xincher all kinds of nutritional supplements, making him very fat. This is very different from Chu Yun's pale face and thin body due to malnutrition when he was a child. No one expected that these two people could become brothers of life and death. Hey, so many years have passed. Oh, I almost forgot the important matter. Xiao Xincher slapped his head and said, his father just came home. After knowing that I was free, he insisted on taking me to participate in a gathering of the top rich people and forces in the south, and held a bloody hunting competition. Although my father doesn't like this competition very much, it is a gathering of rich people after all, and it would be bad not to go. Moreover, the prizes of this competition are very scarce. I heard that the organizer has prepared several top prizes that surprised my father. What prizes are they? Chu Yun was a little stunned. Xiao Wentian is the richest man in Xuanqing. His influence has even spread to several surrounding cities. In the whole Su province, he is one of the top richest people. The prizes given by the organizer can surprise Xiao Wentian, but considering that this is a gathering of top rich people, the prizes are a bit exaggerated, which is reasonable. Xiao Xincher looked left and right, and after making sure that there was no one nearby, he spoke in a low voice. Yunzi, do you know the numbered items? Chapter 175 Deep Talk. Eye of God. It's actually a numbered item. Chu Yun was shocked. Now, Chu Yun finally understood why Xiao Wentian was so surprised. The value and scarcity of numbered items. I'm afraid only the original body of the throne-level weapon can surpass it. Compared with countless other props, they are all like looking down on it. No matter how rich a tycoon is, he can't confidently open his mouth and circulate numbered items casually. The uniqueness of numbered items has determined its status. Looking at Chu Yun's expression, Xiao Xincher laughed. It seems that Yunzi also knows about numbered items, so I don't need to elaborate on it. Anyway, this is the current situation. Yunzi, do you want to come? Xiao Xincher's expression was serious and sincere. This activity is dangerous. Even I can't guarantee anything. I respect your decision whether you want to come or not. Chu Yun paused slightly. He felt the seriousness in Xiao Xincher's words. Whether it was the fierce battle in the crater during the exam, or the duel with the beast in the Tower of Destiny, or even the speed pass in the Imperial Mausoleum. Although it was exciting, there was no danger to life because of the transmission device. But now this bloody hunting competition, there is no guarantee at all. But in the end, Chu Yun smiled and nodded. Come! I've been to Sky Curtain Kingdom and survived Wu Ying's attack. Now, Chu Yun has killed 2-star glory level warriors with his own hands, and with platinum level strength. Now Chu Yun has reached diamond level, and Chu Yun has a stronger confidence. What dangers have you not seen? Since you can go, then go. Great. It has to be you. Yunzi! Xiao Xincher was very happy. If the two of us go out and take the first place, won't it be easy? Then we can get the numbered item. As for the numbered item, I don't know what it feels like to use it. It has negative effects and autonomous consciousness. It shouldn't be a big problem. Seeing Xiao Xincher's enthusiasm for the numbered items, Chu Yun suddenly smiled bitterly. Before Chu Yun used the time series pocket watch, Chu Yun also looked at it this way. but after using it, he was very clear about the harm of this thing. If the elders of the dwarf furnace had not come to rescue him, Chu Yun might really have to die in the forest. The numbered items have the characteristic of autonomous consciousness. It is really hard to imagine if you have never used it. Anyway, Chu Yun will never use the Time Series pocket watch again unless it is absolutely necessary. Fatty, I think you may have a misunderstanding about the numbered items. What's wrong? Yunzi, why do you suddenly say this? Come closer. When Xiao Zhenche came closer, Chu Yun quietly took out the Time Series pocket watch. The Time Series pocket watch was extremely quiet and motionless. Yunzi, this is... Fatty, have you seen the Numbered Object Archive Book of Numbered Objects? The Numbered Object Archive Book is a manual compiled by the top leaders of the Tianfeng Empire. Only people with high enough status can obtain it. Chu Yun read it in Ding Pei's office. I have seen it. There are more than 800 numbered objects. Each item has a separate number. Among them, about 70 numbers are vacant, because the physical objects are damaged and have not been supplemented. I memorized them all. Xiao Zhenche spoke very fast. The higher the level, the better the vision, memory and physical fitness of the professional will be. This is irrelevant to the professional classification. It is the same for everyone. At the platinum and diamond levels, it only takes 5 minutes to memorize a whole book, and it can be kept for 100 years. After reaching the king level from the star level, the physical fitness is truly beyond the mortal level. Recall. Number 513. Xiao Zhenche looked at the pocket watch in Chu Yun's hand and took a breath. This is the numbered object that can manipulate time. The Time Series pocket watch? Although the numbered object file said that the Time Series pocket watch was extremely old, there was no picture after all. I didn't expect it to be so old. It looked like an object of a ruined noble in the Middle Ages. It was old, simple in shape, and rusty. That's right. Chu Yun nodded. Then, he told Xiao Zhenche all the negative effects after using the time pocket watch. Brothers, share all this information and exchange what you have with each other, so as to ensure that there will be fewer detours and mistakes in the future, so as to avoid making big mistakes at critical moments. After listening to Chu Yun's detailed explanation, Xiao Zhenche was extremely surprised. I didn't expect the danger of numbered objects to be so serious. No wonder the Numbered Object Archive says that you must be extremely careful. It's a bit outrageous to have independent consciousness. Xiao Zhenche pondered. Will it resist the user? The throne-level weapons also have independent consciousness, but they are in a state of working together with the users. That is, the thrones. To some extent, they can even be regarded as comrades in arms. Cooperating with each other can play an effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. But the numbered objects are always resisting the existence of the user. They will do everything to fight against the user, and are even ready to put the user into a dead end at any time to gain freedom. Break into Sky Curtain Kingdom. Encounter 2-star level masters of the God's Blood Research Institute, and kill them together with Ding Pei, the president of Xuanqing Professional Association, and obtain the numbered objects. It's really thrilling. Although I have guessed it a little. I didn't expect that the mosaic that quickly passed the Imperial Tomb and became popular on the internet was actually you. Diamond-level beasts can't stop you at all. This time I invited you. It seems that I can rest assured. Yunzi, you were actually targeted by the famous killer Wu Ying of the Blood Hull, and finally succeeded in counterattacking. It's not easy. Chu Yun's thrilling management made Xiao Zhenche sigh with emotion. I originally wanted to tell you about the devilish training during this period to show off, but now it seems that I can't show it off at all. Chu Yun smiled. He knew how much hard work and effort Xiao Zhenche had put in, but he just didn't want to say it to make him worry. But since they were brothers, Chu Yun would not deliberately expose Xiao Zhenche's words. By the way, Fatty, what kind of organization is this bloody hall you mentioned? Chu Yun had never heard of it. It is a well-hidden evil organization that operates in the Su province area. There are 3 or 4-star level killers in the organization, one of whom is shadowless, and was killed by you. Yunzi. Xiao Zhenche paused. The boss of this organization is King level. Codename, Ghost. King level strength. Chu Yun pondered deeply. Chu Yun still clearly remembered Ding Pei's desire and helplessness when he talked about the king level. This realm is too transcendent. But the Bloody Hall is just a small thing. The boss Ghost is actually a member of a larger evil organization. This evil organization is called Eye of God. Chapter 176 Meeting Xiao Wentian. Sounds like a familiar name. Chu Yun had heard Ding Pei mention this evil organization before. Xiao Zhenchideo, I don't know much about this organization. But I know that they like to deprive professionals of their characteristics and install them on themselves. They regard themselves as God's eyes, ignoring the law and arbitrarily judging everything in the world. They regard everyone except themselves as inferiors. And burn, kill, and rob at will. They are a real evil organization. This description made Chu Yun sweat again. Chu Yun's physique is really a favorite of this evil organization. You have to be timid and steady. And you can't stand out. In short, one must not force oneself to show off one's own strength to outsiders. One must rely on the combat power that has already been shown. Such as the golden egg. How about it? Yunzi, shall we set off? Wait. I'll go back to the house to find the servants. Who? Yunzi. You are hiding a beauty in your golden house. Chu Yun laughed. I still want to hide. The problem is that there is no beauty to hide. He walked to the room where the three dwarfs were resting. The three dwarfs had already woken up and were eating snacks placed in the room. Three of you. Do you want to go out for a walk with me? The three dwarfs looked at each other. Wherever the spokesperson goes. We will go there. Soon. Chu Yun brought three dwarf youths to the door. And Xiao Shencher was shocked. Yunzi. You have children? And three? When did it happen? No. They are three dwarves. Chu Yun was speechless. Why does everyone who sees these three dwarves immediately suspect that these three are his children? But it makes sense to think about it. After all, it is extremely difficult for dwarves to appear in human society. It is reasonable to guess that they are Chu Yun's relatives and friends. After some explanation, Xiao Zhencher was even more shocked. Yunzi, I feel like I can't keep up with you. Your actions are simply unheard of. Lucky. Chu Yun was half modest and half truthful. At the beginning, Chu Yun could not guarantee that his previous life ideas could conquer the dwarves, and the fact that he could drink and knock out the entire dwarf tribe was purely due to the reversal of the system. I didn't expect that you are so good at drinking. Yunzi! Why didn't I notice it before? Because we didn't drink when we were students. Chu Yun said a reasonable nonsense. Xiao Zhencher thought about it and replied, Really? The two took the three dwarf youths to Xiao Zhencher's private car and chatted all the way, and finally arrived at Xiao Zhencher's home, which is Xiao Wentian's garden villa. Although Chu Yun is currently living in a very expensive villa, it is nothing compared to the one in front of him. This is not the first time Chu Yun has come to Xiao Zhencher's house. But every time he comes, Chu Yun is shocked by the exaggerated and luxurious layout and buildings. This is not a shock that can be avoided after just a few visits. The driver got out of the car and opened the door. Xiao Zhencher took Chu Yun and the three dwarf youths out of the car and went to the villa in the center of the garden. The gardeners in the middle of the road smiled at Chu Yun and Xiao Zhencher. Master, dear guests. Although Chu Yun has only been here a few times, these gardeners are very familiar with Chu Yun because Xiao Zhencher has only brought Chu Yun to his home. The gardeners said so because of the three kids behind Chu Yun and Xiao Zhencher. Xiao Zhencher called out their names one by one, and Chu Yun smiled slightly, because Chu Yun really didn't know their names. Hammer, Wind Shovel, and Scraper looked around excitedly. To them, everything in human society was very fresh and interesting. Walking into the villa, Xiao Weitian came out in person. You're back, son? Oh, isn't this Chu Yun? Xiao Weitian laughed. My son must have told you where he was going this time. That place is very dangerous. In fact, I told him not to force you to come, but he still came. Dad, Chu Yun is very strong. There will be no danger. Xiao Zhencher was very upset that his father had some intention to belittle Chu Yun. Chu Yun didn't care, because he understood that Xiao Wentian was really concerned about his safety. To the outside world, he was not an all-around mage with explosive combat power who could fight and heal. Nor was he the popular speed pass master Mosaic. Nor was he the ultimate ruthless man who killed 2-star glory level players. He was just a weak, fragile doctor who relied on the golden holy dragon cub to fight. Hey, son, you are still so good to your friends. Chu Yun nodded slightly. Hello, Uncle Xiao. In a blink of an eye. Chu Yun, you have grown up so much. Xiao Weitian also fell into the reminiscence mode. And then suddenly, he saw the three dwarf youths behind Chu Yun. The dwarf youth stared at the uncle with confused eyes, not understanding why the uncle was staring at them. Chu Yun, you already have children? And three? Damn. When everyone sees the three of them, Can't they all say in unison that they are my children? How come they are so telepathic? Or do they really look similar to Chu Yun? After a detailed explanation, Xiao Wentian finally understood the origins of the three dwarf youths, and also told what the relationship between Chu Yun and the three dwarf youths is now. Afterwards, Xiao Wentian's eyes lit up. It's really rare that dwarves appear in human society. Dad? You don't want to. Xiao Zhencher was speechless. That's right. Xiao Wentian looked at Chu Yun with a sincere face. Chu Yun, I want to recruit these three dwarves to come to our company. We will give them the best salary and benefits. And it is also very reasonable for them to learn advanced forging technology. Our company has a special forger who is waiting for in-depth discussions with the dwarves who are forging wizards. Xiao Wentian's Wentian Company Limited is a company that produces various combat-related materials and props. All kinds of weapons, equipment, magic scrolls, magic potions, etc. are all manufactured and sold in large quantities to exchanges. It is a supplier of various exchanges. The two most advanced, technologically advanced and important directions of Wentian Company Limited are vehicle manufacturing and the reproduction of throne-level weapon replicas. The production method of throne-level weapon replicas is not based on the appearance of throne-level weapons, but uses other methods to imitate the effect. For example, the replica of Medusa's head is not made of a real head. If Wentian Company Limited can communicate with the dwarves, these two directions will surely be greatly improved. And Wentian Company Limited can expand its reach even further. Chapter 177 Xiao Wentian invited helpers. Sure, but it can only be for a few days. We have to take them to Guanghai City later. If Chu Yun and Xiao Zhencher go to participate in the bloody hunting competition these days, then these three dwarf youths will have nowhere to stay. It is good to stay in Xiao Wentian's company. They are safe and can learn technology. No problem. Xiao Wentian laughed. A few days is not enough time, as long as we can deeply discuss forging technology with the dwarves. Even if it is only a few days, it will be of great benefit to the technology of the entire company. And even with the help of new concepts, we can make new breakthroughs. That's great. Seeing Chu Yun and Xiao Wentian having fun, Xiao Zhencher was also very happy. At this time, Xiao Wentian laughed. I am naturally very happy that you two good brothers are going to participate in the bloody hunting competition together. But because this competition is really dangerous, I have prepared a few helpers for you two good brothers. As he said, Xiao Wentian clapped his hands. A few people came out from behind the door. This bloody hunting competition can form a group of up to 5 people. You can go with 2 people or 5 people. So just take the 3 of them with you. The 3 people who came were a high-spirited young man, a middle-aged man in a robe, and a silent old man. Seeing these people, Xiao Zhencher was immediately shocked. And Chu Yun couldn't help but say the name of the young man walking in front. It's Yu Mu. The high-spirited young man looked at Chu Yun and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. His name is not widely known. Only those with strong strength or deep background can know his name. I didn't expect Chu Yun to recognize him. Yu Mu, known as the Ice Blade, is a cold wave prophet. He can easily command the power of blizzards. He is also a proud genius in the whole Xuanqing. However, his profession has a fatal drawback. That is, he will fall into a frozen state from time to time. So he is rarely known to the outside world. He even failed to catch up with the college entrance examination because of freezing himself. He could only look for someone else to help him go to college. Finally, he found Xiao Wentian, who is in control of the sky in Xuanqing. Although this person is not well known, his fighting power is one of the best among the young generation in Xuanqing. Nice to meet you, Chu Yun. The middle-aged man Zhuang Guang spoke calmly. This calmness was not a contempt for Chu Yun or a coldness to others, but a strange aura that limited Zhuang Guang's expression and tone to the most normal and ordinary situation. Hello, Zhuang Guang. Chu Yun looked at this middle-aged man and nodded slightly. Zhuang Guang, known as the immortal Zhuang Guang, was just an ordinary water mage 10 years ago. But because of an accident, the god of balance seemed to have infused a trace of thin power into his body. From then on, Zhuang Guang's health and magic points were always adjusted to the level of 50%. And when he was in a negative state, he would randomly gain a positive state. And when he was in a positive state, he would also randomly gain a negative state, balancing the number of his own buffs and debuffs to the same number. As long as Zhuang Guang is not killed instantly, his health will be instantly adjusted to 50%. and he cannot be killed. Zhuang Guang is both a mage and a front row. Similarly, Zhuang Guang's expression was balanced to a neutral meaning, which was the sequelae left by the power of balance. The last old man opened his mouth, but did not say a word. Chu Yun did not recognize this person. Xiao Zhencher said, Yunzi, you must know him. It's just that you have heard of his name, but you have never seen him in person. This person is the silent old man. The silent old man smiled, revealing a row of leaky teeth. It's actually the silent old man. Chu Yun was very surprised. 100 years ago, the old man Wu Yin was a top-notch genius in Xuanqing. At that time, he was already at the peak of the star glory level. At the same time, he formed a team with 4 other geniuses to hunt beasts, and was in the limelight for a while. But because of a group attack by beasts, the Tianjiao team was unable to cope with it. After killing thousands of beasts, 4 teammates died. Only he survived. After returning, he found that his throat was so hoarse that he couldn't speak. Because of his heart knot, his level didn't improve. He gradually didn't want to speak, and gradually disappeared, becoming a lonely soul in the night of Xuanqing. As time passed, his name gradually no longer mentioned, and when he was mentioned, he would say his nickname, the old man Wu Yin. These 3 helpers are really strong. Chu Yun couldn't help smacking his lips. As expected of Xiao Wentian, his moves are really amazing. It's enough to spend a lot of money to invite Yumu and Zhuang Guang, and even invited the silent old man who only exists in urban legends. How is it? Are you satisfied? Then let the 3 of them team up with you. Chu Yun paused slightly after hearing this. He appreciated the strength of these 3 people, but he really didn't want to team up. First, if there were outsiders present, it would be difficult for him to exert his full strength and be restricted. Second, and this is also a very critical point, that is, Chu Yun really didn't want to share experience. 1 more person means 1 more experience point for killing a beast. Chu Yun has just broken through to the diamond level, and needs a lot of experience points to upgrade so that he can have a strong confidence when he goes to the Slime Academy. Chu Yun was still thinking about how to refute, and Xiao Zhencher spoke carelessly. Dad, Yunzi and I are enough. Xiao Wentian froze for a moment. Son, don't you think the 3 of them are not strong enough? These are the absolute masters he carefully selected. Xiao Zhencher shook his head. I don't think they are weak. I mean, Yunzi is stronger. It's not a problem for Yunzi and I to kill our way through the entire bloody hunting competition. This arrogant remark immediately made Yumu frown. Master Xiao, I think Chu Yun is just a doctor. How can he be better than us? If he is the only one protecting you, I'm afraid it will be difficult to guarantee your safety. Although Chu Yun never underestimated Yumu, he knew that it was time to support Xiao Zhencher. So he stepped forward carelessly. Then let's try our hand, and we'll know who's stronger. Yumu frowned even more deeply. If I accidentally hit you too hard, I won't be able to explain to Master Xiao and Master Xiao. Don't worry. I'm a doctor. I can heal my own injuries. Then, Chu Yun laughed. Besides, I think I can beat you. Not you can beat me. How shameless. Yumu roared. At this time, the power of ice gathered in Yumu's sleeves, condensed into 2 cold swords like hidden blades, and then glared at Chu Yun. Ready to go. Chu Yun smiled and took out a ball leisurely. Chapter 178 overwhelms the whole audience. It is the beast-controlling ball with the golden egg. Yumu felt that Chu Yun had only taken out a ball, and immediately felt that he was humiliating him. Unfortunately, Yumu still suffered from insufficient information. Chu Yun knew all of Yumu's abilities, but because Yumu was isolated from the world and frozen, he did not know Chu Yun's identity, did not know that Chu Yun won the first place in this year's exam, and did not know that Chu Yun had a pet that was famous in Xuanqing. Golden Holy Dragon Cub. Watch out. Ice Prophecy Slash. Yumu rushed over, while constantly waving the ice sleeve swords on his arms. Blows of cold sword energy slashed out from the sleeve swords, and as these sword energies flew, the temperature of the air dropped a lot, and in a faint sound of wind and snow, you could still hear the whistling sound. These sword energies are stimulating a blizzard, and these sword energies are just Yumu's casual attacks. The key skills or strongest skills of other professions were used so casually by Yumu. But this is nothing to Chu Yun. Uncovering the beast-controlling ball, Jin Dan had just woken up and was stretching when he was summoned by Chu Yun. Jin Dan looked at the various icy sword energies flying in front of him with a dull face, and suddenly spit out a thick flame. Roar Dragon Fire Roar. These icy sword energies could not last for a moment under the flame of Jintan, and were melted and dissipated, and the room temperature, which became cold due to the blizzard, also returned to normal because of this flame. Paralysis spell. Blessing spell. In Chu Yun's hand, the dragon speaker's staff appeared and raised. He did not use the reverse blessing spell, but simply used the blessing spell with paralysis. Suddenly, Yu Mu, who was flying over, was paralyzed on the spot. Chu Yun pinched the tail of the golden egg and pressed the face of the golden egg in front of Yu Mu. As long as the golden egg opened its mouth, the flame would immediately spray out and hit Yu Mu's face. How about it, brother Yu? Are you convinced? After 2 seconds of paralysis, Yu Mu retreated as fast as he could. After standing still, Yu Mu looked at Chu Yun with great fear, without a trace of contempt in his eyes. You actually have the cub of the golden holy dragon? Although Yu Mu was not very clear about the latest current news and other hot information, he was very clear about the solid book information. Yu Mu had seen the pictures of the cubs of the golden holy dragon. Chu Yun smiled. Well, it's my pet. Chu Yun kept stroking the head of the golden egg, and the golden egg also purred with enjoyment. Yu Mu's expression kept changing, and finally, he shook his hands and cancelled the state of the ice sleeve sword. Although his expression was full of unwillingness, he finally sighed slowly. I surrender. Facing the cub of the golden holy dragon. You have to surrender. Yu Mu waved his hand. Since the helpers invited by Master Xiao are much more powerful than me, I don't have to stay here anymore. I'd better find another way to find a university. Master Xiao, I'm sorry for bothering you these past 2 days. What are you talking about? Xiao Wentian laughed. Yu Mu, even if you are not chosen by my son, I invited you here. If I let the guests leave in disappointment, wouldn't I lose face as a landlord? Don't worry. The agreement has not been invalidated. I will still help you find a university. Yu Mu, who turned around and was about to leave, was stunned and looked back at Xiao Wentian. Master Xiao. Chu Yun also looked at Xiao Wentian and nodded slightly quietly. Xiao Wentian's skill in controlling people is really unique. Using Chu Yun to knock Yu Mu, and then using kind words and practical benefits, he saved Yu Mu, whose future was already shaky. From then on, Yu Mu is likely to be the ironclad young generation in Wentian Company Limited. At this time, Zhuang Guang took a step forward. He looked at the golden egg indifferently, and slowly opened his mouth. Just for lying on the cub of the golden holy dragon, can't defeat me. But fighting will also hurt the relationship. Zhuang Guang slowly said, let's compete in aura. Whoever's aura can suppress the opponent will win. This competition is actually very unreasonable. Because in a battle, there is actually a chance to defeat Zhuang Guang. Immortality does not mean invincibility. But if the aura is compared, Zhuang Guang's magic value is constant at 50% due to balance, and his aura can even be said to be infinite. But this competition is very considerate of Chu Yun, because this allows Chu Yun to not use all his strength. Chu Yun suspected that the plain middle-aged man in front of him had seen something, but he just didn't point it out. A trace of the power of the god of balance. Even if it was just a trace, it was extremely terrifying, containing unimaginable mysteries. Okay. Chu Yun nodded. The two prepared and began to compete in breath. The breath can be understood as a derivative of the use of magic value or domineering killing intent, etc. The important thing is that this thing really has substantial energy bursting out, which can test the strength. However, in most cases, only releasing breath, the energy conversion is extremely bad, and breath is just a byproduct of fighting. Except for specific competitions, basically no one will deliberately release breath. Zhuang Guang stood still, spread out the magic book with his left hand, and waved the crystal staff with his right hand. The breath spread out like a tide. Then, the breath was like a wave, one layer after another, gradually rising, becoming expanded and exaggerated. Zhuang Guang's strength is at the peak of diamond level. Humph! Chu Yun suddenly opened his eyes. It's an exaggerated breath, but it's far from enough. So what if he has a little power of the god of balance? Chu Yun has long been accustomed to cross-level battles. Platinum fighting diamond is commonplace. Now Chu Yun, who is a diamond himself, how can he be afraid of a mere diamond-level peak? Ha! The air wave exploded. The fierce air wave instantly destroyed Zhuang Guang's endless air wave like the sea wave. The so-called endless air wave cannot withstand the instant and powerful explosion. Zhuang Guang was shaken by the wave and retreated several steps. And the magic book in his hand was torn by Chu Yun's breath explosion. Zhuang Guang's expression, which had remained unchanged for thousands of years, actually showed a trace of emotion. You are very strong. At the diamond level, you should be invincible. I, Zhuang Guang, am ashamed of myself. This evaluation is really high. And it reveals two pieces of information. 1. Chu Yun is already at the diamond level. This level alone has already surprised Xiao Wentian. His son Xiao Shencher, who had consumed a lot of resources, was only at the platinum level now. It wasn't that Xiao Shencher didn't work hard enough, nor that the resources weren't abundant. It was that Chu Yun's level was too abnormal. Moreover, Zhuang Guang even commented that Chu Yun could beat all diamond-level opponents. Zhuang Guang's comment was just like his expression. Plain and pertinent. Immediately, Xiao Wentian couldn't help but look up to his son's best friend. Chapter 179. Only the word rich can describe it. Yu Mu and Zhuang Guang were defeated. And the silent old man laughed silently. Chu Yun's expression became extremely serious. Among the three people present, Yu Mu and Zhuang Guang can only be said to be appetizers. The real strong enemy must be the silent old man. The silent old man has already reached the peak of the star glory level. Whether it is Ask Martin or Wu Ying, ordinary star glory level goods, they are far from being able to touch the peak of the star glory level. The silent old man can easily hang up the first three and beat them, without using various trump cards. Chu Yun currently does not see any chance of winning. At this time, the silent old man laughed. Then, with all kinds of serious expressions, he took out his mobile phone and typed. Then, a very mechanical electronic synthesized voice sounded from the mobile phone of the silent old man. I don't have to fight with the younger generation. With Chu Yun's strength among the dragons and phoenixes, it is not a problem for him to protect himself and Master Xiao in the bloody hunting competition. Although the words are pertinent. Why is it so funny? Chu Yun thought that the silent old man would be a taciturn, full of pretentiousness, and at the same time a person who is conservative. I didn't expect that he would keep up with the times and know how to use mobile phone typing to convert into AI sound playback. No wonder the silent old man stood here, as if he had no communication pressure at all. It turned out that there was really no inconvenience in communication. Xiao Weitian was even more moved. He knew the temper of the silent old man. Although he would not belittle someone casually, it was even more difficult for him to praise someone. Xiao Weitian had known the silent old man for more than 10 years, and had never heard him praise anyone. He thought he was a kind and friendly man. I didn't expect that the praise he gave was very direct and powerful. Okay. Since the three helpers I brought with me all agree that you can team up to challenge the bloody hunting competition, then I won't stop you. Xiao Weitian smiled and sighed. There are still 4 hours before departure. Let's go get some props first. To challenge this kind of competition, the props in reserve must be rich enough. Let's take a look at the latest props developed by the company group. As he said this, he led Chu Yun and others behind him to the second floor of the villa. All the new products developed by Wentian Company Limited will be taken out first and brought to Xiao Wentian's manor for research. The reason is simple. To prevent leakage. Now the situation in the southern business war is turbulent, and many organizations will choose to go undercover, which will lead to the leakage of various important information. It is completely impossible to prevent it. The plot of infernal affairs is being played out every moment. Xiao Wentian's manor can be kept absolutely confidential, but it is difficult for Wentian Company Limited outside. After all, that kind of place is open to the outside world. Let's take a look at the equipment first. Xiao Weitian brought Chu Yun and his group to the equipment area. The equipment here is all new equipment that will be released to the public and sold soon. These equipment are all newly developed by our company's forging masters, taking into account both strength and beauty, and all have epic making new effects. While speaking, Xiao Weitian stared at the three dwarf youths behind Chu Yun. Xiao Weitian is not a person who is arrogant and confident. He deliberately exaggerated so much just to see if he could get these dwarf youths to comment. Sure enough, Hammer, who has the most direct temper, spoke on the spot. In my opinion, these equipments have obvious shortcomings. Then, Hammer gave a very direct and extensive evaluation. His words directly pointed out every shortcoming, without any mercy. But it happened that Xiao Weitian was not the kind of person who needed mercy. What Hammer said is very important. Seeing Hammer say this, and not being criticized by this group of humans, scrapers, and Wind Shovel also expressed these views. Their views are different, and there is no conflict. It will be very beneficial to listen to all. Xiao Wentian nodded frequently. And the forging masters in charge of the weapons and equipment area beside him also took notes. Chu Yun smiled and said, Hammer, Scraper, and Wind Shovel. You three should discuss forging topics with them these days. I believe that the forging concepts of humans can also help you. Yes. On behalf of Chu Yun, the three dwarf youths answered. After hearing this, the forging masters showed joy on their faces and cast welcoming glances at Chu Yun. These forging masters have strange tempers, and it is difficult for them to show such a friendly expression to an outsider. However, the company's latest products were pointed out to be inadequate, and Xiao Weitian was still a little embarrassed. Chu Yun, what equipment do you want to choose? Chu Yun looked at the equipment wall and rubbed his chin. To be honest, there are many top-level diamond-level equipment here, and they are all very suitable for Chu Yun, but the Moradin domain on Chu Yun is a king-level equipment. No matter how good the diamond-level equipment is, it can't touch the king-level equipment. In fact, there are also many star-level equipment on the wall. Even if you really want king-level equipment, Wentian Company Limited must have reserves. But Chu Yun can't wear it. It was purely an accident that Chu Yun could wear the Moradin domain. And the dragon speaker staff in Chu Yun's hand, Chu Yun used it very well. At least it didn't need to be replaced at the diamond level. The binding skill of the Dragon Clan's command spell is still very powerful. Chu Yun doesn't need to wear any of your equipment. What he is wearing now is the crystallization of the wisdom of our dwarf ancestors and craftsmen, which is better than all the equipment you have here. Aside, Hammer shouted loudly. The hammer was talking about the stubborn ancestor. Then after Chu Yun's reversal skill, his reputation became that of an ancestor with the wisdom to predict the future. Xiao Wentian laughed. Since Chu Yun has obtained equipment from the dwarves, then we, Wentian Company Limited, will not embarrass ourselves here. When humans and dwarves compete in forging, most of the time, they are asking for trouble. Absorbing and learning is the way out. Afterwards, Xiao Weitian brought the group to the prop area. All kinds of combat props. Magic scrolls. Dazzling array. Take as many as you want. Xiao Weitian said proudly. Fill the storage ring until it is full. The props on this wall are actually the battle reserve gifts that Xiao Weitian gave to his son Xiao Xinchi and his son's best friend Chu Yun this time. Although Xiao Weitian has always been stingy with Xiao Xinchi's pocket money, he is so indulgent when it comes to spending money. Wow. There are many new products in what Dad gave me this time. Even Chu Yun, who has seen all kinds of things in the exchange, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. That's a lot. As expected of the richest man in Xuanqing. Chapter 180. Go to the Mozong Rainforest. The props on one wall here are probably more than the platinum and diamond prop rooms in Xuanqing Exchange combined. There are no gold level or lower level props here, because these levels are not good enough now. And if these levels are counted, the props on this wall are still much less than the exchange. After all, the exchange is still for the public, and bronze and silver level props are the mainstream. Even Xiao Xinchi felt that it was a bit outrageous. Dad, you actually gave so much this time? I gave you only a dozen props before to hone you. Although those places are hard, you have life protection after all, Xiao Weitian said in a deep voice. But the blood hunting competition is a truly dangerous competition. Let me put it this way. Although the secret realm and training arranged for you before were tough, there was no record of death, and the death rate of the last blood hunting competition was 8%. The blood hunting competition is held every 3 years. Before, Xiao Weitian did not allow Xiao Xinchi to participate on the grounds that his son had not yet changed his job. Now, under the strong request of all parties, he had no choice but to let his precious son go to the blood hunting competition. Xiao Weitian felt extremely guilty about this matter. Who would want his son to participate in such a game for fun among the rich and dangerous? But Xiao Xinchi agreed cheerfully, which made him, as a father, feel guilty and moved. Hey, this 8% death rate is mainly due to accidents that happen to the helpers of some teams. Xiao Xinchi looked at Yimu and the other two with a little embarrassment, and then said seriously, in fact, people like me who are in a protected position are actually relatively safe. I have also calculated the death rate last time. Only 2 people died. Less than 1%. Looking at his very determined son, Xiao Weitian's expression became more and more emotional. Chu Yun on the side was not polite. He looked at these magic scrolls one by one. wrote down the effects of useful magic scrolls, and then put them into the storage ring. After a selection, Chu Yun took away about 20%. Most of the ones he took away were features that Chu Yun did not have, such as melee protection, continuous short-term control, etc., and some life-saving scrolls, while those large volume damage scrolls, recovery scrolls, etc., were all left to Xiao Zhencher, because Chu Yun had no shortage of offense and defense, and he had to maintain Xiao Zhencher's output and status. After the preparations were completed, they had just arrived. Everyone, follow me to the large teleportation array at the back of the manor. After Xiao Wentian led Chu Yun and his party to the manor, a huge teleportation array appeared in front of everyone. This teleportation array was almost as big as a basketball court. Xiao Zhencher was no longer surprised, but Chu Yun was very surprised. What a large teleportation array! The small teleportation array that Chu Yun used at the beginning was already beyond the reach of ordinary people. And this was a gift from Xie Xing because of Chu Yun's noble status in the exchange. The teleportation scroll given to him by the dwarves was already an extremely rare item that could not be bought with money. The teleportation array in front of him, which was as big as a basketball court. This was a collective expression of Xiao Wentian's financial resources, power, and connections. This is a super large teleportation array that can span half of the Tianfeng Empire. From here, you can go directly to the imperial capital in the north and to the border in the south. And this is exactly the destination of our trip, the southwestern border of the Tianfeng Empire. The Mozong Rainforest. Mozong Rainforest, located in the southwestern border of the Tianfeng Empire, is only 50,000 meters away from the border defense line. Countless soldiers are stationed on the border, always watching the actions in the Mozong Rainforest. There is no other reason, because ferocious beasts may emerge from the Mozong Rainforest at any time. From bronze to star, there are all kinds of ferocious beasts, and we must be vigilant and preventive at all times. The trees in the Mozong Rainforest can grow to 20 to 30 meters high, covering the clouds and the sun, and the ferocious beasts hide in them, which is very hidden. The military has also wanted to send troops into the rainforest to clear the ferocious beasts, but they can never clear them all. And after a few days of clearing, the ferocious beasts will gather again and occupy the rainforest, which can even be said to be not worth the loss. However, the beasts in this rainforest still need to be cleared out regularly. Once they gather together, there will be endless troubles. The rich people in the south planned a bloody hunting competition every 3 years. Coming here to hunt beasts is in line with the military's intention. So they got the military's permission. After being teleported to the Mozong Rainforest, Chu Yun smelled the strong breath of the Mozong Rainforest before he stepped out of the teleportation array. The smell of leaves and grass is very exaggerated. It's so humid here. Chu Yun exhaled a few times. The air is full of moisture. On the side, although Yu Mu had not joined the Chu Yun team, he also followed. At this time, he kept exhaling icicles between his breaths. Yu Mu's exhaled breath was below the freezing point, and the air here was really humid, so he could spray icicles between his breaths. Yu Mu was a little embarrassed to restrain his exhaled cold air. After walking out of the teleportation array, a huge rainforest appeared in front of everyone. Although it is known that 20-meter, 30-meter high trees are common in the Mozong Rainforest, after seeing it with your own eyes, you will still be shocked speechless. This scene is too exaggerated. The rainforest covers the sun and casts a huge shadow. And around the periphery of this rainforest, there are many other wealthy people gathering here. Those gathered here are all the top wealthy people in the 13 provinces in the south. And each of them is a powerful existence in their respective cities. At this time, a middle-aged man with a big belly, with a group of young people, walked over with a staggering step. Oh, isn't this Xiao Wentian? The middle-aged man had a frivolous expression, and he looked like he didn't take Xiao Wentian seriously at all. Finally, you are willing to bring your hidden baby son to participate in the bloody hunting competition? Haha. Don't leave your life here for the first time. This man's name is Gong Xingsai. He is the richest businessman in Chengcheng, next to Xuanqing. The main product of Xingxing Company Limited is magic scrolls, which is just a hedge with Wentian Company. It happens that the two leading companies are very close, so they have been fighting each other all year round. Xiao Wentian treated him coldly, as he was used to this man's ridicule. But Xiao Zhencher was furious. It doesn't matter if this guy scolds him. Xiao Zhencher can just laugh it off. But secretly scolding his father is absolutely not okay. Just when Xiao Zhenche was about to start swearing, Chu Yun stepped forward. If you have the time to take care of my young master, you might as well take care of your son. If he accidentally dies in my hands. Oh! I'm a little lucky. Killing people in a bloody hunting competition is not against the law.